Chapter 33, 93. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When it rains, it pours. Oh, my God. What the hell are these guys? So disgusting. Look, the one on the right, his whole head is crooked, hanging under his shoulder. Zombies. Space zombies. Damn the Heavenly Battle Empire. Didn't they say that the crisis was over and all the zombies were eliminated? Could it be that we're blind? Fire. Fire immediately. Don't let them get close. Damn it, the nearest administrative planet is 3 days away from here. This zombie army is close to 10,000. We can only rely on ourselves. If we can't get out, we will definitely die. Boom. Rumble. The 10-star level merchant ships immediately became chaotic. The ship cannons fired, the sound echoing in a small star field. But at the same time, more universe zombies wandering around were attracted by this movement. Slowly, the number of universe zombies gathered around the 10 starships reached more than 100,000, covering the sky and Earth. In just half a day, the 10 starships were all submerged in the sea of zombies. These starships were not space fortresses. If they were space fortresses, as long as they didn't open a channel, these space zombies wouldn't be able to enter. Space zombies that evolved to this level didn't have the ability to tear apart starships, so they were basically safe. Unfortunately, this kind of traditional starship had a fixed channel on the deck. Although there was an energy shield, it didn't have much effect against a sea of space zombies. Soon, some space zombies broke through the fixed channel on the starship deck and entered the cabin. Not long after that, the rumbling sound of cannons stopped. All 10 starships had fallen. All the Federation citizens and powerhouses on the starships were gnawed. Their bodies were torn apart, and then, turned into space zombies, they began to walk out of the starships, wandering in the surrounding space. 2 days later, another fleet encountered space zombies. This time, the fleet had more ships, and their combat power was stronger. They had more than 40 star-level merchant ships, and the zombies they encountered were only a small group, only slightly more than 1,000 of them. Not long after, they were all annihilated. Then, the fleet hurriedly fled from the place and changed course temporarily, heading to the nearest administrative planet. When they arrived, the news of the Heavenly Battle Empire's space zombie crisis spread like wildfire. The Heavenly War Empire panicked and immediately sent a powerful military fleet to this star field. In the end, they found that the situation had developed to an uncontrollable degree in a short period of 10 days. The universe void was actually filled with wandering figures of the universe zombies. This star field was really too remote. Even in this small country's territory, it was considered the border. The degree of the interstellar network communication was not frequent. This led to the current situation. It wasn't until the universe zombies had basically completely spread out in this small star field that everything was discovered by the outside world. At this time, the universe zombies wandering in the void were even close to this small country's capital and had even spread to the border star fields of other small countries. When the news reached the undying star, the experts in the various fields of science and technology who were still intensely discussing the measures to deal with the mechanical battle bugs were completely stunned. This was simply a case of when it rains, it pours. The Tianji race had only just revealed the crisis of the mechanical battle bugs, and they had not yet come up with a concrete countermeasure. Who would have thought that the previous outbreak of the cosmic zombie crisis would once again appear? For a moment, the entire Undying Dynasty was in a state of panic. Slowly, the entire Third Universe's human race began to worry. This was because the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital, where the first space zombie crisis occurred, was too far away from the location of the second space zombie crisis, the border star field of that small country. No one knew how the Heavenly Battle Empire's zombie virus was transmitted there, but one thing was certain, and that was that this time, the space zombie crisis would be even more difficult to eradicate. Previously, The space zombies in the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital had not been able to rush out of the Empire's capital star. They were all eliminated within the atmosphere. But even so, in a short period of less than a month, the second space zombie crisis occurred at the border of this small country far away from the star field. And this time, not only did a large amount of space zombies enter the universe's void, they even spread out in the void, spreading over an extremely vast star field. The situation was countless times more serious than the previous time. Someone pointed out that this time, even if all the space zombies wandering in the void were killed, there was basically no guarantee that the strange zombie poison would not spread anymore. When this news was revealed, the originally anxious Third Universe's human race became even more restless, while the Second Universe's Federation's various races maintained their silence at this moment, quietly watching the situation develop, faintly like a tiger watching its prey. In the end, the search operation for the Tianji clan's new top-grade small stronghold that had escaped from the previous battle also came to an end. They did not find the whereabouts of that small stronghold at all, and suspected that it had already escaped back to the first universe. This made the upper echelons of the human race in the Third Universe and the leaders of the myriad Luo Federation's headquarters even more restless. Now that the Third Universe's internal strife was about to erupt, the Tianji clan could send out troops to attack at any time, and the human race was already faintly showing signs of being tossed about by the wind and rain. Yi Xian did not know about any of this. That day, after being swallowed by the space crack that John II and the eyebrowless ancestor, the two almighty beings of the universe, the wild starship, which had turned into a small sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, had been wandering in this space crack ever since. Because it was surrounded by endless space turbulence, it was like dense and invisible space blades, blowing everywhere, wreaking havoc endlessly. Therefore, Yi Xian did not dare to restore the wild star ship to its original state, although its defensive capabilities were stronger in this state. For the next few days, Yi Xian controlled the wild star ship to wander around this space crack, trying to find a way out. In the end, he decided on a direction and sped off. This direction was the result of the devouring system's analysis. The other directions had a 30% chance of survival or less, but only this direction had a 70% chance of survival. Even so, the wild star ship sped along this direction for a full 4 days, but it still did not reach the end. The space outside the ship was still filled with endless space turbulence, exactly the same as when it had just been swallowed by this space crack. There was no difference at all. Just as Yi Xian was getting impatient and was about to use the devouring system to perform a new round of analysis, an obscure blood-red color suddenly appeared in the boundless dark space in front of him. Although it was strange, this blood-red color was the first time Yi Xian had seen a color different from the deep black from before in the 10 days since he had been swallowed by the space crack. This was most likely the exit. Chapter 3394. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Due to a freak combination of circumstances, after a short while, Yi Xian urged Xingyi to charge towards the blood-red color. The entire world instantly turned into a vast expanse of blood. After a short period of 2 to 3 breaths, light descended, and the familiar void of the universe appeared in his field of vision. At this moment, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! A suitable location has been discovered. Blood Void Underworld, located in the second universe. This universe plane has not yet imprinted your galactic coordinates. Do you wish to imprint them immediately? Blood Void Underworld, located in the second universe. Yi Xian was stunned. After charging out of that spatial rift, they had actually arrived in the second universe from the first universe. 2 universe realm experts of the 15th level teaming up to tear open a spatial rift with their full strength actually had such power, they had actually crossed an entire universe plane. This was obviously not very realistic, At the very least, Yi Xian did not quite believe it, because if that was really the case, then the natural wormholes connecting the universe planes would be meaningless. Universe realm experts of the 15th level, whether it was the human race, the various races of the Second Universe Federation, or the Tianji clan, were definitely not few. If two universe realm experts of the 15th level teamed up and used their full strength to tear open a spatial rift and cross the universe planes, then when war broke out, this method would become a true nightmare. The armies of the three universes could very well use this method to secretly descend on the enemy's plane. That was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, how could the three planes of the universe be so peaceful? This spatial rift that Old Devil Jean 2 and Old Devil Jean 2 teamed up most likely had an accident. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian had an analysis result. His eyes flickered with a bright light. From this point of view, it can be seen that those two old fellows don't have any good intentions. Their goal isn't to banish the Starfield ship into the endless void of the universe. The spatial rift they tore should have its original destination, which is within the territory of the first universe. Those two old fellows clearly wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. They hid from the experts of the other factions and wanted to capture this young master alone. It's a pity that a small chance of an accident happened in the void fissure, which actually moved Starfield to the second universe. As for this, the two old guys should have already noticed something. The eyebrowless, ugly ghost that the old bastard John 2 invited is most likely a powerful person in the universe who is good at this. He should be able to deduce the new end point of the void passage after a small probability of mishap. If that's really the case, the two old fogies should be on their way here right now. They might even arrive soon. After all, the Wild Star ship had been stuck in this spatial crack for quite some time. It had been close to 10 days. From the Heavenly War Empire to the domain of the buried falling star region, to the second universe through the natural wormhole in the depths of the domain of the buried falling star region, and then to determine the final location. The whole process will take about a dozen days. When he thought up to here, a bright light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and a wisp of coldness faintly flashed through them. No matter how good Yi Xian's temper was, he was still slightly infuriated when he thought up to here. Then Yi Xian remembered the blood-red handprint that was left on the Wild Star ship's hull. This was clearly a mark that John 2 and the eyebrowless ugly ghost had used to determine his exact location. No matter what, he could not leave it behind. However, this was a mark left behind by a powerful person in the 15th realm after all. Yi Xian was not confident that he could erase it. In the end, after he tried, the result made his jaw drop. After Yi Xian gave the command to the core of the Wild Star ship, the blood-red handprint was erased in an instant, leaving not a single trace behind. The entire Wild Star ship was formed by countless micromolecules derived from a world bug. Following Yi Xian's command, the core of the world bug simply discarded the small area of the ship where the blood-red handprint was imprinted. Like a gecko cutting off its tail, the problem was solved. In the blink of an eye, a piece of the ship that was a meter wide and a foot thick separated from the Wild Star ship and fell into the depths of the void, disappearing quickly. Although this dangerous void, called the Blood Void Underworld, was indeed suitable for imprinting his interstellar coordinates in the second universe, just like the black hole of life in the first universe and the Death Star Vortex in the third universe, the exit of the void crack was here. That old bastard John 2 and the eyebrowless ugly ghost should have already deduced this point. In other words, this place was already exposed and would become the focus of the enemy. Furthermore, the small piece of the Wild Star ship that was formed by the micromolecules of the world bug that was completely dead had also fallen into the depths of the void. The blood-red handprint was still on it, and most likely it still had the function of guiding the direction. Therefore, Yi Xian's personal interstellar coordinates in the second universe was not suitable to be imprinted here. After considering all this, Yi Xian did not stay any longer. He stepped out of the Wild Star ship and waved his hand to keep it into his undying world. Finally, he took out the Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. After activating the concealment array, he activated the shuttle and turned it into an invisible arrow that shot into the distance. This time, coming to the second universe by a freak combination of factors was a stroke of luck for Yi Xian. He originally planned to immediately find some time to rush to the second universe after dealing with the troublesome matter in the Heavenly War Empire. He did not expect to unexpectedly fulfill his wish in this way. There were 3 reasons why he wanted to come to the second universe. First, to find a suitable place in the second universe to imprint his personal interstellar coordinates. He had already imprinted a personal interstellar space in the first and third universes, so he only needed to imprint one in the second universe. Then, in the future, once he activated the planar level interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the system title, Yi Xian would be able to perform a planar jump between the 3 universes with just a thought, unimpeded. Second, the ancient tortoise shell that contained the incomplete Dongshu scripture, the purplish warbler, was obtained from the abyssal tortoises sea in the second universe. No matter what, Yi Xian had to personally go there to search and find it. Furthermore, it would not be a short time because the Dongshu scripture was too important to him. The abyssal tortoises sea was an entire star field. Yi Xian could not just take a quick look around and leave. Therefore, this time, he might stay in the second universe for a while. Third, the various races of the second universe were basically beasts and birds with the bloodline of primordial creatures. Previously, Yi Xian had eaten the roasted wings of the Inji clan and the roasted beef kettle of the Barbarian Bull clan. Putting aside the excellent taste, the energy contained in the flesh and blood of these powerful races had an extremely strong effect on his physical body's evolution. It could be used in medicine and concocted into the next gene fluid. Although Yi Xian had already concocted a level 11 gene fluid, he would be able to consume it when his physical body reached the 10th realm, the peak of level 9 Grotto Heaven, and enter the 11th realm, the Mystic Light realm. Chapter 33, 95. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the second nine-eyed golden crystalline view of the above 3 goals. Yi Xian felt that it was necessary for him to create a new identity. First of all, the identity of young Master Linghu could not be used in the second universe. Once people found out that young Master Linghu was in the second universe, the entire universe would be turned upside down. As for the identity of Prince Xian, he could not use it here either. This was because in order to concoct the level 12 liquid, he would definitely hunt down the races in the second universe whose flesh and blood were of great use and could be used to make medicine. Prince Xian was the bloodline-plucking prince of the human race's science and technology faction's immortal dynasty. Naturally, it was not suitable for him to do such a thing. Otherwise, not only would it cause internal strife between the races in the second universe and the humans in the third universe, but Prince Xian's reputation would also be damaged. After thinking about it, Yi Xian felt that he should come up with a full identity in the second universe. It would be best if he was not a human, but a member of one of the native races in the second universe. As for which race to choose, he was not in a hurry. After all, there were many races in the second universe. Not only were there races in the Federation, but there were also races that had not joined the Wanluo Federation. There were too many choices. After confirming the general direction, Yi Xian began to think about his next step. Of the 3 goals of coming to the second universe, the first one was not in a hurry to imprint his interstellar coordinates. After all, he would not stay here for a day or 2. He could just imprint it when he found a suitable place. For the last 2 purposes, Concocting a level 12 liquid wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. All sorts of heavenly and earthly treasures and rare ores were required. Yi Xian's previous harvest from the bamboo pole was basically complete. He had just entered the 10th realm, Grotto Heaven realm, and had not used the level 11 liquid in his hands. He could slowly study the concoction of the level 12 liquid. After considering this, Yi Xian decided to go to the Abyss Turtle Sea first. That was a vast starfield. Looking for the ancient turtle shell was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would definitely take a long time. The sooner he went, the better. However, there was a very serious problem that needed to be solved. In the second universe, the competition between the races in the Federation was actually very fierce. The humans in the third universe were a whole, and there was still endless killing between them. The second universe was owned by the various races of the Federation, and a large number of different races lived there. Naturally, the situation was even more so. Moreover, these alien races basically had the blood of ancient ferocious birds and ferocious beasts running through their veins. They were naturally aggressive. Therefore, in the second universe, killing was everywhere. If one was not strong enough, it would be almost impossible to move around here. Yi Xian wanted to enter the Sea of Hellish Turtles. Moreover, he wasn't going to find a secluded place to enter seclusion. Instead, he needed to walk around and explore this place in search of other ancient turtle shells. Then, he was destined to meet a large number of elites from the second universe. If he did not have a powerful means, he was afraid he would only be bullied. Unfortunately, the various powerful techniques he had at his disposal had all been exposed. They were either exposed as Prince Xian or as young Master Linghu. He couldn't use them casually, otherwise his identity would be exposed. In terms of magical powers, the Fallen Sky Bow, Dark and Dark Vision, Spiritual Lightning Technique, and so on are all too obvious. I can't use them anymore. As for magical treasures, the Rai Di Seal, Shenong Cauldron, Wild Starship, and even the Domshu Shuttle, Withered Demon Blood Blade, Undying Glass Armor, and so on are all too obvious. Similarly, I can't use them anymore. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It seems that there are no magical treasures or magical powers to use at all. Wouldn't it be difficult for me to move around in the second universe? Either I can't move around, or my identity will be exposed, and I will become the enemy of the whole world. This is really F***ed up. Oh, right. While smiling bitterly, Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed with a flash of inspiration. In an instant, it was as if he had been enlightened. He raised his hand and patted the back of his head, saying, "How could I forget about the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals? If there's no other way, I'll just have to swallow another one and obtain a new magical power. It's just nice that I can use it in the second universe. Furthermore, I've already reached the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. I don't have enough divine abilities on hand. It's time for me to devour the second nine-eyed golden crystal and obtain a new primordial divine ability. Back in the primordial cage in the demon domain, Yi Xian had obtained countless multi-eyed sense crystals. Among them, there were 108 nine-eyed golden crystals that contained the primordial inheritance. Of these 108 nine-eyed golden crystals, he had only used one and obtained the Fallen Sky Bow from it. Now that the time was right, he had to use the second nine-eyed golden crystal. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't arrived at the Nether Turtle Sea yet, Yi Xian activated the Void Cave shuttle to its self-propelled model. Then, he took out a small spatial box from the undying world within his body. Inside was a 9-pupil golden crystal. All the nine-eyed golden crystals looked the same on the surface. There was no way to know what kind of magical power they contained, so he randomly picked one as he took out the nine-eyed golden crystal from the small space box and threw it to the devouring system. The familiar system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained one nine-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade, nine-eyed level 9. Quality, normal nine-eyed. Attribute, spiritual origin crystal. Do you want to start absorbing it immediately? Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to absorb it immediately. Then he sat cross-legged on the floor of the Dongshu shuttle's main cabin and closed his eyes to focus, entering a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything. The system's notification rang, and the process of absorbing the perfect nine-eyed golden crystal began. Very quickly, traces of dark green spirit source energy were sent into Yi Xian's mind like silk being peeled from a cocoon, automatically entering the purple spirit source core above his sea of consciousness. This process lasted for an unknown period of time. In the end, Yi Xian, who had sunk into it, was suddenly awakened by the system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Absorption complete. You have obtained the primordial mystique, Netherworld Claw. Netherworld Claw. When he heard these 3 words, Yi Xian was stunned. Why did it sound like a kind of demonic mystique? Just as these doubts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly felt his mind shake, as if something had been sent in by the devouring system. When he returned to his senses, he saw the situation in the sky above his mind. In the central region, the Rai Di Seal and the Shinnong Cauldron each occupied one side. In the sky above his mind, there were originally 4 treasures in each side, but now there were 5. Their positions were slightly shifted, obviously to make space for newcomers. There was a spiritual origin core, a void essence crystal, a black gold dragon scale, a small golden bow, and a dark green withered claw. This dark green withered claw was the imprint of the primordial mystique, the netherworld claw that Yi Xian had obtained from the second nine-eyed golden crystal. Chapter 3396. Heaven-defying netherworld claw this time. Yi Xian was indeed quite disappointed, because this dark green claw looked thin and unremarkable, like a broken bird's claw. It probably didn't have much power. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately felt depressed. He sighed and accepted his fate as he extended a strand of his divine sense. Soon, he touched the dark green, withered claw that was suspended above his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, an explosion sounded out without any warning. It was like a thunderclap in a drought, instantly causing Yi Xian's consciousness to be shaken to the point that he almost fell asleep on the spot. Boom! With this huge explosion, Yi Xian's consciousness shook slightly. When he finally recovered, he suddenly found that the environment around him had completely changed. It was no longer his knowledge sea, but a vast and boundless void. Looking at this strange and vast starry sky, he was not surprised at all. This void was still filled with an ancient and endless aura, which was surprisingly similar to the void where he saw the giant tortoise when he cultivated the Dongshu scripture fragment, and the giant golden star dragon when he fused with the immortal ancestor dragon blood and saw the giant golden star dragon. It was the image of the battle in the desolate era. Screech, roar, roar. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, a different, earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the endless distance of the vast galaxy that was filled with an endless ancient aura. He had long been accustomed to all this. Without the slightest panic, he adjusted his state of mind and treated it as if he was watching an extremely realistic holographic movie. This star field full of ancient aura soon became lively. All kinds of sounds filled the air. There were fierce roars full of violent auras, and roars full of the power to swallow the void. There was also a high-pitched dragon roar that seemed to be able to tear the entire universe apart. Yi Xian's body suddenly shook violently. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. The next moment, at the end of the endless and distant void, he saw an extremely tragic battle. The entire boundless void of stars was the battlefield. In this boundless battlefield, there were countless powerful beings that couldn't be seen today. Even though they were separated by the endless void of the Milky Way, Yi Xian could still clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from their bodies. Xiao! Just as Yi Xian was in shock, a high-pitched shriek rang out, and a dazzling dark green light suddenly appeared in the boundless bloody battlefield ahead. A dark green claw print that was withered like a ghost's claw shot out violently with a speed that practically surpassed space. It instantly charged towards the end of the boundless expanse of space, and it obliterated everything along the way. Even space itself was slashed into two. In the end, it split the Cyan Heaven Eye at the back of the enemy's camp into two. A single claw actually tore apart the existence that seemed to be the primordial Heavenly Tao's giant eye. Even Yi Xian was taken aback by this display of power that surpassed even the Heaven's Fall bow. In the next moment, he reflexively looked in the direction of the dark green claw and happened to see a figure flash through the void. It was like a ghost. Then the image of the inheritance disappeared, and Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of the system beep in his head once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The physical body's chi and blood boundary has been raised. Current boundary: Grotto Heaven, Level 2. Although the nine-eyed golden crystal contained a mysterious energy that was extremely beneficial to one's mind source core, this energy was also beneficial to a starry sky, martialist's cultivation base, and physical body evolution. However, Yi Xian's mind source core had recently undergone a metamorphosis and evolved to level 7. Therefore, just absorbing the mysterious energy contained within the nine-eyed golden crystal hadn't been enough to raise the grade of his source core again. However, although the power of his body's vital energy and blood had only received a small benefit, it had unexpectedly broken through a small level and advanced to the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven Level 2. This had surprised Yi Xian quite a bit. This could be considered a small surprise. Compared to this small surprise, the power of the underworld claw, which looked like a broken bird's claw, was no different from a huge surprise. Yi Xian still felt as if he was dreaming. He couldn't believe what he had seen on the image of the mystic ability inheritance. The dark green, withered bird claw actually cut the Heavenly Tao green eye, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the primordial Heavenly Tao, into two. That was really impressive. Big bro. If the fallen sky bow was called a heaven-destroying item, then this broken bird's claw was clearly heaven-defying. Even the sky path's green eye had been split in half. This was clearly heaven-defying. Yi Xian had seen a corner of the primordial war from the inheritance of the void cave technique and the heaven-falling bow. At the very least, he knew that the primordial Yiksha had once drawn his bow and shot, annihilating a large portion of the primordial heavens. However, he was completely unaware of the subsequent developments of this unprecedented war. For example, he didn't know how the supreme beings of the two camps had fought in the end. He also didn't know why the headless infant corpse camp had been defeated, what had happened after the defeat, why the corpses of the headless infant corpse camp had all been thrown into the primordial cage, and why the victorious camp had ultimately disappeared into the long river of history. Everything was like a huge mystery that lingered in Yi Xian's mind. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Every time he thought about it, he would always be fascinated. This time, through the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw, although he didn't solve all the mysteries, at least he knew a little more than what he had seen before. At the very least, he knew that in the headless infant corpses camp, there was once a dark green figure that looked like a ghost. It had once stretched out its claws towards the back of the enemy camp, and actually cut the commander of the enemy camp, the Heavenly Tao Green Eye that was suspected to be the clone of the primordial Heavenly Tao, into two. No matter what, with the terrifying power of the Netherworld Claw, it's definitely enough for me to roam freely in the second universe. Even the primordial Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, which is suspected to be the primordial Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, was split in half. Even with my current cultivation level, it's still not enough to display the full power of this primordial divine skill. I don't need the help of other divine skills or secret methods to travel in the second universe. Just this move alone is enough. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Subsequently, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he frowned as he continued. However, the figure that executed the nether claw in the inheritance scene was too fleeting. It was like a ghost, and I was utterly unable to see its appearance clearly. If I want to use the netherworld claw to travel in the second universe, it's best to reveal myself as the bloodline of this divine skill inheritance. Only then will I not attract suspicion. Chapter 3397. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio, the ancestor of the Een Demon clan now. The data database of the devouring system in Yi Xian's body was far from what it used to be. After successfully completing 2 system competitive missions in succession, the total amount of information stored in the devouring system's data database could be said to have increased explosively. It was several times richer than before. Yi Xian had previously discovered that the information in the devouring system's data database would only be updated when the host came into contact with a new substance. Every system host had different experiences, and the materials they had come into contact with were also different. Although most of them were similar, there were some that did not overlap. And even for those that were similar, different systems would obtain different data and information. Therefore, when the data database of Fairy Inxia and Xiaoyaozi was replicated and updated by the devouring system in Yi Xian's body, the amount of data grasped by Yi Xian had greatly increased. Previously, even in the data database of the system in Yi Xian's body, there was no information about the Netherworld clan. However, after combining the data databases of the 3 systems, there was finally some information about the Netherworld clan. Although it was still not much, it was enough for Yi Xian to have a general understanding of the so-called Netherworld clan. What he did not expect was that the Netherworld clan was actually the ancestor of the Een Demon clan, a non-federal federation clan in the second universe. This made Yi Xian immediately think of Ling Huzhu. Ling Huzhu had not long ago returned to the Heavenly War Empire under the immortal dynasty of the human clan's science and technology camp in the third universe. He had colluded with the Barbarian Bull clan and the Een Demon clan. Although this matter was later left unsettled, the Barbarian Bull clan disassociated themselves, saying that they were used by Ling Huzhu and had nothing to do with the Een Demon clan. However, during the exploration of the King of Medicine's remains, Ling Huzhu joined forces with the Een Demon clan and finally took away the Green Jade ruler that recorded the entire inheritance of the King of Medicine. Since then, he had completely disappeared and never appeared again. If there were no accidents, he should have returned to the second universe. Perhaps he was in the ancestral land of the Een Demon clan. Yi Xian had guessed correctly. The Green Jade ruler that recorded the entire inheritance of the Medicine King was indeed in the ancestral land of the Een Demon clan. Right now, it was being studied by the clan leader and a group of elders. However, the Jade ruler was not brought back by Ling Huzhu to the Een Demon clan. That guy had died long ago. It was the elder of the Een Demon clan, Een Chi, who disguised himself and took the Cyan Jade ruler back to the second universe. Since I've come to the second universe, I should settle my grudges with Ling Huzhu. This guy is a descendant of the Ling Hu clan. yet he colluded with the Second Universe's Demon clan. This is truly a disgrace to the Linghu clan. After all, this young master has accepted a favor from the Linghu clan and used their name. Moreover, Mr. Who has brought the other members of the Linghu clan to seek refuge in Triumph City. They can be considered one of us. No matter how you look at it, this young master has the obligation to clean up the clan. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but burst out with a cold light. What's more, when we were exploring the Medicine King's remains, Linghu Ju threw an undying and imperishable pearl into the farmer god cauldron. That's this young master's treasure from the desolate era. It's not a garbage dump. How can anyone throw something away as they wish? That undying and imperishable pearl was provided by the Demon clan. This matter, the Demon clan, also has an unshirkable responsibility. What's more, long before this young master, the ancient Medicine King was the previous owner of the farmer god cauldron. Speaking of which, he can be considered this young master's senior brother. Since that's the case, how can this young master ignore the fact that senior brother's inheritance has fallen into the hands of the Demon clan? It doesn't make sense at all. In a sense, now that this young master has obtained the inheritance of the Netherclaw, I'm basically the successor of the Netherworld clan. This clan is the beginning of the Demon clan in the Second Universe. In other words, this young master's identity is now the ancestor of the Demon clan. My descendants are unfilial. As the ancestor, I naturally have to teach them a lesson and teach them how to conduct themselves and how to be this ancestor's grandson. In the end, Yi Xian felt that this was indeed the case and immediately became excited. In that case, it was obvious that he had to go to the Demon clan. Moreover, this time, he was going to show off his ancestry. Just thinking about it made him feel satisfied. However, before he went, in addition to mastering the Netherclaw, he also had to change his appearance. At the very least, in terms of appearance, he had to be extremely similar to the legendary Netherworld clan. In this way, coupled with the fact that he could use the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, his identity would not arouse suspicion. After all, the Demon clan was an entire clan. If he went there alone, it would be somewhat dangerous. Of course, even if he went there as a member of the Netherworld clan, it was difficult to guarantee that there wouldn't be any trouble. After all, if an ancestor suddenly fell from the sky and wanted to sit on his neck and act like a tyrant, no one would be willing to do such a thing. However, Yi Xian had confidence in the power of the Netherworld Claw. In addition, if it really didn't work out, he still had other means. At the very least, there was absolutely no problem in terms of safety. Therefore, after some consideration, this matter was settled. Yi Xian decided that his first stop in the Second Universe was to go to the Demon clan. After dealing with this clan, he would go to the Netherworld Turtle Sea. He actually had other considerations in mind. After all, the Netherworld Turtle Sea was too vast. It was an entire star domain. It was a little too difficult for Yi Xian alone to explore there and find clues to the ancient tortoiseshell. If he could subdue the entire Demon clan before this, and use the clan's power to do things for him, then his efficiency would be greatly increased. The probability of finding the ancient tortoiseshell would also be higher. Soon, Yi Xian focused again. His divine sense touched the dark green withered claw in the sky above his knowledge sea, and a wave of coldine energy instantly surged out. He wasn't in a hurry to change. Instead, he carefully pondered the mysteries within, like an old monk in meditation. After a full half a day, Yi Xian's form began to change. From a body of flesh and blood, he transformed into a body of energy that emitted a cold and obscure aura. This was the aura of the fleeting figure he saw in the picture of the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw. Since then, he finally figured out the characteristics of the Netherworld clan's form. After a short while, the drifting and nimble cold energy transformed again, taking the form of a human. However, it was no longer young Master Linghu's appearance. Instead, it had taken the form of a pale-faced, skinny young man with a pair of triangular eyes. He gave off the appearance of a scheming young man, and his entire body was emitting an extremely cold feeling. Xiao! Suddenly, this cold young man raised his hand and waved. Thousands of miles away, a meteor whistling past suddenly split into two. A dark green, withered claw flashed through the void. Chapter 3398. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Evil Weapon, Lustful Smoke. Net the Een Demon Clan lived in a cold place in the Western Star region of the Second Universe. It was located in the deepest part of this cold place, and its name was the Een Nest, because the Een Demon Clan was not a clan of the Federation, and because the members of this clan had always been sinister and evil, they were not well liked among the clans of the Second Universe, not to mention the clans of the Federation. Even the clans of the Federation did not like to interact with the Een Demon Clan. Therefore, the Een Nest, where the Een clan lived, was basically lonely all year round. Very few strong figures could be seen. At most, one would occasionally see one or two ghostly figures drifting by. These were all the members of the Een Demon Clan. After changing his form, Yi Xian even put away the Dongshu shuttle and did not hide his body anymore. Just like that, he used the appearance of a cold human male to cross the void of the Second Universe with his physical body and quickly rushed to the Western Star region, where the Een Demon Clan's Een Nest was located. Along the way, he occasionally gave orders to the devouring system in his body to activate the attached star communication system and connect to the star networks of the clans of the Second Universe along the way to obtain some information. Basically, all the clans of the Second Universe had joined the Wan Luo Federation. Therefore, the clans of the Second Universe had introduced and used the human race's technology. This could be seen from the fact that the strong clans of the Second Universe all had their own small private battleships and military fleets. However, the clans of the Second Universe's Federation could not compare to the human race in terms of the use of the human race's technology and elements. Although their administrative planets also had star networks and even had the star superbrain as the central hub of the star network, they were all the most ordinary and low-level goods. This level of star network was simply unable to stop the invasion of Yi Xian's personal star communication system. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He could easily obtain any information he needed. Moreover, it was done so flawlessly that not a single trace of it could be found. Yi Xian quickly understood the aftermath of the chaos that had happened in the Heavenly Star region of the Third Universe's Heavenly War Empire. Basically, it was similar to what he had predicted and did not attract too much attention from Yi Xian. The only thing that shocked him was the second outbreak of the universe zombies. This time, it was even more serious than the last time. The inexplicable appearance of the universe zombies had actually broken through the administrative planet and spread out in the boundless space of the universe. The planet that Tuoba Linfeng had first massacred had now exploded, causing a huge commotion in the human race and even in the three universes. Just like that, an entire administrative planet was silently massacred. No one was left alive. All the creatures were either torn to pieces, their limbs and flesh scattered all over the surface of the planet, or turned into terrifying cosmic zombies. Some of them were still wandering inside the stars, but some had the ability to fly and rushed into the void of the universe outside the atmosphere. They had already spread out, and their footprints had covered a small area of the star sector. Strange, looking at the situation. This time the zombie crisis in the universe clearly started from this star, But this place is so far away from the Heavenly War Empire where the zombie crisis first broke out. This doesn't make sense. Analyzing this information, Yi Xian's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. And at that time, the zombie crisis in the Heavenly War Empire was indeed resolved. The 4 zombie kings were all dead when this young master left. Although there were still some low-level zombies, how could the joint fleet of the Immortal Dynasty and the Heavenly War Empire not be able to deal with those low-level zombies? They actually let the fish escape the net. This is not possible. Faintly, Yi Xian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong, as if he had overlooked something extremely important. But after thinking hard, there was no result at all. In desperation, he could only temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. Now that he was in the second universe, it was impossible for him to return to the human race in a short time. He wanted to intervene and explore the matter there, but he was powerless. What's more, the second zombie outbreak was no longer a secret. With the power of the entire Immortal Dynasty suppressing it, there should not be any problems. Taking a step back, if the entire Immortal Dynasty could not suppress it with his own power, even if he returned to the third universe of the human race, now what could he do? Thinking like this, Yi Xian quickly stopped thinking about this matter. Maybe when he returned to the third universe of the human race soon, this outbreak of the universe zombie crisis would have been completely suppressed. Who knows? In addition to this news, there was another piece of news that also caught Yi Xian's attention, which made him quite interested. And the location of this news was not in the third universe, but in the second universe. A legendary evil weapon at the level of a primordial treasure was about to be born. This evil weapon was called Yanluo. It was said that Yanluo was a mysterious pink silk cloth that was only a foot in size. This treasure was woven from an unknown material, and it was impervious to water and fire. And there were some beautiful women embroidered on both sides of the silk cloth. They were all primordial existences whose spiritual sense had been absorbed by this treasure. It was said that after refining this treasure, there was a chance to shape the soul of the ancient demon that was sealed in the silk cloth, leaving only a trace of spiritual sense, so that it could reappear in the human world and be ready to serve. This treasure was one of the 9 legendary evil weapons of the primordial era. It was a legendary treasure in later generations, and countless strong people in the starry sky were scrambling for it. What made Yi Xian speechless was that, according to the rumor, the place where Yanluo was born this time happened to be the Sea of Hades turtles that he was about to go to later. Not long ago, some strong people in the starry sky saw a strange phenomenon in a corner of the Sea of Hades turtles. In a beam of light that rose into the sky, there was a silk cloth fluttering in the wind. But soon, the light beam stopped and disappeared. These strong people in the starry sky went back and looked up a lot of information. In the end, they confirmed that the silk cloth was very similar to the Yanluo, one of the 9 legendary evil weapons of the primordial era. When the news spread, the 3 universes were in an uproar. No one doubted it, because recently many primordial treasures had appeared in the world. The Shennong giant cauldron that young Master Linghu obtained was a primordial treasure. In addition, Fairy Inxia's soul entangling chain, Xiaoyao Zi's red blood chop, and barrier breaker boots were all primordial treasures, and they had never been heard of before. Obviously, they suddenly appeared in a mysterious area and were obtained by Xiaoyao Zi and Fairy Inxia, including the demon dust woman's zither of hatred and the fallen demon son's Qi demon flag. They had all appeared recently. It could be said that it was the zither of hatred and other primordial treasures that created the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, including young Master Linghu, who was known as a peerless genius. If it wasn't for the Shennong giant cauldron, he would have died long ago. He wouldn't be able to become a peerless figure like he was now, and his name could shake the 3 universes. Chapter 3399. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, the ancestor, was overjoyed. Obviously, as the news of the primordial treasure Yenluo appearing in the Abyss Turtle Sea spread, all the big and small forces in the three universes would be alarmed. Who didn't hope for a young genius to appear in their clan that could compete with the 4 peerless geniuses of the human clan, or even the 2 peerless geniuses? Without a doubt, the Abyss Turtle Sea would soon become lively. In addition to the experts of various races in the second universe, the experts from the third universe's human clan, the overlord of the first universe's Tianji clan, and their servants would gather to fight for this primordial treasure, Yenluo. This made Yi Xian somewhat speechless, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he thought that after he left Universe 3, he had jumped out of the center of the whirlpool where the wind and clouds were surging. He didn't expect that even though he ran away, the whirlpool of wind and clouds seemed to have eyes and actually chased after him to Universe 2. It was really depressing. Yi Xian wasn't interested in this so-called Yenluo. It wasn't like he didn't have any primordial treasures or even primordial treasures in his hands, so he wasn't interested in this kind of thing. In addition, this Yenluo was an evil weapon, and it was in the form of a silk. It was obvious at a glance that it was a woman's item, so he was even less interested in it. But even so, he was afraid that he would be dragged into the battle for the treasure this time, because it was impossible for Yi Xian not to go to the Abyss Turtle Sea. Although he was going there to search for clues about the Void Dimension technique and try to find other ancient turtle shells others didn't know, and would definitely regard him as a competitor for the primordial treasure, Yenluo. When the time came, there would definitely be a fight. It seems that I have to go even if I don't want to. Soon, the Abyss Turtle Sea will be turbulent, and all the major forces in the 3 universes will gather. This is really troublesome. Shaking his head and bitterly smiling, Yi Xian became even more determined to head to the Een Demon clan and subdue them under his command. If that's the case, then this young master won't be able to do it alone. Some powers will see me as a soft persimmon that they want to pinch at will. If I'm forced into a corner, it's inevitable that my identity will be exposed. Only by taking the Een Devil clan under my command and leading them to move out in full strength would they be considered a force. Then, there would be fewer existences who would dare to provoke us. Naturally, there would be fewer troubles. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and his speed unknowingly increased by a large margin. Not far ahead was the western star field of the second universe. The Een Demon clan's ancestral land, the Een Nest, was in the depths of this star field. They were almost at their destination. The Een Nest was actually a place similar to the Void Mystic Realm. This was a starry sky level cold place. It was similar to a black hole with a fixed entrance. After entering it, one would find themselves in a dark and cold world that was different from the outer space. This Een Nest emitted cold, evil, and filthy aura all year round, which affected a part of the void. Therefore, this small star area around the Een Nest was filled with Een Chi. In this vast area, there was not a single life planet. Therefore, no starry sky experts would come to this star area. Even the heaven and earth spirit energy here was very thin. Almost all of it was cold Een Chi. Why would they come here? As for everything inside the Een Nest, except for the members of the Een Demon clan, the outside world basically didn't know. This clan was too mysterious and didn't like to communicate with the outside world. Everything about this clan was basically a blank slate to the other races. There weren't many members of the Een Demon clan. There were only slightly more than 10,000 of them. Over the countless years, they had maintained this number. The members of this clan didn't reproduce through bloodline. All the members of the Een Demon clan were born from the Een Pool in the depths of the Een Nest. The Een Pool was a forbidden area in the Een Nest of the Een Demon clan's ancestral land. Except for the Patriarch and the 9 elders, no one was allowed to approach it. The Patriarch's name was Een Emperor. It was said that his cultivation base had reached the 15th Great Realm. He was an almighty expert of the universe. However, Een Emperor had entered the Een Pool to cultivate in seclusion hundreds of years ago. He wanted to break through his bloodline and become a member of the Netherworld clan. Moreover, it was a seclusion where he couldn't come out unless he succeeded. Therefore, for the past hundreds of years, the Een Demon clan was basically controlled by the 9 elders. The 9 elders were called Een 1, Een 2, Een San, until Een Jiao, the Een Chi who colluded with Ling Hu Ju and went to the Third Universe's Heavenly War Empire and brought back the Green Jade ruler that recorded the complete inheritance of the Medicine King, was actually just a clone of the Een Demon clan's old Een Chi. Een Chi's original body was the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Among the 9 elders of the Een Demon clan, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao were the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Een Si, Een Wu, and Een Lu were the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm. Een 1, Een 2, and Een San were the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Realm. The 9 elders weren't all in the clan. The 3 elders of the first grade, Een E and Een San, had left many years ago and weren't in the clan right now. The 3 elders of the second grade, Een Si, Een Wu, and Een Lu, were either in seclusion to break through or outside. They were also not in the clan. For the past 100 years, the entire Een Demon clan was jointly controlled by the 3 elders of the third grade, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao. In other words, Yi Xian had to face more than 10,000 Een Demon clansmen and 3 elders of the third grade, who were in the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm, when he came to the Een Demon clan this time. As long as he didn't make too big of a commotion, the clan leader and the other 2 elders of the second grade, who were in seclusion, wouldn't be alarmed. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know this. He didn't even know the structure of the Een Demon clan's clansmen, nor did he know that the clan leader, Een Emperor, was a supreme expert of the universe in the 15th Great Realm. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to come to his door and call him his grandsons. Moreover, he would be calling him a nest of grandsons. Of course, this feeling was very good. Just thinking about it made him feel like he was floating. He had already decided that in the future, he would definitely look around and see if there were any descendants of the desolate ancient Yiksha clan in the Federation of the Second Universe. If there were, he could go and find a nest of grandsons. As for the Enji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, and the other top 10 clans of the Second Universe, they basically all had the desolate ancient bloodline. Yi Xian reckoned that he would definitely be able to find a corresponding ancestor's inheritance among the 106 9-pupil golden crystals in his possession. When he obtained the inheritance, he planned to go and find a nest of grandsons. These kinds of disciples and grand-disciples were free anyway, so the more the better. In any case, Yi Xian wouldn't complain about having too many. When needed, he could use them as cannon fodder. Of course, everything had to start from the Een Demon clan. With excitement in his heart, Yi Xian soon arrived at the western star field of the Second Universe, where the cold aura was at its peak. He stood in the void outside the entrance of the Een Nest and roared, "Disciples and grand-disciples of the Een Demon clan, your ancestor has arrived. All grandsons, come out and quickly welcome him. Pooh." Chapter 3400. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Suppressing the Disobedient Descendant, Puff. In the depths of the Een Nest, Elder Een Chi spat out the tea he just drank, and his old face turned black. Then he roared, "Damn it, where did this reckless guy come from? How dare he come to the ancestral land of the Een Demon clan to make a ruckus? Calling him a disciple and a disciple, how annoying! I must tear him apart. Before he finished speaking, Yin Chi had already leaped up, followed by a group of trusted subordinates, and rushed to the exit of the Yin nest in the ancestral land. This scene fell into the senses of the two elders, Yin Ba and Yin Jiu. They were originally furious, but at this moment, they suppressed the impulse in their hearts and didn't move. On the one hand, these three elders who were currently in power in the clan only seemed to be harmonious on the surface, but they were secretly scheming against each other. Since Yin Chi had already taken action, the other two were not interested in going. On the other hand, it was just a reckless little thief who came to seek death. The three elders of the Yin Demon clan were giving him too much face by taking action at the same time. After a short while, Yin Chi led a group of trusted subordinates behind him, a total of more than 100 clansmen of the Yin Demon clan, out of the Yin Nest's entrance and exit. Their figures floated in the void, and they pointed at Yi Xian angrily. They roared angrily, "Where did this little thief come from? How dare you come to my Yin Demon clan to seek death? Quickly kneel and come forward, and I will leave you a complete corpse." At this time, Yi Xian had the appearance of a young human with triangular eyes, a cold aura, and a pale face. Yin Chi thought this was a little troublemaker from the human clan, so he didn't take it seriously. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up into a ferocious smile. "How dare you? The ancestor is here. How dare you, an unfilial descendant, do this? You are simply disobedient, and unfilial. I must suppress you today." Yi Xian felt great in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He suddenly sank, and at the same time he shouted, his shoulders slightly shook, and in an instant he turned into a dark green mist that was faintly discernible to the soul. It was exactly the appearance of the figure he saw in the Netherworld Claw's inheritance. Although it had the shape of a human, it was obvious that it was not a physical body. Its entire body was covered in a thick, dark green fog, and its face could be vaguely seen. Its eyes were also emitting two dark green lights that seemed to have substance. At the same time, an incomparably cold aura gushed out from Yi Xian's body. It was the effect of activating the dark green Hades claw that was hovering above his sea of consciousness. Nether body. This is impossible. On the opposite side, Yin Chi's face instantly turned green, and he was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was too great, and even his words were stuttering. The more than 100 trusted subordinates behind him were instantly petrified. As members of the Yin Demon clan, they could naturally recognize the Nether body. This was because there was a faint trace of the Nether bloodline flowing in their bodies. At this moment, they did not even need to look at it. The vague feeling and suppression of the bloodline allowed them to understand it in their hearts. In fact, the reason why the patriarch of the Yin Demon clan, Yin Emperor, entered the forbidden area of the Yin Pool in the ancestral land's Yin Nest to cultivate in seclusion hundreds of years ago was to seek a breakthrough and return his bloodline to its ancestral roots. From there, he could obtain some kind of powerful bloodline ability in the legends of the Nether clan. However, before the patriarch, Yin Emperor had succeeded in cultivating in seclusion, a pure Nether clan member had already appeared in front of them. This aura was definitely not wrong. The vague feeling and suppression at the bloodline level could not be faked. This person in front of them was indeed a pure Nether clan member. However, wasn't the legendary Nether clan already extinct in the later stages of the primordial era? They only left behind a mixed blood descendant, which was the current Yin Demon clan. The aura of the Nether clan member in front of them was incomparably pure. He was not a mixed blood at all. Where exactly did he come from? Yin Chi was confused as this question was tangled in his mind. When he thought about how, in a certain sense, this person in front of him was really his ancestor, he suddenly felt as if he was in a mess. It was inevitable for anyone who encountered this kind of situation. A stranger suddenly appeared, and you could be sure that he was your ancestor. What kind of nonsense was this? Before he could sort out the doubts in his heart, Yi Xian spoke again. This young master was born in the later stages of the primordial era. At that time, I was still young and coincidentally met with the arrival of the Great Tribulation. I was sealed in an innately cold place by my father. I was finally born recently, but I was shocked to hear that my clan had already been annihilated in the long river of history. I was originally disheartened. Fortunately, I was shocked to hear that there was still a mixed-blood descendant with an impure bloodline that had been passed down to this day. I came here with a little consolation. Originally, I wanted to recognize a group of disciples and grand disciples. At the very least, I wanted to pass down the bloodline ability of my Nether clan. I didn't expect you to be such a group of rebellious descendants. When you saw your ancestor, you actually wanted to kill me. This young master is truly bitterly disappointed. Forget it. Forget it. In the end, you're just a bunch of mixed-blood descendants with impure bloodlines. This young master is indeed too stubborn about this matter. It seems that the bloodline ability of my Nether clan, the Nether Claw that once cut the Heavenly Tao's green eye into two during the primordial era, will be completely severed from now on. When this young master passes away, this ability will become the last song of the starry sky. At the end of his speech, Yi Xian seemed to have some thoughts. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He raised his hand slightly and waved it gently. Swish, rumble, a peerlessly sharp sound of the air being torn apart resounded. Subsequently, in a space 5,000 kilometers away, a small star that was like a shooting star was strangely slashed by a strand of invisible netherworld energy, and it was split into two. Oh my God. Nether Claw. Seeing this scene, Yin Qi was so scared that he almost sat down in the air. The expression on his face changed wildly once again, and a trace of boundless joy could be vaguely seen. This kind of ability was the most powerful ability of the Nether clan's bloodline. Now that Yi Xian had displayed it in front of everyone, its power was exactly the same as in the rumors. Moreover, this person actually knew the secret of the Yin Demon clan's teachings. It was recorded in the teachings that their clan's ancestor, the clan emperor of the Nether clan, had made a remarkable achievement during the primordial era. Once the Nether Claw was used, even the Heavenly Tao's green eye of the primordial eras will of the Heavenly Tao was cut in half, apart from a group of elders, and the clan leader, even the clansmen didn't know about this. Since this person could say it, there was no doubt about his identity. Moreover, from what he said, this person was actually the youngest son of the clan emperor of the Nether clan. He was sealed in an innately cold place and had only been born now. His origins were truly extraordinary. He had pierced through the heavens. Even if the clan leader, the Yin Emperor, was here, he would immediately prostrate himself on the ground. Although the other party's words weren't pleasant to the ears and kept calling him a mixed blood, it was still understandable that he was an ancestor who had just been born and didn't know the ways of the world. More importantly, what did the ancestor just say? That he wanted to pass down the Nether clan's bloodline ability? What the F***CK? This was enough. Nothing else mattered. Chapter 3401. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Boundless Longevity. Plot. Ancestor. Long live the boundless longevity. This unfilial descendant, Yin Qi, has been disrespectful just now. Please punish me, ancestor. Yin Qi eventually knelt down. Although they were in the void and the bodies of the Yin demons weren't solid, there shouldn't be any sound when they knelt down. However, in order to show the effect, as he knelt down, He purposely transformed a piece of hemp stone under his knees, making it bumpy. Moreover, even his legs turned into flesh and blood in the instant before he knelt down. As he knelt down heavily, his knees knocked against the bumpy green rock, making a heavy plop sound. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel his scalp tighten when he heard it. This old fellow was really not an ordinary retard. He was too easy to trick. Although he thought so, Yi Xian didn't show it on his face. His figure flashed, and he returned to his human form. He waved his hand and said slowly, that's more like it. That's my good grandson. When I'm going to pass on the bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, I'll definitely choose the most pleasing person. Now, it seems that it's most likely you. Rise. Plop. Plop. It would have been fine if he didn't say that, but once he said that, the 100 or so Een demon clansmen behind Een Chi all knelt down. Moreover, they all followed Een Chi's example and materialized the flesh on their legs, transforming into a large, bumpy bluestone under their knees. When they knelt down like this, a series of plop sounds rang out, causing even Yi Xian to be caught off guard. There were even a few more vicious fellows. The large bluestone that appeared under their feet was not only full of potholes, but also densely packed with sharp spikes. When they knelt down, their brittle heads would be pierced by the spikes, and blood would flow out. After all, their legs had turned into flesh and blood. What should bleed would still bleed. It seemed that what he said before he rose was effective. When he was going to pass on the bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, he would definitely choose the most pleasing person to pass on to. In other words, everyone was equal and had a chance. These fellows were all envious. They were trying their best to show off. Regarding this point, Elder Een Chi was also well aware of it. He immediately glared at those guys whose knees were bleeding. He had already secretly prepared to kill them. Damn it, they actually dared to snatch the fortune from Master. They clearly didn't want to live anymore. You guys, who the hell are you? Are you retarded? Yi Xian's expression darkened, and he scolded on the spot. Kneeling and kowtowing is a gesture of sincerity. What's the point of doing this? All of you are already bastards. If you continue to do this, won't people laugh at this old ancestor's nest of Een Devil Clan descendants? Not only are they bastards, but they are also all stupid pigs. Wah, I'm so pissed off. Yi Xian had also gotten into character. Previously, he had called himself the Young Master, but now that Een Chi had brought this group of Een Demon Clan clansmen to kneel on the ground, he immediately called himself the Ancestor. He spoke so sneakily. However, none of the people kneeling on the ground felt that it was harsh to the ears. Even the words bastards made them feel very comfortable in their hearts. At the very least, this meant that the ancestor before them had already acknowledged their identity as mixed-blood descendants. Damned fellows, how dare you provoke old ancestor? What if old ancestor's body is damaged from anger? Een Chi immediately stood up, and as he scolded, he raised his hands and slapped out 2 palms. These fellows with ulterior motives, I can't let you live. Boom, boom. 2 energy explosions sounded, and those 2 fellows exploded into a cloud of cold mist on the spot. Their consciousness dissipated, and they turned into ashes. As his trusted subordinates, they couldn't resist the huge temptation and dared to snatch the creation from him. This was clearly an ingrate, and he couldn't be allowed to live. Although Een Chi didn't say these words, the hundreds of Een Devil Clan's subordinates who were kneeling behind him knew clearly. All of them trembled and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. All right, what did old ancestor say just now? Do I need to ask you to stand up respectfully? Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his expression darkened. He waved his hand, showing his displeasure. This group of fellows didn't dare to delay any longer, and all of them hurriedly got up. Een Chi bowed slightly and welcomed Yi Xian like a eunuch. He pointed at the entrance of the Yin nest and said, "Old ancestor, it's windy outside. It won't be good if you catch a cold. Please follow me home." All right. After all, they are old ancestors' descendants. Although they are bastards with impure bloodlines, they can be considered as family. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Xian seized the opportunity and didn't let it go. He took advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, and his heart was already bubbling with joy. However, he didn't plan to stop there. As he spoke, he seemed to casually mention it, but in reality he was throwing it out and thinking about the treasures of the Een Demon clan. Coincidentally, this ancestor has just been born, so I don't know much about this world. It's quite boring, so I'll see what interesting things you unfilial descendants have to play with to pass the time. Yes, there are. Please, old ancestor. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Yin Qi hurriedly responded and bowed, leading the way in front. Old ancestor, don't worry. There are many interesting things. I'll send them to you in a while. Please don't mind. You know, we are just a bunch of useless bastards. We can't take out anything that can catch your eye. It's fine. As long as you have the heart. Yi Xian waved his hand, but sighed in his heart. This bastard is so King filial. Een nest, deep in the ancestral land. In the cave residence of the other two elders, Een Ba and Een Jiao. Een Ba and Een Jiao didn't pay much attention to the situation outside the Een nest. It was just a reckless young human who came to make a ruckus. With Een Qi's help, he would definitely die. They didn't have the time to care about this kind of thing. Therefore, they didn't know what happened outside at first. It was only when their subordinates reported the situation that Een Ba and Een Jiao suddenly stood up in shock and regret. What? The Netherworld clan's young master? He actually displayed the legendary bloodline ability of the Netherworld Claw in front of everyone. He instantly and silently cut a small meteor thousands of miles away into two halves. Wahahaha, we've really suffered a huge loss this time. A living ancestor has come knocking on our door, and he actually said that he would choose the one that he liked the most, and that he would impart the bloodline ability Netherworld Claw. Old Seven is really lucky this time. No, we can't let him take all the advantages. If you want to play, why should you? We are also mixed blood descendants of the Netherworld clan. We are also bastards. We also have to kowtow to the old ancestor. Chapter 3402. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations, who are these two bastards? When he led Yi Xian into the Een nest, Yin Qi had already secretly glanced at his trusted aide. The latter understood, and immediately walked a few steps forward to rush to the front. Yin Qi could tell that this Netherworld race's young master ancestor had just been born. He was not very shrewd and was easy to coax. As long as he was happy, he would definitely find Yin Qi pleasing to the eye. The Netherworld race's bloodline ability would most likely be passed on to him first. Although he did not say that he would not pass on the other skills, what if the other skills were delayed after one was passed on? No one could afford to wait for 180 years. Therefore, Yin Qi only wanted to make the Netherworld race's ancestor happy. Although he was in the 12th realm, the Void realm, the Netherworld race's ancestor had just been born. His cultivation was not high and was only in the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. However, Yin Qi had never thought of using force. On one hand, this little ancestor was not shrewd and was easy to coax. There was no need to use force. On the other hand, the Een Devil clan was, after all, a mixed-blood descendant of the Netherworld clan. When it came to using force, they might be able to kill a pure-blood member of the Netherworld clan because their cultivation was higher than the other party. However, It was impossible for them to search the other party's soul and obtain the secrets of the other party's bloodline. Yi Xian was well aware of this. That was why he was so calm. He threw out the great temptation of the Netherworld race's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw. He was sure that this group of people would not be able to resist. No matter how strong their cultivation was, they could only hold their breaths in front of him. Soon, Yi Xian was led by Yin Qi with an ingratiating smile. They passed through the Yin Nest tunnel and arrived inside the Yin Nest. What entered their eyes was a dark and cold world. Although there was also the void and stars, the main color was gray. There was no source of yang energy. There was only cold Yin energy everywhere. Welcome, Ancestor. We wish Ancestor Huansuan to enjoy immortal blessings and live as long as the heavens. The Yin demon clansmen in front of him were all kneeling on the ground. There were at least 3,000 to 4,000 Yin demons in total. The entire Yin Devil clan had a total of over 10,000 people, and they were all under the control of the 3 elders. 7 Yin's lineage had 3,000 to 4,000 people, and all of them were present, kneeling here. Needless to say, Yin Qi really knew how to arrange things. It was as if he could tell that Yi Xian liked this kind of extravagance, so he arranged things to suit his taste. If Yin Qi knew that the reason why Yi Xian liked this kind of extravagance was because he saw these bastards being taken advantage of by him, and they were so willing, crying and shouting as if they wanted to die, that was why he felt so happy and comfortable. Yin Qi would probably explode on the spot and spit out blood. Hey, what are you doing? What's the point of making such a big show of extravagance? This ancestor has always kept a low profile, and I don't like this the most. Yi Xian was so happy that he almost floated in the air when he saw the Yin demon clansmen kneeling in front of him. Although he said that he liked to keep a low profile, he had already soared into the air and arrived in front of the group of people kneeling, enjoying their worship. He wasn't in a hurry to get them to stand up. First, he smiled and swept his gaze over these guys. Finally, he gently waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough. Bastards, get up. Thank you, Ancestor. We wish Ancestor Huansuan to enjoy immortal blessings and live as long as the heavens." These bastards were all beaming with joy. Ancestor Huansuan had seriously glanced at them just now. Everyone felt that they had caught the Ancestor Huansuan's eyes, and they might even be remembered by the Ancestor Huansuan. It was just a matter of time before they would have a meteoric rise. Overjoyed, these guys all got up one after another. They didn't dare to block the path in front of them and took the initiative to retreat to the side, looking at him with burning eyes. "Ancestor, this way, please." Yin Qi could see that this young master of the Netherworld race clearly liked this very much. Wasn't he so happy now that his mouth was all the way behind his ears? Thinking about it, it was normal. He was the young master of the powerful Netherworld race in the Antiquity Age. Now that he was born in the current age, he found that the Netherworld race had already declined. How strong was the sense of loss in his heart? Under such circumstances, it was rare for him to enjoy the noble treatment of those years in the nest of his bastard descendants. Naturally, he was happy. Since the Ancestor Huansuan was happy, Yin Qi was naturally happy as well. He vaguely felt that he had already grasped the Ancestor Huansuan's preferences. It seemed that the Netherworld Claw's divine ability couldn't escape and would definitely belong to him. Thinking of this, Yin Qi felt that his body was a little floating. On this side, just as the 3,000 to 4,000 subordinates of Yin Qi retreated far away, 2 groups of people immediately floated over like dark clouds in front of them. One on the left and one on the right, there were 3,000 to 4,000 people on each side. When they approached, they directly knelt down in front of Yi Xian. The 2 people in the lead were Yin Ba and Yin Jiao. After the 2 of them knelt down, Their heads were lowered, but they each held a small space box in their hands. They raised it high and shouted, "Ancestor, Old 8 is here. Please forgive me. I have prepared some small things here. They are a meeting gift for the ancestor." It's the same for Old 9. They're not good things, but they represent Old 9's sincerity. I hope the ancestor Huansun won't mind and accept them. Old 8? Old 9? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously glanced at Yin Qi, who was beside him. And when he saw that his expression immediately darkened, he immediately understood. It seemed that these two fellows were the same as Yin Qi, clan elders of the Yin Demon clan. They must have received the news and rushed over to flatter him. To put it bluntly, their ultimate goal was to win his favor so that they could obtain the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately calmed down. As long as the other party had this intention, they would be firmly controlled by him. Moreover, there was Yin Qi, who was deeply poisoned, beside him now. Even if the two in front of him didn't fall for his trick, with Yin Qi around, they couldn't do anything to him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face darkened. He raised his hand and patted his chest, saying, "Who are these two bastards?" They suddenly rushed out and led a group of people to Caodao. This ancestor Huansun was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. This was originally something that Yi Xian said casually to take advantage of the situation again. He didn't expect that when it reached Yin Ba and Yin Jiu's ears, it was no different from the sound of nature. The two old fellows immediately grinned and were incomparably excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They fought to be the first to reveal their identities and express their loyalty. Yes, yes, yes. The ancestor is so perceptive. Aren't the two of us bastards? Your mixed-blood descendant, your seed, is short for bastard. This is what it means, Ancestor Huansun, right? The one beside you is the bastard Old 7, this is the bastard Old 8, and I'm the bastard Old 9. We're all your seed. Originally, Yi Xian felt comfortable calling them bastards. However, after hearing it so many times, especially when these two fellows kept calling them bastards, and then saying that they were all his seed, Yi Xian gradually felt that it wasn't so. Weren't they King scolding him? Chapter 3403. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios getting the Medicine King inheritance Yi Xian felt awkward when he thought about how these bastards had brought him in as well. His face couldn't help but darken. Yin Qi, who was watching from the side, was overjoyed when she saw Yi Xian's unhappy expression. Just as she was about to jump out and attack Yin Ba and Yin Jiu to establish a bad first impression of them in the eyes of the patriarch. However, these two fellows were quick to react. Seeing that the situation was not right, they quickly changed the topic and opened the small space box in their hands in an extremely nimble manner, while Lala, ding ding dang dang. In an instant, all the treasures in the two small space boxes poured out and piled up into two small hills in the void. A lot of strange, clanking sounds rang out, and all kinds of dazzling brilliance burst out. The surrounding Yin demons all stared at them. Even Yi Xian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. There were some heaven and earth treasures and rare minerals that even he didn't have. As expected of the two elders in charge of the Yin Demon clan, they spared no expense for the Nether Claw. They were indeed generous. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the two small hills of various heaven and earth treasures, rare minerals, cultivation resources, and even finished products in front of him, the two elders were immediately invigorated. They immediately stood up and waved their hands behind them. The 6,000 to 7,000 Yin demons immediately retreated silently. On the other hand, Yin Ba and Yin Jiu surrounded Yi Xian from left and right. Each of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, as they excitedly introduced the two small piles of treasures to him. Look, Patriarch, this is the Wuji gold crystal, the best material for refining weapons. This is the Phoenix blood grass, the best material for refining medicine. It is said that the 14th level liquid of the human race's science and technology faction requires this material. Of course, that is the formula in the derivation. The human race has no use for it, and only the 11th level liquid has been created. What? You don't know what the 11th level liquid is? Oh, by the way, you've just been born, so it's normal that you don't know about this. The 11th grade liquid is a kind of body refining medicinal liquid refined by the human race. As they spoke, Yin Ba and Yin Jiu kept the two small hills of treasures in front of Yi Xian back into the small space box. Finally, he stuffed the small box into Yi Xian's hands and said fawningly, "Ancestor, with your experience, these little things naturally won't catch your eye. However, they are novel and interesting. Take your time to play with them. We'll gather more for you later. Yes, yes, yes. We are your most loyal bastard descendants. You must remember us, Bastard Old 8 and Bastard Old 9. Old 8, you guys have gone too far." Before Yin Ba and Yin Jiu could finish their words, Yin Qi, whose face was as gloomy as water, could no longer hold it in and suddenly shouted, "Didn't you see that Old 7, was the one who brought the Patriarch into the sect? I haven't even had the time to say anything yet. What do you mean by this? Isn't it just a bunch of broken things? Don't tell me I don't have them?" As he spoke, Yin Qi coldly snorted and took out a small spatial box from his bosom. He handed it over to Yi Xian with a smile and said in a fawning manner, "Ancestor, Little 7 has a lot of these things as well. We don't care about them. Hee, and they don't have what Little 7 has. Hey, this green jade ruler is an item from the primordial era. It is said that it was left behind by a medicine king in the primordial era. It records the entire inheritance of the medicine king. This is a good thing. Little 7 hasn't had the time to study it yet. He just got it not long ago. Oh, of course. To Old Ancestor, this is just a small broken jade ruler. However, it is an item from the primordial era after all. Old Ancestor, you can more or less feel close to it since it came from the same era." At this point, the faces of Yin Ba and Yin Jiu were already filled with disdain. This old thing was too shameless. In order to curry favor with them, he even took out the Medicine King's inheritance that he had just obtained, which he had flaunted in front of them after returning, but did not even allow them to touch it. The key was that he said Little 7 as if he was a little follower. He cursed his neighbor and wanted to take the Old Ancestor for himself. He was simply too shameless. Nonsense! How is this an item from the primordial era? Yi Xian was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He rolled his eyes and said, "How can this Old Ancestor not see the aura of the primordial era? This is at most an item from the primordial era, but it's close to the later stage of the primordial era. This Old Ancestor sighed when he saw it. It's not a bad idea. Little 7, you're a good bastard, a good bastard." Speaking of this, Yi Xian raised his hand and patted Yin Qi's shoulder. He had an expression that said, "I think very highly of you. Continue to work hard, and you have a bright future ahead of you." Of course, he took the opportunity to throw out a few more words, taking advantage of Yin Qi. However, Yin Qi was flattered. This good bastard was very impressive. From the beginning to the end, he had heard the Old Ancestor say the word bastard many times. However, until now, he was the only one who could make the Old Ancestor praise him as a good bastard. Yin Qi, who was greatly encouraged, immediately puffed out her chest and proudly glanced at Yin Ba and Yin Jiu. The green jade ruler in her hand and the small spatial box that contained a large amount of treasures were respectfully handed over to Yi Xian, With a flip of her hand, the latter stored them into the undying world within his body. At this point, Yi Xian hadn't even entered the door yet, but he'd already received so many gifts that his hands went soft. It could be said that he'd earned an overflowing bowl. Needless to say, his heart was carefree, and his entire body was about to float. All right, this old ancestor has seen the filial piety of the three of you. In short, you're all good bastards. This old ancestor feels rather comforted to have disciples like you. After keeping the green jade ruler and the 3 small space boxes, Yi Xian looked at Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu with a face full of praise. He nodded and continued, "All in all, you're not bad. There's hope for all of you. Continue to work hard in the future. This old ancestor has decided to choose one of you to pass down the bloodline ability of my Netherworld clan, the Netherworld Claw. Sigh, you guys don't know. This kind of bloodline ability can only be passed down in a special way. Every time I pass it down, I have to recuperate for 100 years. Therefore, among the 3 of you, only one can inherit it within 100 years. The other 2 can only wait for 1 or 200 years. This makes this old ancestor feel rather uneasy. The 3 of you are such good bastards, but this old ancestor can't treat all of you equally. It would have been better if he did not say this." Once he said this, Yin Qi and the other 2 immediately bowed even more. Previously, they were only worried that this old ancestor would be lazy and delay the second one after passing down the first one. Chapter 3404. Dig the hole first. This ancestor has been sealed in that innately cold place for countless years. I have just come out recently, so I can't stay idle for a while. The 3 of you lead this ancestor to walk around this nest and see if there are any interesting places to play. After receiving the green jade ruler and the 3 small space boxes, Yi Xian set his eyes on the benefits of this nest. While speaking, he turned his head and glanced at the thousands of demons gathered around. He chuckled and said, "You bastards are all good bastards. This old ancestor will reward you later. However, all of you can leave now. This old ancestor doesn't like extravagance the most. I have always kept a low profile. Come, all of you, kneel and pay your respects." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian stood in the air with his hands on his hips, as if he was enjoying the reverence of everyone as they knelt down. The corners of Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu's mouths twitched. They despised him in their hearts, making thousands of people kneel and pay their respects. How could this be considered keeping a low profile? This old thing was simply too shameless. However, they obviously didn't dare to say this out loud. They immediately led the 3,000 to 4,000 demons behind them to kneel and kowtow. "Old ancestor, you will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens." The thousands of demons kowtowed and paid their respects at the same time. Except for Yi Xian, no one was left standing. Even the patriarch of the demon clan, Emperor, couldn't enjoy such a scene. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and enjoyed it. He felt like he was floating in the air. Soon after kneeling and paying their respects, the other thousands of demons quickly retreated. Only Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu stayed behind. They slightly bowed and waited at the side. Among them, Yin Qi immediately came forward and said fawningly, "Old ancestor, in the depths of our clan's ancestral land's nest, there is an innately cold place called the Pool. Apart from the clan head, Emperor, who is still in seclusion to make a breakthrough, only the clan's 9 clan elders can enter. I will bring old ancestor over for inspection." This was also Yi Xian's purpose. Generally speaking, there would be some forbidden areas in the ancestral land of Demon Clan that ordinary clansmen couldn't enter. That was why Yi Xian ordered those ordinary clansmen to leave. He wanted to see if there were any benefits in the core of Een Demon Clan's ancestral land. Een Chi and the other two had long since become obedient to Yi Xian's words. Their minds were constantly thinking about that sentence that could only be passed down once in 100 years. It could be said that they couldn't get rid of it. If only one of the three was here, it would have been fine. What could be done, and what could not be done? Perhaps there would be a bottom line. However, all three of them were here at the same time, and all of them wanted to curry favor with the old ancestor as much as possible. They were afraid that the places that could be used would be taken advantage of by the other two first. Therefore, the three old fellows were racking their brains. As long as they thought of something that could make the old ancestor look at them in a new light without exception, they would immediately use it. Along the way, whenever there was something good along the way, there was no need for Yi Xian to say anything. The three old fellows were practically crying and shouting as they eagerly ran over to Yi Xian and brought it over on the spot to show their filial piety. After all, this Een nest was an innately cold place that was isolated from the outside universe and void. There was only a passageway connecting it, which was equivalent to a sealed secret realm. A large amount of Een Chi filled the interior of the Een nest for hundreds of millions of years. Naturally, many rare minerals and Een attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures that didn't exist in the outside world would grow here. These things, as long as they were of a slightly higher grade, were all dug up and placed into small spatial boxes before being presented to Yi Xian. In a short half a day, the group of four finally arrived at the core of the Een nest, the Een pond. There were already a few more small spatial boxes in Yi Xian's undying world. These boxes were filled with rare Een attribute ores and heavenly materials that couldn't be found in the outside world. Now, Yi Xian had dug up almost all of them. The Een pond was actually a large pond filled with boundless profound Een Chi. Of course, the water in the pond wasn't ordinary water, but innate Een Chi. It was the result of the innate Een Chi being so dense that it had turned into liquid. Sai, looking at this Een pond reminds this ancestor of the Een pond where Father sealed me for hundreds of millions of years. It's a pity that the Een pond has dried up. Otherwise, this ancestor wouldn't have been able to wake up so early. It's really a pity. I almost forgot that ancestor also has an Een Chi body. Although the Een Chi in this Een pond can't be compared to the Een pond where you were hibernating, it's still a rare item in the outside world. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Een Chi had already patted his head cleverly. He immediately flipped his hand and took out a small bottle-shaped spatial magic treasure. He directly cast a spell and filled the bottle with at least 10,000 cubic meters of Een Chi's Een Chi before handing it to Yi Xian. He grinned as if he was asking for credit and said, "Although the quality is definitely not satisfactory, it's completely fine for Ancestor to use it to soak your feet." This small bottle of Een Chi's Een liquid was equivalent to 1/6 or 1/7 of the entire Een pond. Now, Een Chi had given it to Yi Xian without saying anything, and even said that he was going to use it to soak his feet. It had to be known that every drop of this Een Chi's Een Chi was a treasure. To the Een Chi's clansmen, one drop of Een Chi's Een Chi was enough to sustain their cultivation for a year. Moreover, the Een Emperor, the patriarch of the Een Chi's Een clan, was still in seclusion in the Een pond. If one thought about it carefully, Een Chi's words clearly meant that the patriarch, the Een Emperor, was in seclusion in Yi Xian's foot-washing water. Perhaps the three old things didn't think of this, but Yi Xian did. When he took the heavy bottle, he almost laughed out loud. At this time, the system's familiar notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've discovered an Een Chi body. Do you want to immediately imprint your interstellar coordinates?" imprint my interstellar coordinates? Yi Xian stared blankly for a moment before muttering to himself. Generally speaking, you could imprint your interstellar coordinates anywhere in the universe, and the system wouldn't deliberately remind you. But if it did, it meant that the location was extremely suitable and most likely had some hidden value. Of course, before this value was revealed, the system wouldn't explain everything clearly to you in advance. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately moved. It just so happened that this Yin-Chi body was also beneficial to his nether body. If he imprinted his interstellar coordinates here, he could just treat it as digging a hole in the depths of the Yin-Chi's ancestral land. After he completely fell out with the Yin-Chi's clan, he could activate the coordinate jump ability attached to the system's title at any time and directly come to this place. Then, he could take this entire pool of Yin-Chi. Chapter 3405. Grotto Heaven, rank 3. Take a bath, and take a shower, and have a wet sex. Upon hearing this, Yin-Chi, Yin-Ba, and Yin-Jiu were immediately stunned, and their expressions gradually became strange. They had clearly misunderstood the so-called wet sex. They thought that the desolate, ancient, great young master in front of them was in the mood for that kind of thing. It was understandable. After all, he had been in that dried-up, innately cold land for hundreds of millions of years. Now, he had finally found a nest of bastard descendants. He had probably seen many beautiful women among the Yin demon clansmen who were worshipping them. Now that he suddenly had this kind of interest, it was inevitable. However, the clan leader, the Yin Emperor, was still in seclusion in the deepest part of the pond, while the old ancestor was playing with the beauties in the shallow part of the pond. The clan leader could see everything as soon as he raised his head. This was really a bit inappropriate. However, Yin-Chi and the other two were already deeply poisoned, and they couldn't care so much. In any case, the clan leader, the Yin Emperor, was in seclusion and wouldn't pay attention to anything happening in the outside world. Although the old ancestor was doing this kind of thing with the beauties of the clan above his head, the clan leader wouldn't know anyway, so they could just treat it as if nothing had happened. Most importantly, they couldn't refuse this kind of thing. Normally, when male cultivators were in the mood, they would be impatient and want to immediately get on the horse, let alone the old ancestor, who was a desolate, ancient, great young master. If they really disobeyed him on this matter, the Netherworld Claw inheritance that was about to be in their hands would immediately be gone. Thinking like this, Yin-Chi and the other two immediately summoned a group of beauties from their clan. All of them were like flowers and jade. When they heard that the old ancestor wanted to favor them, they were extremely excited. As soon as they arrived, they stripped naked and moved closer to Yi Xian. The latter was so scared that he repeatedly shouted, back off, this old ancestor is used to doing it himself. It's fine if I do it myself." He was referring to taking a bath, but the surrounding people interpreted it as that matter, and they were all shocked. Doing it himself? After all this time, the old ancestor was actually a lover. It was no wonder. After being sealed in that dried-up cold land for hundreds of millions of years, he could only do it himself. It had probably become a habit. With that thought, Yin-Chi and the other two immediately sighed and brought the resentful beauties of the clan to do it. They had to appease the resentment of the beauties of the clan. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to all this. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone had retreated, he had to make the best use of the time and brand the personal interstellar coordinates of the second universe's plane. Everything was the same as before. When Yi Xian ordered the system to start the brand of the second universe's coordinates, the system's notification quickly sounded in his mind, guiding Yi step by step. He began the process step by step. Of the system. First, a strand of the primordial spirit that had been processed through various methods was refined into a special brand. Then, This primordial spirit brand was shot out of the body in an extremely mysterious and complicated way, connecting it to the void where the Een pond was fitting and finally completely fusing with it. Although it was already the third time, the pain of forcibly separating a small strand of his own primordial spirit still made Yi Xian unable to adapt. It was simply difficult to describe with words. After a lot of effort, after separating this strand of primordial spirit, Yi Xian still couldn't immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. He had to forcefully endure the various discomfort of the damage to his primordial spirit and force himself to be alert. Again and again, he used different and complicated methods to continuously condense this strand of primordial spirit. This process took the time of a meal, and this was the third time he was familiar with the process. In the end, it was the process of fusing this successfully condensed primordial spirit brand into the void in front of him. Yi Xian paid close attention to the whole process, from connecting the void to fusing the primordial spirit brand with it, and finally fusing it perfectly. In the end, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest from beginning to end, and even his whole person was a little on edge. After a total of half a day's work, his personal space coordinates in the second universe finally perfectly fused into the void where the Een pond was located. After a flash, it completely stabilized and disappeared, and even Yi Xian couldn't catch it. During the whole process, he wasn't disturbed at all. Although there was an Een demon clan leader at the bottom of the pool, that old guy was in closed-door training, and all his thoughts and feelings were sealed in his body. Even if someone walked up to him and farted in his face, he wouldn't have any reaction. To Yi Xian's surprise, after this personal space coordinates of the second universe were branded, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. There were 2 prompts, and one of them was related to a breakthrough in cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully branding your personal space coordinates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of Qi and Blood. Current realm. Level 3 of the Tao Insight realm. A breakthrough. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he was pleasantly surprised. Soon he understood. After all, he was soaking in this Een pond, and his whole body was bathed in a large amount of innate cold liquid. Moreover, his current state was the nether body, which was activated by the nether claw. For the nether body, this kind of innate cold Een liquid was the best thing to temper one's body. Previously, when Yi Xian's nether body was imprinted with the coordinates of the second universe, he unknowingly started to cultivate. As a result, the cultivation level of his physical body was able to break through a small level, so naturally he was able to succeed. This was a pleasant surprise, and Yi Xian was very happy. This trip to the Een nest was really not in vain. Not only did he get back the green jade ruler, which recorded the complete inheritance of the Medicine King, he also obtained a large amount of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures of the Een attribute and rare minerals. Moreover, he obtained 10,000 cubic meters of innate cold liquid. Even his cultivation realm had a small breakthrough when he was branding his personal space coordinates in the second universe. However, at this point, he had almost obtained all the benefits in the Een nest. He had already soaked in the core of the ancestral land, so what good things could there be that they did not take out? Thinking of this, just as Yi Xian was about to get up, thinking that there was no more benefit in the Een nest, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering an undying, imperishable bead. Do you want to collect it immediately? Undying, imperishable bead. Yi Xian was startled and immediately frowned. It seemed that the undying, imperishable bead that Ling Huzhu threw into the Shinong cauldron was indeed taken from the Een demon clan. Besides that one, there was actually another one in the core Een pond of the Een demon clan's ancestral land. This item could be considered a rare treasure, Although it was not a good thing, it could not be left in the hands of the enemy. The threat was too great. Yi Xian did not hesitate to collect it immediately. Chapter 3406. Sea of Abyss Turtles. After the second undying imperishable pearl was collected by Yi Xian, it was directly thrown into the Shinnon cauldron in his undying world. It was suppressed at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, just like the first undying imperishable pearl. This kind of thing was too evil. Yi Xian didn't dare to touch it. Even if he kept it in his undying world, he didn't dare to touch it. It was too evil. After doing all this, the entire Yin demon race really didn't have anything to gain anymore. The various cold attribute treasures and rare ores in the Yin nest had already been dug up by Yin Shi, Yin Ba, and Yin Zhou and given to him. Even the treasures and resources in their hands were the same. Even the forbidden Yin pool had been filled with nearly 1/6 of the innate Yin cold liquid by Yin Shi and handed over to Yi Xian. Although there was still a large amount of cold Yin liquid left behind, Yi Xian had already imprinted his interstellar coordinates here. In the future, if he wanted to wipe them all out, he could come over at any time. He didn't need to worry about this. This was simply like a swarm of locusts passing through, or even worse. However, whether it was Yin Shi and the other Yin Demon Clan elders or the other Yin Demon Clan members, they were all willing to do this. Other than Yi Xian, there was probably no one else who could do such a thing. In their eyes, the greatest treasure now was Yi Xian himself. He was the legendary young master of the Netherworld race. As long as he was happy, he could pass down the bloodline ability of the Netherworld race. Then, not only would the person who obtained the bloodline ability gain another powerful ability, the bloodline in their body would also revert to its ancestral roots and reconstruct the Netherworld race's body. When that time came, their cultivation would definitely soar. If it wasn't for this, Yin Chi, Yin Ba, Yin Zhou, and the other 3 Yin Demon Clan elders wouldn't have been so willing to let Yi Xian exploit them so wantonly. Seeing Yi Xian walk over from the direction of the Yin pond with a refreshed expression, Yin Chi and the other 2 clan elders, who had just finished their absurd conversation with the group of girls in their clan, immediately had strange expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The old ancestor was indeed different after doing that. He was even more energetic than before. This was really like seeing a ghost. As he muttered to himself, Yin Chi seemed to have suddenly discovered a new continent. His eyes instantly widened as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at Yi Xian and said in shock, "Ancestor, your cultivation level." "Oh, I just took a bath and felt good, so I broke through a small level." Yi Xian didn't think much of it and casually replied, "What? So good that he directly broke through his cultivation? F*****. What kind of realm was this? Could it be that the old ancestor had trained a sharpshooter in that dried-up, innately cold land? Was realm breakthrough achieved by shooting? They had no choice. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Yin Chi and the other 2's faces were filled with admiration. In all honesty, they were not pretending this time, but from the bottom of their hearts. An existence that could break through the realm with a single shot was unprecedented. The ancestor could be considered a freak, and he was probably not inferior to the 2 peerless freaks of the human clan. At least, they hadn't heard of those 2 having this ability. After taking all the benefits from the Yin nest, the things that Yi Xian muttered in his mind had already changed. He had finished plundering everything, but the human resources were still there. Tens of thousands of Yin Demon Clan clansmen, if they all came out of the nest and followed him to the Nether Turtle Sea. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. It was one thing to have a group of hired thugs, but the most important thing was that these hired thugs were treating him like an ancestor. That was a totally different matter. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, he or she would have to kill over 10,000 demons first. This was definitely the rhythm of running amok in the sea of hellish turtles. After all, the demon race was a notorious race in the second universe. The bodies of this race were extremely in energy with the cold attribute. They could transform into other races and switch between flesh and energy at will. As a result, it was extremely difficult to kill them. In addition, the members of this race were vengeful. Therefore, even in the second universe, where martial arts were fierce and life and death battles could be seen everywhere, very few people were willing to provoke the demon race. Sigh, your nest is too small. This old ancestor can just walk around casually. It's really boring. Yi Xian deliberately sighed and continued, forget it. You guys just stay in the nest. This old ancestor will go out for a walk. Previously, I was sealed in that innately cold place for who knows how many years. I've long been bored out of my wits. I really can't sit still. Yes. This is only because of you, old ancestor. If it were someone else, they would have died of boredom. Old ancestor, you should go out more. It's rare for you to come out. Naturally, you should go out and see more. But after all, you just came out and haven't recovered your strength. You're only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, 3rd level. There are so many bad people out there. In Little Nine's opinion, it's better for us bastards to take the 180 little bastards out with you. That's right. If old ancestor has any errands, it's better to have someone to listen to you. When they heard that Yi Xian was going to leave, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Zhou immediately panicked. This old ancestor was a little unreliable. What if he didn't come back after going out? Wouldn't they cry when they came back? Thinking of this, they immediately made their decision. Each of them decided to take some subordinates of their race to follow the old ancestor. They could not only protect the old ancestor, but also keep an eye on him and not let this great opportunity slip away. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bring 180 people to follow me? Oh, how dare this old ancestor make such a big show? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and said, no need. This old ancestor appreciates the intentions of you bastards, okay? I don't need to trouble you to serve me all the way. Go do what you need to do. This was obviously sarcasm. Yin Qi and the other 2 were all old foxes. How could they not see it? However, the 3 of them didn't think too much about it because they had already made the first impression. This old fellow had an eccentric temperament. He was a desolate, ancient, hedonist young master who liked to show off the most. He obviously liked to show off, but he always said that this old ancestor had always kept a low profile. Now, he was obviously dissatisfied that this old ancestor was going out for an inspection with only a few hundred demon clansmen following behind him. This was a really shabby rhythm. Thinking of this, the 3 of them couldn't help but regret it so much that their intestines almost turned green. Their brains weren't bright. They actually forgot about the old ancestor's pretentious character in a moment of carelessness. This unexpectedly left a bad impression. It was simply not worth the loss. Thinking of this, the 3 of them immediately put on a smiling face and hurriedly spoke again in a hurry to remedy the situation. Oh, old ancestor, look at what you're saying. You're going out for an inspection. So how can you not have a bunch of little bastards following you to serve you? Yes. Hee. The 180 mentioned just now were referring to the delicate beauties in the clan. As for the guards and the like, you have to bring at least 8,000 of them. That's right. According to Little Ninth's idea, 2,000 of them will be enough to guard the ancestral land's nest. The rest will all be dispatched together and follow the old ancestor out for an inspection. Chapter 3407. Nether Turtle Sea. What's that? A place where a bunch of old bastards take a bath. What's so fun about that? I'm not going. Hearing that these three fellows were tactful, they finally changed their words. They decided that other than leaving 2,000 demon clansmen to guard their nest, the other 10,000 clansmen would all follow him out. Only then was Yi Xian satisfied. Yi Xian was even more satisfied when they mentioned the Nether Turtle Sea. However, he didn't show it on his face. He waved his hand and rejected the idea. On the side, In Chi, In Ba, and In Jiu shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They wiped the black lines on their foreheads and then explained. Forefather, you don't know. The Nether Turtle Sea is really not a place where a bunch of old bastards take a bath. The Nether Turtle Sea is the name of a star region, just like the star region where my clan's ancestral land, the Nest, is called the Shadow Devil Star region. The reason why the Nether Turtle Sea is called this name is because the Nether Turtle clan's ancestral land is located in that star region. Since turtles were originally creatures of water, that star region is called the Nether Turtle Sea. The Nether Turtle clan is not a bunch of old bastards. They are also one of the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. Of course, we don't care about the top 10 clans at all. They don't dare to offend us. This is all because of Forefather's prestige. After all, we old bastards all have the blood of the primordial Netherworld clan flowing in our veins. The Nether Turtle clan also has the blood of a supreme existence from the primordial antiquity era flowing in their veins. This supreme existence is called the Void Turtle. Oh, Forefather, I know. It's that bastard. Without waiting for the three old fellows to finish speaking, Yi Xian slapped his thigh, and an expression of enlightenment immediately appeared on his face. Void Tortoise, I know that the tortoise's body is extremely big and is different from the normal body of my Netherworld race and the desolate ancient Yiksha race. Once the tortoise's entire body is revealed, it will be comparable to a universe plane, and its claws will be as big as a star domain. Even the primordial supreme being like the golden divine dragon is smaller than him. Back then, Forefather brought me to meet him. At that time, I crawled on that bastard's shell and rolled around. I even peed on it. I didn't expect this Nether Turtle to be his descendant. Speaking of which, the Nether Turtle clan has to call me ancestor when they see me. Back then, Emperor Father and that bastard were on the same side. It's a pity that I didn't participate in the battle, because I was too young, so I was left in the ancestral land of the clan. Later on, I received news that Emperor Father's bloodline was defeated. I don't know the details. I only know that Emperor Father's eye of heavenly Tao was cut open by Emperor Father's nether claw. After that, I was sealed. When I woke up again, it was already hundreds of millions of years later. I don't know if Forefather is still alive. Is that bastard still alive? Is he 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 still alive? At the end of his speech, Yi Xian's eyes turned red. He pretended to be, so that he could pave the way for what he was going to say later. On the other hand, In Chi and the others who were at the side were already stunned by the ancient secrets revealed in his words. They only knew a little about it from the genealogy of the Demon clan. They knew that there were two huge camps in the primordial era, and a mysterious great battle broke out. In that battle, the forefather of the Demon clan, the Netherworld Great Emperor, used the supreme Netherworld Claw to cut the commander of the opposing camp, the Eye of the Heavens, who was suspected to be a doppelganger of the Will of the Heavens in the primordial era, into two. That was all there was to it. They were fascinated by everything related to that battle, but they didn't know anything about it. Now, when they heard their ancestor speak casually, they finally found out that their bloodline ancestor, the Netherworld Emperor, was actually on the same side as the Nether Turtle Clan's ancestor, the Void Colossus, during that unparalleled battle all those years ago. Moreover, once the Void Colossus revealed its true form, it was actually even larger than an existence like the divine gold dragon, and a swing of its claw was capable of destroying an entire region. What was even more shocking was that the ancestor in front of them had actually rolled and peed on the back of the Void Giant Turtle. TSK, TSK, TSK. Existences like the Golden Divine Dragon and the Void Giant Turtle were definitely the most powerful existences in the primordial era. The ancestor in front of them could pee on the back of the Void Giant Turtle when he was still young. It could be seen that the Netherworld Great Emperor was also an existence of this level, as expected of the supreme existence that could split the commander of the enemy camp, the Eye of the Heaven Dao, who was suspected to be a clone of the primordial Heaven Dao, into two with a single claw. It was really heaven-defying and truly extraordinary. When they thought like this, Yin Chi and the others were filled with heroic spirits. Even though they didn't know if the forefather of the Netherworld Great Emperor had perished, at least the young master, the ancestor before them, had survived. Moreover, he possessed the complete Netherworld Claw bloodline ability. Once it was passed down, the future of the Een Demon clan would simply be limitless, at least compared to the Netherworld Turtle clan that was in the same camp as the Void Giant Turtle clan. They were really too lucky when they thought up to hear Yin Chi, and the others couldn't help but feel slightly sad for the loss of the Netherworld Turtle clan, and they shook their heads and sighed before continuing to introduce the Netherworld Turtle clan to Yi Xian. Speaking of which, the Netherworld Turtle clan is really pitiful. I didn't know that their forefather was in the same camp as our Netherworld Great Emperor before, so I didn't feel anything. Now, I really can't bear it. That's right, the Netherworld Turtle clan actually has nothing to do with the so-called underworld territory. They are all living beings with flesh and blood. The reason why they are called Netherworld Turtles is because, although they are alive, they are as good as dead, so they are called Netherworld Turtles. The bloodline inheritance of the Netherworld Turtle clan is said to be a kind of primordial void technique. It was originally engraved on an ancient turtle shell, and it was the clan's most precious treasure. However, the ancient turtle shell collapsed and was lost at some point in time. From then on, the Netherworld Turtle clan lost their bloodline inheritance, and even the spiritual sustenance of the clan was gone. However, the Turtle clan has a long life, and all of them have become living fossils, just like living dead turtles, so they are called the Netherworld Turtle clan. If it wasn't for the long life of this clan and the existence of a few terrifying old monsters, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to rank in the top 10 clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, and would have been exterminated long ago. Sigh, how pitiful. It was the first time that Yi Xian had heard these words, so the shock in his heart was rather strong. He hadn't even seen the Netherworld Turtle clan, yet he'd already felt a dejected and decaying aura assault his face just from the description of Yin Chi and the others. When he thought about how these Netherworld Turtles were all descendants of the Void Turtle clan, even if they were bastards with impure bloodlines, they were more or less related, yet now they'd fallen into such a state. Instantly, it caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he'd taken the void technique to be his fundamental cultivation technique since a long time ago. If he really had to speak of it, it could be said to be of the same origin as these Netherworld Turtles. Chapter 3408. Keep strangers away now. Everything was settled. It was even to the extent that the objective of heading to the Nether Turtle Sea this time was decided in advance under the guidance of Yi Xian. Moreover, everything was done in a logical manner, and it didn't arouse the suspicion of Yin Chi and the others at all. In truth, Chi and the others were extremely willing to be on good terms with the Nether Turtle clan. The Dark Turtle race was not one of the top 10 races in the Federation of the Second Universe, but in terms of overall strength, they were not far from the top. However, their clan's faith had been lost. All of the Dark Turtles had lost their clan's sacred tool, which was the ancient turtle shell. All of them were dejected and had long since stood aloof from worldly affairs. Therefore, they were ranked in the lower middle of the 10 greats. But in reality, because all the clansmen of this clan had long lives, they could live for millions of years. Therefore, although there were not many abyss turtles in the clan, only 1,000 or so each, and every one of them was a top-notch expert. Among them, there were several nether turtles at the level of living fossils that had not appeared in the world for hundreds of millions of years. It was as if the real turtles had died, but in fact, they were still alive. It was said that they already possessed cultivation strength that far exceeded the 15th great realm hundreds of millions of years ago. It was simply impossible to imagine what level they had reached now. It was precisely because of this that even though the Dark Turtle clan only had a total of over 1,000 clansmen, and all of them stood aloof from worldly affairs, they had always been ranked among the top 10 clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. Anyone would be willing to be on good terms with such a powerful race. However, in the past, the Demon race wouldn't even dare to think about it. Firstly, they didn't have the foundation. Secondly, it was simply impossible. But it was different now. Their ancestor, Huan Ming, was an existence that had rolled and urinated on the back of the Nether Turtle clan's bloodline ancestor all those years ago. So, with this connection, they had the qualifications and possibility to form a good relationship with the Nether Turtle clan. To the Nether Tortoise race, they might not care about the face of the Devil tribe's patriarch, the Emperor, but they had to give face to Patriarch Huan Ting. Otherwise, they would be going against the bloodline race's patriarch, and not putting the void bastard in their eyes. Therefore, Chi, Ba, and Zhou originally intended to accompany ancestor Huanjing on this trip to the Nether Turtle Sea. However, things were different now. If they could really help the Nether Turtle clan find the lost sacred artifact of the clan, even if it was just a fragment of the ancient turtle shell, they would definitely be able to obtain it. In addition to the relationship between Patriarch Huan Ting and the Devil race, perhaps the Devil race would be able to form an alliance with the Nether Turtle race. If they really succeeded, the Demon race would no longer need to be a fence-sitter that was ridiculed behind their backs by the myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race. They would have a solid ally, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had a backer. In the future, if anyone dared to provoke the Demon race, the Nether Turtle race would be the first to oppose them. Just thinking about it made them feel good. Those old bastards were all very stubborn fellows. Once they recognized an ally, they wouldn't easily abandon it. Who wouldn't want such a stubborn backer or shield? At the thought of this, Chi, Ba, and Zhou were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They were even more enthusiastic about this trip to the Nether Turtle Sea than Yi Xian, and they urged them to set off on the same day. The latter was just what they wanted, so they agreed after some hesitation. Immediately, apart from leaving behind 2,000 clansmen to guard the nest, the remaining 10,000 or so clansmen left the nest under the leadership of Chi, Ba, and Zhou, the 3 elders of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Considering Joy Thump ancestors' pretentious nature, as well as the birth of the bloodline progenitor of the Devil clan, Chi and the other 2 had spent a lot of effort in making arrangements for the procession. Although the Joy Puppet ancestor was an expert of the Grotto Heaven realm, his status was extremely noble. Naturally, they couldn't be too casual about this trip. Therefore, Chi and the other 2 took out a primordial treasure-level chariot from the clan's treasury. It was simple and unadorned, made of bronze, and emitted a strong primordial aura. It was only the size of a palm when kept, but once activated, it was 1,000 feet long. The chariot shaft was made of bronze, and it was pulled by 9 green dragons in the form of energy. The extravagance was simply astounding. Those who didn't know would think that a real primordial supreme expert had descended to the mortal world. This treasure didn't have any offensive abilities, but its speed and defensive abilities were extraordinary. However, it still couldn't enter Yi Xian's eyes. The reason why it could be appraised as a primordial treasure was because of its extravagance, limitless extravagance. In short, this 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot was definitely a divine artifact, but its practicality could be completely ignored. The Yin Emperor of the Yin Demon clan had obtained this wand for many years, but he had never dared to sit on it before. This was because he was afraid of being beaten to death. Even a grand universe almighty was like this, so one could well imagine how luxurious and hateful it was to the point where the roots of one's teeth itched. However, this treasure was just right for the joy puppet ancestor's temperament. Therefore, when the 3 thought of it and took it out, they immediately offered it to Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian didn't like it, thinking about his current identity, it was a perfect match. Therefore, he refined it on the spot. This treasure phoenix would be his in the future. The 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot was so stunning. 9 energy-formed azure dragons pulled the chariot, and the body of the chariot was 300 meters long. It was like a moving temporary imperial residence, so it naturally couldn't be too lacking in terms of maids. Yin Qi and the other 2 arranged for 500 beautiful Yin demon women to serve on the Azure Phoenix chariot. There were countless kinds of spirit wine and spirit fruits, and there were many things that Yi Xian hadn't eaten before. It was simply too extravagant. After the 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot, there was an army of more than 10,000 Yin demons. They were orderly and awe-inspiring, and the leaders were 3 elders. This kind of extravagance was something that even the patriarch of the Yin demon race, Yin Emperor, couldn't enjoy. When the experts of the second universe saw this, they were all dumbfounded. They felt as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. As this huge and luxurious army gradually moved away, the news quickly spread. The entire second universe was in an uproar. All the powers and experts were secretly guessing who was inside this 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot that made people feel so envious and jealous that the roots of their teeth itched. Who exactly was the supreme existence inside this 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot? Especially the Azure Phoenix chariot. There was a huge flag with the word Huan written on it, which made people's imaginations run wild. However, no matter how the great powers racked their brains, they couldn't think of any supreme existence in the history of the Yin demon race who had the word Huan in their name. Even in the second universe, among the supreme experts in the entire 3 universes, there was no one with the word Huan in their name. For a moment, the 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot of the Yin demon race, as well as the supreme existence with the word Huan in their name sitting inside the chariot, became a figure that stirred up a storm in the blink of an eye. Countless powers and experts from the 3 universes gathered their gazes. Chapter 3409. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Pretty Boy Roll over Universe 2. The Edge of the Nether Turtle Sea. Ever since the news of the primordial evil artifact, Yanluo being born here spread, the Nether Turtle Sea had become the focus of the 3 universes. After all, this was a treasure from the primordial era. Almost all of the 4 peerless geniuses of the primordial era were famous because of this treasure. No force could underestimate the birth of the Yanluo. All of them sent their fleets and experts to fight for it. When Yi Xian led the Yin demon clan's army out of their nest and arrived at the edge of the Nether Turtle Sea, Their surroundings were already in an uproar. The fleets of all the major forces spread out and covered a large area of the Nether Turtle Sea. This was the second universe, so among the fleets in the surrounding void space, the races of the second universe occupied the majority of them. In addition to the Inji clan, Raging Bull clan, Greedy Wolf clan, Colorful Python clan, Golden Eagle clan, and other powerful clans that appeared in the Heavenly War Empire, there were many more clans that Yi Xian could not name. Only the master of this Nether Turtle Sea, the Nether Turtle clan, did not appear. Other than that, there were the human forces from Universe 3. In the human technology camp, there were many forces from the Immortal Dynasty. In the gene cultivation fluid field, there were Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, Shinnong Gene, the Xianyuan, Huangfu, Nangong families from the three empires, the Tuoba, Gong, Changyu, Duanmu, Wu, and Shinta families, as well as the Huyen, Bailey, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, Life Genes, and other powerful forces. There were even more forces in other domains. As for the cultivation camp, the Tenju, Celestial Palace, the mysterious Buddhist sect, and other large and small sects sent teams. Yi Xian saw many familiar faces in these teams: Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and so on. In the distance, there were two figures faintly discernible. They were Fairy Inxia and Xiao Yaozi. They had suffered a loss in the Heavenly War Empire and lost a lot of face. Even now, they were a little more low-key. In addition, the Wanluo Federation headquarters also sent two fleets. One of them was the Sunlan fleet of the Federation's Overwatch Council. Its commander was still Yi Xian's old enemy, Hongdo Lifeng. Other than that, the great Prince Longxiang was also in the fleet. In addition, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhan Lingfeng, who had been beaten up by Yi Xian, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Qin Empire, Su Biqing, also appeared. As for the older generation, each of the three empires had sent ancestor Qianquan-level figures. On the Heavenly War Empire's side were Yi Xian's old acquaintance, old Devil Zhan Tu, and his old friend, the eyebrowless, ugly ghost. These two guys chased Yi Xian all the way to the second universe, but they lost track of him. In the end, they were unwilling to give up and just happened to hear about the birth of Yanluo, so they came to join in the fun. In addition, the Immortal Dynasty's Imperial Family Dormitory also had a dormitory elder of the 15th Great Realm. He was also Yi Xian's old acquaintance, the last city lord of the Death Starfield's dormitory elder city, Long Ziwen. Seeing so many old acquaintances, Yi Xian thought that Triumph City would also come to join in the fun, but in the end, he didn't see them at all after searching around. He didn't know if old Devil Zhan Tu remembered his words and said that Triumph City was now focusing on development and making a fortune in silence. They wouldn't participate in other things. Or maybe that old guy calculated that he was already involved with this matter using his heaven measuring technique, so there was no need for him to lead a team to join in the fun. But in short, since Triumph City's team didn't come, Yi Xian was relieved. Although there were many acquaintances around, except for the fleets of the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the three girls' families, Yi Xian could casually destroy all the other forces and fleets without the slightest bit of psychological pressure. These were the forces and fleets that appeared on the surface, but they had already spread out over a large area of the void. In the dark, there were many other forces and races that were lying dormant. For example, the fleets of the Tianji clan and their slaves from the first universe. There were also other races in the second universe that didn't join the Myriad Luo Federation. Because these races didn't join the Myriad Luo Federation, even if they came, they would quietly lie dormant in the dark. The only exception was the Een Demon clan. They were definitely an anomaly. The Een Demon clan was originally more low-key and walked a sinister path. But this time, it was as if they were convulsing and were completely different. At present, the Een Demon clan occupied a small area of the void. The bronze carriage at the front was extremely eye-catching. Looking around, there were many forces in the surroundings, but there was absolutely no force that was so showy. Because of this, the Een Demon clan's camp had become the focus of almost everyone. The eyes of all the experts of the major forces were all cast in this direction. After all, the Een Demon clan only had a total of slightly more than 10,000 people. This time, almost all of them had come out, but Een Chi and the other two elders were still waiting outside the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage, like coachmen. This kind of treatment was absolutely unimaginable even for the clan leader, the Een Emperor. Around them, a large number of experts were privately discussing spiritedly. Yi Xian's ears were quite sharp as well. He'd heard almost everything clearly and was almost certain of it. For example, the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were saying, "Humph, I wonder which old bastard is sitting in this showy carriage. Just looking at him makes me hate him. He was even more showy than that big bastard. No matter how I look at him, I feel uncomfortable." In such a solemn occasion, there was actually music and dancing in the carriage. There were also quite a few Oriole voices. It was clear that they were seeking pleasure. This young miss was angry. If this young miss knew who was sitting in the carriage, she would definitely skin him alive. Another example was the 10,000 Luo Federation's Overwatch Council Blue Fleet. As the commander of the fleet, the deputy supervisor of the Federation, Hongdo Laifeng, flew out of the main flagship. After patrolling the surroundings, he seemed to have been disturbed by the music of the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. After frowning and glancing over, his face suddenly darkened. He immediately snorted and muttered, "Humph, pretentious! Who do you think you are?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was instantly angry. When he saw Hongdo Laifeng earlier, he was already a little angry and had been holding it in. He didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to provoke him. If he could suppress the anger in his heart, he might explode. Thinking like this, Yi Xian changed his tone, and a sarcastic voice instantly sounded out from the Nine Dragons Azure Luan carriage. "Hey, that pretty boy over there, come and kowtow. This ancestor finds you more pleasing to the eye and wants to take good care of you. In 3 breaths, get over here. Pretty boy, want to take care of me? In 3 breaths, get over here." Hearing this, the experts of the various forces in the surrounding void were suddenly in an uproar. Even Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Zhou were dumbfounded. They were in chaos in an instant. As for Hongdo Laifeng, his entire person was dumbfounded. What was this situation? Chapter 34:10. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations, the ancestors' love for men. "Hey, the pretty boy over there, come and kowtow to me. I like you and want to take care of you. Come here within 3 breaths." As Yi Xian's sarcastic voice sounded out, the surrounding space instantly went into an uproar. The old monster in the Nine Dragons Blue Phoenix carriage of the Een Demon clan was actually an old pervert. Under such circumstances, he actually took a fancy to Hongdo Laifeng and wanted to take care of him on the spot. This was too shocking. Even Long Ziwen, Zhan Tu, Ancestor Wu Mei, and the other ancestor Qian Kun were stunned. They stared blankly at the Nine Dragons Blue Phoenix carriage that was surrounded by tens of thousands of Een Demon clansmen. The surrounding void, experts, all had weird expressions on their faces. They looked at the Nine Dragons Blue Phoenix carriage and then at Hongdo Laifeng. Their faces were full of ambiguity. To be honest, Hongdo Liefeng's appearance was indeed quite good. He was very pleasing to the eye. Although this person was a middle-aged expert in his 40s or 40s, he had a white face without a beard. Moreover, he had a head of elegant long hair and was quite handsome. He didn't like to speak, but he always gave people an incomparably calm and mature feeling. It wasn't too much to say that he was a pretty boy. It was just that no one thought about it before. Now that the old monster of the Demon clan mentioned it in public, the more the experts looked at him, the more they felt that it was true. However, his cultivation was indeed not bad. He was slightly stronger than Chi and the other two. He was at the 13th realm, the 5th level of the Mystic Light realm, Chi, and the other two were only at the 12th level, the Void realm. Although they were at the later stage of the Void realm, Hongdo Lifeng was indeed half a realm stronger than them. After all, among the 5 deputy supervisors of the Overwatch Council in the Federation headquarters, Hongdo Lifeng had always been ranked first. If one were to count carefully, he was the most trusted subordinate of the Overwatch Council's Long Huai. Moreover, this time, Hongdo Lifeng was the commander of the Sunlan Fleet, one of the 2 fleets of the Federation headquarters. He had a high status and authority. Now that he was called a gigolo in public, he was instantly furious when he wanted to take pity on him. He roared like thunder. Old monster of the Demon clan, don't pretend to be crazy and provoke me. Otherwise, I will definitely suppress you. Don't make a mistake. It was no wonder that he was so fearless. The demons had moved out in full force. Although there were more than 10,000 of them, there were still 2 fleets of the Federation behind him. Putting aside the other fleet that he didn't have a good relationship with, at least the blue fleet in Hongdo Lifeng's hands was quite sizable. 5 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and 15 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. There were close to 100,000 Federation soldiers inside, and they were completely unafraid of the enemy. This was especially so for the Devil clan. Although the 3 elders of the Devil clan were present, they were only at the 12th stage of the Void realm and were inferior to Hongdo and Lifeng. The one who truly made people apprehensive was their clan leader, the Emperor. However, it was rumored that this person had always been in a life and death seclusion. As long as he didn't come out, in the eyes of true experts, the Devil clan didn't need to fear them. If they were truly angered, Hongdo Lifeng was even confident that he could suppress Chi and the others in one fell swoop, including the perverted old monster in the flashy 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. Although this person was mysterious no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than the Emperor, the patriarch of the Devil clan, right? Hearing Hongdo Lifeng's warning words, Chi and the other 2 immediately felt awkward. The 3 of them also secretly complained in their hearts. This old ancestor was really too monstrous. It was probably because he had been locked in that already dried up and cold land for too long. Every day, he played with himself and actually had this kind of habit of being gay. However, the person who was pleasing to the eye was actually one of the higher-ups of the 10,000 Net Federation. His cultivation was at the 13th stage of the Mystic Light realm, and the 3 of them weren't his match at all. At this moment, facing Hongdo Lifeng's warning, the 3 of them were about to turn red, but they didn't say anything. It wasn't that they didn't want to stand out, but that they couldn't beat the other party, let alone bring him over for the old ancestor to play with. If they really did make a move, they would be asking for humiliation. Even the old ancestor would be mocked by the experts of the surrounding forces, which was not good. In this situation, the 3 of them looked at each other and secretly communicated. They decided that if the old ancestor didn't say anything, they would pretend that this matter didn't happen. After all, Hongdo Lifeng was also one of the higher-ups of the 10,000 Net Federation, so he shouldn't continue to pester them. Although this would cause them to lose a lot of face, it was better than actually making a move and being completely slapped in the face. Unfortunately, Although the three of them had made a good plan, the old ancestor didn't plan to cooperate at all. Just as Yin-Chi and the others were feeling apprehensive, the gloomy voice from the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage behind them sounded again. 3 breaths have passed. Gigolo, you dare to disobey this old man? Today I'll first turn you into a stick, then slowly play with you. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. It was as if a weak dark green light shot out from the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. Its speed was extremely fast, and even the supreme experts of the universe in the distance couldn't react in time. Almost at the same time, a skinny dark green ghost claw suddenly appeared in front of Hongdo Lifeng without any warning. It wasn't very big, only the size of a meter, and it disappeared in a flash. The moment the dark green ghost claw suddenly disappeared, Hongdo Lifeng let out a miserable howl. His arms and legs were all cut off at the roots, and they left his body with a rain of blood. He was really turned into a stick in an instant. This scene was too strange, and it happened too suddenly. All the experts in the surroundings were stunned. As supreme existence at the middle and late stage of the mystic light realm at the 13th level was reduced to a human stick so easily? Heavens! What is the cultivation of that old pervert in the Azure Phoenix carriage? This kind of divine ability is too terrifying. He was actually able to turn a late-stage profound light realm expert into a stick in the blink of an eye from 1,000 miles away. What a terrifying divine ability! Netherworld Claw. This old man remembers now. This is the legendary Netherworld Claw. How is this possible? This divine ability is the bloodline divine ability of the desolate Netherworld race. Although a trace of the Netherworld race's bloodline flows in the Een demon race's body, unless they completely revert to their ancestors, they definitely won't be able to reproduce such a terrifying divine ability. It is said that the reason why the Een Emperor, the patriarch of the Een race, entered a life and death seclusion several hundred years ago was to revert his bloodline to its ancestor. Could it be that he has already succeeded? No, this isn't the Een Emperor's voice, and his style is even more different. Furthermore, this old man has fought the Een Emperor twice before, and he definitely doesn't have this kind of homosexual nature. Who is this monster? Why is he able to use the bloodline divine ability of the Netherworld race? Didn't this race already go extinct in the late stage of the desolate ancient era? As cries of surprise rang out in the surroundings, Yi Xian's eccentric voice rang out from the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage once again. Yin-Chi, Yin-Ba, Yin-Zhou, what are you 3 old bastards still standing around for? Hurry up and bring that stick over for this ancestor. This kind of pretty boy is rare, so I need to properly play with him. Hearing this summon and seeing how terrifying the Netherworld Claw was, the old ancestor was able to turn a late-stage mystic light realm cultivator into a human stick from thousands of kilometers away. Even though it was a sneak attack, there was still a difference of 2 realms between them. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was still shocking enough. Chapter 34:11. To live as long as heaven-seeing, Yi Xian used the Netherclaw divine ability once again and turned Hongdo, who was at the late stage of the profound light realm, into a human rod with a single strike. Yin-Chi and the other 2 were overjoyed. They realized that this was a great opportunity to establish their ancestors' might, so they immediately knelt down together as if they had a tacit understanding. The tens of thousands of Een demon clansmen around the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix chariot had basically figured out this old ancestor's temper. At this moment, there was no need for Yin-Chi and the other 2 to remind them. They immediately knelt together in the void. Before each of them knelt down, an uneven large bluestone slab appeared under their knees. Plop, plop, more than 10,000 figures simultaneously shrank by a large amount, and the sound of knees hitting the bluestone floor could be heard. This gave the experts of the various major forces in the surrounding void a great shock, and then they were all dumbfounded by the scene before them. Immediately after that, a thunderous roar rang out, and the voices of over 10,000 people converged into one. Patriarch Huanting, we are powerless. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, and live as long as the heavens. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, live as long as the heavens. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately after the last word, there was the sound of a large number of figures falling into the void. Among the camps of the major forces, there were many experts who could not withstand it and almost fell into the void. The scene in front of them was too shocking. No matter what, they couldn't have imagined it. What era was this? There was actually such an old monster who liked this kind of thing? It was simply too shocking. Facing the strange, scrutinizing gazes of the experts from the various major forces, Yin Chi puffed up his chest and stepped forward. He said proudly, "Don't be negligent. My ancestor, Huan Ting, is the young master of the primordial netherworld race. Back then, in order to avoid the unprecedented battle in the primordial era, he was sealed by the netherworld great emperor in the primordial Cold land when he was young. He only came out recently. Counting the years, my ancestor's lifespan is boundless, and he has already lived for hundreds of millions of years. It is not an exaggeration to say that he will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens." Furthermore, this Hong Do Lifeng actually dared to reprimand my ancestor in public. This is truly disrespectful. This matter must be explained. Otherwise, when those Tao protectors who were sealed together with my ancestor for hundreds of millions of years awaken, the entire 10,000 Federation will be in trouble. Those Tao protectors were already existences that surpassed the universe when they were first sealed by the netherworld great emperor hundreds of millions of years ago. Don't make a mistake. It was unknown if it was because he had been by Yi Xian's side for a period of time, but Yin Chi had also been infected with this kind of bragging problem. However, his image in the past was still quite reliable. At least, he would not make up nonsense. Coupled with his identity as a powerful elder of the Yin demon race, the credibility of his words at this moment was naturally very high. For a time, none of the experts from the various major forces in the surrounding void had any doubts. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed in shock, "The young master of the netherworld race. That's amazing. What a great origin. No wonder he can use the bloodline ability of the netherworld race, the netherworld claw. I didn't expect him to be an existence from the primordial era. He was sealed when he was young, so he avoided the unprecedented battle and lived from the primordial era to the present. My Inji clan has a small amount of records related to that battle all those years ago. The netherworld emperor was indeed a figure that shocked a generation, and he'd once executed the divine ability of the Netherclaw to split the azure eye of the Heaven Tao into two. His combat strength was shocking, and I never imagined that his young son would actually survive until now. This is not the most shocking thing. Didn't you hear what Elder Inchi said? A few Tao protectors of the Netherworld were sealed by the Netherworld Emperor along with him, and they were similarly formidable members of the Netherworld clan from the primordial era. All those years ago, they were already supreme existences that had surpassed the universe realm, and they'd lived until now. Even if their cultivations had remained stagnant for a myriad of years, their cultivations were extremely terrifying. Apart from the Netherworld turtle race, among the races of the second universe, the Een demon race has become the second race to be confirmed to have an existence that surpassed the universe realm. This is simply heaven-defying. Who dares to provoke them in the future? As these exclamations sounded, Hong Do Lai Feng, who had been cut into a human stick 1,000 miles away, trembled. He was a late-stage mystic light realm expert, at the 13th realm. After his limbs were cut off, he quickly regrown them with a secret technique. However, his vitality was greatly damaged, so he could not fight with others for the time being. In the small Federation fortresses behind him, some experts swarmed out and came to his rescue. However, Inchi, Inba, and Injo were even faster. Whoosh, whoosh. With a few whistling sounds, the three of them actually used a secret technique to teleport on the spot. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Hongdo Lifeng. Before he could react, a dark golden chain had already wrapped around the latter's neck. Hongdo Lifeng was shocked and immediately roared, "How dare you? I am the Deputy Director of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. Let your sister out. It is your good fortune that the old ancestor has taken a liking to you. Stop talking nonsense and shut your beak. When the old ancestor plays later, there will be time for you to shout." Inchi and the others felt that their words earlier had already shocked the experts of the various great powers in the surroundings. After all, a few Tao protectors of the netherworld whose cultivation had already surpassed the almighty figures of the universe during the primordial era were no joke. Although there were similar existences in the top forces of the three universes, they had never appeared and had not shown their faces even once in hundreds of millions of years. However, the Tao protectors of the Demon clan were different. Their duty was to protect the young master of the netherworld. Now that the young master had woken up, how could the Tao protectors be far away? Just this alone was enough to deter the crowd. Therefore, the three of them were completely unrestrained. Although they knew that this was most likely a lie and had never heard Patriarch Huanting mention it, it was more than enough to scare the experts of the various large forces. At this moment, the three of them used the dark golden chain to lock Hongdo Lifeng. In an instant, they used the teleportation ability again and dragged him back to the void occupied by the Demon clan in the blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that the sarcastic voice resounded out once more from within the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage, and it carried a sense of praise. "Not bad. You 3 old bastards are really efficient in handling matters, and you've won the heart of this ancestor. I'll remember your contribution in this matter." Hearing this strange voice in front of him, Hongdo Lifeng, who was already strong on the outside but weak on the inside, suddenly trembled violently. This was definitely a temperamental old demon. Even the generals under his command were cursing him as an old bastard, but Inchi and the other 2 were secretly delighted. Even the dignified elder of the Devil clan was so unbearable in front of him. It was enough to show how powerful his despotic power was. How could he have a good time in the hands of such a perverted old demon? Thinking of this, Hongdo Lifeng even wanted to die. He swallowed his saliva and stuttered, "Old ancestor, I didn't mean to offend you. What happened before was a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding your mother. Quickly get in and serve the old ancestor well." Before he finished speaking, Inchi had lifted his foot and kicked Hongdo Lifeng into the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. Chapter 34:12. The ancestor is Mighty the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage was an ancient treasure, although it didn't have much battle power, and even its defensive abilities weren't satisfactory. Its value was completely reflected in the level of showing off. It was extremely useless, and even Inchi and the others didn't like it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so easily given it to Yi Xian. However, no matter how useless this phoenix carriage was, it was still an ancient treasure. Not to mention its other abilities, it was still quite powerful in terms of privacy. Even the most powerful people in the universe couldn't see the scene inside the phoenix carriage. In reality, if Yi Xian wanted to, he wouldn't even let out a sound. However, there were miserable cries ringing out from within the phoenix carriage. This was the result of his deliberate actions. "Ah, you old pervert! Ah, save me, save me!" The miserable cries were incomparably shrill, sometimes mixed with one or two angry words like "old pervert," and then there were wolf howls. When they entered the ears of the powerful people in the surrounding space, their hairs stood on end. They subconsciously imagined the inhuman torture that Hondo Lifong was suffering. Soon after, many people began to shiver. After all, Hondo Lifong was a powerful person in the middle and late stages of the mystic light realm. If it was only physical pain, even if his bones were broken and his soul searched, he probably wouldn't howl so miserably. For him to howl like this, it was most likely torment of that level. Thinking of the netherworld race's young master's penchant for homosexual acts, everyone felt extremely disgusted. Goosebumps covered their bodies, and they felt their stomachs churn. As expected, an old monster couldn't be measured with common sense. Too much time had passed, and his mentality had long been deformed. It was unimaginable. This was just a small interlude, but the commotion it caused was not small. The experts of the various superpowers all had fear in their hearts regarding the Devil clan, which was originally very difficult to deal with. Even more so, no one was willing to provoke them. However, Hondo Lifong was, after all, the deputy supervisor of the Wanluo Federation Overwatch Council. The other powers, including the royal elder Long Ziwen of the Immortal Dynasty and the commander of another fleet in the Wanluo Federation headquarters, could ignore this matter. However, the Overwatch Council Blue Fleet that Hondo Lifong commanded could not remain uninvolved. The commander had been captured and was being tortured inhumanely. If they did nothing, they would all be dealt with according to military law when they returned. This Blue Fleet wasn't weak either. They had 5 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and 15 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. If they really disregarded everything, they had the power to fight to the death with the Demon race. Now that the situation was like this, Hondo and Liefeng's 5 deputy generals had no choice but to fight the Demons to the end. A total of 20 large fortresses and small fortresses began to recharge. The muzzles of the main cannons appeared and aimed at the Demon camp in another corner of the void thousands of miles away. Immediately after, the threatening words of one of Hondo's deputies rang out from one of the small fortresses. He demanded that Chi and the others immediately hand over their commander, Hondo Lifong. Otherwise, they would fire together and fight to the death. This scene was actually within the expectations of the experts from the other forces. It was because of this that the Immortal Dynasty army, which also came from the Immortal Star, and the other fleet from the Wanluo Federation headquarters, had been holding back and not moving. Hondo Lifong had an entire fleet under his command here. It was not their turn to take action. In an instant, the atmosphere in this expanse of space tensed up once more. The Nether Turtle clan that the various great powers were waiting for had yet to appear, yet unexpected conflicts had already erupted one after another in the camps of the various great powers. The scene was bustling to the extreme, causing the experts of the various great powers who were waiting in the surrounding space to not feel bored from waiting. Not only did the good show play out one after another, it had not even ended yet. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Facing the situation, Chi and the others were a little dumbfounded. This fleet was different from the other forces. It was directly under Hondo Liefeng's command. They would definitely dare to fight to the end. If they didn't fight, they wouldn't be able to report back. Before the 3 of them could come to a conclusion, Yi Xian's sarcastic voice rang out again from the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. He said lazily, "Didn't this ancestor just take a fancy to a pretty boy and get him to play with him first? I won't kill him. Is there a need for you to be so excited? What a killjoy. In addition, this guy is too weak. How long has it been?" He actually cracked after a few rounds. This bloody mess really makes this ancestor sick. Forget it. I've had a taste anyway. He's just an embroidered pillow that looks good, but is useless. This ancestor doesn't want him. I'll just return him to you. As he spoke, a figure had already flown out of the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. It was Hondo Lifeong. His clothes didn't cover his body, and his exposed skin was bruised. It was obvious that he had suffered inhuman torture. Facing the strange gazes of countless experts from the various factions, Hondo Lifeong, who had lost his battle strength because of his heavy injuries, was thrown by Yi Xian. His body uncontrollably shot toward the Sunlan fleet. However, his face had long turned green. He howled miserably like a mad wolf. Don't believe him. I didn't lose my virginity. I didn't crack. It would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once this matter was mentioned, the gazes of all the experts immediately swept toward Hondo Liefeng's buttocks with pity. Quite a few people sighed. Sai, the deputy director of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, had been played by that old demon until he cracked. How could the word tragic be enough? No, it's not like that. That old demon didn't play with me. I really didn't crack. I didn't lose my virginity. Hondo Lifeong howled miserably again. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He was finished. This was why Yi Xian hadn't killed him in the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. Letting him carry this big black pot and live well was more satisfying than directly killing him. In the void, thousands of miles away, the commanders of the 20 large fortresses and small fortresses saw Commander Hondo Liefeng's figure appear. Although he had been played with until he cracked, he had returned alive. Thus, they all wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and successively gave the order to stop charging. However, what no one expected was that while the Sunlan fleet was planning to settle the matter peacefully, the Netherworld Old Monster in the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage suddenly attacked again. Humph! I've returned the person to you. However, you dared to threaten me in public just now. How should I deal with that? Along with the cold snort, before the starry sky powerhouses of the various camps could recover from their shock, a faint dark green light that was exactly the same as before shot out from the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of a small fortress of the Sunlan fleet thousands of miles away. It was where the deputy commander's voice had come from. Chapter 3413. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales. This scene was very familiar. Even though the Netherworld race's Netherworld Claw was extremely powerful, Yi Xian's cultivation was still weak. Every time he used it, he would expend a lot of energy. This was the same as when he used the Heaven Falling Bow. After all, these two abilities were the bloodline abilities of supreme beings of the primordial era. Since they were equally powerful, they would naturally expend the same amount of energy. Yi Xian had already used it a few times. Even though it seemed casual, he was just forcing himself to use it. However, this was necessary. He couldn't show any weakness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Compared to the time when he only used a sneak attack to turn Hondo Lifeong, who was in the late stage of the mystic light realm, into a human rod, Yi Xian even used his claw to cut a small meteor in the void thousands of miles away in order to intimidate Yin Qi. Even though this time, Yi Xian's Netherworld Claw was much closer, only thousands of miles away, his target was a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Therefore, it was much more difficult. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, the most direct difference was that the power of his cultivation, the power of his physical body, and the power of his blood had instantly reached a peak. Even though it wasn't like when he used the Heaven Falling Bow, when he was still very weak, almost all the energy in his body was drained, and he fainted on the spot after shooting the arrow. However, it wasn't too far off. Luckily, Yi Xian had all kinds of treasures and spirit herbs in his hands. He also had a large amount of cultivation resources like multi-pupil sense crystals and star core sources. Therefore, after using the Netherworld Claw, he immediately took out a large amount of resources from his undying world and threw them all to the devouring system to recover at full speed. Everything was done, secretly. After paying such a price, before Yi Xian could fully recover, his goal of using this attack to show off his strength had been successfully achieved. Rip! Boom! First, there was a crisp sound that sounded like a piece of silk being torn apart. Then, there was a huge explosion that covered the sky, shocking and illuminating a small part of the void. A steel battleship and a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was like a small meteor, but it was even more sturdy. However, at this moment, it was instantly cut in half by the giant dark green nether ghost claw. The sound of an explosion resounded. Countless electric sparks flickered, and flames soared into the sky. The small fortress that had been cut in half completely collapsed. A large amount of resources fell from the cut, and the figures of some Federation military experts scurried out in panic. This scene stunned everyone. That freak in the 9 Dragons Cyan Phoenix chariot was too cruel. He had only threatened him with a few words, but he had directly destroyed a small fort with a diameter of 50,000 meters. It had to be known that this was the Blue Fleet of the Wan Luo Federation's Overwatch Council. It was a powerful department of the Federation headquarters, yet the other party did not take it seriously at all. Amidst the shock, understanding rose in everyone's hearts. This freak old demon could not be provoked. He came from the later stage of ancient times, hundreds of millions of years ago. He was the only son of the Emperor of the Netherworld. Presumably, he was used to running amok in the later stage of ancient times. In this world, he was even more fearless. Furthermore, behind him were a few Netherworld guardians whose cultivations and abilities far surpassed the 15th realm of Qian Kuan. Once they were awakened, other than the most powerful hidden powers of the various major powers, who in this world could face them head-on? Even Zhan Tu, Long Ziwen, and the brow-less ancestor, who were at the 15th realm of Qian Kuan, couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch. To cut a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters in half was something they could also do with great ease. After all, they were powerful beings of Qian Kuan. However, they could not be like this killing god, stirring up such a disturbance over a small matter. He was too unrestrained and did not take the Wan Luo Federation seriously at all. It was best not to provoke such an existence. He was practically a madman. Even the Ceylon fleet, who had a small fortress destroyed, swallowed their anger and did not continue to pursue the matter. The other party's background was too great. Since Commander Hongdo Laifeng had already returned, there was no need to continue fighting him head-on. The final plan of how to deal with the matter would be reported after returning to the Overwatch Council. The great gods in the Federation headquarters would naturally have an explanation. For a moment, the aces of the various major powers in the surrounding space all revealed fearful expressions. Only the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, who were in 3 different ships, seemed to have a telepathic connection. They quietly muttered to themselves at the same time. This style is so familiar, so cruel and unforgiving when reason is right. Why does it feel like it's exactly the same as that big bastard style? I must be hallucinating. This can't be real. How could it be him? If it's true, then it's really a big problem. I actually took a fancy to a pervert with homosexual tendencies. It's so creepy. An unexpected storm had come to an end. Yi Xian's goal had been achieved. Without a doubt, the Huanting Elder's cruel and domineering image had now been deeply ingrained in people's hearts and shocked everyone. From now on, In this sea of Hades turtles, there was basically no power who dared to provoke them lightly. It was also at this moment that there was finally movement in the vast sea of stars surrounded by the fleets of the various major powers. Previously, when the various major powers had arrived, none of them had recklessly entered the sea of Hades turtles. Instead, they had quietly waited at the edge of the star field where the ancestral land of the Hades turtles was located. Their purpose was to wait for the Hades turtle clan's response. The Hades turtle clan had a long lifespan, and several old fossils in the clan had already been terrifying existences who had surpassed the 15th Great Realm many years ago, although they would not show themselves under normal circumstances. This star field could usually allow some idle experts to enter and explore, but it did not mean that the fleets of the various major powers could enter at will. After all, this was the star field where the ancestral land of the Hades turtle clan was located. Even powerful figures like Zhan Tu, Long Ziwen, and the ancestor Wu may had to be afraid of the few living fossils of the clan. Only with permission would they dare to enter with the fleets behind them and fight for the primordial treasure that was about to appear. At this moment, the Hades turtle clan had clearly responded. After all the top powers of the three universes had come together. No matter how strong the Hades turtle clan was, it was impossible for them to really dare to block the entrance. Everyone was well aware that they had given them face, but they had to be tactful too. In the depths of the vast star field ahead that was covered in mist and revealed a dense and desolate aura, a gray-colored Hades turtle that was terrifying to the point of being the size of a small meteor had suddenly revealed itself. Its entire body was suffused with a dense gray aura that revealed a mysterious aura. This was an extremely formidable Hades turtle, and it actually possessed a cultivation at the middle and late stage of the 15th Great Realm. It was a senior great figure of the universe. Chapter 3414. Translator. Transan Editor. Transan the Turtle Ancestor invites you in this gray-pouncing nether turtle that was as large as a small meteor, was an elder of the Nether Turtle clan. The lifespan of the Nether Turtle clan was extremely long, and they'd lived for a few millions of years. Even if it was an elder of the clan, he was already at the 15th realm, the advanced stage of the universe realm, and he'd lived for countless years. Unfortunately, the masters in the surrounding starry skies couldn't feel much vitality from this nether turtle. Perhaps with its nether turtle bloodline, it could live for another few million years, but this kind of life was no different from death. The Nether Turtle clan had lost their faith, and even the bloodline inheritance of the clan had been personally lost by them. The blow was too great, and all of the Nether Turtles were no different from being dead. The Sea of Nether Turtles was a very vast star region. However, there were only a little over 1,000 Nether Turtles in this star region. This was the total population of the Nether Turtles clan. In the past, some starry sky masters who wandered around the Nether Turtle sea star field would not see a single Nether Turtle for dozens or even hundreds of years. They were all hibernating in their nests, usually sleeping for thousands of years and rarely showing themselves. Today, this Nether Turtle elder that was enormous like a star and possessed a cultivation at the advanced stage of the universe realm at the 15th level had made an appearance, and it was already a rare and grand occasion for the experts of the various powers in the three dimensions of the universe. Even if all the experts present had seen a true Nether Turtle in the past, it was at least a few thousand years ago. If they didn't know that the Nether Turtle clan had a long lifespan and lived for millions of years, the outside world would probably think that this clan had gone extinct a long time ago. The Nether Turtle tribe's elder had only come here to make a statement. After a few words, he was about to leave. What he said was nothing more than a warning to the powerhouses of the various races of the three universes not to wreak havoc or disturb the hibernation of the Nether Turtle clan after entering the Nether Turtle Sea. They had no choice but to do so. The various great powers of the three universes had joined forces to come here in search of fortune. Even though the Nether Turtle clan had a few peerless existences, they weren't strong enough to become enemies with the three universes. They gave them face and didn't trespass. After the elders of the Nether Turtle clan made an appearance, they could only give them a few words of warning and immediately let them pass. All of this was originally just a formality, and everyone was well aware that everything would unfold after this Nether Turtle tribe elder left. In this vast star field of the sea of Nether Turtles, the battles that followed would still be carried out as usual. As long as they didn't make too big of a commotion, as long as they didn't disturb the slumber of the 1,000+ Nether Turtles of this clan, everything would be fine. All the Nether Turtles of this clan were lethargic and lifeless, and they didn't have the heart to contend for supremacy, so they wouldn't pay too much attention to these disputes. However, just as the Nether Turtle clan elder was about to turn around and return to his slumber, Inchi, who was beside the 9 dragons' Azure Luan carriage, took a step forward and suddenly spoke out loud, saying something that caused Yi Xian to be dumbfounded. "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. How can you be so rude as to ignore the visit of your clan's granduncle and turn around to leave?" The granduncle that he was referring to was naturally Yi Xian. In Inchi's eyes, his identity was the young master of the Nether Turtle tribe, and he came from the later stage of the Primordial Age. Back then, he had rolled and peed on the back of the Void Turtle tribe's bloodline ancestor, the Nether Turtle tribe. If he really counted, he was indeed the granduncle of this Nether Turtle tribe. Therefore, Inchi's words were said confidently, and all the experts in the surrounding void heard it and were all dumbfounded. At this moment, all the experts in the starry sky turned to look at Inchi as if they were looking at a fool. In the face of a Nether Turtle who had the terrifying cultivation of the universe late stage, the 15th great realm, this fellow actually dared to reprimand him for being rude to his face, and even said that his granduncle was here to visit. This was clearly the rhythm of seeking death. In fact, even Yi Xian had such thoughts in his heart at this moment. Now, he simply wished that he could strangle Inchi to death on the spot. The words that he said to Inchi and the other two previously were just to pave the way for him to order all the more than 10,000 demon clansmen to help him search for the fragments of the ancient turtle shell after entering the Sea of Nether Turtles. Who would have thought that this old fellow would be so serious and actually take it completely seriously and actually dared to reprimand a terrifying Nether Turtle who was in the later stage of the universe late stage? This was clearly the rhythm of roasting Yi Xian on the fire. With Yi Xian's cultivation and strength, he was confident that he could use the Nether Claw to fool Inchi and the other two existences. Even if it was a powerful figure in the 15th great realm of the universe late stage, Yi Xian might be able to bluff his way through without knowing the inside story. However, this person in front of him was only an elder of the Nether Turtle tribe. Behind him was the tribe leader of the tribe and the living petrified beings who were said to have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Those were supreme existences whose cultivation had long surpassed the 15th great realm of the universe late stage many years ago. Facing such existences, Yi Xian was not confident that he could fool them. This time, he was really going to be killed by Inchi this time. On this side, Yi Xian, who was in the 9 dragons' green phoenix carriage, secretly complained, but Inchi, who was beside the carriage, did not feel anything. Seeing that the elder of the Nether Turtle tribe who was about to turn around and stop in the void ahead stopped in his tracks, and countless experts from the various large forces looked towards him, this old fellow was actually delighted. He felt that he had finally helped the ancestor to show his face again, and presumably, the ancestor's impression of him would be better. As a result, he became even more excited. His voice did not stop as he continued to speak with assurance. "Our ancestor is the young master of the Netherworld. He was sealed in an innately cold place by the Netherworld Great Emperor in the later stage of the Antiquity Age, and he only came out recently. During the battle all those years ago, the Netherworld Great Emperor of my tribe and the Void Giant Turtle Tribe's bloodline progenitor were on the same side, and they were comrades in arms. Moreover, the Netherworld Great Emperor of my clan had a very close personal relationship with the Void Tortoise, the bloodline progenitor of your clan. According to the young master of my clan, before he was sealed when he was young, he even rolled on the back of the Void Tortoise, and peed on it. In this way, our clans aren't outsiders, and the young master of my clan is clearly your Nether Tortoise's granduncle. This time, the young master of my tribe did not come to the Sea of Nether Turtles for that Yenluo net. He heard that your Nether Turtle tribe lost the ancient turtle shell of the Void Ancient Technique, and he couldn't bear it. So he brought us here with the intention of helping the Nether Turtle tribe find the inheritance. This is a friendship between comrades in arms. Elder of the Nether Turtle tribe, how can you be rude? At the end of his words, In-Chi waved his sleeve and stood proudly. In his opinion, although the other party's cultivation base was at the advanced stage of the universe realm, he was only an elder of the Nether Turtle tribe after all. He was also an elder of the Devil tribe, and he was also an elder with power. If he really wanted to talk about it, they should be on equal footing. Therefore, from the meaning of his words, it was obvious that he was hinting that the elder of the Nether Turtle tribe would welcome the arrival of the ancestor of the Nether Turtle tribe and the existence in the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage into the tribe. When he realized this, Yi Xian really wanted to kill someone, and he could not wait to slap In-Chi to death on the spot. Chapter 3415. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation forcing a duck onto a perch young master. Please move. Turtle Ancestor invites you? As soon as this sentence was spoken, there was an uproar in the surroundings. The information revealed was too much and too shocking. First of all, the Nether Turtle clan indeed had a living fossil that had a longer lifespan than the clan leader. That was definitely a supreme existence whose cultivation was far beyond the 15th realm, the universe realm. This was because Ming-Tsang, who claimed to be the clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan, clearly revealed a terrifying aura when he spoke from afar. He was definitely a terrifying existence whose cultivation was beyond the universe realm. Even the clan leader was a terrifying existence beyond the universe realm. Then, how could the person he called Turtle Ancestor be weak? Even Long Ziwen, Zhan Tu, and the ancestor without eyebrows couldn't help but tremble when they thought about it. They were too frightened. In addition, it was related to this young master of the Nether clan, who claimed to be Huanxing. Previously, when In-Chi called him the young master of the Nether clan, although the starry sky powerhouses of the various major forces did not have much doubt, there were not many who really took this matter to heart. But at this moment, when the clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan said that the turtle ancestor invited him, all the powerhouses suddenly realized how shocking the identity of the Nether clan's young master was. If not, why would the clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan specially invite him? The clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan had a long lifespan, and his clan leader was at least in existence from millions of years ago. Although he was not from the Antiquity Age, at most he was only slightly related to the Antiquity Age. But as an old monster who had lived for so long, one could imagine how high his vision was. But even so, the clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan still did not hesitate to interrupt his cultivation and take the initiative to invite him after knowing the identity of the young master of the Nether clan. This clearly showed that he was treating the young master of the Nether clan as an existence of the same level. In fact, the latter did have this qualification. Although he was the only one who had awakened now, when the Nether Emperor sealed him back then, he left behind a few protectors of the Nether clan. They were all supreme existences beyond the 15th realm. Once they appeared, the young master of the Nether clan would definitely be heaven-defying, and he would be able to walk the 3 realms of the universe. No wonder even the turtle ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan looked at him in such a different light. He was indeed qualified. Realizing this, even Long Ziwen, Jean Tu, and the ancestor without eyebrows looked at the 9 dragons' Azure Phoenix chariot with burning eyes. This was a great god. If they had a good relationship with him, there would definitely be benefits in the future. Previously, they had thought that this netherworld young master was too arrogant and domineering when he traveled in such a flashy azure wand carriage, but now they felt that everything was reasonable. How could such an existence not have some extravagance? At this moment, Yin Chi, who was standing beside the 9 dragons' Azure Phoenix chariot, was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He had a smug expression on his face. Beside him, Yin Ba and Yin Jiu were also incomparably envious. They felt that they were a step slower and had their limelight stolen by Yin Chi. This would definitely leave a much better impression in the elder ancestor's heart. In fact, Yi Xian wanted nothing more than to strangle Yin Chi to death on the spot. What kind of existence was the Nether Turtle ancestor? He was definitely a supreme expert who surpassed the 15th realm, the universe realm. Yi Xian didn't have the confidence to face such a supreme existence. Once his identity was exposed, he might immediately die on the spot. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. The Nether Turtle clan's patriarch had already spoken. The Nether Turtle clan's patriarch, who was at the 15th realm of the universe realm, was waiting in front. Moreover, the experts in the surrounding void were also looking at the 9 dragons' Azure Phoenix chariot anxiously. If Yi Xian retreated now, not only would everything go down the drain, but the Nether Turtle clan's patriarch in the void ahead might not let him go. It seemed that he had to meet the Nether Turtle ancestor no matter what. Sighing inwardly, Yi Xian immediately stepped onto the 9 dragons' Azure Phoenix chariot. He glared fiercely at Yin Chi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu and reprimanded, "You 3 old bastards, look after my chariot. I'll be right back." It wasn't that he didn't want to ride the 9 dragons' Azure Phoenix chariot over, but the other party was the Nether Turtle clan's patriarch. Yi Xian didn't dare to act recklessly. At this moment, as Yi Xian stepped out of the 9 dragons' Azure Phoenix chariot, an uproar instantly sounded in the surrounding void. Heavens, is this the Netherworld young master? He's so young. Nonsense. He was sealed by the Netherworld Great Emperor when he was young. Until now, he has returned. It's as if millions of years have not passed. Naturally, he's still young. Although he has triangular eyes, he's still quite handsome. Don't be love-struck. This is the Netherworld clan's young master. Are you worthy? It's none of your business. I just like him. What can you do? At the same time, 3 voices that Yi Xian was very familiar with came from the 3 large fortresses of the Xianyuan family, the Duanmu family, and the Zhao family. Those eyes are getting more and more familiar. That's right, they're so sneaky. They're obviously not good people. They're so similar to that guy. They can't be twins, right? It feels like their temperaments are about the same. What a familiar wretchedness. It's coming straight at me. Although these 3 girls didn't mention names, and their voices were mixed in with the tide of exclamations, they really didn't attract too much attention. But Yi Xian had a guilty conscience and clearly heard them. At that moment, he subconsciously shrank his neck and complained bitterly in his heart. These 3 girls are really not ordinary sharp. They can still recognize me in this state. Was I born in the year of the dog in my previous life? Young master, please. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian had already appeared, and in order to show his respect, he didn't directly carry the flashy 9 dragons azure lawn carriage forward. The attitude of the dark Turtle Clan elder, who was waiting in the air in front of him, was clearly much more polite. When he spoke, a small hill had already appeared on the back of the huge turtle, and a layer of gray energy light enveloped it. The meaning was obvious. It was to let Yi Xian enter the light barrier. Cough, cough. Yi Xian coughed awkwardly. The other party was a universe realm expert of the 15th Great Realm, and he was at the late stage of the universe realm. Wouldn't standing on the other party's back make him a mount? It really felt a little like his heart was beating wildly, but he was now the Netherworld clan's young master. It would be too embarrassing if he was afraid of this little show of extravagance. Thinking like this, Yi Xian secretly clenched his teeth. His figure flashed, and he landed on the back of the Netherworld Turtle Clan elder. He entered the gray light barrier that was like an enormous palace. "Young master, sit tight." In the next moment, the dark Turtle elder's muffled voice sounded again. Then Yi Xian felt the whole world shake violently. Chapter 34:16. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Big Bastard is still alive. The dark Turtle elder's speed was simply too fast. Even though Yi Xian was inside the gray energy shield on the elder's back, he was still dazzled and could not see the elder's trajectory at all. He only felt that the stars on both sides were brushing past him, and endless clouds and mist were drifting endlessly. His entire mind was in a daze. In the end, he simply closed his eyes. Only in this way would that kind of dizziness not be so intense after an unknown period of time. Yi Xian felt his body suddenly become sluggish. The dark Turtle elder, who was like a small meteor under his feet, finally came to a stop. Had he arrived at the end of the road? Yi Xian subconsciously opened his eyes, only to find that the dark Turtle elder under his feet had disappeared. At this moment, he was standing on a huge planet. This planet was simply too big. Standing on the surface of the planet, even with Yi Xian's cultivation level of level 3 grotto heaven, he could not see the end of the planet. If it were not for the fact that he could see the stars in the void when he looked up, he would have thought that he had come to a secret realm that was isolated from the second universe. Just as he was feeling puzzled and was about to call out to the dark Turtle elder who had brought him here, an ancient voice that seemed to have traveled across the river of time suddenly sounded in his ears. "I didn't expect that Netherworld young master would be so interested in my ancestors' void dimension technique. Moreover, you have cultivated to the peak of the 7th level, and have already stepped into the level 1 black hole realm. It is said that during the late antiquity era, Netherworld young master once rolled and peed on my ancestors' back. Could it be that you obtained the void dimension technique from my ancestor at that time?" Hearing these words, Yi Xian was stunned. Cold sweat dripped down his back. This should be the voice of the dark Turtle elder, as expected of a terrifying existence who had surpassed the 15th level of cultivation, the universe realm. Yi Xian currently had a dark body, but the elder could see through his cultivation at a glance. Not only did he know that Yi Xian cultivated the void dimension technique, but he also clearly saw that Yi Xian had only cultivated to the peak of the 7th level and had stopped at the level 1 black hole realm. This made Yi Xian feel as if he had been completely seen through by the elder, as if there were no more secrets. Of course, it was just a feeling, and it was impossible for it to be real. At the very least, it was impossible for the Nether Turtle ancestor to see through the headless infant corpse. No matter how heaven-defying and powerful the Nether Turtle ancestor was, how could it be compared to the headless infant corpse? It should be noted that even the Void Tortoise, the bloodline ancestor of this clan, could only cower in front of the headless infant corpse. It did not even dare to breathe loudly. However, the other party's words were clearly probing and seemed to have given rise to some suspicions. Although Yi Xian felt awkward, he could only brace himself and endure. Fortunately, he was certain that the other party had not seen through all of his secrets, so he still had some confidence. He straightened his neck and forced himself to say, "Isn't that so? Although I mainly cultivate the nether body, Uncle Void Tortoise is also the supreme master of the remote antiquity. His Dongshu skill is also very mysterious. Back then, I pestered him to teach me a few levels of the skill. I didn't expect that hundreds of millions of years have passed since we parted ways. I want to continue cultivating, but there is no other way." Fellow Taoist turtle ancestor, your clan is the descendant of the Void giant turtle. Does your clan have the Void dimension technique after the 7th level? Was it really taught by the Void ancestor himself? You little slippery fellow, you actually still dare to joke with this ancestor at a time like this? Must I expose you? I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed if you want to obtain the Void dimension skill beyond the 7th level. That's because the tortoise shell in your hand is actually a lost clan artifact. The Void dimension skill recorded on it is only up to the first 7 levels. If you want to obtain the Void dimension skill beyond the 7th level, you'll have to help my clan rescue the Void dimension ancestor. Huh? That bastard is still alive? Yi Xian instantly lost his composure when he heard the other party mention the Void tortoise. He didn't even think about it as he blurted it out. Only after that did he feel vexed. This was clearly a lie, and it was no different from confessing without a fight. "Ha ha ha, little guy, you're not pretending anymore?" The nether turtle ancestor was overjoyed and actually chuckled softly. The unbelievably vast star beneath his feet was shaken by his laughter and slightly rose and fell, causing Yi Xian to roll his eyes. He spread his hands and said casually, "So that's what happened. That tortoise shell is the clan artifact of your Void Tortoise clan, so I'm naturally familiar with its aura. I left it in my body. You're a supreme existence that surpasses the universe, so you can more or less sense a trace of its aura. Naturally, you'll be able to see through my identity." In the end, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel annoyed. He shook his head and sighed, "Mistake. What a huge mistake." After all, although his identity was exposed, the Void Tortoise ancestor didn't seem to have any ill intentions. It seemed that he had something to ask of him. Yi Xian was confident in his heart, so there was nothing to be afraid of. "Since you don't want to pretend anymore, let me guess your identity." First of all, your identity as a human cultivator is undeniable. Although this nether body is indeed pure, this old turtle can still clearly distinguish the aura of a human cultivator. There aren't many young geniuses in the human race recently. The 4 legendary heavens prides probably don't have a foundation like yours. So, it seems that there are only the 3 legendary monstrous geniuses to choose from. Little friend, are you Prince Xian, the invincible war god, or young Master Linghu? The 3 legendary monstrous geniuses. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed his nose. He said in a muffled voice, "Even Prince Xian is included? If that's the case, all of them." These words were a little strange. If one suddenly heard it, they might not be able to react in time. However, the Void Tortoise ancestor obviously understood. The vast ground under its feet rose and fell again, and its hearty laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha! Prince Xian, the invincible war god, young Master Linghu, all of them are the same person. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid the 3 universes would be completely turned upside down. Little friend, you're really amazing. The divination I made back then was right. I let that girl bring half of the ancient tortoise shell out of the Void Tortoise Sea, and it actually attracted the Son of Destiny. My clan's ancestor is saved." The girl he was talking about was obviously the purplish warbler. Yi Xian suddenly understood. So, all of this was planned. However, what the hell was this divination? It sounded familiar. Then, Yi Xian remembered the heaven-measuring technique of the old devil mosquito butcher. That old devil seemed to have calculated something with the heaven-measuring technique, so he did his best to arrange himself, and finally succeeded in connecting with him. Tui, coming into contact with him. Yi Xian immediately asked this question. Chapter 34:17. Translator, trans and editor, trans in the wastelands of the outer regions. That old geezer mosquito butcher you speak of has some ties with my clan. There are some things that will have to be settled in the future. At the mention of the heaven-measuring technique, an old ghost mosquito butcher, the nether turtle ancestor's tone instantly changed slightly, and it faintly revealed a wisp of monstrous resentment. However, he wasn't willing to speak about it, and merely mentioned it briefly before falling silent. Yi Xian's curiosity was immediately piqued. Old ghost mosquito butcher was indeed a scourge. Judging from the deep resentment in the nether turtle patriarch's voice when he mentioned him, it was clear that he had been harmed by him in the past. As a result, Yi Xian felt that old devil mosquito butcher's mysteriousness seemed to have increased by a large margin in an instant. The strength that the old fellow had displayed in the Death Star region was that of a universe almighty at the 15th level. Now, it seemed like he had held back at that time. His true strength definitely surpassed that of a universe almighty at the 15th level. Otherwise, how could he have the qualifications to harm the nether turtle ancestor? Before this, Yi Xian had thought that the most mysterious person in his mind was the Mad Mosquito King. But now, it seemed that the Mad Mosquito King's throne was going to be lost. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher was originally a demon from the first universe. Later, when he came to the third universe of the human race, he had an old grudge with Tian Qianzi, the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates in the cultivation camp. Now that Yi Xian had arrived in the second universe, the moment he mentioned old devil mosquito butcher, even the ancestor of the Nether Tortoise clan held a deep grudge against him. This was clearly a sign that he had wreaked havoc on all 3 universes. The throne of the number 1 mysterious figure would most likely belong to this old man. However, now was not the time to delve into the matter of old ghost mosquito butcher. Yi Xian was most concerned about the news of the giant void tortoise. Based on the words of the Nether Turtle's ancestor earlier, Chen Shi was already able to confirm that even in the Nether Turtle clan, there was merely the first 7 levels of the ancient void dimension technique. Once one arrived at the 8th level, the black hole realm, one would be unable to continue cultivating. Although this news was disappointing, the patriarch of the Abyssal Turtle clan had also given them a glimmer of hope. They seemed to know the whereabouts of the giant void tortoise, and they wanted to ask Yi Xian for help to rescue it. If this was a success, then the rest of the Dongshu ancient chant wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, for the headless infant corpse, this was definitely great news. The void tortoise was one of the primordial supreme beings on the same side as the headless infant corpse. It was a comrade of the primordial Yiksha, the golden divine dragon, and the netherworld emperor. This was a true primordial supreme. Even if he was seriously injured, he would still be an invincible existence in the present age. With him as a backer, Yi Xian would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in the 3 great planes of the universe. That was much more useful than being the young master of the netherworld. Behind him stood a living supreme of the primordial era. Therefore, although he realized that it wouldn't be easy to save the void tortoise, Yi Xian had no intention of considering it at all. On one hand, the benefits were too great. On the other hand, he really did need the Dongshu ancient chant. Of course, the most important thing was that the void tortoise was his own turtle. For the sake of the headless infant corpse, if there was even the slightest chance of success, he would save it. Patriarch Turtle What we are going to discuss now is of great importance. It concerns the life and death of a supreme of the primordial era. Naturally, we can't treat this like a child's play. Feeling the responsibility on his shoulders, Yi Xian puffed up his chest. In his opinion, rescuing a supreme of the primordial era wasn't something that just anyone would have the opportunity to do. However, he was obviously a key figure, so he felt a strong sense of existence. His tone couldn't help but become more proactive. So, in the face of such an important matter, shouldn't we talk about the secret recipe face to face? It doesn't feel right to talk through the void like this, does it? That does make some sense. But haven't you noticed that you're standing on top of the old turtle's head? We've been discussing face to face all this time. Before the abyssal turtle ancestor could finish speaking, Yi Xian felt the ground beneath his feet tremble violently, as if a tsunami had occurred. The entire vast and boundless land quickly surged up, and at the end of the horizon, an arc slowly appeared around him. Faintly, an incomparably enormous turtle head appeared from beneath his feet. F***CK. What a big tortoise head. So this entire continent is your tortoise skull, then where is your tortoise shell? Isn't it as big as a star field? Yi Xian finally understood the meaning of the patriarch turtle's words. They had indeed been discussing face to face all this time. Not only had they been discussing face to face, but Yi Xian was standing on top of the patriarch turtle's head. This world isn't the second universe of the outside world. It's the ancestral land of my dark turtle clan, the dark turtle mystic realm. There's only one void passage that connects to the outside world, and there's a universe realm dark turtle clan elder guarding that place. Outsiders can't enter at all. So what's wrong with me showing my true form? It's not to the point of shocking the world. When he spoke up to here, the nether turtle's ancestor paused abruptly, and then he changed the topic. Even though the ancient void insight technique recorded on the ancient tortoise shell of my nether turtle clan can be seen by everyone, if one wants to truly cultivate it, then one must see the scenes of the inheritance left behind on the ancient tortoise shell. This isn't something that just anyone can accomplish, and only the chosen one of this old turtle's divination can accomplish this. Since you've already cultivated the ancient void dimension technique to the peak of the 7th level, it means that you've seen the inheritance scenes in the ancient turtle shell and seen the void dimension ancestor's true form in the scenes. That's a true void dimension turtle. Every single one of its scales is the size of an entire region, whereas I, the old turtle, have a head that's like a star at most, and my entire body is only the size of a palm of space. So, why would it make you so surprised? When he spoke up to here, Yi Xian completely understood, and he rolled his eyes before he continued. No wonder your dark turtle clan was so generous and actually intentionally left the ancient turtle shell behind. After all, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to cultivate it even if they obtained it, whereas only the person that can cultivate it would be the person you're looking for. Moreover, after cultivating it to the peak of the 7th level, that person would definitely come to the sea of nether turtles to search for the next level of the technique. Fuck! What a great scheme! This young master is extremely displeased right now. It feels like I was schemed against and even died. It's too displeasing. Little fellow, you're trying to play tricks again. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, the nether turtle's voice resounded once more, and it carried a firm tone as it continued. Even though this old turtle doesn't understand exactly what's going on based on the divination, it isn't just you who's helping my nether turtle clan. From a certain perspective, it's similarly my nether turtle clan that's helping you, so don't give me these empty tricks. This old turtle is certain that you'll definitely be willing to do this. Moreover, the desolate ruins in the Outer Realm originally contained boundless fortune, and it's a rare opportunity for you. Are you really willing to miss this opportunity? The desolate ruins in the Outer Realm. Chapter 34:18. Translator, Transan Editor. Transan IV seen this demonic blade before. Even this old turtle doesn't know where the so-called barren ruins is. The vast earth beneath his feet trembled slightly. This was caused by the nether turtle ancestor shaking his huge head. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned solemn. He did not pay attention to this, and only heard the nether turtle ancestor's voice. This old turtle only knows that it's a dilapidated void. It's definitely not in the 3 universe planes. It should be floating in some mysterious, unknown universe. Tens of thousands of years ago, the void turtle ancestor of my nether turtle clan once sent back a frame of images, imprinted with his divine sense. This old turtle received it and has been keeping it ever since, along with that frame of images, imprinted with his divine sense were only a few words. They are the bloodline ancestral words of my nether turtle clan. The general idea is that this imprinted image is the barren ruins. If we want to welcome the return of the void ancestor, we can only use the heavenly divination technique to detect the child of destiny. Only then can we succeed. This is the origin of the heavenly divination technique that this old turtle has mastered. It originally belonged to the void ancestor. At this point, Yi Xian basically understood the whole story. Obviously, the void turtle ancestor was indeed still alive and had sent a message tens of thousands of years ago. It was similar to a cry for help and passed down the void turtle clan's bloodline innate heavenly divination technique to the nether turtle ancestor to use this technique to divine the heavenly divination technique. After that, the void turtle clan deliberately lost the ancient turtle shell, which was obtained by Yi Xian, and led him to the nether turtle sea today. The child of destiny is you. This is beyond doubt. Therefore, you are qualified to see the frame of images sent back by the void ancestor. However, this old turtle can't give you any clues. You have to find them yourself. As he spoke, a bright light suddenly burst out from the horizon. A vast image of the void suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. This mysterious void seemed to be an exiled universe plane, and it exuded an extremely dense and ancient aura. Spatial rifts could simply be seen everywhere here. Spatial turbulence that carried a terrifying aura of destruction frequently whistled out from them. And some had even transformed into black holes that devoured everything. Although there were stars and galaxies in this picture, without exception, they were all badly damaged. The countless stars in the vast galaxy were almost all intertwined, and some had even completely collapsed, floating in this dark and silent, mysterious void. Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the dilapidated ancient space in front of him. Everything was too familiar, and it was exactly the same as what he'd seen in the inheritance of the divine ability, Heavenfall Bow. Obviously, it was the location of the final battle of that peerless battle that occurred countless years ago during the primordial era. To be more precise, it was a corner of the void battleground of the primordial era. These so-called ruins should be a part of the ancient starry sky in the remote antiquity era. They had the same origin as the remote antiquity cage that was connected to the forbidden area of the Devil Emperor star. Furthermore, they were separated and banished as well. The only difference was that the damaged void in the Devil Emperor star area of the first universe was not only a cage, but also a burial ground, which emitted an endless aura of death, making people desperate. Although the starry sky here was also dim, and there wasn't even a single shining star, one could sense countless auras of life. Although they were obscure and ethereal, they were extremely powerful. Most of the life auras were emitted from the relatively large stars in this desolate ancient galaxy that had been exiled. In the depths of the cores of these stars, there were obviously extremely powerful creatures hibernating. In addition, There were also some auras vaguely detectable in the large number of spatial rifts all over the dilapidated void. Although they were much fewer in number, they were more terrifying and powerful. Without exception, the existences hibernating in these spatial rifts were obviously supreme creatures of the primordial era, at the same level as the divine golden dragon and the primordial Yiksha. In one of the spatial rifts, Yi Xian saw a terrifying giant tortoise that was as large as a small star area. It was just floating there silently, and no one knew how many years it had been dormant. Although the turbulence in the spatial rifts was surging and eroding, the giant tortoise's dim body was not damaged at all. It had never been shaken. Moreover, on the giant tortoise's back, which was as vast as a terrifying continent, there was a terrifying black devil blade. The blade was tens of thousands of miles long, and a small part of it had pierced into the tortoise's back. It was extremely sharp. Blood-green markings appeared on the body of the devil saber, and it was extremely evil and filthy. It emanated a sort of evil aura that shook the soul. At the instant one glanced at it, it actually caused one to have the misconception that a strand of brutal and monstrous invisible devil flames was surging and surging towards them. Moreover, the exposed half of this terrifying devil blade was covered with ferocious gaps, silently telling how tragic the battle it had been through in the past was. Although this demonic blade's might was similarly dim and not as ferocious as before, the faint aura it emitted was no different from the demonic blade formed by Tuoba Linfeng's bloodline ability, Demonic Flame Space Flash Slash. If one had to point out a difference, it would be that this black devil blade that was inserted vertically into the giant tortoise's back was real. When Tuoba Linfeng was fighting with Yi Xian, the weak light that shot out from between his eyebrows with a wave of his hand expanded in the wind. In less than half a breath, the demonic mountain saber that it transformed into was illusory. The devil blade that Tuoba Linfeng used at that time was actually condensed from an incomplete ability called Devil Flame Space Flash Slash. Once it was used, the corpse energy in the body would instantly condense and take form. Its power was terrifying and evil, and it could even absorb the opponent's vitality, blood, and primordial spirit. It could be called a secret technique of the corpse Tao. At that time, the blood-green magic saber circling above Tuo Balin's head caused Yi Xian to feel a sense of trepidation. It even caused him to suspect that in the primordial era countless years ago, the primordial era creature that left behind that bloodline ability really had a real magic saber in his hands. At that time, the energy devil blade that was condensed from the corpse energy was already so terrifying. Even Yi Xian's quasi-starry sky treasure weapon, the withered demon blood blade, was slightly inferior. If this ominous devil blade really had a real body, its devil might was simply unimaginable. This was Yi Xian's sigh in his heart at that time. He didn't expect that everything would be confirmed now. In the Desolate era, there was indeed such a real supreme devil blade. It was unknown which enemy camp's powerhouse was in possession of it, but it must have been a Desolate era supreme existence. Otherwise, how could it hurt the giant tortoise? Until now, this supreme devil blade was still stuck on the giant tortoise's back. This must have been a scene that appeared hundreds of millions of years ago in the Desolate era and continued to exist until today. Just thinking about it made people shudder. Chapter 3419. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, it was him. I don't know about this either. The Nether Turtle Patriarch's voice rang out again. Although I have lived for countless years when I was born, it was close to the present era. I can't even be considered as an ancient creature, let alone the desolate antiquity era. Everything about that majestic era is just a legend to me. I've never seen it with my own eyes. However, since you've seen this supreme demonic blade from the desolate antiquity era, There might be some kind of connection between them. Perhaps the clues related to it are the key to saving the Void Ancestor. Why don't you know anything? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he rolled his eyes. You can't be thinking of relying on me to save the bastard, can you? That's really fun. You won't stop until I'm dead. You're the chosen one. Who else can I rely on, if not you? The Nether Turtle Ancestor did not feel embarrassed at Yi Xian's complaint at all. Instead, he said matter-of-factly, believe in the guidance of the divination technique. This is one of the Void Ancestor's two great bloodline abilities. It can steal the secrets of heaven. Now that I speak of it, my Nether Turtle clan paid an enormous price when we utilized this heaven-defying divine ability to calculate the method to find the heaven's chosen child. During these 10,000 years, the Nether Turtle clan has become old and dispirited, and it's all because this old turtle, extracted the vitality of all my clansmen to conceal myself from the detection of the workings of the heavens and caused the calamity to descend. This time, although Old Turtle can't give you too much help, I can help you once again with the guidance of the heavenly divination. However, after this, my Nether Turtle clan will have to seal itself off. Otherwise, if I use the divination technique twice in a row, I will be detected by heaven's secrets, since I don't have the supreme cultivation of the Void Ancestor. At that time, a calamity will befall our clan. The Nether Turtle clan won't be able to protect itself. Detection of heaven's secrets? Yi Xian furrowed his brows. He suddenly recalled the heavenly tribulation he had attracted back in Triumph City in the Death Starfield, when he had used the genetic evolution fluid to break through to the 8th realm. At the same time, he had also evolved the fallen sky bow's supernatural power and the demonic dragon's bloodline in his body. At that time, there was a large expanse of cyan thunderclouds rolling in the sky, pouring down from a void crack that appeared in the void. These were not the key points. The key was that Yi Xian clearly saw a green heavenly eye in the depths of the void crack where the green thundercloud came from. He suspected that it was the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao in the untainted land. In the end, Yi Xian combined the power of the demonic dragon bloodline and the Skyfall bow to shoot the Skyfall arrow, destroying the thundercloud. At the same time, the void fissure that was leaking the thundercloud was forcibly closed. Even the faint trace that it had sensed was forcibly erased. Otherwise, once that cyan heaven's eye awakens, Triumph City and Yi Xian would be in great trouble and wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Could the detection of heaven's secrets mentioned by the ancestor of the hellish Turtle clan be referring to a similar scene? That was most likely the case. It seemed that this divination technique was not a good thing. It would attract the green heavenly eye that was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao in the untainted land. This was simply a secret technique to attract disasters. Yi Xian originally wanted to learn it. He could not help this old bastard work for nothing. He had to at least get some benefits. But now he immediately dispelled the thought. That cyan heavens, I was at the same level as the headless infant corpse. Even the Netherworld Great Emperor, a supreme-level creature in the desolate antiquity era, couldn't really kill it when he used the Netherworld Claw to cut it in two. At most, he would only be slightly injured, but the cyan heavens I would still exist. Living to the present, it was just hibernating and hiding in some unknown, mysterious void. One day, it would rise to the sky. From this, it could be seen how terrifying it was. Yi Xian avoided this kind of existence like the plague. How would he dare to provoke it easily? He immediately dismissed the idea of asking the ancestor of the hellish Turtle clan for this divination technique. It was too dangerous, and it was better not to touch it. Whoosh, whoosh. It was also at this time that the sound of air breaking suddenly came from all directions of the continent under Yi Xian's feet. Turning his head to look, he saw that around the vast continent beneath his feet, there were gigantic tortoise shells that were like mountains soaring into the sky. They were all gray and stained with blood. This caused Yi Xian to be horrified, and he immediately cried out in alarm, "Old bastard, are you trying to use the divine ability of divination? These gray tortoise shells stained with blood. This old turtle stripped them from my body. They represent vitality. Brat, do you think that the divination technique that can predict heaven's secrets can be calculated by just finding some broken bricks and tiles?" Ugh. Yi Xian immediately felt a chill run down his spine. It represented life force, so sacrificing life force wasn't a big deal. The key point was that this method of peeling off pieces of bloody tortoise shell from his tortoise's back while still alive was a bit of a heavy taste. Just thinking about it made him feel a chill run down his spine. This time, he decisively did not want this divination technique. The old bastard could peel off tortoiseshell from his back. What would he do if it fell into his hands? Would he peel off the skin every time it was calculated? This was 2F** King evil and bloody. Yi Xian decisively gave up. During this process, the bloody tortoiseshell that rose from the vast continent under his feet did not stop. After a short period of time, the sky was covered with a huge curtain formed by tortoiseshell. It had a radius of 3,000 meters. Perhaps it was nothing to the ancestor of the hellish turtle clan, whose head was as big as a star. However, if it was used on Yi Xian, it would definitely kill him. Even if he peeled off all the skin on his body, he would not be able to piece it together. It seemed that this divination technique was indeed not something that could be performed by a human. It was too deadly. Pay attention. The divination curtain has been laid out. This old turtle is about to start. Everything in the divination is related to saving the ancestor of the void realm, and they are all critical elements. Perhaps they are scattered and not related to each other, but all of them need you to string them together. At this time, the voice of the ancestor of the hellish turtle clan rang out again. When it reached Yi Xian's ears, his heart trembled, and he felt a little embarrassed. "Sigh, brat, if this old turtle were to perform this divination myself, there would be no need to build such a divination curtain. Everything is just to let you see it more directly and clearly. Don't be distracted. This divination of this old turtle has lost at least 1,000 years of my life, so you better not waste it. 8,000 years of life. This old bastard in front of him. If it were any other starry sky master, they would not be able to hold on and would weaken on the spot." Just as Yi Xian was sighing in his heart, the divination curtain above his head, which was pieced together by pieces of bloody tortoise shell, suddenly flashed with a blurred light. Then some effects began to appear in this light.
Chapter 2294, Medium Fortress. The regional announcement repeated 3 times, its contents stunning the players grinding in the Gravity Mountain range. "The northern fortresses been captured. What's going on? Isn't the northern fortress the largest fortress in the northern region? Are you kidding me? Zero Wing actually took down the northern fortress? Is Zero Wing really so powerful?" Practically every player in the Gravity Mountain range knew about the northern fortress. It was one of only 3 medium fortresses in the Gravity Mountain range and a hot topic among players. Thus far, the only power to secure a fortress the Gravity Mountain range was 13 thrones, but the guild had only claimed a small fortress. Taking into account the number of players on Dragonheart Island, a small fortress wasn't enough to satisfy demand. A medium fortress, on the other hand, was several times larger. Now that Zero Wing had captured the northern fortress, players grinding in the Gravity Mountain range wouldn't have to worry about a safe place to rest and recover. Everyone had assumed that the first power to capture a medium fortress would be one of Dragonheart Island's super guilds, yet Zero Wing had accomplished the feat. No one had expected this outcome. However, the masses' shock was nothing compared to how stunned the island's various powers were over the news. How is this possible? That's the northern fortress we're talking about. How could a guild like Zero Wing possibly capture it? Start an investigation. I want to know every detail of the event. Not even 13 Thrones dared to assault the northern fortress. Zero Wing must have used some special method to capture it. If we can learn this method, the rest of the Gravity Mountain Range's fortress will be ours. The various powers knew just how difficult these fortresses were to capture. Many of the island's superpowers had attempted such operations, only to fail. These powers also knew what kind of guild Zero Wing was. Even with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's help, capturing the northern fortress should have been impossible for Zero Wing. If it were that easy, the various super guilds would have already occupied every fortress in the map. Zero Wing must have used some tool or special method to succeed. Meanwhile, a report regarding Zero Wing's success in capturing the northern fortress quickly made it to Melancholy's desk in the 13 Thrones Dragonheart City residence. Interesting. I hadn't really thought that they'd succeed, Melancholy commented, surprised as he read the initial report. As 13 Thrones Guild leader, Melancholy knew better than anyone on Dragonheart Island how challenging the Gravity Mountain Range's fortress were to capture. When he had first heard of the operation, he had assumed Zero Wing was going for broke, hoping it would work out somehow. The War-Blood adventurer team was still going mad over trying to destroy the guild, after all. Guild leader, now that Zero Wing has captured the northern fortress, it will gain more influence on Dragonheart Island. Many powers will likely try to ally with the guild. Should we? Happy Art carefully asked Melancholy while eyeing Elder Wu. Elder Wu had been a strong advocate for their guild's relationship with Starlink since the superpower could be so helpful in capturing the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses. And yet, Zero Wing had successfully claimed the northern fortress, a feat that not even 13 Thrones had the strength to accomplish. Naturally, a medium fortress would offer far more and better benefits than a small fortress, and the various major powers already saw Zero Wing as a tempting ally. If 13 Thrones waited until other powers had allied with Zero Wing first, it would lose a significant amount of potential profit. Happy Art, you reach conclusions too quickly, the masked woman behind Elder Wu spoke up. Although Zero Wing has the northern fortress, capturing it is a lot easier than defending it, especially now that the guild has angered both Starlink and War-Blood. If we negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing, and it failed to defend the fortress, our guild will be in an awkward position. Happy Art fell silent for a moment. Other powers might not know much about the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses, but 13 Thrones was very familiar with them. It was true that defending a fortress was far harder than capturing one. 13 Thrones had gone as far as stationing a large number of experts in the fortress long-term to protect it from periodic monster attacks, even utilizing a few of the guild's trump cards. Needless to say, even stronger monsters would assault a medium fortress. If Zero Wing couldn't protect the northern fortress during one of these monster attacks, the consequences would be dire. That kid has exceeded my expectations, but we should see if Zero Wing can defend the fortress before we make a decision, Elder Wu said. It won't be too late to negotiate a partnership once Zero Wing proves that it can hold the northern fortress. Elder Wu then stood and left the room. He didn't linger in the guild leader's office any longer. While Dragonheart Island's various superpowers discussed Zero Wing's success, Shafeng and his team were busy clearing the undead mobs out of the northern fortress. Capturing a monster-infested fortress wasn't the same as capturing a monster-infested town. Once a town's guardian boss was defeated, the remaining monsters would flee and disappear. However, in monster-infested fortresses, players had to kill the remaining monsters after defeating the guardian boss and claiming the fortress. Fortunately, once the monsters were dead, they wouldn't respawn. Guild leader Blackflame, we should have these undead mobs taken care of in a few more hours, Phoenix Rain reported. Worriedly, she continued, however, according to the information I've recently received, War-Blood and Nine Dragons Emperor can no longer sit still. Not only have they locked down the Gravity Mountain Range, but they've also begun to gather forces to capture the Northern Canyon's Rock Nest Fortress. Although the Northern Fortress was the largest in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region, its location was remote. In reality, the Northern Fortress wasn't that attractive to players. Fortunately, there weren't encarrot areas for players in the Gravity Mountain Range, excluding 13 Thrones' small fortress. Players would have no choice but to visit the Northern Fortress, regardless of how remote it was. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, if another fortress in the northern region were captured, that situation would change, especially if it were the Rocknest Fortress. The Northern Canyon, where the Rocknest Fortress was located, was the sole path leading to the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region. If War Blood captured it, it would severely affect the northern fortress's popularity. They have the right idea. We've just captured the northern fortress and still need some time to clean it up. If they can stop the flow of players and resources from reaching our fortress, they'll weaken the northern fortress's development speed. We might not even survive the first wave of monsters, Shifeng said, chuckling. Unfortunately, they don't know what it means to own a medium fortress. After his comment, Shifeng approached one of the destroyed defensive magic towers. There was a strict divide between the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses. A medium fortress wasn't just larger than a small fortress, it also had defensive magic towers. These towers were the main reason why medium fortresses had a qualitative advantage over small fortresses. Chapter 2295, Peak Construction. As he stepped into one of the dilapidated defensive magic towers, Shifeng used the fortress management token he had obtained to call up the 4 towers combined system interface. Sure enough, repairing the towers will cost a ton. Shifeng was astonished when he saw the repair cost for the 4 towers. If he wished to repair all 4 defensive magic towers, he would have to pay a total of 320,000 magic crystals and 120 units of 7 luminaries crystals. Zero Wing could afford the 320,000 magic crystals. After all, the guild had full control of a manatite vein and an attributed ore vein. It earned more magic crystals than an ordinary superpower. Unfortunately, the 7 luminaries crystals weren't as common. Although 7 luminaries crystals dropped in certain team dungeons and maps, the drop rate was painfully low. Even now, Zero Wing had barely saved up 200 units. He would have to part with more than half of Zero Wing's stock if he wanted to repair all 4 defensive magic towers. In the end, however, Shifeng gritted his teeth and accepted the cost. Only medium fortresses and larger had the privilege of using defensive magic towers, and these towers were not limited to creating a defensive magic array to protect the fortress from invaders. They could also gather and concentrate the fortress's mana, as well as act as a teleportation point. Players couldn't rely on return scrolls or guild transfer scrolls to return to a rest area while in the World Tower. They'd have to rely on their own feet to travel back and forth. Of course, players could rely on land or flying mounts, but this was a lot more difficult than using a return scroll. Players would have to conserve some of their stamina for the return trip, which limited how long they could grind. Meanwhile, the defensive magic towers could nullify some of the World Tower's suppression, and players could connect return scrolls to the tower's teleportation point. This way, players could teleport to the defensive magic towers freely. Although the defensive magic towers were only effective on their own floor, meaning that players couldn't teleport to the fortress after descending to the next underground floor, these towers had been immensely popular during Shifeng's previous life. Every floor in the World Tower was massive, and traveling across them was inconvenient. Because of the defensive magic towers, the World Tower's medium fortresses could make more profit than their smaller counterparts. Aside from profiting from visiting players, medium towers could also earn money from NPCs through the defensive magic towers. These towers significantly increased a fortress's defensive value, and NPC merchants, who disliked risk, would only visit fortresses with a high enough defensive value. Naturally, there was a massive difference between player-generated profit and profit earned from NPC merchants. Although ancient coins were Dragonheart City's only currency, players generally spent ancient copper and ancient silver. They rarely spent ancient gold. This was why 13 Thrones had earned much ancient gold since capturing a small fortress. However, NPC merchants were a different story. If an NPC merchant rented one of a fortress's shops, they'd pay with ancient gold. The more NPCs that visited a fortress, the more ancient gold a fortress's ruling power would earn. Shifeng desperately needed ancient gold. His desire for it had become even greater after defeating the ancient fiend-ranked undead king. Normally, a fortress's bosses only dropped average loot. That was clear based on the loot the mythic-ranked undead general had dropped. Compared to the boss's loot, The fortress itself was the true prize. Aside from the fortress management token, the Undead King had dropped an extremely rare item. The Freedom Hotel design. Shifeng had thought he was hallucinated when he had seen the design. The Freedom Hotel was a peak construction in God's domain. Meanwhile, and it was even more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. For a guild city to become a main city, it needed a peak construction. Thus, owning the design for one was akin to obtaining a main city. Furthermore, a peak construction's abilities were out of this world. If he could construct a Freedom Hotel, he could elevate Stone Forest City into an intermediate city. The difference between an intermediate city and a basic city in a level 100+ map was like the difference between heaven and earth when it came to helping players complete their Tier 3 promotion quests. Of course, building a peak construction was extremely difficult. Every required material was exceedingly rare in God's domain, and many of them couldn't be stored in a player's bag space. The precious boundary stone was one such example. One could only find a boundary stone by luck. The only place that sold them was the black market, and each stone cost 8,000 ancient gold. Meanwhile, constructing the Freedom Hotel required 3 boundary stones, and including the cost of the other materials, the Freedom Hotel's construction would cost at least 40,000 ancient gold. Moreover, organizing a large-scale mining operation for the Gravity Mountain Range's rare ore veins would be a massive ancient gold expense. The ore veins in the World Tower were crawling with monsters, especially at night. Every ore vein in the World Tower was practically a monster nest. Even expert teams would be annihilated if they weren't careful. A small-scale operation wouldn't be a problem, but to set up a large-scale operation, one would need to construct a mine and defensive structures, both of which cost ancient gold. If Shifeng wanted to develop Zero Wing in the World Tower quickly, he needed ancient gold. Time passed quickly. While Shifeng and the others slew the remaining monsters and repaired the fortress's various buildings, a system announcement reached every player in the map. Gravity Mountain Range Region System Announcement. Congratulations to the War Blood Adventurer team for capturing the Rocknest Fortress and becoming its lord. Guild popularity in Dragonheart City increased by 5,000. The system announcement caused another uproar throughout the Gravity Mountain Range. What? Zero Wing has just captured the Northern Fortress, yet War Blood has already captured the Rocknest Fortress? War Blood really is vicious. With 2 fortresses in a single region, Zero Wing won't be able to generate as much income from the Northern Fortress. To make matters worse, the Rocknest Fortress occupied the path to the northern region. That's nothing. War Blood has also allied itself with quite a few of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams. They're going to work together to seal off the northern region. They've declared that anybody who visits the Northern Fortress will be considered one of the adventurer team's enemies. How vicious. Even with a fortress, Zero Wing has no hope of surviving in Dragonheart City. Zero Wing can only blame itself for provoking so many of the island's powers. The players grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range were astonished by how fast and decisively War Blood had captured the Rocknest Fortress. They hadn't expected the adventurer team to strike down Zero Wing as soon as it had some success on Dragonheart Island. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. What should we do, Big Sis Rain? Blue Phoenix paled when she read the latest report. Because of War Blood's declaration, players that had been preparing to visit our fortress are backing out due to fear. Maintaining a fortress wasn't easy. They'd have to station players here long-term to deal with the occasional monster raids. Meanwhile, players were a fortress's main source of income. If players weren't willing to visit the Northern Fortress, they'd be lucky not to hemorrhage money on the fortress's upkeep. How did they secure the Rocknest Fortress so quickly? Phoenix Rain's expression darkened when she heard the news. Although she had known that War Blood planned to capture the fortress, she hadn't thought that it would succeed so soon. Why don't we go teach them a lesson? Guild leader Aqua Rose suggested in a chilly tone after reading about War Blood's threat. Forget it. Their fortress is under a 3-day protection period. Attacking them would be meaningless right now, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued, however, since they want to play, we'll play. Spread the word that whoever visits the Rocknest Fortress will be declaring Zero Wing an enemy. None of them will be allowed through the northern fortress's gates. Chapter 2296, Fortress opens Gravity Mountain Range, Rocknest Fortress. The Rocknest Fortress stood atop the northern canyon. From afar, it looked like a nest, which was how it had earned its name. The fortress was easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, the fortress was filled with tens of thousands of level 85+ players that were busy slaying the fortress's prior residents, the Blackstone Ores. Several tens of thousands of Blackstone Ores had garrisoned the fortress, but less than 10,000 remained. Lying quietly in the fortress's heart was the 4-meter-tall Ore King, and all sorts of weapons, equipment, and materials were scattered around its corpse. I hadn't thought that capturing a fortress would be this profitable. It's no wonder why 13 Thrones is so eager to capture a second one, 9 Dragons Emperor said, sighing ruefully as he gazed at the items on the ground. Even in the Gravity Mountain Range, Great Lord rank and higher monsters were relatively rare, yet the Rocknest Fortress had been home to tons of them. Since this was the first time these monsters had been slain, their drop rate was much higher than the monsters that wandered the map. Clearing out the Blackstone Ores had yielded over 10,000 weapons and equipment pieces. Moreover, every item as level 90 or above. There were even some level 100 weapons and equipment among the loot. Although most of the weapons and equipment were only secret silver rank, with a few fine gold rank items, it was more than enough to serve as interim equipment. At the very least, his subordinates could use these items to start raiding level 90 super large-scale team dungeons as soon as they were the appropriate level. It's only natural. Every fortress in the Gravity Mountain Range is a treasure trove. We had planned to work with Starlink to capture a medium fortress, but I hadn't expected Zero Wing to claim the northern fortress successfully. We had no choice but to move forward with our plans, Blood Oath said. His voice cold, he continued, even with the northern fortress, I'll ensure that Zero Wing has no place on Dragonheart Island. That's right. That Zero Wing is too arrogant. They look down on you, Commander Blood, 9 Dragons Emperor said, nodding. I suspect the guild's members have already begun to panic. Without any visiting players, even the best fortress in the world is useless. War Blood, Crimson Shadow, and Knight's Sword, 3 of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, had agreed to work together against Zero Wing. Not a single adventurer team on the island would dare cross these 3. Furthermore, War Blood and Starlink were collaborating to seal off the northern region. Anyone that dared to explore the area would be making a one-way trip. Aside from Zero Wing's members and Phoenix Rain's subordinates, no one would visit the northern fortress. They had ensured that the northern fortress would be nothing more than a bottomless pit, steadily devouring Zero Wing's funds. The Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses weren't like the fortresses in the outside world. Monster attacks were more frequent here. Maintaining a small fortress cost enough of a fortune to give superpowers a headache, not to mention a medium fortress's maintenance, and that was excluding the subsidies a power would need to pay the players that guarded the fortresses. While 9 Dragons Emperor and Blood Oath conversed, a woman with an ancient bow approached. Commander, Zero Wing has made a move. They've mimicked out declaration, announcing that any player that entered the Rocknest Forest will have no place in the northern fortress, Inkfeather announced, smiling as she read the report she had just received. They're trying to compete with our influence on Dragonheart Island? Black Flame is a fool. Does he really think Dragonheart Island is the same as Star Moon Kingdom? Blood Oath laughed. Commander Blood, I doubt that Black Flame knows that we've found a mana well in the Rocknest Fortress. Otherwise, he'd have never made this decision, 9 Dragons Emperor said, smirking. The mana well was the Rocknest Fortress's exclusive construction. Although repairing it would deplete their liquid funds, the mana well's effects were well worth the cost. With this mana well, players could fully recover their stamina and concentration within half an hour. The mana well's effects would tempt every player grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range. The main reason that players visited fortresses was to rest and recover their stamina and concentration, and for the cost of 1 ancient gold coin, players could make a full recovery within 30 minutes. Countless players on Dragonheart Island would seek this benefit. As news of the mana well spread, even the players that visited the 13 Thrones small fortress would likely shift their attention to the Rocknest Fortress, not to mention the powers that were considering setting up a base in the northern fortress. Since Black Flame is so eager to die, I don't mind sending him to his grave. Turning to Ink Feather, Blood Oath commanded, Ink, quietly inform the various major powers on Dragonheart Island of the Mana Well. I'm sure they'll know what to do once they receive the news. Understood. Ink Feather grew even more eager to see Shafong despair. Unless they were stupid, the various powers would recognize the most beneficial fortress once word of the Mana Well spread. Meanwhile, in 13 Thrones residence in Dragonheart City, Zero Wing thinks that it can suppress war blood just because it has captured a medium fortress. The guild still isn't aware of how foolish it's being, Elder Wu, who rested in his office, said as he read the report his subordinate had sent. 1,000, have Lu Xingluo pay me a visit. Tell him that it's about capturing a medium fortress. Understood. The masked woman named 1,000 Lives smiled and nodded. In her opinion, Zero Wing was extremely foolish. The guild simply didn't realize how powerful Superpow's foundations were. Elsewhere, in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress, while Phoenix Rain organized the fortress's repairs, Shafong concentrated on restoring the defensive magic tower's magic arrays. The magic crystals and 7 luminaries crystals he had spent to repair the towers only repaired the core crystals. It was barely enough to activate the towers. To restore the defensive magic towers to full power, players needed to repair the magic arrays and magic circuits within the towers. However, this wasn't an easy task. It required an advanced magician at the very least, and the work was intensively time-consuming. Fortunately, Shafong was almost a master magician, so he could repair the arrays and circuits smoothly and swiftly. Once the 4 defensive magic towers' final magic circuit had been repaired, the tower's system interface reported that the towers were complete. System: the Northern Fortress's defensive magic towers have been fully repaired. It will cost 8,000 magic crystals to activate them and 6,000 magic crystals per day to maintain them. Do you wish to activate the defensive magic towers? Running at 100% efficiency is certainly expensive. Shafong was a little astonished when he read the system notification. The tower's operation cost was much higher than an ordinary magic tower. Not even ordinary first-rate guilds could afford to keep the Northern Fortress's defensive magic towers running constantly. However, Shafong did not hesitate, activating the towers immediately. After Shafong had sacrificed the required magic crystals, a twofold magic array appeared above the Northern Fortress, enveloping it. The twofold magic array then created a double-layered magic barrier around the fortress, which was much stronger than the barrier Shafong and Phoenix Rain's army had broken through. At the same time, all of the mana within a 10,000-yard radius of the northern fortress began to gather within the fortress's walls. The fortress's mana density skyrocketed, especially in the fortress's core. The mana there was so dense that it transformed into a white mist. The players within the mist felt an indescribably pleasant sensation course through them, and a second experience bar appeared below their main bar, show that they had accumulated the double EXP buff. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members were dumbfounded. Aqua, how are the fortress's repairs coming along? Shafong asked after contacting Aqua Rose. We're 60% done. According to your instructions, we've prioritized hotels and accommodations, so they're ready now, Aqua Rose reported. Good. In that case, we can open the fortress to the public, Shafong said, smiling. He then called up the Northern Fortress's system interface and did just that. Chapter 2297, heading to the Northern Fortress. After Shafong opened the Northern Fortress to the public, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions and Zero Wings members quickly disseminated news of this throughout the Gravity Mountain Range and Dragonheart City. Zero Wing opened the Northern Fortress so quickly. Zero Wing is probably trying to snag some advantages. However, now that war blood has made that kind of threat, who would dare visit the Northern Fortress? The various adventurer teams in the Gravity Mountain Range shook their heads and sighed at this piece of news. The small fortress 13 Thrones captured was hardly enough to accommodate the players operating in the Gravity Mountain Range. Hence, the capture of the Northern Fortress was naturally good news. However, War Blood had already stated that whoever dared visit the Northern Fortress would become its enemy. The various adventurer teams with weak foundations did not dare provoke the War-Blood adventurer team at all. Meanwhile, over at the Rocknest Fortress, War-Blood and Nine Dragons Emperor had also received news of the Northern Fortress's opening. Commander Blood, it seems Zero Wing is really anxious. Instead of properly making use of the fortress's 3-day protection period, it actually opened the fortress so quickly. With this, before we can even take action, the Northern Fortress will most likely fall to the monster tides first. This situation elated Nine Dragons Emperor. The various superpowers operating on Dragonheart Island all knew that defending a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range, especially against the first monster tide a fortress would face, was much more difficult than capturing one. Hence, the wisest decision was to utilize every second of the 3-day protection period after a fortress's conquest to enhance the fortress's defenses as much as possible. Now, however, just one day after seizing the Northern Fortress, Zero Wing had taken the initiative to lift the protection mechanism and open the Northern Fortress to the public. Since the Rocknest Fortress had yet to open, such an action would indeed attract some players to the Northern Fortress. However, the monster tide at the Northern Fortress would not weaken just because the guild didn't take full advantage of the protection mechanism. Zero Wing is indeed quick. Unfortunately for it, I won't leave it with even the slightest shred of hope, Blood Oath said coldly. Inc. Spread the news that we'll be opening Rocknest Fortress tomorrow. We'll thoroughly eliminate the various adventurer teams and guilds' thoughts of moving to the Northern Fortress. Upon hearing Blood Oath's words, Nine Dragons Emperor was surprised. He never thought that Blood Oath would be so vicious as to give Zero Wing no opportunities whatsoever. In reality, although opening the Northern Fortress so soon was very risky, Zero Wing's decision was still a considerably effective move. After all, the number of players grinding in the Gravity Mountain range increased with each passing day. 13 Thrones' small fortress couldn't satisfy the needs of all of these players by itself. Hence, despite War-Blood's influence and deterrence, some adventurer teams and guilds would still rest in the Northern Fortress. After all, traveling between the Gravity Mountain range and Dragonheart City required a lot of time which they could spend earning more income. However, if the various adventurer teams and guilds only had to wait one more day for Rocknest Fortress's opening, then they would generally show War-Blood some respect and avoid visiting the Northern Fortress, thereby rendering Zero Wing's actions meaningless. Meanwhile, shortly after War-Blood issued its new announcement, Ku Rong, who was in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in Dragonheart City, received news about it. Moon, what do you think of this situation? Ku Rong asked as he looked at the majestic woman seated at a corner of his office. Originally, I had a considerably high opinion of Zero Wing, Cloudy Moon said unhurriedly. Unfortunately, War-Blood and Starlink's influence is far too great. Their foundations are also extraordinary. Even if Black Flame possesses frightening combat power, he alone can't change the overall situation. Moreover, I heard that 13 Thrones is already planning on working with Starlink again to capture a medium fortress. Once that happens, Zero Wing would lose all its advantages. In Cloudy Moon's opinion, Phoenix Rain's decision was simply too immature. Had Phoenix Rain accepted Starlink's offer for partnership before, then her promotion to Great Pavilion Master would have been practically guaranteed. Unfortunately, Phoenix Rain ended up giving away that opportunity to Nine Dragons Emperor. Alright, I understand. Go make the necessary preparations, Ku Rong sighed. Now that the situation was clear for all to see, if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wished to form a good relationship with Starlink, then Phoenix Rain, who was now considered Starlink's enemy, was unsuitable for the position of Great Pavilion Master. While the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was secretly making its preparations, the various powers of Dragonheart City were in an uproar over War-Blood's decisiveness. This situation allowed the general population in Dragonheart City to realize once more how frightening superpowers were. Even though Zero Wing was a large guild that successfully captured the Northern Fortress, it was still no more than an ant before a superpower. Meanwhile, on a gravel hill in the Gravity Mountain range, 100 level 85 plus experts geared in level 85 secret silver equipment were frantically besieging a level 89 Grand Lord. The Grand Lord ranked 6-armed demonic bear possessed extremely high defense and destructive power. It could easily send several MTS flying with a single attack. However, Facing the level 90 Tigerkin Berserker at the helm of the team, the demonic bear was actually getting pushed back one step after another, no match for the Berserker in terms of strength. After battling 20 more minutes, the 6-armed demonic bear finally fell at the feet of this 100-man team. Our boss is too amazing. He actually managed to contend against the 6-armed demonic bear. With this kind of strength, he can definitely rank within the top 50 berserkers on Dragonheart Island, a level 87 shield warrior said in admiration. I know, right? Previously, Heaven's Blade's commander even invited our boss to become a vice commander at Heaven's Blade, a level 87 ranger said, the female half-elf's eyes glowing as she looked at the level 90 berserker. Heaven's Blade was one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams. Heaven's Blade's commander, Zwei, was even the idol of countless female players. An invitation from Zwei to become one of Heaven's Blade's vice-commanders was considered a great honor on Dragonheart Island. Stop spouting nonsense about me, Swimming Dragon said, rolling his eyes at his teammates. We don't have much stamina left. Once everyone's recovered, we'll make our way to the Northern Fortress to rest. Boss, War Blood has already set the Northern Fortress off limits. Heaven's Blade also warned us that we'll definitely get targeted by War Blood if we patronize the Northern Fortress. If that happens, it'll be very difficult for us to squeeze into the top 8 adventurer teams subordinate to Heaven's Blade. Upon hearing Swimming Dragon's words, the other players on the team hurriedly tried to dissuade him. The Dragon Riders adventurer team was improving so rapidly that they now had a chance at becoming one of the top 8 adventurer teams subordinate to Heaven's Blade. This was something that they never imagined was possible. After all, Heaven's Blade was the 5th-rank adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. Plenty of adventurer teams subordinated themselves to Heaven's Blade, but only 8 adventurer teams would receive priority treatment. So long as Dragon Riders became one of these top 8 adventurer teams, its position on Dragonheart Island would skyrocket. At that time, even first-rate guilds would not dare to provoke it. Enough. I know what I'm doing. Tidy up immediately. We're heading to the Northern Fortress right now. Swimming Dragon berated, completely ignoring everyone's opinion. He had his current success only because of Shifeng. While training inside the Tower of Four Gods, he had not only entered the Flowing Water Realm but also mastered an advanced combat technique and improved his completion rate for Tier 2 skills by a significant margin. After his challenge ended, he even received an epic ranked replica of the legendary weapon Hurricane's Injury. This replica was top tier even among epic weapons. Moreover, the Great Sword also had high compatibility with him. As a result, his combat power underwent a qualitative improvement after he equipped the weapon. Now that Zero Wing was in trouble, how could he just stand by and do nothing? Since War Blood wished to seal the pathway leading toward the northern region and prevent players from entering or exiting the area, then Swimming Dragon could just stick to grinding in the northern region. In any case, with the Northern Fortress around, he would not have to worry about having nowhere to rest. War Blood wouldn't be able to do anything against him. The other members of Dragon Riders had no choice but to listen to their commander's words and head off toward the Northern Fortress. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After traveling by mount for several hours and carefully avoiding War Blood's members, Swimming Dragon and the others finally arrived at the Northern Fortress. However, the moment everyone walked through the fortress's gates, they were stunned. What's going on? Why is the mana density here so high? No, it's not just the mana here. I can feel my body becoming significantly lighter as well. It's as if the suppression outside is gone. Chapter 2298, Heavenly Fortress. After momentarily falling into a daze, Dragon Riders members promptly revealed ecstatic expressions on their faces. It's true. That pressure really has disappeared. Boss, if we can rest here long term, we can keep grinding in the Gravity Mountain range without returning to Dragonheart City. If that's the case, we won't need more than half a month to surpass those top 8 adventurer teams subordinate to Heaven's Blade. Previously, they had not expected much of the Northern Fortress. After all, they had visited 13 Thrones Fortress before, so they knew what purpose the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses served. These fortresses were merely temporary rest areas. Aside from allowing players to recover stamina and concentration, they only provided materials replenishment and weapons and equipment repair. However, the Northern Fortress completely overthrew their understanding of the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses. Setting aside accumulating the double EXP buff inside the Northern Fortress, just the fact that the fortress could remove the ever-present pressure they felt while grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range was already plenty amazing. Since the Northern Fortress had this kind of ability, they would not need to head back to Dragonheart City to relieve themselves of this pressure. Although the pressure the Gravity Mountain Range exerted on them had only a minuscule effect, long-term exposure would still build up mental fatigue, which would rise especially quickly when they were fighting against powerful monsters. Hence, even with the opportunity to rest in 13 Thrones Fortress, they would still return to Dragonheart City once every 4 or 5 days to relax and refresh their minds. At this point, it was already their 3rd day in the Gravity Mountain Range, so the mental fatigue they had accumulated was quite significant. However, the moment they entered the Northern Fortress, said mental fatigue had disappeared completely. Normally, this pleasant sensation was something they would feel only after returning to Dragonheart City. If they could rid themselves of the Gravity Mountain Range's pressure just by entering the Northern Fortress, then they could forego returning to Dragonheart City and remain in the Gravity Mountain Range. With this, they could save plenty on the travel time between the World Tower and Dragonheart City, thereby increasing their leveling speed and resource acquisition rate. In this situation, Swimming Dragon could not help being overjoyed. The Northern Fortress's benefits might not seem like much, but with persistence, a drop of water could wear out even a stone. With the help of the Northern Fortress's ability, the Dragon Riders Adventurer team could slowly pull ahead of Dragonheart City's Adventurer teams. Surpassing the top 8 Adventurer teams subordinate to Heaven's Blade would also be a piece of cake. During the time Dragon Riders members were strolling about, enjoying the Northern Fortress's pressure-free environment, a gasp suddenly appeared in the team chat. "Boss, come over here, quickly. I discovered something good," a level 87 Tigerkin Shield Warrior yelled excitedly. "What is it? What's so important that you need to make such a huge fuss?" Swimming Dragon asked, exasperated. Dragon Riders was a well-known adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. Having one of its members act like a country bumpkin in front of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions and Zero Wings members after entering the Northern Fortress was a huge embarrassment to the adventurer team. "Boss, it's the teleportation scroll for this fortress. Return scrolls for the Northern Fortress are available at the defensive magic towers," the Tigerkin Shield Warrior replied. "What? Return scrolls?" Swimming Dragon's breathing momentarily grew heavier. Return scrolls for locations in the outside world were unusable inside the World Tower. Meanwhile, the Gravity Mountain Range was an extremely dangerous place, and players could enter a death zone unawares at any time. Players might be able to escape momentarily using instantaneous transfer scrolls, but without the help of a return scroll, they would still encounter countless perils on their way back to safety. If players could utilize return scrolls inside the Gravity Mountain Range, they would no longer have to be afraid of exploring unknown and dangerous regions. Moreover, with return scrolls, players would no longer have to conserve their stamina and concentration to walk back to the nearest rest area, increasing their range of operations drastically. Buy them. Buy them all, quickly. It doesn't matter even if they cost 1 ancient gold each. Swimming Dragon ordered, his eyes glowing with excitement. Ancient gold might be difficult to earn, but compared to their lives, let alone 1 ancient gold, even 10 ancient gold would not be comparable. After all, even a single death at their levels would deprive them of plenty of opportunities. "Boss, relax. These return scrolls are sold by NPCs. You can have as many as you want. Moreover, each return scroll costs only 10 ancient silver. However, these return scrolls are bound to the buyer and cannot be transferred to other players," the Tigerkin Shield Warrior said, grinning. "What? Only 10 ancient silver?" For a moment, Swimming Dragon thought he had misheard. Ordinary players might not be able to bear the price of 10 ancient silver, but this was easily affordable for experts like themselves. After all, just entering the Gravity Mountain Range cost 5 ancient silver, while entering a fortress was 1 ancient silver and staying in a hotel, 2 to 3 ancient silver. Following which, Swimming Dragon had everyone in his team immediately go and purchase some return scrolls at the defensive magic towers. In fact, aside from some money for accommodation and repair fees, he told his teammates to spend all their ancient silver to purchase the Northern Fortress's return scrolls, afraid that the return scrolls would become unavailable or increase in price in the future. However, what Swimming Dragon did not know was that the system handled the price for the Northern Fortress's return scrolls, which could be considered one of the special abilities of the defensive magic towers. This ability was something similar to the additional skills found on weapons and equipment. Shifeng had no say in the settings and could only collect a portion of the profits. Meanwhile, even after having his teammates spend all their spare ancient silver on return scrolls, Swimming Dragon was still not satisfied. After all, he knew that so long as they exploited this opportunity to the fullest, the Dragon Riders Adventurer team could see a qualitative leap in development. Notify everyone in the Adventurer team and have them come to the Northern Fortress. From now onwards, the Northern Fortress will be Dragon Riders' main headquarters, Swimming Dragon said. After saying so, he immediately visited 4 of the Northern Fortress's basic hotels and rented all 4 long-term for 60 ancient gold per day. He intended to have these 4 hotels serve as Dragon Riders' temporary headquarters and lodging for the Adventurer team's members. That way, members would not have to worry about accommodations and end up sleeping on the streets. Shortly after Swimming Dragon gave his command, Dragon Riders members promptly sprang into action. All 2,000 plus members of the Adventurer team suddenly headed to the World Tower. The large-scale movement piqued the curiosity of many of the Adventurer teams that had close relations with Dragon Riders. Some players that were friends with Dragon Riders members also asked their friends about this situation. "What are you guys trying to do? Is Dragon Riders conducting some kind of large-scale operation?" "It's not a large-scale operation. Our Adventurer team is just moving our main headquarters to the Northern Fortress." "Are you guys insane? Didn't you hear the threat War Blood made? War Blood might be powerful, but we can simply stick to the northern region. At worst, we'll just avoid grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range's other areas. Here, let me tell you a secret. Zero Wing's Northern Fortress is freaking amazing. Not only can you accumulate the double EXP buff there, but my team leader says that you can even rid yourself of the Gravity Mountain Range's ever-present pressure by entering the Northern Fortress. What's even more amazing is that there are return scrolls on sale at the Northern Fortress. With those, even ordinary experts like us can grind freely and efficiently in the Gravity Mountain Range. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You're kidding me, right? I've been to 13 Thrones Fortress before. It's fine if you don't believe me, but once my level surpasses yours, don't say that I never told you about this." After saying so, the members of Dragon Riders hurried toward the Northern Fortress. They all wished to start competing for the Gravity Mountain Range's leveling resources as soon as possible. While the Dragon Riders Adventurer team was rushing to the Northern Fortress, information about the Northern Fortress started spreading among some of Dragonheart City's adventurer teams. Shortly after, news of it also reached Dragonheart City's major powers. Chapter 2299. Popular fortress Dragonheart City was originally already bubbling over the conflict between Zero Wing and War Blood. Hence, the city's various powers were keeping an eye out for news about the Northern Fortress. The World Tower could be said to be Dragonheart City's greatest resource. The various powers had all obtained a large number of leveling and material resources from it. Meanwhile, the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses played a crucial role in further enhancing their resource acquisition rate. With rumors regarding the Northern Fortress's devastating abilities proliferating, Dragonheart City's various powers immediately launched an investigation to ascertain the truth. Return scrolls? Investigate. I want this information verified as soon as possible. Previously, the various powers had nothing much to say much about War Blood's threat, as War Blood had also captured a fortress in the northern region and was going to open it just one day after the Northern Fortress opened. A one-day difference wouldn't affect their development by much. Moreover, the Northern Fortress's location was remote, so it wasn't particularly attractive to the various powers. At best, it could only serve as a rest area. However, things were different now. The Northern Fortress's return scroll would be a game-changer in the Gravity Mountain Range. The difference between having a return scroll and not having one while grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range was massive. Moreover, the effects would snowball as time passed. The reason the various powers had set up a base of operations in Dragonheart City was to gain better development resources. If their own profits were not affected, the various powers would show War Blood some respect and avoid provoking it as much as possible. However, it was a whole other story if conceding to War Blood's demands affected their development by a significant margin. Dragonheart City's various powers sent scouts to check out the northern fortress, which crowded the hall of the World Tower's first underground floor. The moment the various powers' scouts entered the northern fortress, they were shocked by the fortress's environment. The high mana density and lack of mental pressure here made the northern fortress no different from Dragonheart City. It was entirely possible for players to use the northern fortress as a temporary base. With the northern fortress, they would no longer have to shuttle between the World Tower and Dragonheart City. Most importantly, the northern fortress possessed return scrolls. The price of 10 ancient silver nearly had the visiting players wondering whether they were hallucinating. After the various powers scouts reported back about the situation inside the northern fortress, a huge commotion erupted in Dragonheart City. The Gravity Mountain Range's resources were incomparably abundant. Until now, the various powers had yet to explore even 2/3 of the entire map. This was especially true for the ruins of the ancient civilization. These ruins contained a plethora of precious treasures. Only, due to the Gravity Mountain Range's environment, exploring these ruins was still incredibly difficult, even with the help of a small fortress. Meanwhile, although the northern fortress was in a remote area, it perfectly solved the hindrance to staying in the Gravity Mountain Range long-term. This meant that guild members could start exploring the various ancient ruins with much greater efficiency than before and secure even more resources for themselves. Their exploration progress might even surpass that of 13 Thrones, which possessed a small fortress. Notify everyone immediately. We're shifting our guild's base of operations on Dragonheart Island to the northern fortress. But what about War Blood? Screw them. This is an opportunity for our guild. We'll kill anybody that stands in our way. Less than an hour after the various powers based in Dragonheart City verified the rumors regarding the northern fortress, many started sending a large number of experts there lest other powers get ahead of them. After all, the northern fortress was only a medium fortress. Unlike a city, a medium fortress could accommodate only a very limited number of players. The number of hotels in a fortress was especially limited. Not resting in a hotel would severely impact players' recovery speed. Moreover, according to the powers' investigations, the northern fortress's hotels could even hasten the double EXP buff's accumulation rate. The difference between having a hotel to rest in and not having one would drastically affect their leveling speed. Meanwhile, over at the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress, the sudden influx of players made the fortress bustle. Big Sis Rain, according to our latest statistics, over 150,000 players have visited the northern fortress thus far, and estimates state that we should hit the 400,000 mark by the end of today, Blue Phoenix reported excitedly as she approached Phoenix Rain. Back when 13 Thrones had successfully captured a fortress, despite the huge commotion in Dragonheart City, the fortress had managed to attract only around 200,000 visitors on its first day. Meanwhile, the fortress had a player population of only 700,000, which was also the maximum capacity of a small fortress. In comparison, the northern fortress was expected to attract over 400,000 visitors on the opening day alone. It would most likely take only 2 or 3 days to exceed the 700,000 threshold. Reaching the maximum capacity of 1,500,000 players was only a matter of time. It should be known that even with just a 700,000 player population, 13 Thrones' small fortress generated tons of wealth and resources every day. Although Blue Phoenix did not know how much the small fortress was earning exactly, according to the investigations of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion spies, the fortress's daily income was at least 5,000 ancient gold and 600,000 ancient silver. Once the northern fortress's player population reached maximum capacity, one could easily imagine how much income it would generate. Moreover, the northern fortress had many more sources of revenue than 13 Thrones' small fortress. Even though Phoenix Rain held only 20% of the northern fortress's shares, the income she would receive could rival half of a small fortress's total income, at the very least. Half. Even Starlink did not receive half of the income from 13 Thrones' small fortress. At that time, who would dare question Phoenix Rain's position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? I'm afraid that even War Blood and Starlink did not expect such an outcome. When Phoenix Rain looked at the statistics report in her hand, she could not help but sigh ruefully. Previously, even after successfully capturing the Northern Fortress, she had still felt that Shifeng had gone overboard with his actions in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. Now, however, it would seem that the one to regret their actions would not be Zero Wing, but Warblood instead. The Northern Fortress's future was already clear for all to see. Once a sufficient number of players gathered and the Northern Fortress was in full operation, it would be impossible for Warblood to exhaust and destroy Zero Wing in the Sea of Death. After all, the disparity in the incomes of the two sides would be simply too massive. Aside from Phoenix Rain, Dragonheart City's various superpowers were entertaining such thoughts as well. Although Warblood had captured the Rocknest Fortress, the difference between that and the Northern Fortress was far too massive. With this, Warblood had backed itself into a corner. After all, Warblood had previously declared that it would ban all those who entered the Northern Fortress from the Rocknest Fortress. Now, the players that were originally planning on resting at the Rocknest Fortress would not dare approach the fortress at all, a situation that would definitely reduce the Rocknest Fortress's income. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. While the various powers were paying attention to the Northern Fortress, Shifeng was hustling in the Northern Fortress. Not only did he have to reorganize the Northern Fortress's construction plans, due to the explosive increase in player population, but he also had to deal with the partnership offers and shop purchase requests from the various powers. Guild leader, the Fang family's people have visited our main headquarters and stated that they wish to meet you, Gentle Snow, who was currently organizing the information on the Northern Fortress's shops, said, a grim expression on her face. Previously, due to her personal matters, Shifeng had stepped forward to provoke the Fang family, the #1 family in Fenglin City, which possessed extraordinary influence in the city. The fact that the Fang family was paying Zero Wing a visit now definitely wasn't good news for the guild. The Fang family? Shifeng nodded. Let's go meet them, then. Chapter 2300, Clash with the Fang family. Zero Wing's main headquarters, top-floor reception room. 4 people waited in the reception room, and the atmosphere was unusually depressing. Xiao Yu, who acted as the receptionist, wore a particularly ugly expression. Xiao Yu's reaction to the middle-aged man was the cause of the atmosphere in the room. The older gentleman wore grey, martial artist robes and loomed like a mountain. His aura was also quite oppressive. However, his physical presence wasn't the only reason for Xiao Yu's reaction. His identity was the true reason. The middle-aged man was the current head of the Fang family and the chairman of the Qilin Corporation, Fang Zhenyuan. The Qilin Corporation might not be on the same level as the Five States Corporation, but it was one of the first-rate corporations in the country. It was also why the Fang family stood at the top among Fenglin City's powerful families. If Fang Zhenyuan wished it, he could destroy the Big Dipper group with a word. Why wouldn't Xiao Yu be afraid with such an important individual before him? Fang Zhenyuan was a true mogul in the business world, nothing like the youngsters that had inherited their family's businesses. A young man and woman accompanied Fang Zhenyuan in the room. The young man was none other than Fang Mingyu, the Fang family's strongest expert of the younger generation. On the other hand, Xiao Yu didn't recognize the young woman with long, wavy hair and wearing a bright red dress. However, he knew she must be of high status, considering that she visited Zero Wing's headquarters alongside Fang Zhenyuan. As Xiao Yu wondered why a VIP like Fang Zhenyuan would visit Zero Wing's headquarters, the reception room's doors opened, and Shifeng, Bai Qingxue, and Lei Bao entered. Fang Mingyu's indifferent expression vanished the moment he saw Shifeng. Even Xiao Yu could see the fear in the large man's eyes. However, Fang Mingyu's gaze also contained a trace of killing intent. Xiao Yu found the man's reaction reasonable after giving the matter some thought. Fang Mingyu was the Fang family's prided genius, yet Shifeng had subdued him with a single move in the Redstone restaurant. To make matters worse, Fenglin City's upper society frequently visited the Redstone restaurant, and they wouldn't miss the news of Fang Mingyu's miserable defeat. I had my doubts about Mingyu's claim, but looking at you now, it seems he had been correct. You are both courageous and strong. I'm afraid none among the younger generation is a match for you, Fang Zhenyuan said, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes as he examined Shifeng. Gentle Snow, who had already been worried about this visit, began to panic when she saw Fang Zhenyuan. She had never expected him to visit Zero Wing personally. Mr. Fang's praise is too generous. May I know what business the Fang family has with me today? Shifeng asked, getting straight to the point. The Fang family's visit didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Since they had made a personal appearance, they must have important business to discuss, but Shifeng had no desire to play their word games. He still had a lot he needed to do. Since you've asked, I'll just put it bluntly. You'd caused quite a commotion in the Redstone restaurant. After all is said and done, the Fang family is one of the most reputable families in Fenglin City. If we don't take act, how do you think the other families will view ours? Fang Zhenyuan peacefully explained. However, I've heard that Zero Wing's development in God's domain is quite impressive, and the virtual combat platform you've recently set up has been performing considerably well. The Fang family has interests in these aspects, so we plan to invest in Zero Wing. In return, the Fang family only wants 51% of Zero Wing's shares. Not only will Zero Wing receive a massive capital deposit from the Chilean Corporation to boost its development, but you'll also have access to the various dojos and training centers in Fenglin City for recruiting and nurturing talented players. What are your thoughts? After Fang Zhenyuan's statement, the room fell silent. Xiao Yu stared at the man in astonishment. He had never thought that this colossal existence would be interested in Zero Wing enough to offer full investment. Although many guilds in God's domain were supported by major corporations, that support was limited. No corporation would invest so much in a single guild. If Zero Wing had the Chilean Corporation's full support, both Zero Wing and the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's development speed would undergo a qualitative transformation. However, Fang Zhenyuan's demand for 51% of the organization's shares would set him up as Zero Wing's owner. Gentle Snow paled instantly. She hadn't expected the Fang family's appetite to be this large. This is the friendliest threat I've ever heard, Shifeng said, chuckling. To put it simply, Fang Zhenyuan wanted to become Zero Wing's majority shareholder in exchange for letting the previous insult slide. Do you intend to make an enemy of the Fang family? Fang Zhenyuan asked, frowning. Coldly, he continued, or do you think that you can lead Zero Wing and Heaven's Rumble against the Fang family with your martial prowess alone? As Fang Zhenyuan's tone chilled, the intensity of his aura spiked. The room grew heated as if a volcano had begun to erupt. A neutralizing Grandmaster, Lei Bao exclaimed from behind Shifeng, stunned by the revelation. Although Lei Bao had felt substantial pressure from Fang Zhenyuan and knew this man was no ordinary person, he hadn't expected the head of the Fang family to be a neutralizing Grandmaster. It was impressive enough for one family to nurture a single neutralizing Grandmaster. A family could prosper for an entire century with just one such individual. The Fang family only enjoyed its current status today due to Old Man Fang, Fang Zhenyuan's father. And yet, Fang Zhenyuan exposed the fact that he was also a neutralizing Grandmaster, which meant the Fang family had two such individuals. When Xiao Yu heard Lei Bao's statement, he was just as stunned. With two neutralizing Grandmasters, it had enough influence to force the various families, dojos, and training centers in Fenglin City to obey its every command, regardless of the rest of the Fang family's martial prowess. Fang Mingyu, who reclined on a sofa, sneered at Shifeng. Everyone had assumed the Fang family's rise was due to his grandfather. They also believed that once his grandfather reached his 101st birthday, the family would crumble. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, the public didn't realize that the Fang family's foundations had grown since his grandfather had led the family. If they hadn't, his grandfather would never have passed control of the family to his father, Fang Zhenyuan. Fang Mingyu acknowledged that he was no match for Shifeng, but the tricks Shifeng had played against him wouldn't work with his father. When he faced his father, Fang Mingyu didn't even have the heart to resist. He had no hope of contending with his father's inhuman fitness in a direct confrontation. How can I know if I don't try? Shifeng nonchalantly replied. Good. Let me see if you're as strong as you claim. Fang Zhenyuan's fist then shot toward Shifeng with exceptional speed and grace. Chapter 2301, Rivaling a Grandmaster So Fast. Lei Bao's expression turned sour as he watched Fang Zhenyuan move. He hadn't expected the man to attack without hesitation. Fang Zhenyuan had none of the magnanimity of a martial arts grandmaster. Fang Zhenyuan's punch was so fast that the human body had practically no time to react. Come. However, Shifeng had reacted as Fang Zhenyuan's fist had begun to move. Neutralizing Grandmaster's mental processing speed was far faster than an ordinary human's. Their sensitivity to danger was easily 10 times sharper than an ordinary person's, as well. They could sense an incoming attack before the enemy even moved, which was why neutralizing Grandmasters were so frightening. Since this was his first time fighting a neutralizing Grandmaster in the real world, Shifeng decided to greet the hit with a punch of his own, rather than dodge. Like Fang Zhenyuan's punch, Shifeng lacked any flowery movements. It was standard, textbook punch. Suicidal bastard. Fang Mingyu could not help but grin as he watched. Fang Mingyu had recognized that Shifeng was weaker than he was during their clash in the Redstone restaurant, not to mention his father. His father might be old, but thanks to modem technology like the life potion, he maintained his peak condition even at his age. In fact, Fang Zhenyuan's body wouldn't even begin to deteriorate for another 2 decades. The fact that Shifeng chose to face the hit head-on was suicidal. Boom. As the two fists collided, the air between them compressed and shattered, the shockwave cracking the marble ground beneath them. The room shook slightly, and even Bai Qingxue stumbled backward. After the clash, Shifeng and Fang Zhenyuan took a step back, the ground under their feet slightly sunken. How is this possible? Fang Mingyu stared at Shifeng with wide, shocked eyes when he saw the younger man completely unharmed from the exchange. 10 days ago, Shifeng had been weaker than he was, yet now, Shifeng had taken his father's punch without suffering any damage. He stopped it. The outcome greatly shocked Lei Bao, as well. He knew that Shifeng was a neutralizing grandmaster, but Fang Zhenyuan had walked this path for decades now. Regardless of when he had become a neutralizing grandmaster, his fitness was inhuman. Shifeng should have no hope of matching the older man in this regard. Moreover, Fang Zhenyuan's punch had been out of this world. Lei Bao was sure that if he had tried to take that hit head-on, he would have either died or been severely injured. In truth, even Shifeng was relatively surprised. He hadn't considered that he'd improve so massively after his training in the Tower of Four Gods. Not only had his fitness rapidly improved, but he had also substantially increased his control. He had successfully implemented some of the sword's transmigration's principles in his punch, diverting a portion of Fang Zhenyuan's strength downward. This was why he had been able to face that hit without injury. If this fight had taken place after Shifeng had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm, he would have definitely taken damage from Fang Zhenyuan's punch. Is this the strength of neutralizing Grandmasters? Bai Qingxue thought as she gazed down at the shattered floor and felt the stifling auras radiating off of Shifeng and Fang Zhenyuan. This seemed more like a fight between mechanical beasts, rather than a fight between humans. It was no wonder why Fenglin City's various families were so afraid of the Fang family. Meanwhile, Shifeng and Fang Zhenyuan didn't continue to fight after exchanging hits. Instead, they took a moment to observe each other in silence. Excellent. To reach such a standard at such an age, it's no wonder why you're so confident, Fang Zhenyuan said as he calmly watched Shifeng. Smiling, he continued, however, how long do you think you can protect Zero Wing by yourself? You know that more than one organization is targeting Zero Wing. Partnering with the Fang family is your best option. Zero Wing can only contend with these organizations with the Fang family's resources and strength. If you refuse, only death will await you. You don't need to concern yourself with such matters, Mr. Fang, Shifeng said. Zero Wing will take care of its own. Zero Wing had already grown powerful enough that not even first-rate guilds were a match for it, yet as luck would have it, Zero Wing didn't have a powerful background. It was only natural that other organizations would have set their sights on the guild. It was why Shifeng was trying to accelerate the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's development. However, he hadn't thought that a power like the Fang family would try to annex Zero Wing so soon. Is that so? Fang Zhenyuan laughed. I hope you can keep this kind of confidence when the time comes. Fang Zhenyuan then turned and left the reception room, showing no intention of trying to persuade Shifeng further. Fang Mingyu and the girl in the red dress stood from their seats, following after the older man. After leaving Zero Wing's main headquarters and climbing into his luxury car, Fang Zhenyuan turned to the young woman, who had remained silent, with a serious expression. Shahan, I'll contact Fenglin City's dojos and training centers later. I'll leave Heaven's Rumble's virtual combat platform to you, Fang Zhenyuan said coldly. With your position in mythology, you should have no problem suppressing a guild like Zero Wing, correct? If a guild wished to develop in God's domain, it needed sufficient manpower. Heaven's Rumble had attracted quite a few talented fighters with the virtual platform it had set up, and as long as they dealt with the platform, Zero Wing's development in the game would stagnate. Once they had suppressed Zero Wing from every angle, it would only be a matter of time before Shifeng submitted to the Fang family. Of course. Mythology is one of the top 5 superguilds of God's domain. However, mythology is based on the Western continent, and there's no connection between the East and West continents yet. It's not possible to connect to Easter players' data via the virtual combat platform yet. I'll need some time before I can lead a team to the Eastern continent, the red-dressed girl named Fang Shahan said, smiling. Once we cross over, we'll trample over Zero Wing's experts. Guilds on the 2 continents have different areas of focus, and the difference between combat standards is massive. All right. I'll leave the situation to you. Mingyu will help you where he can, Fang Zhenyuan said, nodding. After Fang Zhenyuan's group had left, an uproar rose in Zero Wing's headquarters. Zero Wing's members knew about the conflict between the guild and the Fang family. Shifeng had caused quite the scene in the Redstone restaurant, after all, and as a result, the situation with the Fang family weighed on everyone's minds. Since the Fang family had left without achieving anything, Zero Wing's players breathed a sigh of relief. Hallmaster, now that the Fang family has revealed that it has 2 neutralizing Grandmasters, Fenglin City's dojos and training centers will side with the family. Some of the dojos and training centers we've signed partnership agreements with will likely pull out of the deals. I'm afraid that it won't be possible to recruit a large number of talented combatants quickly, Xiao Yu said. Moreover, the Fang family will most likely work with other dojos and training centers to compete with our pricing. If they don't want to work with us, so be it. Our priority is to set up more virtual combat platforms, so I want you to try to set up some small-scale training centers around the city, Shifeng replied. He, too, understood the influence the Fang family would command with 2 neutralizing Grandmasters. Furthermore, the Fang family had the Chilean Corporation's support. Zero Wing was utterly outmatched when it came to strength and financial resources. However, the virtual combat platform would become the mainstream platform for combat in the future. As long as the Heaven's Rumble Training Center developed its virtual combat platforms, it had some chance of competing with the Fang family. Developing the platforms won't be a problem, but with our current finances, setting up the training centers will be, Xiao Yu said helplessly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Although Zero Wing had recently earned quite a few credits through Stone Forest Town, setting up a large enough virtual combat platform would cost a lot of money. The setup for a platform in the training center was already a huge burden on Zero Wing's finances. Trying to set up more was simply unrealistic. Relax. Zero Wing is quite rich right now, Shifeng said, smiling. I'll start searching for suitable locations then, Xiao Yu said, his eyes glowing with excitement upon hearing Shifeng's response. If they had sufficient capital, Heaven's Rumble wouldn't have to worry about its development even without Fenglin City's various dojos and training centers. After discussing the training center's future with Xiao Yu, Shifeng returned to God's domain. Other guilds might struggle to earn money in God's domain at this stage of the game, but that wasn't an issue for Zero Wing, especially after capturing the Northern Fortress. After all, the Gravity Mountain Range was becoming a hub for various wealthy powers. Chapter 2302, Renting Shops. Gravity Mountain Range, Northern Fortress. As soon as Shifeng came online, he was greeted by the sight of a very busy street. As he walked through the city streets, he saw large groups of guild players running toward the fortress's hotels, reserving all of the rooms and turning them into temporary residences for their guilds. At this point, the Northern Fortress was just as prosperous as an ordinary city. Shifeng could already tell that the Northern Fortress would become the center of attention in the Gravity Mountain range. Meanwhile, independent players crowded outside of Zero Wing's residence, eager to apply to join the guild. They all wanted to take advantage of the benefits the guild's residence offered, and because of this, Blackie and the others were swamped with work. Guild leader, you're back. When Aqua Rose, who was busy organizing documents in the guild leader's office, noticed Shifeng enter the room, she worriedly asked, how did the matter with the Fang family go? Although she wasn't in Fenglin City, she was aware of the Fang family's position there. Zero Wing had just established itself in Fenglin City, and if the Fang family decided to target the guild, it would affect Zero Wing's in-game development and in the real world, especially now that the various guilds understood the importance of dojos and training centers. Many large guilds in God's domain had already partnered with dojos and training centers by this point, with some guilds even opening their own. With a dojo or training center, not only could they nurture their own talented individuals, but they could also recruit new players to bolster their strength. With the country's various training centers and dojos allying themselves with God's domain's large guilds, Zero Wing would have a difficult time establishing itself in new cities. Hence, Zero Wing would have to rely on the Heaven's Rumble Training Center in Fenglin City to pump new blood into the guild. Everything's fine. Negotiations to purchase Zero Wing simply broke down, Shifeng said, waving his hand. Isn't that really bad? Shifeng's nonchalant attitude exasperated Aqua Rose. The Fang family owns the Chilean Corporation and is based in Fenglin City. The Fang family won't have any trouble targeting us. All it would need to do is contact Fenglin City's dojos and training centers and instruct them to compete with our prices. If that happens, nobody will visit the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. The Heaven's Rumble Training Center was Zero Wing's main source of new, talented players right now. If nobody visited the training center, Zero Wing wouldn't have anyone new to recruit. Moreover, the Fang family could easily afford to poach Heaven's Rumble's new members by offering them a high payout. Not only would the Fang family cut off Zero Wing's supply of new blood, but the Heaven's Rumble would become a burden on Zero Wing's finances, as well. Keeping the training center open every day cost a huge sum of money. Relax. Zero Wing isn't the same guild it used to be. The Fang family overestimates itself if it thinks it can annex us, Shifeng said, chuckling. How is the construction for the fortress's shops coming along? They're done, but if we only rent the shops, we won't be able to earn much. As a medium fortress, the Northern Fortress can only accommodate so many players at once, Aqua Rose reported. Very few powers visiting the fortress have expressed any interest in the shops. Most people are asking to rent the hotels long-term, instead. The various major powers were typically quite interested in obtaining shops, but only if there was enough traffic. It would likely be quite difficult to rent the fortress's shops for a high price with the Northern Fortress's maximum player population. Furthermore, the number of shops in the fortress couldn't compare to those in a guild city. Based on God's domain settings, fortresses could only house a limited number of shops. A small fortress only had room for 100 shops, while a medium fortress could contain 240 shops. In comparison, a basic city could easily hold more than 1,000 shops. As long as they're done, I'm satisfied, Shifeng said, chuckling. See to the necessary preparations and announce that the Northern Fortress will begin to lease its shops. The bid for each shop will start at 5 million credits per month, and will only lease 200 shops in total. First come, first served. Guild leader, you. Aqua Rose stared at Shifeng as if he had gone mad. If they couldn't even lease Zero Wing City's shops for 5 million credit per month, how were they supposed to rent those in the Northern Fortress, which had less than 500,000 players right now? And Shifeng's high price was only the starting bid. Just get it done. When the time comes, you'll understand, Shifeng said, not bothering to explain further. Fortresses in neutral maps were far more profitable than guild cities in God's domain. Guild towns and cities couldn't be constructed in many neutral maps due to their environments, and players would have to rely on fortresses to rest. Most of God's domain's players were also independent players, and when they obtained items they didn't need, they almost always sold them in their favored rest areas. Naturally, shops were the best platform for guilds to purchase and store these items, especially the items that couldn't be stored in one's bag space. Aside from purchasing and storing materials and items, Neutral Fortress's shops had a hidden benefit. They could conduct transactions with wandering merchant NPCs and purchase specialty items. Wandering merchants would visit a neutral fortress as long as it had enough security, and these NPCs conducted business with individual players and shops. However, wandering merchants would only offer to sell their specialty items to shops. One such specialty item was the Advanced Wanderer's Camp. With this item, a team could set up a temporary resting area in a neutral map. Although each Advanced Wanderer's Camp could only be used 3 times, and each use had a 1-day duration, it would help a team fully recover their stamina and concentration without cutting their exploration short to return to a city or fortress. The Advanced Wanderer's Camp was an absolute treasure to exploration teams. Sometimes, if players were lucky, they would even encounter wandering merchants that were interested in selling super rare mini-mobile camp. Unlike the Advanced Wanderer's Camp, the mini-mobile camp was permanent. It could only accommodate 100 players at a time, but a team could use it indefinitely. It only cost a few magic crystals for each activation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The smallest fortress wandering merchant NPCs would visit was a medium fortress, which was why the various powers had fought so desperately to capture neutral medium fortresses and larger during Shifeng's previous life. Every neutral medium fortress was a goldmine and definitely worth waging a war to acquire. To increase their chances of developing in neutral maps, the various powers wouldn't spare any cost when renting a fortress's shops. As long as one owned a medium fortress or larger in a neutral map, they wouldn't have to worry about needing a source of income, especially if that fortress was the Northern Fortress. Currently, it was the only fortress in the Gravity Mountain range that had return scrolls, and there were plenty of unexplored ruins in the Gravity Mountain range. Zero Wing wouldn't need to worry about no one renting the fortress's shops. After verifying Shifeng's instructions, Aqua Rose informed the public that the Northern Fortress's shops were available for rent. Chapter 2303, Beginning of Turmoil. When news of the Northern Fortress's shops' availability went public, the various major powers that had already shifted their bases to the fortress heard about it immediately. No power would turn down the opportunity to own a fortress's shop, especially one in the Northern Fortress. At this point, the Northern Fortress was almost guaranteed to become the heart of the Gravity Mountain range. The various superpowers might capture the map's other fortresses, even one of the 2 remaining medium fortresses, but they weren't likely to secure a fortress as popular as the Northern Fortress. The Northern Fortress had already begun to build its advantages, while none of the others had been captured yet. However, before Dragonheart Island's various powers could focus on the Northern Fortress's shops, a system announcement reached every player in the game. System announcement: a player has triggered an epic main storyline quest and activated the new expansion pack, Invasion of Other Planes. Planar passages connecting to other worlds will begin to open in 3 hours. Every player on the God's Domain continent was stunned, not to mention the players on Dragonheart Island. After a dazed moment, they were all ecstatic. Everyone knew that other worlds were resource treasure troves, but it wasn't easy to enter another world. It was wonderful news that passages to multiple other worlds were about to open. Guild Leader: this is wonderful. With these planar passages, we won't have to worry about securing level 100 weapons and equipment anymore, Aqua Rose exclaimed. Zero Wing had a better understanding of other worlds' available resources than other powers. Take the Ice Crystal World, for example. The Ice Crystal World possessed various unique materials and superior forging techniques. The guild had earned a fortune by exploiting these advantages. Unfortunately, when the teleportation gate to the Ice Crystal World had opened in Lakeheart City, Zero Wing's income from the other world had significantly decreased. This system announcement regarding the planar passages was undoubtedly good news for Zero Wing. How did this happen so soon? In contrast to Aqua Rose's reaction, Shifeng's expression turned gloomy when he heard the system announcement. The planar passage's activation would bring an abundance of rare resources to God's Domain's main continent, but it would also bring trouble. The flood of new players to the continent would be one of the biggest problems. Many players resided in other worlds, and once these planar passages began to open, those players could travel between the main continent and the otherworlds as well. Because of this, these otherworlds players would surge to the main continent in droves, as would many new powers. Competition on the main continent was already intense. It was easy to imagine what kind of outcome God's domain would see if a large number of new competitors suddenly joined the fray. Even now, Shafong could clearly remember what had happened when the planar passages had opened during his previous life. A massive change had rocked God's domain's various powers, with countless powers perishing during the invasion. Not even superpowers had been spared. Although otherworlds were small, only half the size of a kingdom, their players' standards differed due to the otherworld's environments. Some otherworld players were weaker than those on the main continent, while others were stronger. The Ice Crystal world was among average among the multitude of otherworlds. In some of the stronger otherworlds, players had no issues obtaining legacies, while others made it easier for players to convert to stronger races. These players tended to have greater combat power and higher levels than those on the main continent. Zero Wing had just recently become a pseudo-superpower and had yet to reinforce its foundations. Dealing with these otherworld players and powers wouldn't help Zero Wing. As far as Shafong could remember, many players had already risen to Tier 3 when the planar passages had activated in the past. Since this expansion had been triggered so early in this life, the competition between players would become even more intense than he remembered. Back then, the main continent's powers had already solidified their rule in level 100+ neutral maps. Attempting to dethrone them had been an incredibly difficult task. However, players hadn't claimed the level 100+ neutral maps in this life yet, and once the otherworld players and powers arrived on the continent, the competition for these maps would grow to unprecedented levels. I need to move forward with my plans. Shafong gritted his teeth as he examined at Zero Wing's current statistics. After giving the matter some thought, he turned to Aqua Rose and commanded, "Aqua, notify the management in Zero Wing City and tell them to only accept credits in the shop. Also, we need to expand and recruit throughout the Dark Knight Empire. The planar passages would open all over the main continent. If Zero Wing wanted to survive the upcoming war, it needed to increase its overall strength as soon as possible." Shafong hadn't wanted to expand the guild too quickly, originally. More guild members meant higher costs for the guild, and if Zero Wing couldn't afford the new expenditures, the guild's development would regress. Thus, Shafong had decided to slow the guild's expansion, allowing Zero Wing to develop organically, unlike powers that rapidly increased their member count. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to wait with the planar passages about to open. The gears of a new era had already begun to turn. If Zero Wing didn't have enough manpower, others would easily invade and usurp its territories, especially now that the Fang family had decided to target the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Having received her orders, Aqua Rose quickly contacted the players that managed Zero Wing City, informing them that the guild would only accept credits as payment in its shops. Shafong also instructed Aqua Rose to find a method to recruit more secret silver guards with the growth potential to nearly rival Feingold rank. He currently possessed quite a bit of soul essence on him, which he could use to increase personal guards' growth potential. Although he could also use the soul essence on the guild's Feingold guards, it wasn't so easy to collect. Even after slaying all of the monsters in the northern fortress, he had only acquired 90 drops. With so little, he'd only be able to upgrade a few Feingold guards. Rather, he could upgrade a large number of secret silver guards with high growth potential to Feingold rank. Although there was only one rank between secret silver and Feingold guards, the difference between them was akin to the difference between peak experts and apex experts. If he could acquire a large group of level 100+ Feingold guards at this stage of the game, he'd have a mobile killing machine. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Shafong also intended to use the 2 remaining teleportation tokens to send Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose to train in the Tower of Four Gods. Zero Wing had more than 100 refinement realm experts and barely any peak experts. It was the guild's fatal flaw. As players started to reach level 100, and the system removed their restrictions, the difference between experts' combat standards would grow, as well. It would become a lot more challenging to make up for that difference by relying on basic attributes. It was absolutely crucial that Zero Wing nurture more peak experts as quickly as possible. Once Shifeng had handled these affairs, the sound of another system notification reached his ears. System announcement: planar passages have opened. Players can now visit their local planar passage to travel between worlds. Chapter 2304, Planar Passages activated Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. Players flowed in and out of the lively teleportation hall. Merchant players and well-known adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires were a common sight in and around the building. Although Starmoon City wasn't as prosperous as White River City, as Starmoon Kingdom's transit hub and the closest city to the Or Empire in the kingdom, many players frequented the city. Starmoon City was already a large city with more than 9 million player residents. It was above average among God's Domain's various capital cities. Suddenly, a group of players with dark marks on their foreheads arrived in the teleportation hall. When the other players in the hall noticed them, they fell silent. Every one of these 100-plus players had reached level 92 or 93. Right now, the highest-leveled player on the kingdom's ranking list was only level 88. Moreover, the experts in the area felt a powerful pressure from the group of strangers as if they stood before a small force of high-level great lords. The combined aura could even deter refinement realm experts from approaching. There sure are a lot of people here, Commander, but their levels are pretty low. They clearly haven't received a god's blessing, either, a level 92 female ranger commented as she watched the players in the teleportation hall. It seems the main continent's players haven't developed as quickly as those in the shadow world. Only their weapons and equipment are better than ours. Apparently, different areas have varying degrees of development. This is an opportunity for our Shadowless adventurer team. Obviously, weapons and equipment are easier to obtain here. We were lucky to find the planar passage in our world so quickly. We should take time to secure a foothold here first, the bald, level 93 youth in black said as he led the group. Starmoon Kingdom is the perfect place for Shadowless to establish on the main continent. I want you to investigate the powers in this kingdom. If they're not willing to submit, we'll get rid of them. The 100-plus players promptly split up, and every other player who had overheard the bald youth's order began to panic. Meanwhile, otherworld players began to arrive in the main continent's various kingdoms and empires, intensifying the chaos on the main continent. While otherworld players began to flood the main continent, something surprising occurred in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress. Shifeng had estimated that it would take some time to lease out the fortress's shops. It would be a while before players discovered the benefits of a medium fortress's shops, after all. However, in less than a day, Dragonheart Island's various powers had claimed over 100 shops for themselves. Although these powers didn't plan to rent the shops long-term, only agreeing to the first month, it instantly earned Shifeng over 600 million credits. Including the income from Zero Wing City, he had a total of 800 million credits on hand. Once the credits were in his account, Shifeng instructed Xiao Yu to move forward with their agreed plans. They might not be able to establish many large-scale training centers in Fenglin City, but 7 or 8 small training centers wouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, the branch training centers' main purpose was to promote the virtual combat platform and encourage the city's players to train in the Heaven's Rumble Training Center habitually. Hence, they wouldn't need to purchase a lot of equipment for the branch locations. Once the branches opened to the public, and with Zero Wing's fame, they wouldn't need to worry about a lack of God's Domain players visiting Heaven's Rumble. This would also allow Zero Wing to recruit fresh blood in God's Domain. Shifeng had also earned a lot of ancient gold from the northern fortress. Normally, a small fortress, at its peak, would only earn 4,000 or 5,000 ancient gold per day, and small fortresses that had recently opened to the public would be lucky to earn 1,000 per day. Fortunately, the northern fortress was unimaginably popular. The various powers players already filled every hotel in the fortress. To reserve every room in a hotel, players would have to pay with ancient gold, not ancient copper or silver. Naturally, Zero Wing's share of the profits would consist of ancient gold, as well. After a single day of business, Zero Wing had earned 7,000 ancient gold from the northern fortress, and that was after splitting the profits with Phoenix Rain. As more time passed and more players visited the fortress, Zero Wing would be able to upgrade its facilities. As basic hotels became advanced hotels, Zero Wing and the Phoenix Pavilion would earn even more ancient gold. Warblood's people would have a heart attack if they saw our profits, guild leader, Blackie said, laughing as he watched the northern fortress's profits increase. It won't be long before our guild secures a foothold in Dragonheart City. With more guild members here, I'd like to see Warblood interfere with our development. Blackie, don't underestimate Warblood. The adventurer team has captured its own fortress, and it still has Starlink's support. It would be unwise to underestimate its development, and Warblood's naval prowess is particularly impressive. Even 13 Thrones watches its step around the adventurer team, Yang Tianxing solemnly warned his companion. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU resources were important for competing guilds, but the deciding factor would come down to the size of one's fist. Warblood might not be a match for Zero Wing in the Gravity Mountain range, but in the Sea of Death, Zero Wing would be at its mercy. Unfortunately, there were more resources available in the Sea of Death than in the Gravity Mountain range. Tianxing is right. Now that we have resources, we need to convert them into combat power. Shifeng nodded. He then retrieved the Storm speedboat design from his bag and handed it to Yang Tianxing, who would supervise the speedboat's production. They would use the profits they had earned from the northern fortress to acquire the necessary materials. Fortunately, Shifeng had been stocking up on these materials for a while. When Yang Tianxing saw the Storm speedboat design, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Although he was not a naval player, he had learned how valuable bronze speedboats were during the several weeks he had spent grinding in the Sea of Death. If Zero Wing had a full fleet of bronze speedboats, they could explore the Sea of Death unhindered. Once he had set Yang Tianxing with everything he needed for the Storm speedboat's production, Shifeng left the northern fortress. Once he emerged from the World Tower, he used a return scroll to teleport to White River City. He was finally prepared to challenge his Tier 3 promotion quest. Chapter 2305, Tier 3 Promotion Quest Starmoon Kingdom, White River City's Library. Following a level 180, Tier 3 Templar Knight, Shifeng arrived before the Starmoon Hall on the library's top floor. As he entered the hall and spotted Charlene, who wore luxurious red robes and sat in her throne on the far end of the room, something surprised Shifeng. Now, he could sense a trace of divine might from Charlene, and it was nothing like the divine might items radiated. Although it wasn't as strong as the divine might from items gods had used, it was incredibly pure. The closer he got to the woman, the stronger the pressure felt. Even with his powerful basic attributes, Shifeng couldn't step within 10 yards of Charlene. He suspected she was already more powerful than demigods. You're here. Looking at you, I assume you intend to challenge your Tier 3 promotion, am I correct? Charlene asked, giving Shifeng a natural, human-like smile. She looked at him like an old friend. That's right. Shifeng nodded. He might be quite powerful, even enough to give the various superpowers a huge headache, but to truly contend with the superpowers, he had to reach Tier 3 at the very least. Once he was a Tier 3 player, he could freely explore level 100+ maps and qualify to become a lord, gaining full rights to manage a territory. As true lords, players could gain full control over the land they had earned. Their authority would no longer be limited to a town or city. Not only would they have the authority to slay anyone they wished within their territory, but they could also hire NPC soldiers to protect the area and remove intruders. This would make it a lot easier to harvest resources within one's territory. Zero Wing had the strength to protect its assets, but it couldn't contend with the various superpowers in the fields. Even an ordinary superpower had countless experts under its command, and Zero Wing would need more time before it could rival these superpowers in that regard. There were only so many level 100+ neutral maps in God's domain, and once players reached level 100, the various superpowers would begin to take their territories seriously. They would no longer be as peaceful. Shifeng's only option was to become a lord. Once he had that status, not only would Zero Wing's ability to protect itself increase by tenfold, but the guild's development speed would also undergo a qualitative transformation. Since you've already prepared, I won't waste your time, Charlene said, smiling. She extended a hand toward Shifeng and continued, 300 mana stones and 20 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Shifeng's lips twitched when he heard Charlin's price. This was daylight robbery. Since his Tier 3 promotion quest's mana stone cost had been so high, he had prepared over 300 mana stones before revisiting Charlin. Fortunately, he had also prepared 30 units of 7 luminaries crystals just in case. And of course, Charlin casually demanded 90% of the mana stones and 7 luminaries crystals he had on hand. Here. Shifeng growled, gritting his teeth. In the end, he had no choice but to hand the items over. Tier 3 was a huge turning point for players, and he was a Blade Saint. His wouldn't be an ordinary promotion quest. He couldn't exactly avoid challenging the quest due to the cost. Not bad. This should just be enough to support the magic array's activation, Charlin said, smiling as she received the mana stones and 7 luminaries crystals. However, I must warn you that you'll be heading to a special location. The dangers you will encounter there are beyond your imagination. Even a true Tier 3 being would struggle to survive. How much you accomplish will be entirely up to you. Charlin began to chant an incantation, and a threefold magic array appeared in the center of the hall. Gradually, a set of pitch-black doors began to appear, and Shifeng's knees nearly buckled under the door's horrific pressure. I'm not going to a level 100 neutral map to find my lost legacy. Shifeng frowned as he watched the spatial tier form between the black doors. The Tier 3 promotion quest wouldn't be like the previous promotion quests. Since the various kingdoms and empires lacked Tier 3 legacies, players would have to search ancient ruins in level 100+ neutral maps for them. Not even peak legacies were exempt from the process. However, it was clear that he wouldn't be visiting some level 100 neutral map on the main continent. The unexpected development interfered with his plans. His past experiences and knowledge about Tier 3 promotion quests would be useless. Shifeng didn't give the matter much thought, however, as he approached the black doors. These doors wouldn't remain for long, and if they disappeared before he entered the spatial tear, the system would deem the promotion quest a failure. Not only would he have wasted a ton of valuable resources, but he'd also have to wait a long time before he could attempt the promotion quest again. The moment Shifeng stepped into the spatial tear, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the large hall. He had no idea how long he had been stuck in the spacetime tunnel, but when he reopened his eyes, he found himself on a huge island floating in an endless void. The island was barren and quiet, containing multiple spatial tiers that had enough power to tear a mythic monster to shreds. The island's environment was a complete mess. Shifeng constantly felt some berserk energy assault his body, causing damage and limiting his perception. A void land. Shifeng was speechless as he examined his surroundings. A void land was a land of death in God's domain. Even a domain realm expert would be as weak as a noob when subjected to a void land's environment, barely able to exhibit any of their combat power. When he spotted the island's level 100+ void creatures, a chill crawled down his spine. Void Worm, Void Creature, Great Lord, Level 101 HP 120 000000120 0000000, Void Viper, Void Creature, Grand Lord, Level 102 HP 300 000000300, 0000000 Void creatures had extremely high resistance to physical and magical damage. Normally, even Tier 3 players would have to work with a full party to defeat a level 100 Great Lord ranked Void creature. Unfortunately, not only was this barren island home to thousands of Void Worms, but they also moved in groups of 3 to 5. As for the Void Vipers that floated in the air, a single one of them could easily annihilate an entire Tier 3 team. Not even Tier 3 players would survive long on this island, much less Tier 2 players. System: you have accepted your Tier 3 promotion quest. Quest content: locate the Blade Saint legacy sealed in this void land and remove the seal to obtain the legacy. Sure enough, the promotion quest for one of the 10 Saint legacies is vicious. The corners of Shifeng's lips twitched as he read the system notification. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. He'd be at his limit fighting a single Void Worm. He'd have no choice but to flee if he encountered 2 at the same time, yet these Void Worms roamed in such large groups. Just exploring the island would be a problem, not to mention finding the Blade Saint legacy. Fortunately, he was allowed to use items in this voidland, and as such, he immediately pulled the Bible of Darkness from his bag and summoned a Tier 3 demon. He summoned Anna and Kite as well. He then relied on the Tier 3 demon as his mount, while Anna and Kite offered support from the sides. The Void Worms might be a problem for ordinary Tier 3 players, but they were merely practice targets with high HP to Anna and Kite. Their battle with the Void Worms was completely one-sided, and after just half an hour, 5 Void Worms had fallen. As they died, the Void Worms granted Shifeng a ton of EXP and dropped a crystal that was as dark as night. A mana crystal. Shifeng could not believe his eyes as he held the crystal. How is this possible? Chapter 2306, Tier 3 Evolution Mana Crystal. To most players, this item was only a relatively rare material or decent energy source, but to Shifeng, a mana crystal was just as valuable as 7 luminaries crystals. They were so valuable to him because he could use mana crystals to evolve the Abyssal Blade. Shifeng had tasked Melancholic Smile to purchase mana crystals for that very purpose, but she had yet to find any. Learning that these Void Worms dropped the mana crystals had certainly come as a surprise. The Abyssal Blade was significantly helpful. In its current state, the magic weapon was as powerful as a top-tier epic weapon of the same level. Unfortunately, Shifeng couldn't afford to level up the weapon due to how many fine gold and dark gold weapons the upgrade required. The higher level a weapon was, the rarer it would be. Obtaining level 90 plus fine gold weapons was quite challenging at this stage of the game, not to mention level 90 plus dark gold weapons. Because its level had stagnated, the Abyssal Blade wasn't suitable for Shifeng at this point. However, Shifeng couldn't just abandon the weapon. Even if he stopped using it, the curse within the Abyssal Blade would still exist, and he'd periodically have to face the backlashes. Not only would the curse grow stronger as the magic weapon evolved, but it would also grow stronger as time passed, which was why players had been so afraid of magic weapons in Shifeng's previous life. Although magic weapons could be a massive asset to players, they'd also become a greater burden as players leveled up. Of course, if players could maintain the magic weapons' growth as they reached higher levels, the weapons would offer more pros than cons, and after a certain point, they'd become even stronger than epic weapons. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to maintain that growth rate during the later stages of the game. Otherwise, fewer players would have fallen to their magic weapons backlash in the past. Shifeng stored the mana crystal in his bag and continued to hunt Void Worms while steadily approaching the center of the island. The Voidland was as large as a medium-sized leveling map in the outside world, and as Shifeng grew closer to the island's core, he encountered more Void Worms. The monster's respawn rate increased as he traveled, as well. Even with Anna and Kite's help, Shifeng prioritized caution. While the 2 personal guards could withstand the Great Lord's attacks, he couldn't. Although slaying these Void Worms was monotonous, the bountiful EXP and occasional mana crystal motivated Shifeng. He took barely any breaks from hunting the Great Lords. After a full day of combat, Shifeng's experience bar had reached 99% of level 100. He just needed one more kill to level up, but he decided to wait for a moment. He locked his experience bar and summoned his Thunder Eagle, allowing the flying mount to benefit from the awarded EXP instead. Flying mounts and land mounts had different mechanics. While land mounts' levels would be determined by their owner's level, flying mounts had their own experience bars. This was why nurturing a flying mount was so troublesome. This quest, fortunately, offered the perfect opportunity for Shifeng to nurture his Thunder Eagle. Flying mounts in God's domain were an exceptional mode of transportation, but they were also capable fighters. For players to grow stronger, they had to constantly improve their levels, equipment, skills, and other aspects. Flying mounts, however, only needed to level up. It was easier for these mounts to evolve through their tiers than it was for players. Thus, it had become common practice for experts to disregard their levels temporarily to level up their flying mounts. The Thunder Eagle was an intermediate extraordinary flying mount, born with the strength of a great lord and extremely high growth potential. At level 100, its combat power might only be at the lower Tier 3 rank, but once it reached level 110, it would rise to the intermediate Tier 3 rank. At level 120, its combat power would further increase to the Tier 3 upper rank standard. Aside from frantically grinding, Shifeng occasionally logged out to rest his mind and provide guidance for some of his guild members. Guild leader, Warblood, and Starlink are growing restless. They're not doing much right now, but I've heard that they've decided to help 13 Thrones capture a medium fortress in the Gravity Mountain range, Blackie reported. Currently, the Northern Fortress's player population is only over 900,000. If Warblood and Starlink succeed, I'm afraid it'll affect the Northern Fortress's development. Should we send people to sabotage their plan? Since the Northern Fortress was the sole medium fortress in the Gravity Mountain range, it generated astronomical sums of credits and ancient gold each day, but if the various powers captured another medium fortress, the Northern Fortress's profits would decrease. That won't be necessary. Although we have a feud with Warblood and Starlink, we have nothing against 13 Thrones, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Moreover, capturing a medium fortress is easier said than done. Just focus on managing our own fortress. I'm still busy with my Tier 3 promotion quest and won't be back anytime soon. For now, try to buy as many plots of land near the World Tower as possible with the ancient gold we've earned. If he hadn't summoned the Tier 4 hero, Zero Wing wouldn't have been able to capture the Northern Fortress, even with the Phoenix Pavilion's help. Moreover, securing the lands around the World Tower was far more important than worrying about a fortress in another corner of the Gravity Mountain range. All right. I'll make the purchases as soon as we have the money, Blackie responded. Although he was a little disappointed that he couldn't cause some trouble for Starlink and Warblood, his anticipation began to build with the thought of the lands near the World Tower. Shifeng had explained these plots' function, and if Zero Wing could claim every one of the lands available, Dragonheart City's various powers would live in fear of their guild. After training the guild's members, Shifeng quickly returned to God's Domain and continued to venture deeper into the barren island. With the Thunder Eagle as a part of his party, the party's overall DPS had considerably increased, and as a result, Shifeng was able to advance much faster than before. After 3 days of grinding, Shifeng had moved into the island's inner region. The 3-day grind also allowed the Thunder Eagle to climb to level 103. Shifeng knew that flying mounts didn't need as much EXP as players to level up, but he couldn't help his surprise at the Thunder Eagle's leveling speed. Shifeng had also obtained 73 mana crystals from the slain void worms. His harvest here was more than enough to cover the mana stone cost of entering the Voidland. When he reached the inner region, he found a translucent barrier enveloping the area. The inner region looked like a completely different world compared to the outer region. The island's outer area had been a barren wasteland, while a lush forest occupied the inner region. Within this lush forest, Shifeng spotted graves of varying sizes. The smallest were simply dirt mounds, while the larger graves looked like majestic palaces. He also spotted a large number of undead wandering through this graveyard. Forgotten Spirit, Undead Creature, Lord, Level 101 HP 40 000 40 000. These Forgotten Spirits weren't much of a threat. Shifeng could easily take them out in a one-on-one fight. Unfortunately, these undead moved in groups of several dozen. Not even Shifeng was confident of surviving a battle against so many Lord-ranked monsters. Each grave was also guarded by heroic spirits of varying strengths. Heroic spirits were the remnants of departed NPC heroes. They might not be as powerful as they had been in life, but the Tier 3 heroic spirits could easily slaughter Tier 3 players, not to mention a lowly Tier 2 player like Shifeng. Even Tier 3 players have little hope of surviving in this place. Shifeng could not help but frown at the undead wandering within the magic barrier. He'd have no choice but to flee from a one-on-one battle with a level 100, Tier 3 heroic spirit. Fortunately, he had personal guards like Anna and Kite to support him. Otherwise, finding the Blade Saint legacy would be utterly impossible. The instant Shifeng stepped through the translucent barrier, however, Kite, Anna, the Tier 3 demons, and his Thunder Eagle vanished. A silencing barrier? Shifeng stared at the barrier, stunned. God's Domain had many types of magic barriers, and although barriers that nullified summoning-type magic arrays were rare, they could be found in certain ancient ruins. Finding such a magic barrier here was a nightmare. An ordinary level 100, Tier 2 expert wouldn't even be a match for the Lord-ranked Forgotten Spirits in a one-on-one fight. Even a Domain Realm expert would have to flee for their lives when encountering several dozen Forgotten Spirits. As for the level 100, Tier 3 Heroic Spirits, Domain Realm experts wouldn't even last more than 3 seconds. It's no wonder why so few people with peak legacies managed to complete their Tier 3 promotion quest. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he observed the undead around him. With how the Forgotten Spirits were positioned, Shifeng couldn't find any loopholes to exploit. Defeating these undead would be impossible with the strength of a level 100, Tier 2 player. He would need an entire 100-man team of level 100, Tier 2 experts to accomplish the feat right. If one's not enough, I just need to face them in a group. Struck with inspiration, Shifeng stepped through the barrier and summoned Kite and Anna again. He returned to grinding void worms, planning to collect the 100 mana crystals he needed to evolve the Abyssal Blade. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU of the weapons at hand, the Abyssal Blade allowed him to execute the highest number of attacks simultaneously. With 9 Dragon's Slash, he could summon 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, which not even the Twilight Blade could do. If he could upgrade the Abyssal Blade to Tier 3, 9 Dragon's Slash would undergo a qualitative transformation, allowing him to summon even more phantoms. It might just be enough to help him defeat so many monsters. With this plan in mind, Shifeng spent another day or so slaying void worms, eventually gathering the 100 mana crystals. The instant Shifeng picked up the 100th mana crystal, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System: 100 mana crystals detected. Conditions to evolve the Abyssal Blade met. Do you wish to evolve the Abyssal Blade? Retrieving the long-forgotten magic weapon from his bag, Shifeng took a deep breath and declared, "Evolve." Chapter 2307, Tier 3 Abyssal Blade. The moment Shifeng tapped on the Evolve * button, the Abyssal Blade transformed into a cloud of black fog that moved toward his bag. The black fog began to devour every mana crystal in his bag like a ravenous wolf. The mana within the mana crystals was only slightly less pure than within 7 Luminaries crystals, and a single mana crystal contained enough mana to obliterate a small town from the face of the continent. When the Abyssal Blade devoured all 100 mana crystals, space around Shifeng trembled violently with the transfer of such a frightening amount of energy. At the same time, a dragon's roar echoed across the island. It felt as if space were about to explode, making room for a dragon's arrival. Is this a backlash? Shifeng's expression darkened. With every evolution, there was a chance that the magic weapon would release a backlash, and each backlash would be stronger than the last. If the weapon's owner couldn't cope with a single backlash, it would cripple their account. Initially, Shifeng had been confident of contending with a potential second backlash, but based on the mana fluctuations he sensed, he doubted that he had more than a 50% chance of surviving. Fortunately, the mana only fluctuated for a few moments. After 3 seconds, the island returned to normal, and a pitch-black sword, decorated with engraved, draconic patterns, appeared some distance away. Despite standing 5 yards away from the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng could feel the magic weapon's intense dragon might weighing him down. His heels even sunk into the ground. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, attack power plus 4055, all attributes plus 320, attack speed plus 33, ignore levels plus 25, attacks have 70% chance to cause 250% damage. 40% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 30%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 6. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 80. Can be upgraded. Devour 40 level 85 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 85. Equipment Tier 3. Can be evolved. Devour 5 god crystals to evolve to Tier 4. Additional active skill 1. Phantom Kill, Tier 3. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 95% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration: 2 minutes cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2, Abyssal Bind, Tier 3. binds up to 5 enemies simultaneously and prevents movement, reducing defense and magic resistance by 100%. The higher tiered the target is, the weaker the effect will be. Duration, 5 seconds cooldown, 40 seconds additional active skill 3, 9 Dragons Slash, Tier 3. Instantly creates 21 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 80% damage. Duration, 60 seconds cooldown, 8 minutes additional active skill 4, Abyssal Curse, Tier 3. Prevents all targets within a 100-yard radius from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target in range. Cooldown, 30 minutes additional active skill 5, Dragon Soul, Tier 3. Grants a doppelganger a dragon soul, transforming it into a black dragon. The transformed doppelganger will have the same life rating as a black dragon and can use the skill Dragon Breath. Duration, 5 minutes cooldown, 24 hours additional passive skill, Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the mana density, the greater the improvement. Additional profound inheritance, Black Emperor, Tier 3. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 4% and attack speed and movement speed by 3% for 12 seconds or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 5 seconds. Maximum of 27 stacks of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes cooldown, 6 hours. The famed Smith Olysses personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. So powerful. Shifeng was stunned when he saw the evolved Abyssal Blade's attribute panel. The Abyssal Blade's attributes might not compare to the Twilight Bad and Killing Ray quite yet, but its attributes could rival that of a top-tier level 85 epic weapon, despite being only a level 80 magic weapon. However, the improved attributes weren't the most shocking aspect. The Abyssal Blade's skills had drastically improved now that it was a Tier 3 weapon. Now, it was the perfect weapon to use against groups. Not even an ordinary fragmented legendary weapon would be its match in this regard. Seeing the Tier 3 Abyssal Blade, Shifeng couldn't even imagine how much it would improve once it reached Tier 4. Of course, evolving the magic weapon further would be immensely more difficult than it had been thus far, requiring God Crystals, and 5 of them, at that. One could only rely on luck to find God Crystals, which were even rarer and more difficult to locate than epic weapons. Shifeng then unequipped Killing Ray, replacing it with the Abyssal Blade. So, this is the Abyssal Blade's power after another evolution? As he equipped the magic weapon, Shifeng was astounded. His attack power and basic attributes might have decreased, but he was more compatible with the Abyssal Blade than he was with Killing Ray. The weapon felt like an extension of his body in his hand, and it was now unimaginably sharp. In its current state, the Abyssal Blade could easily slice through a level 100+ Great Lord scales. Moreover, the magic weapon's effects had substantially improved, and he could feel his physique growing considerably stronger. Despite replacing Killing Ray with a lower-leveled weapon, his overall combat power hadn't decreased in the slightest. Rather, it had risen. After taking a moment to familiarize himself with the upgraded Abyssal Blade, Shifeng shifted his attention to the graves within the inner region. The goal of his promotion quest was to locate the Lost Blade Saint Legacy. Obviously, it should be inside one of those graves. The countless forgotten spirits wandering through the forest and the heroic spirits guarding each grave were the only obstacles in his way. A few minutes ago, Shifeng had been helpless against the wandering forgotten spirits, but now that he had the Tier 3 Abyssal Blade, defeating the undead wouldn't be a problem now. He only had to figure out a way to distract the heroic spirits while he opened the graves. Unfortunately, since he didn't know which grave contained the legacy, he decided to challenge heroic spirit guarding the nearest and smallest grave. The instant Shifeng crossed through the translucent barrier, the undead roaming near the chosen grave sensed Shifeng's aura and charged toward him. Although the forgotten spirits didn't have very high intellect, even a peak expert would have to flee if several dozen attacked together. Go! Shifeng immediately activated 9 dragons slash. Like a group of experts, the 21 abyssal blade phantoms flew forth to open a path for Shifeng. Although each phantom only possessed 90% of Shifeng's strength, the attribute was just as high as an actual level 100, Tier 3 players. As a result, the abyssal blade phantoms effortlessly suppressed the approaching forgotten spirits. With one exchange, the phantoms shoved aside the several dozen undead, allowing Shifeng to reach the small grave. This is a resting place for the dead. The living have no place here, the spear-wielding Tier 3 heroic spirit guarding the grave bellowed as he thrust his spear at Shifeng. Forgotten heroic spirit, undead, Tier 3 Berserker King, level 10 HP 54 0000054 0000000. Although the heroic spirit did not have a lot of HP, he employed an advanced combat technique with that simple thrust, causing his opponent to ignore the weapon unconsciously. Moreover, the attack contained peak Tier 3 power, easily enough to repulse level 100+ Grand Lords. If this attack struck a Tier 3 player, they'd die instantly. Witnessing the heroic spirit's strength, Shifeng lost any confidence in defeating the undead. Fortunately, he didn't actually plan to fight the heroic spirit. Shifeng responded to the attack by using Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger forward while activating Defensive Blade to block the strike. Shifeng then rushed toward the grave. The moment Shifeng touched the grave, a prompt window appeared before him. System: do you wish to activate the grave and absorb a portion of the grave owner's legacy? Ecstatic, Shifeng activated the grave. However, a loading bar appeared the moment he did. Activating the grave would require a total of 8 seconds. When the heroic spirit sensed the grave's activation, he flew into a rage. Ignoring Shifeng's doppelganger, the heroic spirit dashed toward the offending player. Sure enough, this won't be that easy. As the heroic spirit ran toward him, Shifeng stopped holding back. He had his doppelganger activate its legacy berserk skill, Blade Liberation, focusing all of his attention on controlling the doppelganger as it attacked the heroic spirit. Lightning flash. A web of sword lights enveloped the heroic spirit, yet the undead didn't seem concerned in the least. He spun and met the attack with his spear. Peng! 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 The sounds of clanging metal echoed throughout the forest. Not only had the heroic spirit blocked every sword light the doppelganger had sent at him, but he managed to do so without stumbling a single step backward. The doppelganger wasn't a match for the heroic spirit, but Shifeng didn't care. His only goal was to delay the Tier 3 heroic spirit for 8 seconds, not defeat him. Shifeng finally absorbed a portion of the grave owner's legacy as he sacrificed his doppelganger. As he did, a legacy completion rate section had appeared in his quest window. System: legacy completion rate 15%. Do you wish to accept this legacy? So, that's how this works. Shifeng immediately understood how he was supposed to complete his promotion quest. Every grave in this lush forest contained the Blade Saint legacy, but each grave contained a different completion rate of the legacy, which couldn't be combined. It was up to him to decide how much of the legacy he wanted to leave with. Following which, Shifeng abandoned the completion rate he had acquired from the small grave and escaped through the barrier. The moment he crossed the magic barrier, the forgotten spirits and heroic spirit chasing him gave up and returned to their original positions. Now that he understood his quest's mechanics, Shifeng set his sights on the higher quality graves in the island's inner region. Naturally, the more magnificent graves were guarded by stronger heroic spirits. The largest grave sat within the forest's core, as opulent as a palace with a level 100, Tier 4 heroic spirit standing guard. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The graves that were a grade inferior to the palace-like grave in the center were protected by heroic spirits with titles. Heroic spirits that earned a title after their deaths had been heroes among heroes during their lives. Killing apex experts of the same tier would have been child's play. Although they had lost a significant portion of the strength after death, they could still kill Apex experts with little to no effort. I can only give it a try. Shifeng gritted his teeth as he set his sights on a great sword-wielding, titled Heroic Spirit. He knew he had no hope of activating the grandest grave in the cemetery. The gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 existences was massive, let alone the gap between Tier 2 and Tier 4. The moment the Tier 4 Heroic Spirit noticed him, he'd die. However, he wasn't willing to settle for third-grade graves. After all, the Legacy's completion rate would severely affect the Tier 3 promotion quests rewards. At the very least, he had to try for the second-grade graves. Once his skills cooldowns had finished, Shifeng dashed into the inner region once more, running straight for a grave that was the size of a small high-rise. Chapter 2308, Abyssal Blades Might. Shifeng's target was near the center of the forest. Simply approaching it would be incredibly difficult due to the groups of forgotten spirits that moved closer together near the forest's core. If Shifeng relied on his own strength to reach the grave, he wouldn't get close to it, much less activate it. Several hundred forgotten spirits flew toward him, and Shifeng felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, he was barely able to keep the forgotten spirits out of attack range with the 21 abyssal blades fighting for him. 9 Dragon's Slash had a time limit, however, so he couldn't stop the undead like this forever. Although Shifeng was confident that he could escape these monsters with his life, if he couldn't keep the forgotten spirits at bay, that would be it. He wouldn't be able to do anything more. If he wished to secure the second-grade legacy, it was crucial that he utilized 9 Dragon's Slash duration efficiently. It took me 42 seconds to reach this grave, which is about as long as I estimated. Glancing at 9 Dragon's Slash remaining duration, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. I should be able to activate the grave within the remaining time. There were 2 reasons that Shifeng had passed up the highest grade grave. Naturally, the first was the Tier 4 heroic spirit that guarded it. His second reason was the lack of time. Reaching and activating the second-grade graves within 9 Dragon's Slash 60-second duration was his limit. Before Shifeng could catch his breath, the silver-armored, great sword-wielding heroic spirit that guarded the gravestone abruptly opened his eyes. A faint, red barrier then enveloped the gravesite, decreasing Shifeng's basic attributes and physique by 20%. Urdia, Flame Knight, Heroic Spirit, Tier 3 Berserker King, Level 101 HP 78 0000078 0000000 A domain? Shifeng's expression darkened as he stared at Urdia. Shifeng had assumed that Urdia had the strength to instant kill Tier 3 players, but he had never thought that the heroic spirit would be this powerful. Urdia might not have a lot more HP than the heroic spirit he had fought earlier, but he was definitely much stronger. Purely regarding basic attributes, he had to be 30% stronger than the forgotten heroic spirit. In combination with its domain, which only Tier 4 NPCs and above could grasp, Urdia could squash Tier 3 players like ants. I commend your bravery, adventurer. Over the several millennia I have stood guard, you're the first to dare approach in search of the Blade Saint's legacy. I hope you can offer some entertainment, Urdia leisurely commented. Unlike the forgotten heroic spirit, which had attacked immediately, he joked around like a player as he slowly approached Shifeng. Seeing this, a chill crawled down Shifeng's spine. They might be dead heroes, but heroic spirits weren't considered NPCs in God's domain. Because of this, their intellect shouldn't be as high as NPCs. However, that was obviously not the case for Urdia. This was also the first time Shifeng had encountered such an intelligent heroic spirit. Seeing that Urdia was already 50 yards away, Shifeng activated the Ring of Gospel's miniature world and Ring of Brilliance as a precaution. Unfortunately, Shifeng could tell that wouldn't be enough after the 2 skills had taken effect. He then activated Blade Liberation to bolster his basic attributes further, and at the same time, he activated the Twilight Blades Twilight of the Gods and Twilight's Shadow, splitting into 8 clones. With Twilight of the Gods and Blade Liberation active, Shifeng's physical doppelgangers inherited the skill's effects. Now, every one of his doppelgangers had the strength to rival Grand Lords of the same level. If 8 level 100 Grand Lords worked together, they could even take on a level 100 mythic monster. However, before Shifeng could control his doppelgangers, Urdia vanished, reappearing before Shifeng's clones. The heroic spirit brandished his flaming great sword, sending 8 crimson sword lights at all 8 doppelgangers. Shifeng's doppelgangers reacted quickly, intercepting the attacks with their swords. However, the moment the crimson sword lights met the doppelgangers' blades, the impact threw them over a dozen yards before they slammed into the ground, their swords humming. Each doppelganger instantly lost over 20,000 HP. A bronze combat technique? Shifeng's expression turned grim when he saw the outcome. Extreme slash. Although Urdia had only executed 8 extreme slashes, one fewer than Miracle Dragon's 9 extreme slashes, Urdia's mastery with the technique was far greater than Miracle Dragon's. He had mastered the advanced combat technique until he had upgraded it into a bronze combat technique. This was a Tier 3 heroic spirit that could use bronze combat techniques. No one would have believed Shifeng if he had told them about Urdia's abilities in his previous life. Some might even mock him for his stupidity. Heroic spirits might have once been heroes, but they weren't anymore. They particularly lacked intellect and weren't even a match for ordinary NPCs regarding this aspect. Seeing a heroic spirit execute an advanced combat technique was already quite impressive. Most Tier 3 NPCs couldn't even master a bronze combat technique, much less a Tier 3 heroic spirit. And yet, the impossible had just happened. After repelling the 8 doppelgangers, Urdia shifted his gaze to Shifeng's main body. He executed Flame Charge, transforming into a fiery meteor as he flew toward the swordsman. Based on how this flame charge appeared, Urdia's skill completion rate should be 99% or 100%. Shifeng didn't dare take Urdia's charge head-on. If the heroic spirit had already thrown his doppelgangers, he could definitely send Shifeng flying. Shifeng activated Phantom Kill, summoning another doppelganger and having it activate Blade Liberation and Defensive Blade to intercept the approaching Berserker King. If he died during his Tier 3 promotion quest, he'd have to wait a long time before he could challenge it again. It was a risk he wasn't willing to take. However, the moment Shifeng's doppelganger activated Defensive Blade, Urdia cancelled his flame charge and thrust his flaming greatsword into the ground. Dozens of fiery blades rose from the dirt, flying toward the doppelganger. Tier 3 skill, Storm Garrote. Defensive Blade's block counts were exhausted in an instant. Seeing this, Shifeng had no choice but to focus most of his attention on his doppelganger and executed Sword's Orbit. When the galaxy of stars and the flaming blades met, both attacks shattered. Although the doppelganger had successfully blocked the attacks, it had been forced to stumble over a dozen steps backward. Moreover, each attack had devoured nearly 10,000 of the doppelganger's HP. With just one skill, Urdia had dealt over -200,000 damage. As they kept the forgotten spirits away from the gravesite, the Abyssal Blade Phantom's duration continued to decrease, and Shifeng's doppelganger couldn't keep Urdia distracted. It began to make Shifeng even more nervous. If he activated Twofold Berserk, he could hold Urdia off, but he needed to activate the grave with his main body. There was no point in trying to distract the heroic spirit himself. He intended to reserve absolute domain for his escape from this place. Even if he activated the grave and obtained the legacy contained within, he would fail his quest without it. Your doppelgangers are quite good, but this is as far as you'll get, Urdia declared, chuckling when he realized Shifeng's doppelganger had survived his Storm Garrote. Urdia pulled his great sword from the ground and appeared before the doppelganger. He executed 8 extreme slashes once more, but this time, he concentrated all 8 attacks on a single target. Dragon Soul. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Shifeng understood that if his doppelganger died, this quest would come to an end. Hence, he decided to use the Abyssal Blade's strongest skill, Dragon Soul. Right now, every attribute point mattered. Shifeng's doppelganger roared, the sound filling the entire forest. As it did, the doppelganger transformed into a 10-meter-tall, pitch-black dragon. It had more than doubled in size than when the Abyssal Blade had only been a Tier 2 weapon. Seeing the 8 sword lights fly toward it, Shifeng's doppelganger swiped a single claw to block them all. Boom! The sword lights slammed into the doppelganger's claw, and an intense shockwave shook the forest, only fading after extending 100 yards away. A spatial tear had even appeared before the dragon's claw, and the doppelganger only stumbled a step back. Chapter 2309, Blade Saint legacy secured so strong, Shifeng was surprised to see his doppelganger only lose a little over 5,000 HP after receiving Urdia's 8 extreme slashes. Although his doppelganger had already been quite powerful with Dragon Soul active, nearly invincible among beings of the same tier, it had grown even stronger, especially its strength and defense. In these two attributes, his doppelganger could practically rival Tier 4 mythic monsters. Moreover, the size of the Black Dragon's body afforded Shifeng plenty of advantages. Before the Black Dragon's 10-meter-tall frame, Urdia looked like little more than a small animal. The doppelganger wouldn't have any issue stopping the heroic spirit's attacks. However, Urdia didn't pause after his attack failed. He immediately appeared before the Black Dragon's head, his flaming greatsword transforming into a colossal pillar of fire. Tier 3 taboo skill, Burning Sword. When the fire pillar completed its transformation, it stretched across 100 yards. The Black Dragon looked tiny before the flaming weapon, and Urdia swung it down on the doppelganger. Not even Shifeng could escape the pillar's range, much less the Black Dragon. Don't think I'm so easy to kill. As the fire pillar descended, Shifeng had his Black Dragon use Dragon Breath. Unlike the Dragon Breath skill from his Heavenly Dragon's Breath Ring, the Black Dragon's ability was the real deal. According to legend, a Tier 5 Dragon Breath could vaporize an entire city instantly. The true Dragon Breath was easily more powerful than any taboo skill or curse, essentially rivaling divine arts. The Black Dragon opened its maw, and a horrific amount of mana concentrated between its jaws. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black energy ball as large as a small house had taken shape, and as the Black Dragon released a deafening roar, the energy ball reformed as a pillar of pitch-black light, firing toward the heroic spirit's pillar of fire. Boom! The Dragon Breath and Burning Sword slammed into each other, creating a shockwave that shook their surroundings and didn't dissipate until it had spread 500 yards away. At the point of impact, space had crumbled, forming a black hole. It felt as if Armageddon had begun. Sure enough, the true Dragon Breath is far more powerful. Shifeng could not help but be astonished when he saw Urdia being sent flying. Shifeng had only hoped that the Black Dragon would stop Urdia's killing move. He hadn't actually expected the doppelganger to win that exchange, dealing over -30,000 damage to the heroic spirit. Urdia wasn't in danger of dying after losing 30,000 HP, but it was enough damage for the Black Dragon to hold the heroic spirit's aggro. Now, Urdia's focus had turned away from Shifeng's main body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shifeng charged at the gravestone. System: do you wish to activate the grave and absorb a portion of the grave owner's legacy? Without any hesitation, Shifeng activated the grave the moment the prompt window appeared. Like the previous grave, a loading bar appeared when he activated. However, this loading bar required 12 seconds, rather than the 8 seconds the previous grave had required. Shifeng celebrated the fact that he had decided to keep absolute defense in reserve. Had he used the skill to stop Urdia, rather than rely on Dragon Soul, he would have died halfway through the activation process. Unfortunately, the instant Shifeng activated the grave, Urdia went berserk. Ignoring the Black Dragon, the heroic spirit dashed toward Shifeng. Only a little over 100 yards separated Urdia and Shifeng, and a titled, Tier 3 heroic spirit would only need a few steps to cross that distance. However, the Black Dragon intercepted Urdia near the halfway mark, using its massive frame to keep the heroic spirit away from Shifeng. The Black Dragon then swiped a claw at its foe. The Black Dragon's claw was the size of a car, and although Urdia sensed the incoming attack, he couldn't dodge it in time, relying on his greatsword to block it. As the claw slid along the massive blade, dazzling sparks flew from the weapon. Urdia knocked away the Black Dragon's claw with his greatsword. Now, he fully displayed the strength of a Tier 3 heroic spirit. Even a Tier 2 dragon would find him a difficult opponent. Fortunately, there wasn't a particularly large difference between the two combatants' basic attributes. Although the heroic spirit had knocked away the Black Dragon's claw, the dragon steadily remained in its original position. It had only taken a little over -2,000 damage from the clash. The Black Dragon had tens of millions of HP, so this amount of damage was nothing. Realizing this, Urdia stopped relying on brute force to break past the Black Dragon. Instead, he executed a combat technique, transforming into 7 phantoms that charged at Shifeng's main body. Advanced combat technique, flowing shadow. The 7 phantoms looked and felt exactly the same, not even Shifeng could tell the difference. But he wasn't ready to give up just yet. In response, he executed lightning slash through his black dragon. As a bronze combat technique, Shifeng even had trouble executing lightning flash with his main body, not to mention with a doppelganger, but the black dragon's physique was far superior to his, so Shifeng barely managed to pull it off. 14 claw strikes then plowed into the 7 phantoms. Peng! 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 Metallic clangs echoed through the cemetery as Urdia blocked all 14 strikes. The black dragon lost over 30,000 HP and stumbled a step back, but it had achieved its goal and stopped Urdia's advance. Only, Shifeng had paled from the effort of executing lightning flash with the black dragon. It consumed so much concentration. Shifeng could feel a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He had expended significantly more concentration when executing the bronze combat technique through the black dragon than when he used the technique himself. Of course, Urdia hadn't given up. He executed flowing shadow again, trying to reach Shifeng. With no other options, Shifeng continued to rely on lightning flash to stop Urdia. 2 times. 3 times. 4 times. Every time Shifeng executed lightning flash, a considerable portion of his concentration slipped away. By the time he executed the technique for the 6th time, he felt mentally lethargic. However, he still needed 5 more seconds to complete the activation process. By the time Shifeng executed lightning flash a 9th time, his complexion was as white as paper. He felt a stinging pain in his head, and the world seemed to spin around him. Now, he couldn't even control the abyssal blade phantoms to stop the swarming undead. A large number of forgotten spirits flew toward Shifeng, and Urdia circled the black dragon, appearing before Shifeng's main body. The heroic spirit swung his flaming greatsword down on the swordsman. 8 extreme slashes. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU8 massive sword lights appeared and threatened to devour Shifeng completely. When the 8 sword lights were only an inch away from him, Shifeng gritted his teeth and activated absolute domain. Golden, divine runes immediately began to appear on his body. As the 8 sword lights crossed that final inch, they came to an abrupt halt against the divine runes, unable to touch Shifeng. With absolute domain's protection, neither Urdia nor the forgotten spirits could harm Shifeng. Needless to say, they couldn't stop Shifeng from activating the grave, either. System, legacy completion rate 85%. Do you wish to accept this legacy? Chapter 2310, Urdia vs Anna. As soon as he saw the system notification, Shifeng accepted the legacy. He didn't know how good a legacy with an 85% completion rate would be, but it was undoubtedly better than the 15% legacy he had found earlier. After Shifeng accepted the legacy, countless divine runes began to flow from the grave toward him, forming a glowing imprint on the back of his hand. Suddenly, Shifeng bore the mark of a purple gold sword. The moment the mark formed, Urdia descended into madness. His muscles bulged, and a cloak of fire enveloped his frame. The temperature around him soared, and the flaming cloak burned the earth under his feet to black ash. If Shifeng hadn't activated absolute domain, he'd likely lose astonishing amounts of HP due to his proximity to the heroic spirit. With Urdia going into full berserk mode and his absolute domain's duration almost up, Shifeng switched the 7 luminaries rings aura of earth to the aura of wind and activated gale domain to make a hasty retreat. While all forms of teleportation were prohibited in the Voidland's inner area, flying, fortunately, was not. Gale domain was Shifeng's only hope of escaping from the inner area. Without it, he wouldn't have any chance of leaving the inner region even if he had the legacy. He no longer had 9 dragons slash to rely on, and he had a titled, Tier 3 heroic spirit after him. However, before Shifeng could leave the grave, Urdia charged forth like a meteor. The heroic spirit was so fast that not even the black dragon could stop him in time. Boom! Urdia crashed into Shifeng, and the golden, divine runes that protected him actually trembled. This hadn't even happened when Urdia had hacked and slashed at Shifeng earlier. The heroic spirit proceeded to brandish his flaming great sword at Shifeng, over and over. For a moment, even Shafong was helpless against the countless sword lights. He couldn't keep up with the speed of any of these attacks. Urdia's attack speed wasn't that much faster than his, but he couldn't keep up with the heroic spirit's reaction speed. With Urdia's basic attributes, the heroic spirit could finish Shafong off in 2 or 3 hits, even if Shafong activated twofold Berserk. Absolute Domain only had 6 seconds remaining, and Shafong was still nearly 1,500 yards away from the inner region's barrier. Throwing caution to the wind, he flew straight for the barrier. Despite the fact that Urdia couldn't fly, the undead had no issues keeping up with Shafong, continuously attacking the fleeing swordsman. Every one of Urdia's attacks had enough power to injure mythic monsters. Shafong would have already died several times if it hadn't been for Absolute Domain's protection. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. Unfortunately, Shafong's flying speed was fast, but he couldn't reach the barrier within 6 seconds. He was still roughly 500 yards from his target when Absolute Domain's effects wore off. As soon as they did, Shafong felt a scorching heat envelop his body, dealing minus 10,000 damage per second. Seeing the divine runes fade from Shafong's body, Urdia sneered at his prey. He pushed off the ground and arrived before Shafong in an instant, plunging his flaming greatsword down on Shafong's head. 8 extreme slashes. This time, every one of the 8 sword lights contained Tier 4 power. Not even the Black Dragon would be strong enough to block the attack, much less Shafong. Fortunately, Shafong had prepared for this moment and activated Defensive Blade. Peng! 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 Another series of metallic clangs echoed throughout the forest. Urdia had exhausted over half of Defensive Blade's block counts in that one exchange. By the time Defensive Blade ended, Shafong had only moved 50 yards closer to the barrier. As Urdia was about to launch another attack, Shafong activated Abyssal Bind. Over 20 pitch-black chains emerged from the void, binding Urdia and forcing the heroic spirit to a grinding halt. At Tier 3, Abyssal Bind could hold a target for up to 5 seconds, and it should be 100% effective against a Tier 3 being like Urdia. It was also Shafong's final trump card. Peng! However, before Shafong could relax, he heard the sound of a chain shattering. When he had gone berserk, Urdia had become nearly stronger than a mythic monster. It had only taken the heroic spirit an instant to shatter one of the chains. As if they were made of paper, the other chains began to break, one after another. For the crime of desecrating a saint's grave, you will die. Urdia bellowed as he swung his freed arms, slashing his great sword at Shafong, who stood over 50 yards away. As Urdia swung his great sword, a torrent of fire swept toward Shafong. Shafong spun, meeting the attack with his swords as the flames were about to hit him. Void Shield. Boom. The Void Shield, which had 10 times Shafong's maximum HP, nearly shattered as a result of the attack, and the impact threw Shafong backward over 30 yards. What a frightening move. Shafong silently celebrated when he saw that his Void Shield had only cracked. If he hadn't responded appropriately, that attack would have killed him. Urdia was far more powerful than Shafong had imagined. Had he allowed his strength and greed to blind him, challenging the largest grave instead, he would have died the moment his Absolute Domain's duration ended. Meanwhile, thanks to Urdia's attack, Shafong and the heroic spirit were now separated by 100 yards. Although Abyssal Bind wouldn't hold down Urdia for 5 seconds, it should be able to keep him in place for 2. Fortunately, as a Tier 3 heroic spirit, Urdia couldn't attack a target that was so far away. In the remaining 2 seconds, Shafong widened the gap between him and his pursuer by more than 300 yards. Urdia's movement speed was much higher than Shafong's, but during a chance, Urdia would need some time to get within attack range. Meanwhile, Shafong continued to move closer to the barrier. 150 yards. 100 yards. 50 yards. When Urdia was less than 80 yards away from Shafong and was about to bombard the fleeing swordsman once more, Shafong finally slipped through the magic barrier. Enraged, Urdia sent another wave of fire at Shafong, but this time, Shafong retrieved a summon guard scroll and called forth Anna. As Anna appeared before him, Shafong breathed a sigh of relief. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. He might not be a match for a titled, Tier 3 heroic spirit, but that wasn't the case for Anna. Anna was an epic guard with a 113-point growth potential. She might not rival an NPC hero of the same tier, but she wasn't far from it. She'd have no problems holding off Urdia. Calmly, Anna swung her staff and cast a spell in response to Urdia's fiery attack. A black-white, twofold magic array appeared before the personal guard. The moment Urdia's flames encountered the array, it looked like they had crashed into the side of a rocky mountain. No matter how much fire crashed into and burned the magic array, they didn't do any damage. All right, let's leave. With Urdia chasing after him, even after he had crossed the inner region's magic barrier, Shifeng immediately activated the Tier 2 group instantaneous teleportation scroll he had pulled from his bag earlier, leaving the island with Anna by his side. Chapter 2311, Mana Body Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Once Shifeng and Anna had arrived in the Voidland's safe zone, he used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. However, he nearly thought he had arrived at the wrong place when he emerged from the teleportation array. Many of the players in the teleportation hall had already reached level 90, and there were quite a few level 91 players among the crowd. Not even Dragonheart Island's experts should have reached this level yet. He had only been busy with his Tier 3 promotion quest for a few days. The effects of the planar passages opening early are so drastic. The open planar passages was the only explanation Shifeng could think of. The planar passages activation wouldn't just lead to new players on the main continent, it would also bring in an abundance of resources, including leveling resources. During Shifeng's previous life, the planar passages activation had triggered a leveling frenzy among the main continent's players, but it had been nothing compared to this. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Shifeng knew such a situation wasn't impossible. His presence in God's domain had already caused a significant butterfly effect, and players in this life leveled much faster than in the past. With the planar passages activating before mainstream players had even reached level 100, the increased resources would have a greater effect on players. With so many excellent grinding spots available, it was only natural that players would level up faster than before. As Shifeng was about to leave the teleportation hall, a 100-man team of independent players walked into the building. Noticing the team's arrival, many players in the hall turned their attention to the newcomers, chatting quietly amongst themselves. Quick, look. It_S Silver Arrow. They must be heading out to raid another level 95 team dungeon. I wonder when our adventurer team will be ready to do the same. Your adventurer team? Dream on. Even the Black Dragon Empire's players are just starting to raid level 95 team dungeons, not to mention Starmoon Kingdom's players. Moreover, Silver Arrow was one of the first adventurer teams to join the Shadowless Adventurer Alliance, and it's received a lot of help from the Shadow Empire Adventurer Team, L. I guess you're right. But joining the Shadowless Adventurer Alliance is so difficult. I've heard that many of the well-known adventurer teams from the neighboring kingdoms have been rejected. That's right. The passing rate is incredibly low, but as long as an adventurer team becomes a member, it'll undergo a metamorphosis. Not only will its overall strength significantly increase, but not even first-rate guilds and superpowers experts would dare to mess with it. The various players discussing the Silver Arrow Adventurer team did so in envy. Most of Silver Arrow's members had already reached level 92, which not even superpowers main force members had reached. The surrounding players were even more jealous when they saw the equipment Silver Arrow's members wore. Every member of the adventurer team had a full set of level 90 fine-gold equipment. Although many expert players had climbed to level 90 or above due to the planar passages, very few had acquired level 90 weapons and equipment, much less top-tier items. With a full set of level 90 fine-gold equipment, players would qualify to raid level 95 team dungeons. The Otherworld's adventurer alliances have already developed this far. Shifeng had to admit that he was a little surprised to see Silver Arrow's members. The Otherworld's adventurer teams had only begun to form adventurer alliances after the main continent's various powers had tried to invade these otherworlds multiple times in the past. The adventurer alliances had then relied on independent players to contest for the level 100+ neutral maps on the main continent, at which point, many of the main continent's powers had begun to perish. Shifeng had never thought the butterfly effect would be so massive that Otherworld's powers would form adventurer alliances by this stage of the game. With this, these Otherworld powers would pose a much greater threat to the main continent's powers than they had during his previous life. After the commotion Silver Arrow's team had caused, Shifeng rushed out of the teleportation hall and made his way to the library. He had thought that he was far ahead of most players since he had reached level 100 and completed his Tier 3 promotion quest. He also had Kola and the others, who had already reached level 95 and beyond. They should reach level 100 soon. However, it seemed that the butterfly effect he had caused would be disastrous for him. If he couldn't quickly become a lord of a neutral map, as the various superpowers in the past had, both he and Zero Wing would vanish into history. Half an hour later, Shifeng arrived at the top floor of White River City's library. He found Charlene quietly reading an ancient tome from her throne at the far end of the Star Moon Hall. "You really know how to surprise people. I thought you'd be stuck there for several months," Charlene said, smiling as she pulled her gaze from the book and looked at Shifeng. "Are you really prepared to inherit your legacy? You only have one opportunity. Your performance will greatly affect your future." "Yes, I'm ready." Shifeng nodded. The Tier 3 promotion quest consisted of 2 parts. Locating the lost legacy was the first part, and inheriting it was the second. The second part was also the most important of the promotion quest, in which one would change their body's mana framework. As a major turning point in God's domain, players' physiques and their body's mana framework would transform when they reached Tier 3. Of course, not all mana frameworks were equal. The difference in their strengths would even exist among players with ordinary Tier 3 classes. Players inherited a variety of legacies, and those with different mana frameworks would display varying levels of strength. However, these differences wouldn't display in a player's physique, but would affect the world's rules. For example, Tier 2 players could only survive for a short time in level 100 plus neutral maps due to the area's environments, even if they just stood there and did nothing. In comparison, Tier 3 players could survive for a long time in a level 100 plus neutral map due to their body's mana framework. The stronger a player's mana framework was, the greater their survivability would be in poor environments. Their mana framework would also largely impact their stamina and concentration recovery rates. This was why Tier 3 classes had such a huge impact in God's domain. Although Shifeng had already obtained his legacy, he wasn't out of the woods yet. His ability to inherit the legacy was far more important. Shifeng had only completed a Tier 3 bronze legacy in the past, and although the bronze legacy had been among the best of its peers, and he had formed a nearly perfect mana body, it hadn't been enough to get him through his Tier 4 promotion quest. Normally, only players with a silver-ranked mana body could survive in the harsh environments that served as the venue for Tier 4 promotion quests. As a result, he had always been a step away from clearing the quest in his previous life. Of course, if he had had a piece of legendary equipment back then, the results would have been different. Even a piece of fragmented legendary equipment would have changed the outcome significantly. Unfortunately, he never managed to find one, so he hadn't been able to cross that threshold. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Alright, this is your decision, but you must remember that your time is limited. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Charlene warned. Seeing how determined Shifeng was to see the rest of his promotion quest through, she began to chant the incantation. The sword mark on the back of Shifeng's right hand began to burn, and at the same time, countless divine runes appeared across his body, gradually forming a gigantic, fourfold magic array. 3 windows displaying mana body samples then appeared before him, each more complex than the last. Shifeng was ecstatic the moment he saw the magic array and sample mana bodies. The number of layers the magic array had, which would construct the mana body, represented the rank of the mana body that could be created. A single-layered magic array represented bronze rank, a 2-layered magic array represented silver rank, and so on. The mana body samples represented the complete mana body standard. The first sample represented the basic standard, the second represented the intermediate standard, and the third represented the advanced standard. However, the magic array that enveloped Shifeng now had 4 layers. He had never heard of a fourfold magic array creating a mana body before. Chapter 23:12, Advanced Epic. Once Charlene had formed the magic array, a series of system notification rang in Shifeng's ears. System: congratulations on completing your Tier 3 promotion quest and obtaining the Blade Saint Legacy. Legacy completion rate 85%. Advanced Epic Legacy received. You have 4 hours to construct your mana body. System: congratulations on being the first player to complete the Tier 3 promotion quest. You will have 1 additional hour to construct your mana body. Epic rank. Shifeng was stunned when he read the system notifications. The highest rank mana body he had heard of during his previous life had only been gold rank, and only 1 out of every 10,000 experts had earned a gold-ranked mana body during their Tier 3 promotion quests. These experts had been powerhouses in level 100+ neutral maps, strong enough to give the various superpowers massive headaches. A gold mana body provided more than high adaptability to harsh environments, it also elevated players' stamina and concentration recovery rates to extraordinary highs. Players' stamina and concentration would recover by absorbing the mana around them. Depending on the density of the mana in the area, their recovery rates would increase by 30% to 60%. With such a significant improvement to their stamina and concentration recovery rates, players would no longer have to rely on stamina equipment, replacing such items with equipment that provided more raw power. This was why players with gold mana bodies were so much stronger than ordinary experts and could freely roam in level 100+ neutral maps. Even superpowers would find these players quite challenging to hunt down. This was also why the various superpowers' influence on independent players would significantly decrease when they reached Tier 3, even to the extent that top adventurer teams could begin to contend with superpowers. The Midnight Tea Party was a prime example of this. After level 100, players had had an absurdly difficult time trying to join the Midnight Tea Party during Shifeng's previous life. Once the adventurer team's members had reached Tier 3, a gold-ranked mana body had become a requirement for joining the team. Even superpowers had been helpless against an entire group of experts with gold mana bodies in level 100+ neutral maps. And Shifeng hadn't even heard of an epic mana body. Moreover, he now had a total of 5 hours to construct his mana body. In the past, he had only had 1 hour to construct his bronze mana body, and players with gold mana bodies had only been given 2 hours. The process of constructing a mana body was mostly the same across the board. The outcome depended on how much one could complete in the allotted time, and one's progress depended on how much time they invested in the trials. You can begin your mana body's construction now. Remember, you only have 5 hours. If you fail to complete a mana body before time runs out, the magic array will grant you the most basic mana body available, and your efforts will have gone to waste, Charlene reminded Shifeng seriously. Understood. He nodded, understanding how important this matter was. Immediately, Shifeng carefully inspected the 3 mana body samples hovering before him. Each of the mana bodies displayed was different and more complicated than the last. The simplest of the 3 was several times more complex than the Peak Bronze Legacy's mana body he had obtained in the past. Not only did these samples involve magic arrays, but they also required divine runes and refined mana manipulation. Any ordinary player might be able to copy the mana body samples blindly, but their completion rate wouldn't be high. Naturally, a low completion rate would severely affect one's combat power. A player's mana body would affect their control with their skills and spells in the future. A poorly constructed mana body would result in low mana conductibility. This would limit players' ability to use Tier 3 skills and spells with a completion rate of 90% or higher, since players had to actively guide and control their mana during the process to amply their skills or spells' power. This was also why experts in Shifeng's previous life had preferred to aim for less complex mana bodies to ensure high completion rates, rather than aim for a more complex mana body with a low completion rate. If players constructed a perfect mana body, it wouldn't negatively affect their combat power, which would be a significant help when challenging their Tier 4 promotion quests in the future. Shifeng spent around 10 minutes inspecting the 3 mana body samples he had been given. Although the advanced mana body is extremely complex and even involves multi-line mana manipulation, I have 5 hours to play around with. I should give it a try. Having made his decision, Shifeng focused on the advanced mana body sample and began to manipulate the mana within him. There might not be a huge difference between an intermediate mana body's environmental adaptability and that of an advanced mana body, but the difference between the two options' recovery rates and defense was massive. Naturally, players' defense would undergo a considerable transformation when they reached Tier 3 and obtained their mana body. Their toughness as a Tier 2 player couldn't even compare. With a mana body, a layer of protective mana would envelop their frame, making them less prone to physical injury, which would reduce their combat power from ordinary attacks. Naturally, the higher the mana body's rank was, the stronger this protective layer would be. It would also help players recover from physical injuries much faster. Time flew by. After nearly 20 minutes, Shifeng had finally finished constructing his first mana body. Shifeng could feel himself grow much stronger the instant he completed his mana body. Now, the surrounding mana actively flowed into him, giving him a mentally refreshed feeling. System: mana body constructed. Completion rate 64%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? I barely passed. Sure enough, the advanced mana body isn't easy to construct. Shifeng gave the completion rate a bitter smile. But to think that this mana body is so powerful despite a 64% completion rate, an epic mana body is really amazing. Normally, a mana body with a 60% completion rate was only considered passable. If one failed to achieve a passing completion rate in the designated time, they'd be stuck with the default mana body. With the default option, achieving a 90% completion rate with Tier 3 skills and spells would be practically impossible. Players typically needed a 75% completion rate mana body to ensure their skills and spells would remain unaffected. In the past, Shifeng had constructed his bronze mana body with a 95% completion rate. At that standard, a direct hit from a mysterious iron weapon had, at most, left a small scratch, hardly affecting his combat power. However, he didn't have much hope of achieving a 95% completion rate with his mana body in this life. An epic mana body was simply too complex. His only goal was to get an 80% completion rate to avoid any negative effects to his combat power. Even with an 80% completion rate with an epic mana body, only secret silver weapons and better would be capable of physically injuring him. Shifeng then started his second attempt. After the first attempt, he chose not to focus on speed. Rather, he took great care, slowly constructing the mana body. After more than half an hour, Shifeng had ended up with a 72% completion rate, just short of the 75% threshold. Shifeng invested a full hour for his third attempt, but he had only earned a 74% completion rate. What am I missing? He began to grow frustrated as he examined the advanced mana body sample again. He had already spent nearly half of his allotted time, yet he hadn't constructed an adequate advanced mana body. If he continued to waste time, he wouldn't even have enough time to attempt the intermediate mana body's construction. He had performed every step with great precision, yet he still only achieved a 74% completion rate. During his previous life, he hadn't been anywhere near the refinement realm standard, yet he had still managed a 95% completion rate with his mana body. However, even as a domain realm expert, he had only reached a 74% completion rate. It was unbelievable. No, that's not right. Shifeng suddenly snapped out of his daze. My mana manipulation hadn't been nearly as refined as it is now. I had glossed over some of the construction processes then, yet I still earned a 95% completion rate. This mana body sample is far more complex, but with my current standards, it shouldn't be this hard to achieve the same results. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU is my thirst for perfection having the opposite effect. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng began another attempt. This time, instead of trying to perfect all aspects of the construction process, he focused on certain parts, while glossing over the rest. This time, he completed the mana body in less than half an hour. The instant he completed his mana body, his 5 senses underwent a qualitative transformation. His affinity with the ambient mana skyrocketed. System: mana body constructed. Completion rate 91%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? Chapter 23:13, Prototype Domain. I succeeded. Shifeng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system notification. He had never considered that he'd achieve a 91% completion rate. An epic mana body was many times more complex than a bronze-ranked version, and even achieving a 90% with a silver mana body was immensely difficult. There were very few players in God's domain that were capable of achieving a 90% completion rate with a gold mana body. As far as Shafong could remember, the player with the highest completion rate gold mana body had been Alice, the Witch of the West, in the past. She had managed to secure a peak gold mana body with a 98% completion rate. Of course, Alice was extraordinarily talented, which was why she had obtained such a high completion rate. Her manipulation of mana was simply godlike. Not even veteran domain realm experts could match her. Thanks to her powerful mana body, she had remained at the peak of God's domain even after becoming a Tier 6 mage god. The higher a mana body's completion rate, the more frighteningly powerful the mana body would be, especially for high-ranked mana bodies. Mana bodies might not provide any bonus basic attributes, but they offered significant increases to stamina and concentration recovery, defense, and self-healing capabilities. A gold mana body with a 98% completion rate could even reinforce players' control over their mana, allowing them to exhibit greater power with their skills and spells. Because of this, Alice had undergone a qualitative transformation after reaching Tier 3. Her mana manipulation had already been impressive, and after receiving the boons from her mana body, she had been able to achieve a 100% completion rate with practically all of her Tier 3 spells. Most peak experts had only been able to maintain a 90% completion rate with their Tier 3 spells after arduous training, yet Alice managed to level out at 100% in a very short time. After reaching a 90% completion rate with a Tier 3 spell, every additional percentage would significantly increase the spell's power. At 100% completion rate, a player's Tier 3 spell could even contend with the spells Tier 3 heroes used. It was easy to imagine how devastating these spells would be against players. Although Shafong hadn't achieved a 98% completion rate, earning a 91% was beyond his expectations. "I'll keep it." Snapping out of his daze, Shafong promptly chose to keep his current mana body. There was no save option when constructing a mana body. If players gave up on a construction attempt, they'd have to start over. Hence, players had to have a clear goal in mind when constructing their mana body. Once they'd reached that goal, it would be wise to accept the mana body and avoid any further attempts. If one continued to seek a better outcome, they'd eventually run out of time and lose everything. Shafong had seen many players make that mistake in his previous life. The endless pursuit of perfection was the reason that many expert players had been forced to delete their accounts and begin again. While players could set up a stronger foundation by starting a new account, they'd also lose out on many opportunities. Others would have already explored the low-level maps, leaving little for new players. When starting a new account, players weren't guaranteed to become as powerful as they had been with their old one. While part of the reason that Shafong had achieved a 91% completion rate was his discovery of the correct thought process, luck was a larger part. He wasn't confident of repeating these results, and if he tried and earned an 89% completion rate, he'd just cry. There was a huge difference between a mana body with an 89% completion rate and one with a 90%. Mana bodies with a 75% completion rate or above wouldn't negatively affect players, and those with an 85% to 89% completion rate would receive a significant boost to their defense and stamina and concentration recovery. Mana bodies with a 90% to 94% completion rate, however, were considered top grade, and all of the aforementioned bonuses would be maxed out. If he had a high probability of achieving a 95% completion rate or above, another attempt might be worth the risk. A 93% or 94% completion rate wouldn't make much of a difference, after all. However, he'd be ruined if he earned a completion rate below 90%. After Shafong accepted the mana body, the magic array around him flashed with a blinding light, and a horrific amount of mana gathered rapidly before flowing into him. As the torrent of mana filled him, Shafong felt like his body had been set on fire. The burning sensation was far more intense than it had been with his peak bronze mana body. But as his advanced epic mana body began to take shape, Shafong's perception of the world around him grew sharper. After 6 seconds, magic circuits began to surface across Shafong's body, and the ambient mana steadily gathered within him. Although the magic circuits faded away 2 seconds later, the mana didn't stop flowing into him. System: congratulations. You have become a Tier 3 Blade Saint and obtained an advanced epic mana body. All basic attributes plus 400, all resistance plus 80, attack power and attack speed increased by 30%, all basic attributes increased by 60%, and physique increased by 70%. Rewarding 80 legacy skill points. Finally, I got my body back. Shifeng was ecstatic as he felt the new changes. Tier 3. He had spent nearly a decade as a Tier 3 player during his previous life, so he was most familiar with this tier. Now that he had recovered to his peak, he could finally exhibit his true combat power. While Shifeng basked in the familiar strength, he noticed that his perception had become drastically sharper than before. He could even sense the flow of mana in the air. A prototype domain? The sensation astonished Shifeng. Is this an advanced epic mana body's ability? Previously, he'd only been able to perceive such details within a 30-yard radius around him by relying on his 5 senses. Now, however, his perception had extended to 50 yards away. Moreover, he felt like an absolute overlord within the 50-yard radius. Of course, he didn't actually have control over this area. He only had rudimentary control of the ambient mana. Even so, this was a prototype domain. A domain operated on the principle of controlling the mana in a specific area to create a miniature world that favored the player. Although he couldn't suppress his enemies with a prototype domain, he could manipulate the ambient mana and reduce the mana density where his enemies stood. The decreased density wouldn't affect players' basic attributes, but it would impact their concentration in battle. Such an ability would definitely grant him an edge in combat. Moreover, he could sense that his stamina and concentration recovery rates had improved by at least 70% due to his new mana body. He had also become tough enough that not even full-powered attacks from a secret silver weapon could easily injure him. In other words, if a player wielding a secret silver weapon struck the unprotected parts of his body, their damage would be reduced to the lowest possible value as if they had struck a piece of armor. Now that he had obtained his mana body, Shifeng opened his legacy skill menu to check for new skills. There were over 20 Tier 3 skills available, and every one of them required at least 20 legacy skill points to learn. Some of the more powerful skills even required 50 points. Players that had failed to collect legacy skill points from unconventional means would be fortunate to learn 2 Tier 3 skills upon reaching Tier 3. Fortunately, that wasn't the case for Shifeng. With the points he had saved up thus far and the points he just obtained, he had nearly 100 legacy skill points to spend. Shifeng immediately spent 40 legacy skill points to upgrade Blade Liberation and Blade Awakening to Tier 3. He then spent another 50 points to learn Void Slash, the strongest skill a Tier 3 Blade Saint could learn. Void Slash, action type, requires Sword Tier 3, proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 4, 0100 manipulate the power of the Void to execute 6 slashes. Each slash carries 150% of user's strength and causes 200% divine damage. User may transfer to the location of any of the 6 slashes. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU cooldown, 8 seconds. Not only did Tier 3 skills possess greater raw power than Tier 2 skills, but they were also more capable of injuring high-tiered monsters. However, Tier 3 skills had very long cooldowns. Those with immense power and short cooldowns, like Void Slash, were exceptionally rare. Normally, players tried to learn several Tier 3 skills and link them together to make up for the long cooldowns. However, with Void Slash alone, Shifeng could exhibit nearly the full potential DPS of a Tier 3 player. Now that I've reached Tier 3, it's time I lead everyone to a level 100 neutral map. With his new strength, Shifeng was confident that he could eliminate a level 100 Great Lord, even without Anna and Kite's help. Chapter 23:14, Tier 3 Powerhouse. When Shifeng left the library, he made his way toward the Adventurers Association. Although he was now officially a Tier 3 player, he still needed to register his achievement at the Adventurers Association to gain the appropriate certification. Gaining Tier 3 certification at the Adventurers Association was very important. Not only would it allow players to accept high-ranked quests appropriate for their tier, but they would also be acknowledged as true powerhouses in God's domain. They would then qualify to raid the monarch bosses in neutral maps and become the area's ruler. This was also why the various powers had been so desperate to get their members to Tier 3 in the past. The Tier 3 turning point didn't simply differentiate experts from each other. It also determined whether or not one qualified to become a true overlord. After all, the various powers' true battlefield for hegemony in God's domain was in level 100+ neutral maps. Initially, Shifeng had planned to establish a guild town in a level 100 neutral map and steadily progressing towards lordship, but now that the planar passages had opened, and adventurer alliances had formed sooner than he had expected, he needed a more efficient plan. The planar passages activation hadn't just accelerated independent players' leveling speed. It had done so for the various powers, as well. Now, he didn't have as much time to conquer level 100+ neutral maps. Zero Wing wasn't like the various superpowers. It lacked the manpower and resources to secure a foundation in level 100 neutral maps as quickly as superpowers could. Moreover, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to secure as much territory as the various superpowers. To establish a guild town in a level 100 neutral map, the ruling power would need to station a large number of players in the map long-term. Level 100 neutral maps were very far away from kingdoms and empires, considered free zones that were outside of any kingdom or empire's protection. In addition, NPCs weren't particularly interested in visiting these guild towns due to the neutral maps' harsh environments. As a result, very few NPCs would apply as soldiers, and those that did would ask for exorbitant salaries. Hence, unlike in guild towns within kingdoms, empires, and low-level neutral maps, players had to handle the majority of their guild town's defenses in level 100 neutral maps. This was also why guilds that wanted to secure a foothold in level 100+ neutral maps needed to upgrade their towns into guild cities as quickly as possible. They'd only be able to solidify their rule over the map with a guild city. After all, not only would guilds have to face monster assaults, but they'd also have to deal with enemy powers. Establishing rule in a level 100+ neutral map was already an intense challenge for guilds, and it would be especially difficult for Zero Wing, which lacked certain foundational aspects. The only solution Shifeng could think of was to become a lord. As a lord, players would have full authority over the territory they controlled, and they'd be able to recruit various neutral race NPCs. A lord could also establish their own knight division. The NPCs players could recruit for a knight division were different from the NPC soldiers one could hire to protect a guild town. They were more akin to personal guards, and players could recruit these knights from various kingdoms and empires, nurturing them as they did personal guards. Once a player became a lord of a land, they could recruit up to 5,000 knights. Although that didn't seem like a lot, these knights were bona fide NPCs and would be immensely helpful when defending a guild's territories. While Shifeng traveled toward the Adventurers Association, he called Blackie. "Blackie, how are things coming along in the Northern Fortress?" Shifeng asked. He had spent quite a lot of time completing his promotion quest. Although he had told Blackie and the others not to contact him unless something important happened, and he hadn't received any calls, he refused to believe that Dragonheart Island's various superpowers were content to sit by and watch while Zero Wing earned a ton of profits from its newfound gold mine. The fortress's player population has already reached 1,500,000, and we're earning roughly 14,000 ancient gold per day. Dragonheart Island's various powers are practically dying with envy, especially Warblood. Because of the Northern Fortress's benefits, almost no one is visiting Warblood's Rock Nest Fortress. Blood Oath is likely losing his mind right now, Blackie said, chuckling. Also, as per your instructions, I purchased a plot of land near the World Tower a few days ago, and I bought a guild residence in Dragonheart City's inner area, so our guild has a temporary resting point in the city. Hearing how much Blackie had purchased over the last few days, Shifeng sighed ruefully. He had considered several thousand ancient gold an astronomical sum in his past life, yet now, he earned 14,000 ancient gold each day from the Northern Fortress alone. It was no wonder why the various superpowers had fought so hard to capture the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses in the past. However, Dragonheart Island's powers have been developing rapidly due to the planar passages opening. Quite a few superpowers now have their own small fortresses, and based on the reports I've received, War Blood, Starlink, and 13 Thrones are marching toward the southern tower medium fortress, Blackie said worriedly. If they're successful, we'll likely see a significant decrease to the northern fortress's income. It certainly won't benefit our development in Dragonheart City. Why don't we capture a few more fortresses, guild leader? Zero Wing now had quite a bit of manpower in the Gravity Mountain range. With Phoenix Rain's subordinates protecting the northern fortress, they had enough strength to capture the other fortresses. The Gravity Mountain range only had so many fortresses. If they captured a few more, they should be able to maintain 70% to 80% of their profits, even if the northern fortress's income decreased. Let the other powers fight for the fortresses. We only need the northern fortress, Shifeng said, chuckling. Also, notify all of the main force members to gather in White River City. We'll be heading to a level 100 neutral map. That's where we really need to be right now. The Gravity Mountain range was an excellent place for players to grind for levels and resources right now, but it couldn't help players rise to prominence. A level 100 neutral map. Blackie's eyes glowed when he heard Shifeng's plan. All right. I'll notify them right away. The Gravity Mountain range had bountiful resources, but it paled in comparison to unexplored level 100 neutral maps. Moreover, Zero Wing's main force members would benefit more from grinding in level 100 neutral maps at their levels than they would from grinding in the Gravity Mountain range. After disconnecting the call, Blackie began to gather Zero Wing's main force members and head toward White River City. Meanwhile, Shifeng arrived at the Adventurers Association. The Adventurers Association was quite lively at the moment, with just as many visiting players as the city's auction house. The auction house wasn't the only construction that transformed after White River City's promotion. The Adventurers Association had similarly undergone a metamorphosis and now contained a lot more NPCs who visited to consign quests. Some of these quests included those in high-level neutral maps and escort quests to the kingdom's borders. If one were lucky, they might even find crusade quests to slay monsters in neutral maps. With the opportunity to earn both equipment and money available, the Adventurers Association had become a hub for many independent players. As Shifeng entered the first-floor hall, he was greeted by the sight of a ton of level 90-plus players. Now, not even the Adventurers Associations in imperial capitals could compare to the prosperity the association in White River City enjoyed. Pushing his way through the crowd, Shifeng quickly made his way to the second-floor hall and applied for his certification as a Tier 3 adventurer. After completing the process in a VIP reception room, the Adventurers Association officially recognized Shifeng as a Tier 3 powerhouse. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Lord Bronze Legatee, is there anything else I can help you with today? The elven woman who had received him asked, smiling. I wish to see the Monarch Crusade quests for Cold Spring Forest, Shifeng declared. Cold Spring Forest was the closest level 100 neutral map to Star Moon Kingdom, and it was one of the few level 100 maps with a relatively comfortable environment. Many Tier 2 players had grinded in the Cold Spring Forest after reaching level 100 in the past, including Shifeng himself. However, the various superpowers had taken control of the map's 6 regions by the time he had reached Tier 3. Now that he was the first Tier 3 player in the game, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Chapter 23:15, Ice Dragon Heathwaite. After Shifeng made his request, the Elven administrator made a quick trip to the Adventurers Association's reference room and returned with 7 parchment scrolls. Lord Bronze Legatee, here are the crusade quests you've requested. Here is the information on all 7 of Cold Spring Forest's monarchs, the Elven administrator said as she placed the scrolls on the table. 7 monarchs. Shifeng was a little surprised when he saw the 7 ancient scrolls. In God's domain, only one monarch would manage a region, and as far as he knew, Cold Spring Forest only consisted of 6 regions. This meant that there should only be 6 monarchs. He had never heard of a 7th. My lord, I have to remind you that you may only accept one crusade quest. Whether or you succeed or fail, you may only accept another crusade quest after 10 days. The materials needed to create the transfer stones are quite expensive, as well. Please, choose wisely, the Elven administrator explained. Shifeng had already known all of that, and nodding silently, He began to inspect the scrolls. He wanted to know if the information he had obtained during his previous life had changed. If Cold Spring Forest's monarchs had massively changed due to his reincarnation, his plans would come to an abrupt end. A monarch was no ordinary field boss. They might not be as powerful as level 100+ world bosses, but they were considered superior mythic monsters. They could kill tier 3 players as effortlessly as squishing ants. Trying to raid such a boss with a tier 3,100-man team the same level would be futile. Players needed to rely on special means to raid a monarch. After browsing through the information for 10 or so minutes, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness everything's the same as I remembered. The only difference is the extra monarch. But even as he sighed, his gaze was glued on the extra monarch's information. The 7th monarch was part of the legendary dragon race, the Ice Dragon, Heathwaite. Meanwhile, the region Heathwaite ruled over was the Cold Spring Canyon, which was located in the Cold Spring Forest Central region. Cold Spring Canyon had been quite famous in the past in God's domain due to the extremely rare Arctic water it produced. Arctic water was one of the few items in God's domain that could improve a player's adaptability to their environment. The effects might not be astounding, and the item was useless to players with gold mana bodies or better, but it would be tremendously helpful to Tier 2 players when they challenged their Tier 3 promotion quests. This was why so many powers had fought for control of the Cold Spring Canyon during Shifeng's previous life. Shifeng had never dreamed that someone could actually rule over the Cold Spring Canyon. Without any more hesitation, Shifeng accepted the Crusade quest to hunt the Ice Dragon, Heathwaite. Are you sure you wish to accept this quest, Lord Bronze Legatee? We only have one transfer stone connected to the Ice Dragon's lair left. If you fail this quest, you will not be able to accept it again in the future, the Elven administrator warned when Shifeng selected the Crusade quest that had remained untouched for over a century. I'll take it, Shifeng said with determination. He'd have a high chance of success with hunting the other monarchs thanks to his memories, but the Cold Spring Canyon was simply too valuable to give up. Technically, he could hunt one of the other 6 monarchs first and raid the Ice Dragon after the 10-day wait, but covering one area would be quite taxing on the guild with Zero Wing's current standards. Zero Wing simply couldn't manage 2 areas. Since he was limited to a single area, he had to choose the best option available. Even if he failed, he could prevent another power from obtaining the Cold Spring Canyon. The cost to teleport to Heathwaite's lair is quite high. You will have to pay 10,000 gold and 20,000 magic crystals as a deposit. If you complete the quest, we will return the deposit in full, as well as pay you your deserved remuneration. If you fail, however, your deposit will be forfeit, the Elven administrator said seriously. That's fine. Shifeng had already prepared for this cost. He handed the Elven administrator the deposit in exchange for a grey-white crystal. This crystal was none other than the transfer stone for the Ice Dragon's lair. After obtaining the transfer stone, Shifeng made his way to the Candlelight trading firm to retrieve some of the dark gold weapons that had been stored there. He then upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 90, which was as high as he could upgrade the magic weapon right now. Level 95 weapons were still considered a luxury, not to mention level 95 dark gold weapons. Fortunately, the Abyssal Blade's attack power and attributes were only slightly lower than those of a level 100 epic weapon, despite the fact that it was only a level 90 magic weapon. The Abyssal Blade would be more than enough for Shifeng's needs. Shifeng then visited the Candlelight trading firm's second basement floor, which was where he stored his most important items. A guild residence was quite secure, but the Candlelight trading firm in White River City was many times safer than Zero Wing's guild hall. At this point, only Tier 4 players would have any hope of breaking past the shop's defenses. At this moment, an NPC guard stood before the warehouse on the second basement floor. He was a level 100, Tier 3 Feingold guard, and unless one had permission, not even a Tier 3 Apex expert would get past him. The Candlelight trading firm's defenses were impressively strict. With the help of the Grandmaster Forger Celiora, Shifeng had previously recast the disintegration armor, a piece of legendary equipment, yet despite being unfinished, it was too powerful for Shifeng to use. Moreover, carrying the disintegration armor on him wasn't safe, so he had stored it in the Candlelight trading firm's underground warehouse. First, he didn't want to risk losing it, even if the chance of it dropping upon his death was negligible. Second, even after recasting it, the disintegration armor's aura would still attract ores, especially powerful, high-tiered ores. If he had attracted a powerful ore's attention as a Tier 2 player, he would have been helpless. Furthermore, he couldn't equip it yet. He had coveted legendary items for a long time. He had heard countless stories of players who owned a legendary item in his previous life. There were tales of Tier 4 players defeating Tier 5 players and Tier 5 players slaying Tier 6 God-ranked players. One player had even soloed a Tier 5 dragon. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Yet, the piece of legendary equipment he had gone to great lengths to obtain was an unfinished product, and its minimum use requirement was Tier 3. To make matters worse, he hadn't even been able to inspect its attribute panel until he had reached Tier 3. Holding on to the disintegration armor would have only frustrated him. Now that he had finally reached Tier 3 and met the minimum requirements to equip the disintegration armor, it was time to retrieve it. With a piece of legendary equipment, defeating the ice dragon, Heathwaite, would be far easier. Legendary items could, after all, allow players to transcend tiers, and as a Tier 3 player, he should be able to contend with a Tier 4 ice dragon with the disintegration armor equipped. Once he entered the warehouse and arrived before the disintegration armor, Shifeng chanted an incantation to release the seal protecting it. As soon as the seal faded, crimson energy pulsed away from the pitch-black chest piece, spreading. A pressure that would even make Tier 2 experts uncomfortable began to fill the warehouse. As the disintegration armor's aura swept over him, Shifeng felt his blood begin to boil as bloodlust wormed its way into his mind. Taking several seconds to suppress the maddening feeling, Shifeng tapped on the disintegration armor to inspect its attribute panel. Chapter 23:16, Armor of Legends. Space itself faintly began to crumble as it was exposed to the disintegration armor's disintegration power. Despite having reached Tier 3, the moment Shifeng touched the armor, he could feel the mana in his right arm vibrate and felt signs of it beginning to break down. Mana dispersal? The sensation in Shifeng's right arm stunned him. He hadn't had a particularly clear idea of what the disintegration armor had done to him when he had been Tier 2. He had only felt a strong, stifling pressure from the armor. Now that he was Tier 3, however, he could sense the disintegration power blocking and destroying the mana within him. After a slight touch, the mana density in his right arm had significantly decreased. If he maintained contact with the disintegration armor for a long period, it would utterly destroy the mana that coated his body. Losing this mana coating didn't seem like a major problem, but it would deal a fatal blow to Tier 3 players and above. After reaching Tier 3, a player's mana body would drive every action they took in God's domain. If their mana body couldn't conduct mana, they'd be as good as crippled. The mana body played a crucial role when players used Tier 3 skills and spells. Without a working mana body, activating those abilities would be nearly impossible. Naturally, the difference between the combat power a Tier 3 player could display with Tier 3 skills and spells and a Tier 3 player, who couldn't, would be obvious at a glance. Once Shifeng had tapped on the disintegration armor, its attribute panel appeared before him. Disintegration armor, unfinished product, chestplate, legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 9000, agility 7000 tier requirement, Tier 3 divine defense plus 15,000, affected by player's level. All basic attributes plus 1000, affected by player's level and tier. Physique increased by 100%, affected by player's tier. When equipped, strength increased by 120%, agility increased by 100%, and endurance increased by 100%, all resistance plus 300, magic resistance increased by 40%, mana body's effects increased by 50%, ignore levels plus 30, all item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional passive skill disintegration body, reduces the damage from Tier 3 or below attacks by 70%, reduces damage from Tier 4 or above attacks by 40%, immune to all control effects, weakens stiffening effects by 70%, and increases reaction speed by 20%. Additional active skill 1, disintegration field, disintegrates all skills and spells within a 100-yard radius. Skills and spells at Tier 2 and below will be nullified, while skills and spells above Tier 2 will be weakened by 60%. All entities within range will suffer a 40% reduction to basic attributes, physique, and stamina, in addition to a 400% increase to their stamina and concentration consumption rates. No cooldown. Additional active skill 2, Disintegration Power, gathers all of the Disintegration Armor's power and temporarily sacrifice all of its attributes to upgrade user by 1 tier for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 12 hours, cannot be stacked with skills and spells of similar effect. The Disintegration Armor is a divine armor that the Or Empire's founding emperor had created with various divine items. This armor had been destroyed during a battle against gods. The Disintegration Armor has recovered a portion of its original strength after Celeora recast the chest piece using a blood contract. Due to the armor's disintegration power, the armor's attributes suffer an 80% reduction when equipped. If equipped by the blood contractor, the armor's attributes will only be reduced by 50%. God crystals required to repair the Disintegration Armor fully, 0-10. Amazing. Shifeng's eyes glowed as he read the Disintegration Armor's attribute panel. Before this, he hadn't had a clear idea of what a true legendary item's attributes would look like. He had only heard of legendary items during his previous life. He hadn't actually seen a real legendary item's attribute panel since anyone with such an item had rightfully kept a tight lid on its abilities. Although the Disintegration Armor was an unfinished product, it was the strongest piece of equipment he had ever laid eyes on. Even Gentle Snow's fragmented legendary ranked 7 Luminaries battle armor was far weaker than this chest piece. The 7 Luminaries battle armor had originally been a legendary item, but after taking significant damage, its rank had fallen. And yet, despite being a damaged piece of armor as well, the Disintegration Armor was leagues stronger than the 7 Luminaries battle armor in all aspects. The fact that the Disintegration Armor granted divine defense, rather than a simple boost to ordinary defense, was particularly astounding. This meant that even skills and spells that dealt true damage wouldn't be as effective against the Disintegration Armor's wearer. It would also reduce lower-tiered players' damage, and higher-tiered players wouldn't be able to deal any additional damage due to their tier advantage. Divine Defense was the highest grade of defense in God's domain. It's a pity that the armor is so badly damaged. Even if I equip it, I'll only exhibit a fraction of its true might. If I could display the Disintegration Armor's full power, dealing with the Ice Dragon would be a piece of cake, Shifeng thought. The Disintegration Power's instability limited the armor's true strength. At the armor's peak, Shifeng could likely defeat the Mythic ranked Ice Dragon head-on with the additional 100% physique and 120% strength. Even so, Shifeng was overjoyed that he could finally equip the Disintegration Armor. A piece of legendary equipment. Countless players, including Apex experts, dreamed of equipping such an item. Legendary items were simply too rare in God's domain. Just obtaining a single clue that might lead to one required an astronomical amount of manpower and resources. In some cases, these clues would only lead to a fragment of a legendary item. Players would then have to find the remaining fragments and invest even more resources to repair it. Unless one were ridiculously lucky or had particularly powerful support, getting their hands on a legendary item would be utterly impossible. Now, Shifeng finally had a legendary item of his own, and he could even equip it now. The Disintegration Armor's attributes might be halved, but it was still slightly more powerful than a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Shifeng immediately equipped the Disintegration Armor. The 9,000 strength and 7,000 agility were incredibly difficult requirements to meet. Even a Tier 3 player in full, top-tier equipment would have to wait until level 120 to fulfill them, but it wasn't an issue for Shifeng. Not only did he have an advanced bloodline, but he also wielded one of the 10 great saint legacies. Furthermore, he carried a magic weapon and multiple fragmented legendary items. Meeting the two requirements at level 100 was actually quite easy for him. The instant Shifeng equipped the Disintegration Armor, he felt power course through him. His basic attributes skyrocketed, and his perception considerably improved. Even his mind felt far clearer than before. If he fought Urdia, a titled, Tier 3 heroic spirit, in his current condition, he'd have a high chance of defeating the undead. It's about time to leave. Glancing at the time, Shifeng realized it was time to meet up with Blackie and the others. He activated the Nightwalker's Cape's Nightwalker skill to conceal the disintegration armor's aura and information before heading toward White River City's teleportation hall. Chapter 2317, Shadowless Empire. White River City's teleportation hall. Once in the teleportation hall, Shifeng made his way to one of the high-class bars on the 3rd floor. Blackie and the others had been waiting for some time now. When they noticed Shifeng enter the establishment, they stood, surprised. Yang Tianxing and Yi Luofei were particularly shocked as their guild leader pulled their attention away from their 10 gold bottles of 5-colored fruit wine. So, this is a Tier 3 class? Blackie had already informed the group that Shifeng had left to challenge his Tier 3 promotion quest, and none of them had been particularly surprised. Shifeng had already reached level 100, so it was expected that he'd challenge his promotion quest. Although Shifeng's Nightwalker's cape concealed his aura, it couldn't hide the fact that the ambient mana actively flowed toward him. God's Domain did have weapons and equipment that would attract mana to their user, but those items generally only increased the mana density around the player. However, despite so much mana flowing toward Shifeng, Yang Tianxing, whose senses were quite sharp, and Yi Luofei, who was a magical class player and only a step away from reaching the domain realm, recognized that the mana density around Shifeng hadn't actually increased. It felt as if the swordsman were a black hole, steadily devouring the ambient mana. Mana was the root of all in God's Domain. A player's physical and mental condition, skills, and spells were all closely tied to mana. As players at the peak of God's Domain, Yang Tianxing and Yi Luofei had spent a considerable amount of time researching the game's mechanics, especially the relationship between mana and a player's virtual body. Players constantly absorbed mana from their environments, and as players' physiques grew stronger, they'd absorb more mana. This was why areas with thin or no mana were considered forbidden lands. As a Tier 3 player, Shifeng's mana absorption was astounding. If the mana that flowed into Tier 2 players was like a small creek, the mana flowing into Shifeng was a raging river. Everyone's here, guild leader. We can set off when you're ready, Blackie excitedly reported. Thanks to the Northern Fortress, Zero Wing's overall strength had increased considerably. Not only did the Northern Fortress provide the huge ancient gold profits, but it also gave players a place where they could rapidly grow stronger. By this point, Zero Wing had explored multiple ancient ruins in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region, securing plenty of precious treasure. The guild's main force members had also reached level 97 and 98 and had upgraded most of their equipment with level 95 dark gold equipment. However, their combat standards had improved far faster than their levels and equipment. As many as 26 main force members had now reached the Truth Realm. Yang Tianxing and Yi Luofei had even reached the Ascension Realm. In addition, Alluring Summer, Silent Blade, Shadow Sword, Stubborn Bone, and Zhao Yueru had entered the Flowing Water Realm thanks to Unyielding Soul's legacy training slots. Seeing how much his comrades had improved, Shifeng was a little surprised. He hadn't expected them to grow so strong so quickly. Now, Zero Wing's main force was likely only a little weaker than Superpow's main forces. If Fire Dance and the others could make some progress in the Tower of Four Gods, Zero Wing's main force might even be able to stand toe-to-toe with the various Superpow's main forces. Alright, let's go. Shifeng nodded as he joined the team. He led everyone to a teleportation array and traveled to the border town closest to the Cold Spring Forest. He then used the 7 Luminaries Ring spatial gate to transport the team the rest of the way. Cold Spring Forest was a level 100 neutral map, as well as a junction to other level 100+ neutral maps. Thus, it was quite far from civilization. Players would have to cross over a dozen large maps to reach the Cold Spring Forest from Starmoon Kingdom. Getting there was especially troublesome without a flying mount. Of course, Shifeng had the Thunder Eagle and the 7 Luminaries Ring. After teleporting multiple times, Shifeng and his team finally arrived before the cave that led to the Cold Spring Forest. The Cold Spring Forest was meant to help players transition from Tier 2 to Tier 3, unlike other level 100 neutral maps with harsh environments. Not only was this a comfortable area for players to grind, but it was also home to a large number of ancient races. The forest was also under an ancient seal's protection, so players would have to defeat the map's guardian boss and remove the seal before they could explore the map. Even with a flying mount, entering the map was impossible without completing those tasks. Guild leader, I see people. Minor Wind, who had long since reached both the Refinement Realm and Truth Realm, quickly discovered players' tracks as they arrived before the cave. It looks like there's a lot of them. I'm guessing these tracks are from a 200-man team. Others have already found this place. Shafong was stunned. Although this cave wasn't as dangerous as a level 100 neutral map, the monsters within were still level 97 plus lords and great lords. Quite a few grand lords wandered within the cave, as well. Surviving here was no easy task. In addition, the cave was particularly dark, suppressing players' 5 senses to a certain degree. A 100-man team of current experts wouldn't last more than 10 minutes inside the cave. Even a superpower's main force would struggle to get through. There were simply too many monsters, especially since the cave should still be largely unexplored. Guild leader, should we head inside? Blackie asked. They were trying to maintain a level of secrecy. If they encountered other players, news of their operation would spread. Although they were only heading out to explore a level 100 neutral map, which shouldn't be much of a problem, they couldn't guarantee that other powers wouldn't try to take advantage of their operation. No need to worry. Let's just go, Shafong said, shaking his head. Even if other powers learned that they were exploring the Cold Spring Forest, they couldn't cause any problems for Zero Wing's team. Other players weren't even guaranteed to get through the cave and into the forest, much less take advantage of the operation. Following which, with Kola, Yi Wumian, and Turtle Dove led the way into the cave. Visibility was poor in the dimly lit cave. Even Tier 2 players could only see up to 200 yards away, and dodging ranged attacks from multiple directions would be particularly challenging in the cave's narrow, maze-like structure. Fortunately, Zero Wing's main force members had trained in the Extraordinary Tower, so they coped with the cave monsters' ambushes relatively well. With an MT like Kola leading the way, the team had little issue pushing through the cave quickly. They didn't have to come to a halt to deal with the monsters. The cave had 2 floors, and after 3 hours, Shafong and his comrades finally reached the 2nd floor. This was also where they'd find the Guardian boss. Unlike the 1st floor, the 2nd floor was an open canyon. It was so large that a large team wouldn't have to worry about needing room for their usual formations in battle. Moreover, the 2nd floor was much brighter than the 1st. However, the suppression on players' senses had increased in exchange. Less than 30 minutes after reaching the 2nd floor, Shafong and his team heard explosions and noticed dazzling lights at the end of the tunnel. The tunnel led to a cavern, which contained a town. Zero Wing's main force found a 200-man team clearing out the Demonkin soldiers and guards that guarded the town, while gradually approaching an ancient giant in the town's center. Every player on the 200-man team was level 96 or above, and they all wore a dark mark on their foreheads. They also radiated a faint, black glow. Even as they fought the High Lord-ranked Demonkin soldiers one-on-one, these players had an overwhelming advantage. Not even the Great Lord-ranked Demonkin guards could halt these players' advance for more than a moment. As for the ancient giant in the town center, it stood at over a dozen meters tall and had 6 arms. Each of the giant's hands held a pitch-black spear, and it loomed like the ancient god of destruction. Demonkin soldier, dark creature, High Lord, level 98 HP 49 0000000 49 000 Demonkin guard, dark creature, Great Lord, level 99 HP 88 0000088 000 Purgatory giant, dark giant, Mythic, level 99 HP 460 000 460 Guild leader. They look like Shadowless Empire's members. It's an adventurer team from the Shadow World, Blackie said, quickly discerning the players' identities once he saw them. Shadowless Empire? It's no wonder why those two are here. Shafong thought, spotting a familiar man and woman at the lead of the small army. Blackie's comment reminded him of exactly who those two were. Shadowless Empire had been a very famous superpower during his previous life. It had taken over the Shadow World even before the planar passages had opened. With the excellent leveling resources and special legacies the Shadow World contained, Shadowless Empire had flourished wonderfully after arriving on the main continent. 2 of Shadowless Empire's members, in particular, had forced the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion into a disadvantageous position during a contest for territory in level 100+ neutral maps. Those 2 were the same man and woman that led Shadowless Empire's 200-man team. They were the Dark Assassin, Vast Lock, and the Shadowless Ranger, Night Reader. These 2 players hadn't reached the Domain Realm Empire before moving to God's Domain's main continent, yet even Domain Realm experts had been terrified of their assassination capabilities. Once they had reached the Domain Realm, they had been akin to demon kings in the dark. Those 2 had been responsible for plenty of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's losses, even going as far as stealing one of the pavilion's territories. Meanwhile, shortly after Zero Wings members discovered Shadowless Empire's team, Shadowless Empire's members noticed them, as well. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Commander, those are Zero Wings members. Should we get rid of them? A level 96 Dark Berserker asked, making a throat-cutting gesture as he glanced at Zero Wing's main force. I hadn't thought Zero Wing would reach this place. It's no wonder why everyone's insisted that Starlink and the various superpowers can't seem to deal with the guild, Night Reader said, chuckling. Night Reader was a slender woman with vibrant red hair. She wore epic chainmail and wielded an ancient, crimson bow, as well. It's a pity that their era in God's domain has come to an end. Zero Wing is simply wasting its time by coming here. Because the Shadow World lacked top-tier weapons and equipment, Shadowless Empire's equipment standards had been lacking when they had first arrived on the main continent. However, their equipment standards had undergone a qualitative transformation rather quickly, and Shadowless Empire's members had caught up with the main continent's players. With their advantage in terms of legacies, levels, and combat standards, not even the various superpowers with vast foundations were a match for Shadowless Empire now. As for the main continent's non-superpowers, they were utterly helpless before Shadowless Empire's strength. When he heard Night Reader's comment, the bald youth leading the team, Vast Lock, nodded his agreement. Ignore them and prioritize killing the Purgatory Giant. They'll know what to do once they realize the difference between our strengths, Vast Lock said. He returned to commanding his team as they advanced on the Purgatory Giant. Chapter 2318, Sword Rises. After Vast Lock declared his decision, Shadowless Empire's 200-man team accelerated their advance toward the Purgatory Giant, completely ignoring Shifeng and the others' existence. These people really don't care about us at all. Yang Tianxing could not help but shake his head and chuckle when he saw Shadowless Empire's members' nonchalant reaction toward Zero Wing's arrival. Normally, when players came across other players out in the fields, especially when they were raiding a boss, they would give out a reminder or warning to the approaching players. However, Shadowless Empire's members simply treated Zero Wing's team as if it were air and did not even bother trying to make contact. The only explanation for such a reaction was that Shadowless Empire had deemed them to be no threat and not worthy of any attention whatsoever. Guild leader, are we really not going to make a move? Blackie asked as he looked at the distant Purgatory Giant. He did not particularly care about Shadowless Empire's treatment of them. However, since the guardian boss of this cave served as the key to the Cold Spring Forest, its loot might provide them with some help once they entered the neutral map. We're only traveling toward the Cold Spring Forest. Having someone to open up a path for us is a good thing, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then instructed everyone to get some rest first. He had no intention of snatching the boss from Shadowless Empire at all. The Purgatory Giant was indeed a very important boss. After killing it, not only would players gain access to the Cold Spring Forest, but they would also obtain a special item called Purgatory Core. When activated, the Purgatory Core would create a natural barrier with a 200-yard radius that would help players adapt to level 100 neutral maps. The barrier's effects were similar to Arctic Water, except that Arctic Water was only effective for one player while the Purgatory Core applied to a specific area. For Tier 2 teams looking to grind in level 100+ neutral maps, the Purgatory Core was a very useful item. Killing the Purgatory Giant provided no other benefits aside from these two. Meanwhile, his goal was to kill the ice dragon Heathwaite and occupy the Cold Spring Canyon. To him, the Purgatory Core held no meaning. After all, once he occupied the Cold Spring Canyon, he could obtain Arctic water much more easily. At that time, let alone a 100-man team, even strengthening a 1,000-man team wouldn't be difficult. I guess you're right. Blackie nodded, as he found Shifeng's words reasonable. He then sat down on the ground and started recovering his stamina and concentration. The Purgatory Giant was a level 99 mythic boss. Moreover, it belonged to the giant race. Its life rating was considerably high, so raiding it would not be easy. Since Shadowless Empire was willing to raid it for them, they could use this opportunity to conserve their strength for the Cold Spring Forest. While Zero Wings members rested in a distant location, Shadowless Empire's members, who were only 500 yards away from the Purgatory Giant now, also noticed what Zero Wings members were doing. It seems these people are quite smart. Had they dared try to snatch the boss, I'd make sure they got a good beating, a level 96 Dark Berserker said, smirking when he saw Zero Wings members sitting down and resting. I doubt that's the case. I bet they want to use us to test the Purgatory Giant's prowess, so that they can have an easier time raiding it afterward, Night Reader said as she glanced at Shifeng and the others, a bright smile blooming on her face. It's a pity that they're looking down on us too much. Shadowless Empire was the ruler of the entire Shadow world. Its capabilities were far beyond anything the main continent's various superpowers could imagine. Although the Shadow world was only the size of a kingdom, as one of the higher standard otherworlds, it possessed resources that many superpowers coveted. However, despite the superpowers' numerous attempts to seize the Shadow world, Shadowless Empire always emerged victorious. All right, focus. The boss has already sensed us. Everyone, get ready. Vast Lock suddenly shouted when he saw the Purgatory Giant opening its eyes. The Purgatory Giant's awakening immediately panicked the wandering Demonkin soldiers and Demonkin guards. The moment the Purgatory Giant opened its eyes, everyone present felt a horrific aura wash over them, even Zero Wings members, who sat several thousand yards away. Based on its aura, the Purgatory Giant was definitely much stronger than ordinary mythic monsters. Moreover, space within a 500-yard radius of the Purgatory Giant started changing upon the Guardian boss's awakening, the gravel on the ground shattering. After awakening, the Purgatory Giant immediately advanced toward Shadowless Empire's members and thrust its 6 spears at them, the spears tearing apart the space they passed through. Just as the 6 spears were about to reach Shadowless Empire's members, 6 shield-bearing Dark Knights jumped forward and met the spears in battle, the bodies of these Dark Knights radiating a bright, black light while the dark mark on their foreheads glowed a faint crimson. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed throughout the entire tattered town. After receiving the Purgatory Giant's spear, each of the 6 Dark Knights stumbled only 3 or 4 steps back before stabilizing their bodies. They also lost only 25% or so of their HP, which was quickly regenerated thanks to the rearline healers. When the Purgatory Giant started launching its second round of attacks, the 6 Dark Knights had yet to recover their balance. At this time, however, 6 more Dark Knights emerged from Shadowless Empire's tear to block the Purgatory Giant's spears. Like so, the 2 parties of MTS took turns receiving the Purgatory Giant's attacks, their coordination perfect. Due to their perfect execution and timing, the 12 MTS prevented the Purgatory Giant from inflicting any harm on the rest of the team. Start! Vast Lock shouted. Upon hearing Vast Lock's command, the Cursemancers at the rear line immediately cast Dark Devour. In the next moment, a black puddle formed beneath the Purgatory Giant's feet, the black liquid continuously crawling up the giant and threatening to consume it. Although the spell did not deal any damage, it applied a significant speed debuff. This situation instantly reduced the pressure on the team. Immediately after, Shadowless Empire's members started bombarding the boss in a frenzy. Taking the lead to attack, Night Reader drew her crimson bow and sent a crimson light pillar shooting at the Purgatory Giant. Minus 331,564. With just one attack, Night Reader halted the movement of one of the Purgatory Giant's arms. At this time, Vast Lock had also made his way to the Purgatory Giant's back and stabbed his 2 pitch-black, glowing daggers at the mythic boss. The instant the 2 daggers touched the Purgatory Giant's skin, 2 black beams pierced through the boss, each beam causing over minus 200,000 damage. The basic attributes of these people are high. Every one of them is like a great lord. This is especially true for that assassin and ranger. Those two are most likely superior to great lords of the same level in terms of basic attributes. Moreover, these people can perfectly combine their combat techniques with their skills and spells. It's no wonder they're so confident in taking down the Purgatory Giant, Yang Tianxing praised as he watched Shadowless Empire's members fight. At this stage of the game, the majority of the main continent's experts were still experimenting with combining combat techniques with skills and spells. However, Shadowless Empire's members had already accomplished this feat, allowing their Tier 2 skills and spells to undergo a qualitative improvement. Just 30 minutes later, the Purgatory Giant finally went berserk. Shadowless Empire's members started activating their berserk skills, one after another, in response. When Vast Lock and Night Reader activated their berserk skills, without even activating twofold berserk, their basic attributes already reached the standard of mythic monsters. As a result, they managed to endure the Purgatory Giant's berserk phase and eventually slew the mythic boss. Along with the Purgatory Giant's death, the magic barrier that protected the Cold Spring Forest started crumbling. The seal on the cave leading to the Cold Spring Forest was also removed. Meanwhile, beyond the cave, one could now see a snow-covered forest. After killing the Purgatory Giant, Shadowless Empire's members did not rest for long. As soon as they finished collecting the boss's loot, they made their way into the Cold Spring Forest. As they left, they glanced at the distant Zero Wing members, with gleeful expressions. Ha ha ha. Zero Wing's members must be dumbfounded after seeing us defeat the Purgatory Giant, the Dark Berserker carrying a two-handed axe laughed. Although we got to show them the gap in strength between us, they now get to enter the Cold Spring Forest without putting in any effort, Night Reader grumbled. There's nothing wrong with letting them gain some advantage. Zero Wing is Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. Its influence also reaches multiple kingdoms and empires. If we want to establish a foothold in the main continent quickly, we can make use of Zero Wing's strength, Vast Lock said. After Vast Lock's words, Shadowless Empire's members no longer said anything. Instead, they simply focused on traveling to the Cold Spring Forest's inner area. Roughly 5 minutes after Shadowless Empire's members entered the forest, a deafening roar suddenly echoed throughout the forest. How is this possible? A grim look surfaced on Night Reader's face when a group of fully armed dragonkin suddenly emerged from the snowy forest ahead. However, what shocked her the most were the numbers and strength of these dragonkin. Dragonkin Fighter, Dragonkin, Lord, Level 100 HP 63 0000063 000000. Dragonkin Captain, Dragonkin, High Lord, Level 101 HP 135 000 000135 0000000. Dragonkin Warrior, Dragonkin, Great Lord, Level 101 HP 220 000 000220 000. 000. The inferior dragons standing before their team numbered more than 1,000, and even the weakest Dragonkin fighter had an aura that was no weaker than that of the Great Lord-ranked Demonkin guards they faced before. As for the Great Lord-ranked Dragonkin warriors, their auras were just slightly weaker than that of the Purgatory Giant. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Defensive formations. Vast Lock shouted. By the time Vast Lock gave his command, however, the Dragonkin army was already charging at them. Although Shadowless Empire's members could barely hold their ground against the Lord-ranked Dragonkin fighters, they were at a severe disadvantage against the Dragonkin captains, inferior in terms of both basic attributes and reaction speed. When one of the Dark Knights failed to defend himself in time and got hit by the saber of a Dragonkin captain, he instantly lost over 1/4 of his HP. As for the Dragonkin warriors, Vast Lock and Night Reader had to coordinate with each other just to pin down one. Stopping the remaining 2 great lords was beyond them. Retreat! Retreat to the cave! Vast Lock shouted when he saw the 2 unfettered Dragonkin warriors slaughtering his teammates. Retreating was now their only option. Otherwise, a team wipe was inevitable. As Shadowless Empire's members continuously fell back, they eventually came across Zero Wing's members, who had also entered the Cold Spring Forest. You guys, hurry up and retreat. These Dragonkin are much stronger than the lords and great lords in that cave. You'll die if you go up against them, Vast Lock warned as he looked at Shafong. However, as soon as the Dark Assassin gave this advice, one of the Dragonkin warriors slaughtering Shadowless Empire's members shifted its gaze toward Zero Wing's team, which was less than 100 yards away from it. Squinting its eyes, it immediately charged toward Zero Wing. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU They're doomed. Night Reader could not help but look at Zero Wing's members in pity at this sudden turn of events. The Dragonkin warriors possessed very high reaction speeds and intellect. These great lords posed an enormous threat even to Shadowless Empire's members, not to mention Zero Wing's members. However, just as the Dragonkin warrior arrived before Zero Wing's team and was swinging down its saber, a sword light suddenly struck at it. Suddenly, the Dragonkin warrior let out a wheeze as its 4-meter-tall body shot backward like a bullet and crashed heavily into a nearby tree, the massive tree shuddering at the impact. Chapter 2319, Tier 3? As if time had stopped, silence fell over the entire Cold Spring Forest. Whether it was the Dragonkin or Shadowless Empire's members, they were all in a daze as they looked at the Dragonkin warrior that had collapsed before the large tree. At this moment, not only was the Dragonkin warrior in a heavily injured state, but its silver armor even sported a large cut. If one looked closely, one could even see the white, broken bones of the Dragonkin warrior beyond this cut. If not for God's domain setting that made it so that creatures would die only if their HP fell to 0, the slash from before would undoubtedly have taken the Dragonkin warrior's life. Even so, the attack still took away a large chunk of the Dragonkin warrior's HP. What did he do? Night Reader could not help her shock as she stared at Shafong, the person who executed the attack on the Dragonkin warrior. Previously, when she used her trump card to attack the Dragonkin warrior, she had only managed to make it stumble back one step. Shafong, on the other hand, heavily injured the Dragonkin warrior with just one stroke of his sword. For a moment, she wondered if the main god system was playing a joke on her. After all, she was currently level 97. She was also equipped in 4 pieces of epic equipment and a top-tier epic weapon. In addition, she had a special legacy that increased her basic attributes and physique by a significant margin when fighting in darkness. Even the apex experts of super guilds were most likely no match for her when it came to basic attributes. Now, however, Shafong, who looked very ordinary and gave off no aura whatsoever, actually surpassed her strength by several degrees. No matter how she looked at this situation, she simply could not bring herself to accept it. He is probably Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. According to rumors, he has already reached level 100, Vast Lock guessed as he looked at Shafong, his evaluation of Zero Wing increasing by a grade. Even if he is level 100, there is no way he can have enough strength to send the Dragonkin warrior flying. We can't, even if we activated our berserk skills, Night Reader said. Although the Dragonkin warrior was only a great lord, its strength was just slightly inferior to the mythic-ranked purgatory giants. Even if they activated a berserk skill, they would, at most, just match the Dragonkin warrior. In order to send it flying over 20 yards, they would need strength at the standard of mythic monsters, at the very least. Of course, it's impossible just by reaching level 100. However, I suspect that he has already completed his Tier 3 promotion quest, Vast Lock said in a definite tone. Tier 3? How is that possible? Night Reader simply could not bring herself to believe Vast Lock's speculation. Previously, she already considered the rumor of Shafong reaching level 100 a wild exaggeration. The Shadow World had much more abundant leveling resources compared to the main continent, yet even they, the top players of Shadowless Empire, had only managed to reach level 97. Now, however, Vast Lock was telling her that Shafong had not only reached level 100 but also completed his Tier 3 promotion quest. This was unbelievable. The difficulty of promotion quests increased with each subsequent tier. The difficulty of the Tier 3 promotion quest was especially high. To complete the Tier 3 promotion quest, players would not only have to be of a sufficiently high level but also needed to invest a lot of time into making preparations. For Night Reader herself, even if she had made all the preparations she could, she still wouldn't be confident of completing her Tier 3 promotion quest. After all, experts of their caliber couldn't settle for a mediocre result in their Tier 3 promotion quest. Needless to say, Someone like Shafone wouldn't settle for this, either. While Night Reader and Vast Lock were talking about Shafone, the heavily injured Dragonkin warrior suddenly stood up and let loose a deafening roar, which echoed throughout the forest. Moreover, the Dragonkin warrior did not stop at just one roar. Instead, it repeatedly roared again and again. Did it get hit too hard in the head? Night Reader found the Dragonkin warrior's incessant roaring strange. Moreover, the injured Dragonkin warrior wasn't the only one acting strangely. Every other Dragonkin in the army also started roaring. No. Vast Lock's complexion darkened as realization struck him. They're calling for reinforcements. As soon as Vast Lock finished speaking, a deafening roar came from the depths of the forest. Following which, a commotion broke out in the distant forest, and very quickly, a huge swarm of Dragonkin charged out of there. The newly arrived Dragonkin numbered more than 3,000, including as many as 5 Dragonkin warriors. Run! Vast Lock shouted, his scalp turning numb at this sight. At Vast Lock's order, Shadowless Empire's members immediately dropped what they were doing and fled for the cave they had come from, without hesitation. However, despite seeing Shadowless Empire's members retreating, Shafone and the others still maintained their positions. Why aren't you guys running yet? Night Reader asked as she looked at Shafone. We'll block them, so you guys should use this opportunity to retreat. It is still too soon for you all to come here, Shafone said before walking toward the Dragonkin army, together with Zero Wings members. Since Vast Lock had warned him before out of good Carat LL, Shafone naturally didn't mind helping Shadowless Empire now. You're crazy. Do whatever you want. Night Reader huffed when she saw Zero Wing advancing toward the Dragonkin army. She then turned her head away and left. Shafone might have reached Tier 3, but he was only one person. He wouldn't be able to keep the several thousand Dragonkin at bay all by himself. Not to mention, 5 more Dragonkin warriors had joined the fight now. Even if the swordsman could suppress these great lords, could he suppress all 8 of them? However, before Night Reader had gone 100 yards away from her previous position, she saw Zero Wing's team clashing with the Dragonkin army. When the two sides came into contact, Shafone initiated the battle by executing Void Slash, using the 6 slashes his skill generated to send 6 Dragonkin warriors flying back and crashing into the Dragonkin behind them. As for the 2 remaining Dragonkin warriors, Kola stopped one of them while Turtle Dove stopped the other. Kola's strength might not be comparable to the Dragonkin warriors, but with the fragmented legendary ranked Titan Guard and his Dragonslayer legacy, he neutralized all of the Dragonkin warriors' attacks without fail. As for Turtle Dove, although she was inferior to Kola in terms of both defense and strength, she had Yang Tianxing assisting her from the side. Yang Tianxing influenced the Dragonkin warriors' attacks, such that they all landed on Turtle Dove's shield and nowhere else. After seeing that all 8 Dragonkin warriors were stopped, Alluring Summer, Yi Luorfei, Zhao Yueru, and the other magical class players started bombarding the approaching Dragonkin captains and Dragonkin fighters. Like a mobile turret, Zhao Yueru sent even the High Lord ranked Dragonkin captains flying with her spells. With just one AoE spell, she created a large clearing amid the Dragonkin army. Even the Dragonkin warriors stumbled when struck by her attacks. Despite the severe numerical disadvantage, Zero Wing's 100-man team coped with the Dragonkin army without suffering any casualties and relentlessly pressed deeper into the cold spring forest, suppressing the Dragonkin army thoroughly. Dragonkin fighters and Dragonkin captains died quickly, one after another, under Zero Wing's bombardment. Crap! Are they even human? An axe-carrying dark berserker, who had already arrived back at the cave, cursed aloud when he saw the Dragonkin army getting repulsed. He had had a tough time dealing with just one Dragonkin captain, yet Zero Wing's members were toying with the High Lords as if they were children. Zhao Yueru, Alluring Summer, and Yi Luorfei, in particular, had devastated the several dozen Dragonkin captains with their attacks, preventing the High Lords from reaching Zero Wing's rear line. Shafone was even more frightening, single-handedly suppressing 6 Dragonkin warriors. Let alone damaging the swordsman, the 6 Dragonkin warriors couldn't even get within 5 yards of him. Their HPs also plummeted. After only a short moment, the 6 Dragonkin warriors had already lost 1/10 of their HPs. At this rate, the deaths of all 6 were just a matter of time. How is Zero Wing so strong? After Zero Wing's team disappeared into the snow-mantled forest, Night Reader was in a daze for a long time. When she remembered how they had thought to prove their superiority over Zero Wing by defeating the Purgatory Giant, she felt a little embarrassed. She had never imagined that things would turn out this way. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Shifeng's performance, in particular, had shocked her. Every one of his actions was beyond her perception. If he had decided to contest for the Purgatory Giant back then, the consequences would have been dire. Most likely, he could annihilate their entire 200-man team all by himself. Let's return now. Zero Wing is much stronger than we initially thought. The higher-ups will need to adjust our approach to Star Moon Kingdom, Vast Lock said after giving the matter some thought. Shifeng's strength was simply too frightening. He was no longer an existence Tier 2 players could hope to contend with. Moreover, the other members of Zero Wing also possessed considerable strength. With the guild definitely much stronger than ordinary major powers, Shadowless Empire would have to tread carefully in Star Moon Kingdom from now on. After saying so, Vast Lock turned around and had everyone prepare to leave the Cold Spring Forest. As for Night Reader, she turned involuntarily for one last look towards the direction Shifeng disappeared. So what if you're Tier 3? Just you wait. I'll catch up with you soon. At that time, I'll show you just how powerful I am. I'll make you regret looking down on me. When Night Reader thought of the words Shifeng said to her before, she gnashed her teeth in anger and frustration, feeling as if she had been treated like a fool. Immediately afterward, she turned around and left the Cold Spring Forest. Chapter 2320, Level 100 Exploration. Zero Wing's members gradually advanced deeper into the Cold Spring Forest. As the map had never been explored by players before, the number of Dragonkin Zero Wing's members encountered along their journey kept increasing. Fortunately, the number of Dragonkin warriors they came across did not, so the growing number of enemies did not affect the team negatively. It only provided the team with even more EXP. The EXP granted by level 100 monsters was far greater than that of level 99 monsters. Although Shifeng had brought Zero Wing's main force to grind at a level 100 Forbidden Land before, everyone's level had been very low. As they had to rely on Tier 3 demons to do most of the fighting back then, their grinding efficiency had been considerably low. Now that everyone in the team had the combat power to contend against level 100 lords, they made short work of the level 100 plus Dragonkin. As a result, everyone's experience bar increased at a very rapid rate. After grinding for just 6 hours, everyone in the team had already leveled up once. Now, even the lowest leveled player in Zero Wing's main force was level 98, whereas the guild's top experts like Yang Tianxing had reached level 99. As for Shifeng, he, too, had gained his final percent and reached level 101. However, in contrast to the team's leveling speed, the Dragonkin's loot rendered everyone speechless. Even the best piece of equipment dropped by the High Lord ranked Dragonkin captains was level 100 Mysterious Iron rank. Moreover, this was from the first kill of these Dragonkin captains. Otherwise, the weapons and equipment they dropped would be only bronze rank. The quality of the Dragonkin captain's loot was far inferior to that of level 99 High Lords. Shifeng, however, did not find this situation surprising. After reaching level 100, ordinary experts would be able to gear themselves only in level 100 Mysterious Iron equipment. If they wished to get level 100 Secret Silver equipment through killing monsters, they needed the support of a sufficiently strong team. As for obtaining level 100 fine gold weapons and equipment from monster drops, that was absolutely impossible for them. Only Tier 3 experts would have the ability to grind for level 100 fine gold weapons and equipment. As for dark gold weapons and equipment, players would need both superb strength and luck. This was also the reason why, after frontline players reached level 100, the various powers of God's domain would start frantically investing in Tier 3 experts and master lifestyle players. Past level 100, quantity no longer mattered. Instead, what mattered the most was quality. One could say that Tier 3 experts and master lifestyle players were the true foundation of the various powers. Without Tier 3 experts and master lifestyle players, level 100 plus weapons and equipment at the fine gold rank or better would be inaccessible. Meanwhile, If a guild did not possess top-tier level 100 weapons and equipment, how was it supposed to develop? Level 100 plus monsters weren't easy opponents, especially after players reached level 105. Before reaching level 105, players could still rely on dark gold weapons and equipment that were below level 100 to fight monsters and bosses that were below level 105. However, that would no longer be possible at level 105. Past level 100, monsters would receive a significant improvement in strength every 5 levels. Without top-tier weapons and equipment of a corresponding level, Tier 2 players would not be able to contend with monsters and bosses of the same level at all, only Tier 3 players would be able to. However, players capable of getting promoted to Tier 3 as soon as they reached level 100 were extremely rare. Moreover, although Tier 2 players might have an easier time completing their Tier 3 promotion quest as their levels increased, they would still require the assistance of top-tier weapons and equipment to succeed. Guild leader, I found a parchment that can't be appraised, Blackie said excitedly after picking up a parchment dropped by a Dragonkin warrior. He then handed it to Shafong, anticipation filling him. His appraisal had already reached the advanced standard and was only one step away from the master standard. An item that he could not appraise definitely wasn't ordinary. A parchment. After Shafong used omniscient eyes to appraise the parchment, surprise and joy filled him. Not bad. This is a magic trap design. A trap design? Blackie, however, was disappointed when he heard Shafong's words. How unlucky. I thought we got a design for a weapon or equipment. Traps were common in God's domain. Some players would even use traps to deal with field bosses. However, compared to magic arrays, traps were very much inferior. Some traps were even ineffective against monsters at Great Lord rank or above. However, Tier 2 players could easily deal with Lord-ranked monsters. Setting up traps to deal with a Lord would be a waste of time and materials. This is something very good, Shafong said, chuckling. In any case, have everyone keep an eye out for it. If any more drop, bring them to me. Also, have Melancholic's side prepare the materials necessary for making this trap. Prepare as many as possible. Most likely, every player in God's domain had suffered at the hands of traps before. In fact, many experts had been killed by traps. However, as players couldn't properly utilize traps against monsters, traps never gained much popularity among players. However, traps were almost guaranteed when exploring ruins in God's domain, so how could they be useless? The reason for everyone's misconception about traps being useless was simply current players being limited to using and producing basic traps. The materials and production method for basic traps were common and simple, so it was only natural that they had very little effect against monsters. As for why players were capable of making only basic traps right now, it was because the main god system intended for players to slowly adapt to and learn about traps before reaching level 100. However, after reaching level 100, the main god system would remove all restrictions on players. Naturally, this included the limitation on traps, and players would be able to make intermediate traps. Not only would intermediate traps use much rarer materials, but their production difficulty would also increase significantly. In return, however, their effectiveness against monsters would improve substantially. Let alone dealing with level 100 lords, intermediate traps could deal serious damage even to level 100 great lords and place them in a heavily injured state for a short time. Moreover, traps were more suitable for the general public than precious magic arrays, as they were much less costly to produce. During Shafong's previous life, many Tier 2 experts had relied on intermediate traps to hunt high-ranking bosses and grind monsters. If not for these traps, the majority of Tier 2 players wouldn't have been able to survive in level 100 plus neutral maps at all. Meanwhile, the design the Dragonkin warrior dropped was for the Countercurrent Swamp, a magic trap that was effective against monsters below level 120. When triggered, it would not only immobilize monsters for a brief period but also reduce the reaction speed and basic attributes of the trapped monsters by 15%. Of course, the stronger a monster was, the less effective the trap would be against them. Even so, the Countercurrent Swamp was very useful against Great Lords below level 120. Past level 100, even Great Lord ranked monsters were considered bosses. Ordinary Tier 3 experts would have to flee if they came across a Great Lord of the same level. Soloing the boss would be impossible. With the magic trap, however, even Tier 2 players could kill level 100 Great Lords, so long as they had a sufficiently large team. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU alright, I'll notify the others about it, Blackie said, nodding. Even so, he still wasn't particularly interested in the magic trap. After all, he didn't believe the countercurrent swamp's effects could compare to those of a magic array. Following which, Shifeng had his team slaughter the Dragonkin armies that they came across. He did not rush to the Cold Spring Forest's central region. After one day of steady grinding, Shifeng obtained another 4 trap designs. 2 were for the countercurrent swamp while the other 2 were for a physical trap called Burning Fire. Physical traps had many more weaknesses than magic traps. For example, they were quite useless against flying monsters. However, physical traps also had very obvious benefits. For example, they could be used to target a group of monsters. Moreover, they could cause very high amounts of damage continuously, so long as a monster remained trapped inside them. If magic traps and physical traps were properly paired up, even Tier 2 players could live a profitable life in level 100 plus neutral maps. They would be inferior to Tier 3 players only when it came to raiding dungeons. Meanwhile, after the team killed another level 102 Dragonkin warrior, a purple glow enveloped the bodies of many members as these people reached level 100. The invisible chains that previously bound these players also shattered. Chapter 23-21, Superior Mythic. The players that had reached level 100 were astonished. My attributes are so high. And I feel so much more coordinated than before. That's not all that's changed. My senses are so much sharper and more realistic. In this state, my combat power has increased by at least 30%. Amazing. There's such a huge gap between level 99 and 100. Once I complete my Tier 3 promotion, Tier 2 experts under level 100 won't stand a chance against me. Ordinary players might not sense the changes that occurred when they reached level 100 right away, but Yang Tianxing and his companions noticed the changes immediately. They were stunned when they did. None of them had realized how great the difference was between level 99 and 100 before now. After leveling up once, their combat power had reached a whole new standard, and this was considering that most of their weapons and equipment were still level 95. If they equipped level 100 weapons and equipment, their combat power would skyrocket. Naturally, there was a major difference between level 95 and level 100 equipment. The level 100 mysterious iron items they had obtained after slaying the Dragonkin made that obvious. A level 100 mysterious iron weapon's attack power could almost rival that of a level 95 dark gold weapon, and the basic attribute bonuses were even slightly higher. It was easy to imagine how much their attack power, defense, and basic attributes would rise if they fully geared themselves with level 100 fine gold weapons and equipment. Furthermore, they had yet to challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests. Now that a number of us have reached level 100, Guild Leader, we should start raiding level 100 team dungeons, Blackie eagerly suggested after experiencing the changes due to his new level. They hadn't even dared consider setting foot in a level 100 team dungeon previously. Dungeons monsters were far stronger than monsters in the fields, after all, and without Shifeng's help, they had barely held their ground against level 100 plus field monsters before reaching level 100. Trying to raid a level 100 team dungeon would have been suicide. However, they had grown considerably stronger after leveling up, especially the players with epic weapons and equipment. These players' combat power had risen by far more than a mere 30%. Now, they'd have no issues taking on a dozen or so Dragonkin warriors, even without Shifeng's help. They definitely qualified to challenge level 100 team dungeons. Not only could they test their newfound strength by successfully raiding such a dungeon, but they'd also acquire high-quality level 100 weapons and equipment. In addition, their achievement would help spread Zero Wing's fame across the eastern continent, maybe even throughout God's domain. The other level 100 players voiced their agreement with Blackie's suggestion. They were all eager to challenge a level 100 team dungeon. Don't get so excited just yet. The system's restrictions on your bodies have been lifted now that you've reached level 100, so your physical condition is slightly different. Fight the Dragonkin first and give yourselves a chance to adapt, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Smiling, he continued, if you're so eager to test your new limits, I know the perfect place for you to do that. Players' combat power would substantially increase upon reaching level 100. They could now use their 5 senses and reaction speed to its full potential, but exerting all of their strength wasn't an easy task. Even domain realm experts would need quite some time to adjust, not to mention refinement realm experts. Shifeng had only been able to adapt so quickly because he was most familiar with this body. Although there were some minor differences between his current form and the body he had used during his previous life, he had sensed and adapted to these minor changes easily as a domain realm expert, perfectly exhibiting his full potential. A perfect place to test our strength. Where is it, guild leader? Kola excitedly asked. Unlike the others, he carried the Titan Guard, a fragmented legendary shield. Once he reached level 100, the restrictions on his shield had also vanished. As a result, he sensed a massive boost to his combat power. Overall, he had likely improved more than anyone else on the team. A superior mythic boss's lair, Shifeng announced, gesturing to the Cold Spring Forest's central region. Every member of the team was stunned when they heard Shifeng's answer. God's domain's mythic monsters weren't equal in terms of strength. Among them, superior mythics stood at the apex of their kind, wielding even more power than mythic-ranked archaic species. Everyone here was an expert, and they all had an idea of how powerful mythic monsters would become after level 100. Trying to challenge a level 100 mythic monster before they reached Tier 3 was tantamount to throwing themselves into the jaws of death, let alone challenging a level 100 superior mythic. Relax. I'm quite confident that we_will be victorious, one Shifeng assured them, chuckling at his carrot now. Take some time to adapt to your new bodies. A Tier 4 dragon was an incredibly powerful being, but he had his heavenly dragon's breath. The ring was capable of suppressing dragons to an intense degree. Including Anna and Kite's assistance, they definitely had a chance of defeating the monster. Hearing that Shifeng was confident of their victory, his teammates breathed a sigh of relief. They obediently followed their leader's orders and used the nearby Dragonkin as training dummies. After around 4 hours of training, the team had a basic grasp of their unrestricted strength. Once his team was ready, Shifeng led them toward the Cold Spring Canyon. The Cold Spring Canyon was far more dangerous than the Cold Spring Forest's other areas, home to many level 103 and 104 Dragonkin. Even level 105 Grand Lord-ranked Dragonkin commanders wandered the area. If Zero Wings members had come here before reaching level 100, they would have died the moment they aggroed a Dragonkin commander. Fortunately, Kola could single-handedly tank one of these Grand Lords at level 100, preventing the Dragonkin from targeting any of his comrades. Once he had a hold on the Dragonkin commander's aggro, the rest of the team slowly shaved away the Grand Lord's HP, eventually killing it. When Blackie looted the Dragonkin commander, he obtained the Dragon Tooth Pendant, a level 100 fine gold necklace. Its basic attributes were more than 2 ranks higher than a level 95 dark gold necklace, and it increased the power of the wearer's dragon bloodline. Kola ended up winning the bid for the necklace, and when he equipped it, not only did it increase his basic attributes, but it also improved the purity of his dragon blood, improving his physique. Shifeng and his team finally reached the heart of the Cold Spring Canyon after another 6 hours or so of combat. He then retrieved the transfer stone he had received from the Adventurers Association and began to chant the incantation. The transfer stone transformed into violent energy that pierced an invisible barrier before Zero Wings' main force. As the barrier shattered, it revealed a paradise. Zero Wings members could hear birds chirping and smell fragrant flowers, and as they entered the space, they felt a pleasant sensation encompass their bodies. The fatigue from their long hours of grinding faded quickly as their stamina and concentration began to recover. This space was nothing like the outside world. However, before any of them had the chance to inspect this area, a horrific aura washed over them, so intense that it nearly knocked them on their backs. A dragon. Turning toward the aura's origin, their gaze rested on a 30-meter-tall infant dragon. Protected by its snow-carrot scales, the infant dragon was sound asleep. Every breath it took was powerful enough to shake the entire area. Ice Dragon, Heathwaite, Dragon, Mythic, level 101 HP 1, 840 0000001, 840 0000000. When the team saw Heathwaite's statistics, they had no doubt that if this infant dragon wished it, it could likely shatter this entire space, plunging it into the void. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU dragons had always been the symbol of destruction in God's domain. The various NPC cities' libraries contained a vast amount of information on these beings, always depicting dragons as natural disasters that could bring about the downfall of an entire country. If there hadn't been so few dragons in existence, they would likely have become God's domain's absolute overlords. Are we really going to raid a dragon, guild leader? Kola asked, gulping as he watched the slumbering ice dragon. For a moment, Kola wondered if Shifeng were playing some kind of joke on them. Even if he were tier 3, Heathwaite could likely kill him in one hit, much less now. That's right. That's what we're going to raid. Shifeng nodded after taking a deep breath. He then pulled 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag and summoned Anna and Kite. Chapter 2322, Draconic spell. Heathwaite was a tier 4 dragon, and normally, Shifeng would have tried to stay as far away from it as possible. Heathwaite might merely be an infant dragon, but it still stood at the peak among tier 4 beings. It was no exaggeration to say that this dragon was invincible among tier 4 beings of the same level. Even 1000 tier 3 players would meet their doom if they encountered a tier 4 infant dragon of the same level, let alone tier 2 players. The gap between their life ratings was simply too vast. Normally, only tier 4 heroes, who had passed a trial of God and received a god's blessing, would have the strength to contend with an infant dragon. However, Heathwaite was under a life curse, which significantly reduced the effects of its life rating. If that weren't the case, it wouldn't have only had 184 billion HP and only be categorized as a monarch-ranked boss. Even a random dragon had the strength of a world boss, and a top-ranked world boss at that. Normally, defeating a true dragon without a tier 6 god-ranked player would be impossible. Otherwise, the players that had successfully defeated a dragon of the same tier wouldn't have been regarded as legends and inspiration for countless players in God's domain. As the 2 summoning arrays gathered the necessary mana, the level 106 summoner, Anna, and the level 105 swordsman, Kite, emerged. During the short break Shifeng had taken after completing his tier 3 promotion quest, Anna and Kite had completed another epic quest. As a result, their weapons and equipment had changed. Previously, they had both worn epic equipment that could grow with them to level 100, but now, they both had epic set equipment that would grow until they reached level 150. They had also both reached or surpassed level 105, and their basic attributes had undergone a considerable transformation. Despite the fact that Shifeng had reached tier 3 and wore the disintegration armor, his attributes were no match for Anna's and Kite's. Once he had summoned his personal guards, Shifeng retrieved the Bible of Darkness and called forth a demon. Shifeng's Bible of Darkness was the real deal, so its power was unmatched. Moreover, as its user rose to a new tier, the Bible of Darkness would exhibit even greater strength. After a moment, a 20-meter-tall demon gate appeared before Shifeng. As the demon gate slowly opened, a tier 4 great demon, enveloped in blue flame, stepped through. Blaze Demon, Dark Creature, Great Demon, level 116 HP 420 0000000 420 0000000. Wings main force members gasped when they saw the Blaze Demon. They then turned to stare at Shifeng with incredulous looks. You're too vicious, guild leader. You can actually summon a great demon to do your bidding. The various superpowers would likely go crazy if they knew about this, Blackie said as he glanced at the Bible of Darkness in Shifeng's hands. Blackie had seen the Bible of Darkness before, so he knew just how powerful it was. Its ability to summon tier 3 demons was particularly useful to tier 2 players. A tier 3 demon would even be useful after players reached tier 3. Such demons had many skills and spells and were far more powerful than ordinary tier 3 summoned creatures. However, Blackie hadn't dreamed that the Bible of Darkness could summon a tier 4 great demon once Shifeng had reached tier 3. This power was ridiculous. Tier 4 summoning scrolls were even rarer than epic weapons and equipment, and the various superpowers treated such items like priceless treasures, avoiding using them unless absolutely necessary. And yet, Shifeng could summon a Tier 4 Great Demon with the Bible of Darkness at no cost. Although a Great Demon had far less HP than ordinary mythic monsters of the same level, its combat power would be far greater than ordinary mythic monsters. Alright, everyone, get ready. The Blaze Demon will tank the Ice Dragon later during the raid. You guys only need to support an attack from the sidelines, Shifeng announced, chuckling as he returned the Bible of Darkness to his bag. The Spirit Emperor, Fantasy Extinguisher, had caused a sensation throughout God's domain during Shifeng's previous life due to the Bible of Darkness. With it, he had developed Fantasy Shrine from a first-rate guild into a superpower that could even suppress the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the Black Dragon Empire. Since Shifeng now had the real Bible of Darkness, he had even greater power. The Bible of Darkness was the very reason that Shifeng even dared to consider challenging the Cold Spring Forest's monarchs. He wouldn't have harbored the thought if he only had Anna and Kite to rely on. After all, a mythic-ranked monarch was even stronger than a Tier 4 hero. With Shifeng's command, Zero Wing's main force members went to work. Once his teammates were in position, Shifeng sent the Blaze Demon to charge at the Ice Dragon. Within seconds, the Blaze Demon was within 500 yards of Heathwaite. As the Blaze Demon approached, the Ice Dragon's eyes opened abruptly, and it woke from its slumber, turning its amber gaze on the intruder. Needing neither chants nor gestures, Heathwaite spread its jaws. With Heathwaite as the center, the Ice Dragon sucked a 300-yard radius dry of mana before a towering, white beam shot toward the Blaze Demon. Tier 4 Dragon Breath. Compared to the Dragon Breath Shifeng's Black Dragon doppelganger had used, a true dragon's Dragon Breath was on an entirely different level. The Blaze Demon transformed into an ice sculpture before flying back over 500 yards. At the same time, the area around Heathwaite became a world of ice, the attack utterly transforming the terrain. Aside from Shifeng, every member of Zero Wing's team was dumbfounded. They had all heard legends and details about dragons, but they hadn't actually seen one in action. At this moment, they finally understood what a dragon truly was. If they hadn't stood over 1,000 yards away, that Dragon Breath attack would have killed every one of them. Fortunately, the Blaze Demon had initiated the raid. Even so, the Blaze Demon had lost over 20 million HP after taking a direct hit from Heathwaite's Dragon Breath. All of you, snap out of it. Once you get close to the boss, make sure that you're spread out. Healers, throw everything you have at the Blaze Demon. Shifeng barked. He couldn't help his sigh of relief as he watched the Blaze Demon break free from its icy prison, appearing mostly intact. If that Dragon Breath had heavily injured the Blaze Demon, this raid would be over. Neither Anna nor Kite could tank the Ice Dragon, and their combat power couldn't even compare to the level 116 Blaze Demons. They'd either die instantly or be heavily injured if they took a direct hit from a Tier 4 Dragon Breath. The Blaze Demon ran at Heathwaite again. Fortunately, Dragon Breath had a relatively long cooldown, and because of that, the Ice Dragon switched to using its claws to attack the incoming demon. The Blaze Demon proved to be no match for Heathwaite. Each time it blocked an attack, it lost over 8 million HP. Although the Blaze Demon launched a counterattack from time to time, its Tier 4 spells only dealt a few million damage. The two creatures' strengths were on completely different levels. Shifeng only activated Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance to suppress the Ice Dragon and enhance his allies' combat power once the Blaze Demon had secured Heathwaite's aggro. Unfortunately, Miniature World was barely effective against the Infant Dragon. However, Heavenly Dragon's Breath's Dragon Domination was fully effective, reducing the dragon's basic attributes by 20%. Once Heathwaite's basic attributes had been suppressed, Zero Wing's healers were barely able to keep up with the damage the Ice Dragon dealt to the Blaze Demon. Shifeng also used Life Domain to restore the Blaze Demon's HP to full, on occasion. For a time, the Ice Dragon was helpless against the summoned demon, during which, Heathwaite's HP continued to decrease under Zero Wing's bombardment. 95%. 90%. 85%. However, Heathwaite was not an easy opponent, and it turned its Dragon Breath on a random target from time to time. The players who had failed to dodge the attack had become ice sculptures, losing all of their HP in the blink of an eye. Dragon Breath had even slain Turtledove, despite her active life-saving skill. As Heathwaite's HP continued to fall, the intervals between each dragon breath grew shorter. By the time Heathwaite's HP reached 30%, only a little over half of the team remained standing. Despicable ants. I'll burn you to ash, Heathwaite bellowed before chanting an incantation. A threefold magic array with a 500-yard radius then appeared above the ice dragon, plundering all of the mana within a 1,000-yard radius. Tier 4 Draconic spell, Meteorite Fall. Suddenly, a colossal meteorite, which blocked out the sun, descended from the magic array, growing larger as it emerged. When Zero Wings survivors saw this, they began to despair. A Tier 4 Draconic spell? Even Shifeng's expression darkened at the unexpected sight. How is this possible? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Draconic spells were some of the most primitive spells in God's domain, beginning at Tier 4. Even dragons rarely possessed Draconic spells of the same tier. Meanwhile, a Draconic spell was even more powerful than a large-scale destruction spell, capable of rivaling the gods' divine arts. A single blow from such a spell could annihilate tens of thousands of creatures. Not even invulnerability spells could stop their devastation. Anna, summon the Valkyrie, Shifeng shouted. Not even he had a countermeasure for a Tier 4 Draconic spell. Anna's Valkyrie was his only hope. Anna immediately began to chant her angel summoning incantation. Chapter 23-23, Valkyrie vs. Dragon. Anna finished the angel summoning incantation in 2 seconds, and the moment she did, a gigantic magic array appeared above her, no smaller than Heathwaite's meteorite fall. A Valkyrie with 3 sets of pure white wings then emerged, landing before Anna. A Tier 4 higher Valkyrie? When he saw the upgraded version, Shifeng was stunned. Angel summoning was Anna's legacy skill, and Shifeng had always treated it as his final trump card since the skill allowed Anna to summon a Valkyrie that was 2 tiers higher than her. When Anna had been a Tier 2 personal guard, she had been able to summon a Tier 4 Valkyrie. Now that Anna had reached Tier 3, she should logically be able to summon a Tier 5 Valkyrie. With such a powerful ally, Zero Wings' remaining team should have no problem suppressing a Tier 4 infant dragon. However, Anna's Valkyrie was still only Tier 4. The only difference between the previous Valkyrie and this one was the extra set of wings. Angels' wings represented their status. An angel with 3 sets of wings was considered a higher Ankh, with 4 sets were considered archangels. In terms of life rating, archangels rivaled dragons, while higher angels were slightly weaker. But before Shifeng had any time to ponder the matter, the meteorite above them had nearly completed. Block it. Shifeng couldn't care less about the Valkyrie's status at the moment. He immediately commanded Anna to send her Valkyrie to stop Heathwaite's meteorite fall. The higher Valkyrie began to chant an incantation as soon as Shifeng gave the command. The higher Valkyrie's incantation was unique. Rather than draw mana from her environment, it drew on a primitive form of mana from the void. In less than a second, a dazzling, golden spear of thunder manifested in the Valkyrie's hands. An origin spell. Shifeng was ecstatic to see the spear of thunder form from the void's mana in the Valkyrie's hands. Origin spells were the most primitive form of magic in God's domain. They were the root of all spells, capable of rivaling divine arts. However, humanity had lost track of origin spells due to repeated wars between the gods. Shifeng had never expected the higher Valkyrie to use such magic. Before Shifeng could get over his excitement, the giant meteorite, so large that it covered the sky and so heavy that it shattered space around it, began to descend. It looked as if Armageddon had begun for a moment, and Zero Wings members fell further into despair. As the meteorite began to fall, the higher Valkyrie finished her incantation. She then threw her spear at the meteorite. Soundlessly, the thunder spear transformed into a streak of golden light as it struck the incoming meteorite. Boom! The moment the two attacks met, the impact caused a powerful explosion. The resulting shockwave was so powerful that it nearly lifted the players below off their feet. The gigantic meteorite disintegrated into countless, smaller meteors that rained down, creating craters as they struck the ground. Every meteorite was nearly as powerful as a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. Zero Wings members gaped as they watched the stones slam into the ground. Tier 2 and 3 players were little more than ants in a battle of this scale. If this battle had taken place in a city, rather than in this special space, the spell's residual effects alone would be more than enough to level half the city. After blocking Heathwaite's meteorite fall, the higher Valkyrie shifted her attention to the ice dragon itself. She formed another spear of golden electricity in her hands before vanishing. By the time Zero Wings players realized where she had gone, the Valkyrie had appeared before Heathwaite. Tier 4 Superior Instantaneous Movement. Not only did Superior Instantaneous Movement have more range than the normal spell, but there was also almost no delay between the caster's disappearance and reappearance. Moreover, the spell didn't affect the ambient mana, making it impossible for enemies to determine the caster's destination. When she appeared before Heathwaite, the higher Valkyrie thrust her spear at the ice dragon. The attack was so fast that not even Shafong would have enough time to react. If that attack struck him, he'd die instantly. However, Heathwaite was a dragon and reacted instantly, countering the golden spear with a rage-filled claw strike. Boom! The impact of the collision created a deafening boom that echoed throughout the area. Surprisingly, the Valkyrie's strength was too much for Heathwaite, and the infant dragon stumbled 2 steps backward. After suffering this humiliating blow, Heathwaite turned a wrathful glare on Shafong. Heavenly Dragon's breath suppression on dragons was simply too powerful, and the passive ability had plundered 20% of Heathwaite's basic attributes. Heathwaite already suffered a life curse, so its strength was slightly lower th the higher Valkyries. Now Dragon's domination affected it as well, it was no match for the summoned angel. Good. Everyone, attack with everything you've got. Shafong quickly shouted when he realized that Heathwaite was thoroughly suppressed. He had originally planned to use angel summoning only after Heathwaite had gone berserk, but he had been forced to use it early due to meteorite fall. Although Anna had risen to Tier 3, which strengthened her angel summoning, its duration had only increased from 10 seconds to 15 seconds. Unfortunately, Heathwaite still had nearly 30% of its HP remaining, and 15 seconds wouldn't be enough to kill it. Attack! Yang Tianxing shouted. Yang Tianxing realized the predicament they were in, as well. He immediately activated his berserk skill and his trump card, Shadow Stink, a Tier 2 taboo skill. In a frenzy, Yang Tianxing transformed into 3 streams of fog, attacking the ice dragon and dealing over -70,000 damage with each hit. Occasionally, the fog streams landed a critical hit, dealing over -150,000 damage. The rest of Zero Wings survivors activated their trump cards as well, with the weaker players dealing around -50,000 damage, while the stronger members of the team, such as Zhao Yueru, dealing upwards of -200,000 damage. Zhao Yueru's critical hits even dealt over -500,000 damage to the ice dragon. Her Tier 3 fire-type spells were a massive advantage in this raid. However, Shafong's DPS was undoubtedly the highest. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength could even surpass an ordinary mythic monster's, and as a result, he dealt over -1 million damage, even without fire-type skills or spells. When he used Void Slash, he instantly devoured over 10 million of Heathwaite's HP. With the higher Valkyrie, Anna, Kite, and the Blaze Demon attacking as well, Heathwaite's HP rapidly decreased. 25%. 20%. 15%. The higher Valkyrie continued to suppress Heathwaite after the dragon had gone berserk. However, she didn't deal quite as much damage. When Heathwaite's HP dropped below 10%, the higher Valkyrie's duration ended, and she vanished. Humans, you're dead. Heathwaite bellowed as the higher Valkyrie disappeared. The ice dragon swiped its tail at the Blaze Demon and Anna's Holy Knight, sending both of them flying. It then swiped a claw at Anna, ignoring the Blaze Demon completely. The ice dragon intended to rid itself of the most troublesome opponents before dealing with the remaining pests. Even without her army of summoned creatures, Anna's DPS was exceptionally high. With her summoned creatures, she was the infant dragon's most challenging opponent. Although Anna's spells could overwhelm ordinary mythic monsters, they were utterly useless against the berserk Heathwaite. Don't think you can take out our main DPS so easily. Suddenly, Shafong appeared before Anna and activated his disintegration power, swinging Killing Ray at Heathwaite's incoming claw. The moment Shi Feng activated disintegration power, it cancelled out Heavenly Dragon's power. In return, however, the ability temporarily elevated Shi Feng to Tier 4. Not only did he now wield Tier 4 strength, but his physique, reaction speed, and skills had risen as well. Boom! When the attacks collided, Shi Feng stumbled 3 steps backward due to the impact, losing more than 50,000 HP. He was still at a disadvantage, but he had successfully blocked Heathwaite's berserk attack. When that attack had failed, Heathwaite responded with another claw strike. This time, however, the Ice Dragon activated a skill in the process. Tier 4 skill, Sky Splitter. 5 razor-sharp claws flew toward Anna from different directions, each with more power than the previous claw strike. As soon as Shi Feng steadied himself, he executed Lightning Flash to counter the attacks. Executing the secret technique proved far easier after his forceful upgrade to Tier 4, and he sent 17 sword lights at the approaching claws. Peng! 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 A series of explosions blew apart the ground around Shi Feng, but even after all 5 attacks, he had only stumbled back 3 steps. He also only lost around 200,000 HP. Even at Tier 3, Shi Feng had over 1,700,000 HP, far less than he currently had. Losing 200,000 HP was nothing life-threatening. After watching Shi Feng pin down the Ice Dragon, his teammates breathed a sigh of relief and continued their frenzied assault against Heathwaite. Time passed quickly. As the battle progressed, Heathwaite's attacks grew stronger, but with the Blaze Dragon and the Holy Knight's help, Shi Feng kept the Ice Dragon in check, preventing it from harming Anna or Kite. However, the team suffered the occasional casualty when Heathwaite fired its dragon breath. 5%. 4%. 3%. When disintegration power's duration ended, Shi Feng followed it up by activating Power of Darkness and Blade Awakening, relying on his twofold Berserk's effects to tank Heathwaite's attacks. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. When less than 5 seconds of Shi Feng's twofold Berserk remained, Heathwaite's HP had fallen below 7 million. Meanwhile, fewer than 30 players were still standing, and the surviving healers could no longer keep up with the Ice Dragon's damage output. Die. Shi Feng activated Divine Providence and swung Killing Ray for a final blow. Lightning Slash. A massive lightning bolt sliced through Heathwaite's neck, leaving a deep gash across its throat. That lightning bolt also destroyed the last of the infant dragon's HP. Chapter 23-24, Ice Dragons Loot. Everyone's experience bars exploded with EXP as Heathwaite's colossal body crashed to the ground. A level 100 plus mythic boss would already provide a lot of EXP, and as a monarch-ranked boss, Heathwaite would award even more. In the end, the 24 or so survivors watched as their experience bars rose beyond 90%. Although they had only reached level 100 less than a day ago, they were almost at level 101. Shi Feng was now at 63% of level 101, as well. The EXP from the Ice Dragon alone was worth nearly 3 days of normal grinding. It's finally dead. And I thought we were finished, Blackie said, sighing deeply as he plopped down on the ground. He was ecstatic that they had finally won. Near the end of the raid, Heathwaite's defense and attack speed had steadily increased. At one point, Shi Feng hadn't even been able to pin down the Ice Dragon with the Blaze Demon and Holy Knight's help. Moreover, Heathwaite's battle recovery generated over 10 million HP every 5 seconds, and as a result, they had barely moved the infant dragon's HP bar toward the raid's end. Yang Tianxing and the others felt like survivors of some great disaster. None of them wanted to imagine how the raid would have gone without Shi Feng's Bible of Darkness and 2 personal guards. When Heathwaite had died, it had dropped over 100 items beside its corpse, forming a small mountain that radiated waves of intense pressure. It's so powerful. This is the first time I've ever seen items that emitted such intense pressure. I wonder what kind of items dropped. Maybe there's a legendary item. Everyone stared at the mountain of loot with glowing eyes, and when they heard mention of a legendary item, the eager light in their gazes grew even brighter. They all forgot about their exhaustion for a moment, wanting to charge forth and inspect the dropped items. The strongest known item at this stage of the game was Fragmented Legendary rank, which everyone assumed Shi Feng possessed. However, Zero Wing's main force members knew the truth. there was more than one fragmented legendary item. Naturally, this was a guild secret. Exposing this truth would only invite God's domain's various powers to target Zero Wing, and only an expert of Shifeng's caliber could openly own a fragmented legendary item without having to fear for his life. If anyone else were in his position, they wouldn't even dare to set foot outside of an NPC city. Epic items couldn't even compare to the benefits a fragmented legendary item provided, much less a true legendary item. Based on what players had learned from the game's libraries, every legendary item in the game had the strength to decimate heaven and earth. With such an item, players would have the power to transcend tiers. Before their fight with Heathwaite, these players wouldn't have been so concerned about such a power, convinced that they could bridge the gap between tiers with high enough basic attributes, but now, they understood what that kind of strength truly meant. Without the strength to transcend tiers, Tier 3 players had no hope of contending with superior mythic bosses. Alright, let's resurrect our fallen. Shifeng simply chuckled when he saw the hunger in everyone's eyes. He found their assumptions hilarious. Obtaining a legendary item with so little effort was impossible, and after level 100, weapons and equipment drop rates decreased considerably. On average, even mythic bosses' loot would consist of fine gold weapons and equipment. One would have to be incredibly lucky to acquire dark gold weapons or equipment from a mythic boss. However, Shifeng had to admit that he was surprised by how much Heathwaite had dropped. This was the first time he had felt such an incredible pressure from a boss's loot, as well. Having received their orders, the surviving team members pushed aside their curiosity for the moment and began to resurrect their teammates. Fortunately, a monarch boss's lair was similar to the space within dungeons. Even if players died here, they'd only lose 10% of their EXP, and only 5% if a healer revived them. Thus, the level 100 players that had fallen hadn't dropped back to level 99. While his companions revived, Shifeng organized the infant dragon's loot. Amazing. Is this a benefit for the first kill? Shifeng was stunned as he examined the items. His only aim in killing Heathwaite was to complete his crusade quest and become Cold Spring Canyon's lord. He hadn't expected to gain much from the raid itself, yet he was elated that he had chosen this monarch boss to raid. The ice dragon had dropped a total of 121 items, which was normal for a monarch. However, the items' quality far exceeded Shifeng's expectations. There were as many as 24 inferior legendary materials among the loot, all necessary for producing epic and fragmented legendary items. Even without a design for such items, these materials could increase one's production success rates when crafting level 100 dark gold items. Level 100 plus dark gold items were incredibly rare in God's domain, only slightly more common than epic items under level 100. They'd still be rare even after master lifestyle players gained the ability to craft level 100 plus dark gold items. The required materials for producing such items were incredibly precious. They only dropped from powerful bosses, and each boss dropped very few at a time. Moreover, the production success rate for level 100 plus dark gold items was very low. Advanced master lifestyle players would only have a theoretical success rate of 35%. Every player that focused on their subclass knew that theoretical success rates were nowhere near the actual success rates. It was merely the highest possible success rate players could achieve. In practice, a minor deviation in the process could reduce the success rate to 20% or 30%. If one included an inferior legendary material in the process, however, their production success rate with level 100 plus dark gold items would increase by at least 5%. With these 24 materials, Zero Wing could produce a dozen or so level 100 plus dark gold items. Surprising Shifeng further, Heathwaite had also dropped legendary materials. The Ice Dragon's Claw. Countless Grandmaster Forgers dreamed of obtaining this item. Dragons were one of the rarest types of monsters in God's domain, and they were immensely formidable. Acquiring a dragon's claw was nearly impossible. When used to forge weapons, dragon's claws were godly materials. As long as the player made some minor modifications to the claw, they could easily produce an epic weapon, even without an appropriate design. If they had an epic weapon design, they could craft a fragmented legendary weapon by using a dragon claw as the base material. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Any dragon claw that had appeared on the market during Shifeng's previous life had easily fetched the price of 2 fragmented legendary items in an auction. After all, one could sacrifice 2 random fragmented legendary items to secure a weapon of the same rank that was more compatible with its wielder. And Heathwaite had actually dropped 2 ice dragon's claws. Why wouldn't Shifeng be excited? It was no wonder why the ice dragon's loot had radiated such an incredible pressure. Aside from materials, Heathwaite had dropped 5 dragon's blood vials that could boost Cola and alluring Summer's dragon bloodlines, further strengthening their Dragonslayer classes. While Shifeng appraised the several designs the infant dragon had dropped, one result left him utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? A flying ship design. Chapter 23-25, Crimson Dragon Flying Ship. Shifeng fell silent for a long time as he stared at the tattered design in his hands. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't believe that Heathwaite had dropped a flying ship design. Flying mounts were incredibly rare in God's domain, and even with a common flying mount, one would have endless bragging rights. Even the weakest flying mount was rarer and more precious than a level 100+ epic weapon. Flying ships, on the other hand, were even more amazing. The most ordinary flying ship's movement speed could rival an extraordinary flying mount, and one could accommodate up to 100 people at a time. Their aerial combat abilities were even at the peak of Tier 3. However, the main continent's various countries had monopolized the technology for flying ships, and players typically had no way to get their hands on one. At best, players could rent an airship, which could only transport goods and people, from one of the kingdoms or empires. One would be dreaming if they thought to rent a flying ship, an aerial weapon of mass destruction. Shifeng had never even heard of anyone obtaining a flying ship design by killing a boss. If players wanted to acquire a flying ship design, they'd have to raid a major NPC power's main headquarters or steal one from one of the NPC kingdoms or empires. Of course, both methods were exceedingly dangerous. There was a safer method: players could create one themselves. The subclass requirements for creating a flying ship, however, were immensely demanding, and players would have to invest a lot of effort and time into the research. As for the cost of creating one from scratch, even superpowers would have a hard time justifying such a massive expense. Most superpowers would rather purchase a completed flying ship. Purchasing a flying ship was much easier than purchasing a flying ship design. A guild could do so through the black market or by earning a sufficiently high status in an NPC country. Regardless of which method a player or power relied on, the price would be exorbitant. Furthermore, players could only purchase a very limited number of flying ships. As far as Shifeng knew, the easiest way to buy a flying ship was to become a duke in a kingdom. As a duke, a player could purchase one flying ship for 80,000 gold. To acquire more, they'd have to try their luck in the black market. Unfortunately, the black market only accepted ancient gold, not regular gold. And yet, Shifeng had just obtained a flying ship design after killing Heathwaite. If the various powers of his previous life had known this, they would have slaughtered every ice dragon in God's domain. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Shifeng clicked on the design to inspect its statistics. He wanted to know what rank this flying ship design was. Crimson Dragon Flying Ship Design can be used to construct a common flying ship with a maximum capacity of 100 people and peak Tier 3 combat power. The Crimson Dragon flying ship carries 8 magic cannons and 1 magic crystal cannon. Piloting the flying ship requires a minimum of 6 people. Producing the flying ship requires 1,000 Titan Silver, 10,000 Void Iron, 2,000 Mana Stones, and 100 Magic Elven Stones. Sure enough, it is the most common type. Shifeng inwardly sighed when he saw the statistics. If he had obtained a bronze flying ship design, he could have ruled over the entire Cold Spring Forest without any issues. Bronze flying ships had Tier 4 combat power, after all, and would be a massive threat to Tier 3 players. Not even Shifeng would escape from a bronze flying ship's all-out assault with his life. A flying ship wasn't a monster. It did not have the mobility flying monsters possessed, and it didn't have monsters' vast repertoire of skills and spells. The so-called Tier 4 combat power didn't mean that the flying ship's overall combat power was limited to Tier 4. Rather, each of the flying ship's attacks had peak Tier 4 power. With over a dozen cannons, A flying ship's bombardment could even blow a Tier 4 Apex expert to smithereens. Without a Tier 4, legendary flying mount or something even more powerful, they'd have to flee the moment they spotted a bronze flying ship. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng realized that he was being too greedy. Superpowers struggled just to obtain a single common flying ship, let alone a bronze flying ship. 1,000 Titan silver and 100 magic elven stones. The production cost is vicious. The Crimson Dragon flying ship's necessary materials astonished Shifeng. Titan silver was a rare byproduct that could be obtained from mining fine Titan ore. Thus far, Zero Wing had only compiled a little over 2,000 Titan silver ingots. Magic elven stone was even rarer and more valuable. One could only obtain the super rare or from grade 2 or veins. It was just slightly more common than 7 luminaries crystals. Including the other materials, producing the Crimson Dragon flying ship would cost roughly 50,000 gold, several times more than the bronze-ranked Guardian puppet's production cost. However, it was still cheaper than trying to become a duke. Moreover, he would get more value for his money. A common flying ship would be far more useful to players than bronze combat puppets. Even though a common flying ship's combat power was only at the peak of Tier 3, it could transport 100 players, allowing them to travel across the continent freely. Moreover, players could rest and recover while on a flying ship, which they couldn't do while riding a flying mount. The recovery ability wasn't very powerful, but it was a precious asset when exploring level 100+ neutral maps. Moreover, players would be able to flee when they encountered mythic-ranked flying monsters thanks to the flying ship's defensive capabilities. Did the boss drop something good, guild leader? Blackie asked, curious about the joyful expression on Shifeng's face. Here, take a look for yourselves, Shifeng said, chuckling. Aside from the flying ship design, he shared the loot's information in the team chat. Crap. Legendary materials. And that's a design for a level 100 secret silver equipment. This fine gold ranked polar ice set is amazing. When they saw the boss's loot, every member of the team was excited. Heathwaite might not have dropped an epic item, but these players weren't fools. They knew how precious inferior legendary and legendary materials were. These were all top-tier materials that could be used to produce epic items. Moreover, the Ice Dragon had dropped 7 pieces of level 100 dark gold equipment and over 30 level 100 fine gold weapons and equipment pieces. These weapons and equipment would grant many of the team members a massive boost to their combat power. The polar ice set Heathwaite had dropped was particularly eye-catching. It might only be a 6-piece, level 100 fine gold set equipment, but its attributes were nearly 3 ranks stronger than that of level 95 dark gold equipment. With this set, a level 100 elementalist could easily defeat lower-level experts in full epic equipment. Following which, Shifeng held an internal auction, and Yi Luofei claimed the polar ice set. Now, only Shifeng, Kola, and Zhao Yueru, who had at least one fragmented legendary item and multiple pieces of epic equipment, had higher basic attributes than she did. Once the weapons and equipment had been distributed, Shifeng returned to White River City with his team. Since Zero Wing's main force members had finally reached level 100 or higher, they qualified to challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests. Naturally, he couldn't continue to help them level up in the Cold Spring Forest, and more than a dozen of the team members were ready to challenge their promotion quests now. Wasting time would be a pity. Players would only become true powerhouses in God's domain once they reached Tier 3, after all. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Shifeng spent some time advising his players on how to complete their Tier 3 promotion quests before he dismissed them. Those that weren't strong enough yet left to prepare a bit more, and the players that were strong enough headed to the Adventurers Association immediately. Meanwhile, Shifeng headed toward White River City's Adventurers Association for another matter. Within one of the Adventurers Association's second-floor VIP reception rooms. Lord Bronze Legatee, how may I be of service? The female elven administrator asked as she entered the room. I wish to turn in my crusade quest for Cold Spring Forest's Ice Dragon, Heathwaite, Shifeng announced as he retrieved a colossal, silvery white dragon horn and placed it on the table between them. This dragon horn was proof that he had slain Heathwaite. As soon as Shifeng proved that he had completed his crusade quest, The sounds of a series of system notifications reached his ears. Chapter 2326, 1-Star Lord System. You have completed the Crusade quest for the Ice Dragon, Heathwaite. Rewarding Lord's Token, level +1, Star Moon Kingdom Reputation +300, Guild Popularity +10,000 System. Congratulations. You are the first player to become a Lord in God's domain. Rewarding Lord Popularity +100. System. Congratulations. For acquiring 100 Lord Popularity points, you have been promoted to a 1-Star Lord. The system notification repeated 3 times while Shafong rose to level 102. The system promoted me to a 1-Star Lord just for being the first player to become one? Shafong couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the system notifications. The concept of a Lord was still likely foreign to most players, not to mention Lord Popularity. When players became a Lord in God's domain, they'd gain the ability to recruit NPCs to form their own Knight division. However, the process was similar to searching for personal guards, so it had its challenges. Furthermore, a Knight division had 5,000 slots. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to fill these slots with high-quality NPCs. The only method to ease the process was to increase one's Lord popularity. The higher a Lord's popularity was in God's domain, the easier it would be to persuade and recruit NPCs with high growth potential. Unfortunately, increasing one's Lord popularity was incredibly difficult, only possible by completing special quests. Moreover, one would only gain a handful of popularity points with each quest. Accumulating 100 Lord popularity normally required a lot of time and effort. Meanwhile, every 100-point increment was a turning point. The first 100 points would elevate one to a 1-Star Lord, at which point players wouldn't have to run around NPC cities in search of appropriate NPCs. They could simply start a draft through the Adventurers Association. These drafted NPCs might not be uniformly powerful, but there would be quite a few with high growth potential. If one were lucky enough, they might even recruit a secret silver guard. Of course, with more Lord popularity, the standard of their drafted NPCs would increase. The problem of increasing his Lord popularity to 100 points had troubled Shafong. Without a solution, he'd have to spend several months finding capable NPCs to fill his 5,000 Knight slots. Fortunately, God's domain solved that problem for him. Administrator Lorraine, I wish to draft members for my Knight division through the association, Shafong declared as he showed the Lord's token to the Elven administrator. Very well. However, the fee will depend on the scale of the draft you wish to implement. Generally, a draft in a town costs 10 gold per week, 100 gold per week in a city, 300 gold per week in a kingdom's capital, and 1,000 gold per week in an imperial capital. Where would you like to implement your draft? Lorraine asked. How expensive? It's no wonder why the Adventurers Association is the 4th wealthiest power in God's domain. Shafong was speechless after hearing the prices. Second- and third-rate guilds had no hope of obtaining a lord's position in the past. The various superpowers and top-ranked first-rate guilds had monopolized this benefit. Hence, Shafong hadn't actually known how much it would cost to implement a draft. He certainly hadn't expected it to cost this much to form a Knight division. The results of a draft depended on one's luck. NPCs would not simply respond to a draft because the Adventurers Association had issued it. According to Shafong's calculations, he would need to implement a draft in several hundred cities to recruit 5,000 knights with relatively high growth potential in a short time. I'd like to implement the draft in these countries' cities, Shafong decided. After giving the matter some thought, he felt it would be best to recruit from cities in flourishing kingdoms and empires. In the end, he paid 44,500 gold to implement his draft in more than 400 cities. It was a large enough expenditure to put a first-rate guild's finances in the red. God's domain's guilds were pushing their experts to reach level 100 right now, and as a result, it was only natural that their expenses would rise. Fortunately, Zero Wing had the Candlelight trading firm and multiple guild towns and cities to generate income. The guild earned just as much profit as an ordinary superpower. However, Zero Wing still needed to support its main headquarters in the real world and the Heaven's Rumble training center. The guild wasn't particularly wealthy at the moment. It seems I'll have to find ways to increase the guild's profits. With how much Zero Wing has right now, financing 5,000 knights is impossible. After paying for the drafting fee, Shifeng mentally calculated how much he'd need to spend on his future knight division. A 5,000-man knight division would definitely be an amazing asset, but it would be expensive to maintain. Unlike the NPC soldiers one could recruit to defend guild towns and cities, knights weren't affiliated with a kingdom or empire. Rather, they were considered a lord's personal combat power. Hence, players would not receive subsidies from a kingdom or empire, relying on their own funds to pay their knights' salaries. Affording a knight division wasn't easy, and to make matters worse, each knight's salary would depend on the NPC's growth potential. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU to hire and nurture a bronze-ranked, Tier 2 knight, one would have to spend 50 gold per week. Multiplied by 5,000, a division of bronze, Tier 2 knights would cost 250,000 gold per week. Moreover, this cost didn't include the price of weapons and equipment for these knights. For a moment, Shifeng couldn't help but admire the first-rate guilds that had ruled their own territories in the past. Once he had taken care of the draft order, Shifeng left the Adventurers Association and made his way to the Candlelight trading firm. He intended to start the Crimson Dragon flying ship's production immediately. After reaching level 100, the various powers would prioritize their aerial development. Whoever controlled the sky would become an overlord in God's domain. Level 100+ maps were very far from civilization, after all, and the ability to travel through the sky would give players a huge advantage when grinding for resources. Moreover, this advantage would become more prominent as time passed. If he wanted to bolster Zero Wing's development, he had to arm the guild with flying ships. Chapter 23-27, Producing a Flying Ship. White River City, Candlelight Trading Firm. The special room, which was the size of a basketball court, contained various piles of rare materials. Any ordinary player would likely go into a frenzy trying to claim them all if they saw this room. These materials were easily worth more than 15,000 gold altogether, and even though the value of coins had significantly depreciated by this stage of the game, that was still an astronomical amount of money to ordinary players. Converted into credits, it would be enough for the average citizen to live out the rest of their lives without worry about food or shelter. Here are the last of the materials you requested, Guild Leader, Melancholic Smile said as she handed 100 magic elven stones to Shifeng. Shifeng had basically asked for everything the Candlelight firm had in stock of the rare materials he needed, particularly the Titan Silver and Magic Elven Stone. These were rare drops, even from the Flame Demon's valleys attributed or vain. No other guild could likely fulfill Shifeng's demand for 100 Magic Elven Stones. Good. Shifeng nodded approvingly after inspecting the materials in the room. He then continued in a serious tone, "I'll need you to help me with something later, but you must keep it an absolute secret." "I can't tell anyone." Melancholic Smile was a little confused. The Candlelight trading firm rigorously screened any potential members before they were recruited. Moreover, all core members were required to sign a series of strict contracts, ensuring the smallest chance possible that the firm's technology and methods leaked. Sharing such technology required one to transfer designs. Without the correct design, it didn't matter if a player knew how to produce an item. Now, however, Shifeng forbade her from even mentioning their discussion. It was a bit unusual. "You'll understand soon," Shifeng said. He then carefully pulled the Crimson Dragon flying ship design from his bag and placed it on the stone table before him. Melancholic Smile didn't think much of the design initially. She had seen plenty of precious and rare designs and recipes in her line of work. She had grown numb to such surprises. However, when she realized what this design booklet depicted, she froze in shock. Flying ship. Melancholic Smile could not believe her eyes. As a lifestyle player and the Candlelight trading firm's manager, she could only dream of crafting an airship, which was only a method of transportation, let alone a flying ship. Countless lifestyle players dreamed of creating flying ships, especially after seeing airships fly from one city to another. However, they assumed that would remain a dream. Players had absolutely no access to designs for airships and flying ships due to the various kingdoms and empires' heavy restrictions regarding their flying technology. Creating one would require an immense amount of knowledge and skill, not to mention a ton of materials for the necessary experiments. And yet, Shifeng had just dropped a flying ship design on the table between them. It was at this moment that Melancholic Smile, more or less, realized why Shifeng had forbidden her from speaking of this to anyone. Although the trading firm had restrictions in place that prevented members from sharing trade secrets, those restrictions were only effective in the game. Candlelight couldn't stop these players from running their mouths off in the real world, and if news that Zero Wing had obtained a flying ship design went public, the consequences would be unimaginable. The various powers already hungered for their own airships. On the other hand, flying ships were capable of transportation and aerial combat. Needless to say, the various powers' desire for flying ships was even greater, nearly maddening. If the various powers learned that Zero Wing had a flying ship design, they'd do anything they could to take it, and if they couldn't, they'd ensure that Zero Wing didn't keep it. Acquiring a flying ship wasn't easy, but with the design, one could create as many flying ships as they wanted. After a certain point, flying ships would be significantly more useful than combat puppets in battle. Players had ways to deal with combat puppets, after all, but none of them knew how to deal with a flying ship. Hence, the various powers would do whatever necessary to ensure that Zero Wing failed to develop, and they'd strike while they still had an opportunity. That's right, it's a flying ship. I intend to produce one, but I can't handle the task alone. Aside from forgers, I'll need a large number of engineers and alchemists, Shifeng said. To protect this secret, however, I'll need you to split these players into multiple groups and assign them various parts to work on. I'll handle the final assembly. We're going to make one now. The very idea began to make Melancholic Smile nervous. Guild leader, just the core engine is so complex that I'm not even sure an advanced master forger can handle it. If we fail, all of this magic elven stone will be useless. Why don't we wait a little while longer? If it were only an issue of money, Zero Wing could handle it, but these magic elven stones were incredibly rare. Collecting more wasn't simply an issue of money. If they failed in producing the flying ship's engine, they would have to wait for a very long time before they'd have enough elven magic stone to attempt it again. I wish it could wait, too, but Zero Wing can't afford that, Shifeng explained, flashing her a bitter smile. The various major powers were desperately leveling up, and many of them have already begun to explore level 100 neutral maps. The Shadowless Empire's members had made that clear. Once they secured a foothold in level 100 neutral maps, the various superpowers would finally be able to exhibit their true strength. Zero Wing didn't have support from any major corporations. Thus, it couldn't afford to continuously recruit large numbers of experts, especially refinement realm and above experts, rapidly expanding. Zero Wing would have to nurture such experts on its own. There was simply no comparison between the various superpowers and their guild. Obtaining more resources and ensuring it had time to develop was the only way Zero Wing could secure its position in God's domain. That was the only way the guild would survive the intense struggle between the various superpowers in level 100+ neutral maps. Now that Zero Wing had its own territory and had begun to draft NPCs for a knight division, the guild needed more funds and resources to arm its knights. Maintaining a proper knight division with Zero Wing's current income was impossible. Unfortunately, it had become considerably more difficult to earn profits and resources from otherworlds now that the planar passages had opened. That left Zero Wing with only one method to increase its income: transportation of good. The industry would be particularly profitable when it came to moving non-bag space items. Shifeng had intended to produce intermediate traps to earn more funding, but it was too soon to introduce these items to the public. Most of the various large guilds' main forces hadn't begun exploring level 100 neutral maps yet, and demand for intermediate traps would be limited. Furthermore, Zero Wing's members would need these traps as well. Without at least 100 intermediate trap designs, it would be very difficult for Candlelight to produce enough intermediate traps for Zero Wing's purposes and to earn substantial profits. However, transportation methods were a different story, especially when it came to flying ships. Even a common flying ship could carry up to 500 non-bag space items, far more than any sailboat. In addition, flying ships' movement speed was much higher than sailboats. If Zero Wing resold non-bag space materials, it would make a killing. This was why the various superpowers had gone crazy for airships and flying ships during Shifeng's previous life. I understand. I'll copy the design for these parts and split them between multiple groups. I'll ensure that no one has any idea that we're making a flying ship, Melancholic Smile promised, nodding. She then began to examine the flying ship's design and plan accordingly. It shouldn't be very difficult to hide what they were doing. Some of the flying ship's parts were similar to those in ordinary ship designs. Most of the parts that were different would require forgers. As long as Shifeng crafted those parts himself, they shouldn't have any issues keeping this a secret. Melancholic Smile then left to distribute the construction materials and designs among the Candlelight's master lifestyle players. None of these players suspected a thing when they received their orders. This wasn't a usual process, after all, especially after Zero Wing had recently begun to craft bronze speedboats. Meanwhile, Shifeng turned his full attention to forging the flying ship's engine. After producing the Guardian puppets and Hell tanks, he was quite familiar with engine production. The Crimson Dragon flying ship's engine was simply a more complex version. Sure enough, this is beyond an ordinary advanced master forger. As Shifeng examined the engine's design, he could feel a headache begin to brew. Fortunately, his forging standard wasn't a problem. With the Philosopher's Hand, he could elevate himself into an advanced master forger, so he met the engine's minimum requirements. However, the magic array that he needed to inscribe on the engine would be a challenge. It was so complex that it nearly required a master magician to complete. However, Shifeng did not panic. Instead, he calmly and slowly researched the engine's magic array and repeatedly attempted to draw it. After over a dozen hours of practice, Shifeng had finally learned how to draw the magic array successfully and barely finish it in one go. Good. Let's make the engine now. Shifeng took a short break before he focused on producing the engine. The engine's production process wasn't simple, and Shifeng had decided to use a dragon blood crystal, a top-tier inferior legendary material Heathwaite had dropped, to increase his success rate. Crystallized dragon power, the dragon blood crystal was the size of a fist and contained energy that was nearly as pure as that in 7 luminaries crystals. Not only could one use a dragon blood crystal as a power core for a city's defensive magic array, but it could also reinforce magic arrays. It was easily as valuable a level 100+ epic weapon. Unfortunately, Heathwaite had only dropped 1 dragon blood crystal. Shifeng had considered saving it to strengthen one of his city's magic arrays, but after giving the matter some thought, he decided to use it to increase his production success rate. A flying ship would be an immeasurable asset, after all. Time passed quickly, and the engine slowly took shape. Although others would have struggled to temper the materials, it was quite easy for Shifeng with the help of the Soul Flame. It saved Shifeng plenty of time and concentration. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Shifeng finally finished the engine's body after 6 hours of restless work. As the engine took shape, the special forging room's mana surged toward it. Sensing the change, Shifeng began to engrave the magic array immediately. Whether or not the production process was a success would largely depend on the engraved magic array at the end. Not only did the array have to be completed within a short time, but it also had to be completed in one move. Shifeng couldn't afford to pause during the process. This was the only way the engine's mana would be able to flow smoothly. A single, minor deviation would waste all of his efforts thus far. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. As the mana flowing into the engine began to thin, Shifeng engraved the array faster. His concentrated rapidly depleted as if he were executing lightning flash with every second that passed. Just as the mana flow was about to cut off, Shifeng finished the last connection, completing the magic array. Chapter 23-28, Advanced Flying Ship. Did it succeed? As a storm of mana enveloped the engine, Shifeng began to grow nervous. The engine was the most difficult part of the flying ship to produce, but once it was complete, the remaining parts would be fairly easy to craft. The most troublesome aspect of the remaining parts was how much manpower they required to produce. Fortunately, with Candlelight's strength, the trading firm had the manpower to simultaneously construct the parts of 3 flying ships, let alone 1. The magic array engraved in the engine began to glow as the mana calmed down, actively gathering the mana into the engine. The engine consumed so much mana that the density in the room increased. Wonderful. It's a success. As Shifeng watched, his expression shifted to one of elation. This wasn't the first time he'd forged an engine, and if it had failed, he knew the stream of mana flowing into it would have been unstable. Now that this was done, he was practically guaranteed to produce a Crimson Dragon flying ship. Moreover, he hadn't expected the mana density in the room to rise to such an extent. The flying ship's engine drew in at least 3 times more than the bronze combat puppet's engine. An engine was the very heart of a machine and played a major role in determining the machine's strength. Following which, Shifeng tapped on the engine to appraise it. System: Bronze flying ship engine has been forged successfully. Forging proficiency increased by 1,000 points. Obtained 40 million EXP. The dragon blood crystal's effects are so powerful. Shifeng stared at the results with wide, bloodshot eyes. He had already been relieved that the production process had been a success, but he hadn't expected the dragon blood crystal to upgrade the engine's rank from common to bronze. Normally, bronze engines only powered bronze flying ships. An engine like this would definitely increase a common flying ship's rank. After all, common and bronze-ranked flying ships required roughly the same quality of materials. Their engines were the main factor that made a difference. Shifeng immediately notified Melancholic Smile to hasten the remaining parts' construction. After more than 20 hours, Candlelight's master lifestyle players finally produced all of the Crimson Dragon flying ship's various parts. However, Shifeng didn't start the assembly process when Melancholic had delivered them. Rather, he used the 7 Luminaries Ring spatial gate to transport Melancholic Smile and himself to an open field within the White River City region. A flying ship was massive, much larger than a sailboat. The special forging room just didn't have enough space. Hence, Shifeng needed an open location for the final assembly. Of course, to protect this guild secret, he decided to construct the flying ship in an empty, open plain. There was an extremely large number of parts to a flying ship. Normally, if a player tried to assemble one themselves, they'd need at least 2 days to complete the task. However, Shifeng and Melancholic Smile had already become intermediate master forgers, saving a lot of time with their skills. With Shifeng's soul flame, in particular, he could assemble and weld parts together quite quickly. After the 2 players worked for a dozen or so hours, they had finally completed the Crimson Dragon flying ship. They marveled at the 60-meter-long, 20-meter-tall mechanical ship with a crimson hull before them. So, this is a flying ship. Despite taking part in the assembly process, Melancholic Smile couldn't believe her eyes. Even from far away, the Crimson Dragon flying ship was a shocking sight to behold. Next to its colossal frame, even an extraordinary flying mount looked like an infant. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he gazed at the vessel. Crimson Dragon flying ship, advanced flying ship, maximum capacity, 130 people, durability 5000500, possesses Tier 3 upper rank defensive capabilities. Item storage when liberated, 20,000 bag space slots and 800 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill 1, Magic Shield, absorbs up to 50 million damage for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Additional active skill 2, Mana Pulse Cannon, 4,000 yard range. Deals Tier 4 damage to a radius of 50 yards. Cooldown, 45 seconds, 8 cannons are currently equipped. Up to 12 cannons can be equipped. Additional active skill 2, Magic Elven Cannon, 5,000 yard range. Deals Tier 4 peak rank divine damage to a radius of 200 yards. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 4, Mana Field, disrupts the flow of mana within a 2,000 yard radius, weakening all incoming magic damage from Tier 3 spells or below by 30% for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Each activation costs 300 magic crystals. The bronze engine Shifeng had crafted elevated the Crimson Dragon flying ship to advanced rank. Now, this flying ship was even faster than extraordinary flying mounts, and its cannons and defenses had increased by a rank, as well. This Crimson Dragon flying ship could even contend with level 100+ mythic monsters. If his guild had had an advanced flying ship like this in the past, his and Shadow's development would have been massively different. Even if Shadow hadn't been able to contend with a superpower, it would have had enough strength to instill fear in first-rate guilds. Tier 4 experts would have dared mess with the guild. If Dragonheart Island's superpowers find out that we have this Crimson Dragon flying ship, they'll die from envy, Melancholic Smile said, astonished as she inspected the flying ship's statistics. She had forged Hell tanks, so she understood how powerful this Crimson Dragon flying ship was. Aside from its cannon's frightening power, its Tier 3 upper-rank hull was enough to render any attack below Tier 4 powerless. Without a mythic combatant, the various superpowers would have no hope of damaging the flying ship. Even if they launched Tier 4 attacks, it would take ages for them to get past the flying ship's 5,000 durability. Envious. I'm more afraid that they'll go mad when they see it, Shifeng said, chuckling. Melancholic Smile was a lifestyle player, not a combat power. She didn't truly understand what it meant to have a flying ship that could stand against mythic monsters. Players would be able to reach most places in God's domain with a flying ship like this. They wouldn't have to worry about the limitations flying mounts faced or attacks from powerful flying monsters. This vessel would give players a tremendous advantage when grinding for levels or transporting non-bag space items, which were becoming more valuable nowadays. Non-bag space items were becoming useful for more than just producing war weapons, buildings, and ships. Now, such items could even be used to craft players' weapons and equipment, especially level 100+ secret silver and above weapons and equipment. This was also why these weapons and equipment pieces were so valuable. It's a pity that the flying ship's production requires so many materials. Even if we focused everything on collecting materials, it would still take a week or so before we'd have enough for a second flying ship. We'd have to get really lucky to collect enough for a third, Melancholic Smile surmised, sounding disappointed. If they could produce a fleet of flying ships now, no one would be able to get in Zero Wing's way in God's domain. Unfortunately, the Crimson Dragon flying ship required too many rare and precious materials, some of which were non-bag space items and particularly tedious to transport. If the Candlelight trading firm's main headquarters hadn't had such a large stockpile of these materials, they wouldn't have been able to construct the first flying ship so quickly. Just keep collecting the materials. Every flying ship we make right now counts, Shifeng said. As soon as Shifeng finished giving Melancholic Smile her next duties, he received a message notification. The sender was none other than Sindhart, Immortal Light's guild leader. When he read the message, Shifeng frowned. Guild leader, has something happened? Melancholic Smile asked, noticing that Shifeng's mood had soured after receiving that message. Immortal Light has been working with the Freedom Alliance in Sea's End, and it seems that there's been some trouble that's preventing Immortal Light from transporting materials out of the area, Shifeng said. The Freedom Alliance has invited its allied guilds to send representatives for a meeting, and Sindhart is hoping that we'll send one to investigate the situation. Immortal Light was the naval guild that Zero Wing secretly controlled in the Apocalypse Empire. It had been relying on Immortal Light to secure its naval resources, especially those from Sea's End. The area was home to many materials that were imperative to producing ships and level 90+ dark gold weapons and equipment. If Immortal Light couldn't secure resources from Sea's End, Zero Wing would suffer, which was why Sindhart had requested a representative from Zero Wing to resolve the matter. I think it's best if I go myself. These materials are important for Candlelight's merchandise. If we lose access to these materials, Candlelight's income will plummet, Melancholic Smile suggested. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU don't worry about it. I'll go. Right now, you need to focus on collecting the materials we need to construct the Crimson Dragon flying ships, Shifeng said, shaking his head. The Crimson Dragon flying ship was crucial to Zero Wing's survival. Without it, the guild wouldn't be able to exert dominance in the Cold Spring Canyon. Relying on a 5,000-man night division wouldn't be enough. Not only was a flying ship faster than flying mounts, but it also had the combat power to squash Tier 3 experts like ants. Meanwhile, Shifeng wasn't as skilled as Melancholic Smile when it came to collecting materials. After all, she had long since grown familiar with the Candlelight trading firm and its connections. I'll do that, then, Melancholic Smile answered, nodding. As Zero Wings Guild leader, Shafeng would naturally be a stronger representative. Moreover, she didn't have the energy to manage the material collection while addressing the issues in Sea's End. Melancholic then used a return scroll to teleport back to White River City, while Shafeng stored the Crimson Dragon flying ship in his epic spatial bag and made his way toward the Apocalypse Empire.